Chapter 481. The 10 Deadly Caves are located in the southern ridge, a place originally considered a geomantically auspicious site. Legend has it that the greatest martial emperor of 1,000 years ago was buried here, hoping to secure blessings for his descendants. Subsequently, various prodigies and rulers chose this place as their final resting place. As a result, everyone dug, and this once auspicious geomantically blessed site was nearly turned into a honeycomb. Not only was the geomantic layout destroyed, but countless ancient tombs, formations, mechanisms, and traps built by various masters were also created. In the centuries that followed, countless earth rats, digging rats, visited. They dug here and there, and although most never returned, they further fragmented the already precarious land. With the fall of wind and rain, what appeared to be an intact place was actually a place where one could easily fall into a cave and into an unknown abyss. If one is lucky, they might fall into the tomb of a great figure, gain some opportunity, and then climb out. If luck is bad, then it's certain death. However, it is said that the most terrifying place in the entire 10 Deadly Caves is the tomb of the first martial emperor from 1,000 years ago. At that time, there was no concept of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, so the first martial emperor was the #1 person in the world. Legend has it that his tomb contains countless riches and unimaginable mystical martial arts. If one could obtain them, one would surely become invincible and recreate the glory of the first martial emperor of yesteryear. This rumor has circulated for 1,000 years, and countless people in the world know it, but no one has ever been able to emerge from the first martial emperor's tomb. Some even say that the first martial emperor's tomb has never actually been found. Rumors abound, countless in number. In short, this once auspicious place has been transformed into an extremely treacherous and terrifying location. Starting from Tianyi sect, led by Chu Qing, a group of experts from 3 prefectures, 3 sects, 3 clans, 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 gates, and 1 manor, traveled day and night at full speed, covering 13 days in a row before finally arriving at the 10 Deadly Caves. As is customary, before setting foot in the 10 Deadly Caves, Chu Qing ordered his men to set up camp and rest for the night. They would begin their operation early the next morning. Tonight, there was no wind, no stars, and the moonlight was low and dim, the crescent moon hanging halfway in the sky, faintly shrouded in a hazy glow. Chu Qing stood atop a mountain peak, hands behind his back, gazing at the distant mountains. That was the 10 Deadly Caves. Once one stepped inside, death was uncertain. The biggest problem Chu Qing faces right now is the 10 Deadly Caves are vast, covering an area of immense size, and no one knows where the Ghost Emperor is trapped. Even with a large number of people on Chu Qing's side, searching for someone within them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, every action leaves a trace. If the Heavenly Evil sect members are here, they certainly won't be silent. Especially when his group has appeared, if they sense anything, they will definitely investigate quietly. With Chu Qing's current cultivation level, if someone is spying, they will surely be able to find even the slightest trace, and by tracing back, it won't be difficult to find the other party. The dangers within the 10 Deadly Caves go far beyond the Heavenly Evil sect. Wu Qianhuan's voice came from beside him. Chu Qing turned around, and saw Wu Qianhuan leading Wenru towards him. He smiled slightly. You must be tired after this journey. Why aren't you resting? Seeing you preoccupied, how can I sleep? Wu Qianhuan came to his side and took his arm. I can't sleep either. Wenru went around to his right, and took his arm as well. This girl has become a bit audacious lately, starting to imitate Wu Qianhuan in everything. I wonder if this is a side effect of cultivating the unchanging heavenly book. Wu Qianhuan ignored what Wenru was doing and asked, any thoughts? I was just thinking, it would be great if a master tomb raider came along. Chu Qing slowly exhaled. Even if there were, it probably wouldn't be of much use, Wu Qianhuan said. This place has buried countless groundhogs. That's true. Chu Qing smiled. Alright, I'm just looking around to clear my head. Tomorrow, you all stay by my side, be careful, and don't be careless. Okay. After Wu Qianhuan finished speaking, she glanced at Chu Qing. By the way, what did my father say to you that day? Chu Qing blinked. To be precise, it was 13 days ago, a quarter of an hour before his departure. At that time, Wu Ganqi pulled Chu Qing to a secluded place and gave him a verbal speech, the content of which was nothing more than coercion and enticement, making him treat Wu Qianhuan well. However, this usually flamboyant city lord of Tianwu City, towards the end, his expression became somewhat sorrowful. He told Chu Qing, I know you two are young and deeply in love. Qianhuan is exceptionally beautiful, and it's understandable that you're happy for her. But time is merciless, and who can guarantee that this feeling will last forever? If one day in the future Qian Huan's beauty fades, then don't despise her. You can return her to me. Chu Qing thought to himself. Despite Wu Ganqi's imposing stature, he possessed a tender heart beneath his tough exterior. He seemed to have only ever had one woman in his life. After Wu Qianhuan's mother passed away, he never remarried. As for Wu Qianhuan, being a woman, he never considered having another son. All his tenderness was reserved for Wu Qianhuan's mother and this precious daughter. Faced with Wu Ganqi's words, Chu Qing knew that words were useless at this point. Actions speak louder than words. But actions take time to show, so Chu Qing could only honestly express his loyalty. Wu Ganqi said nothing more, and their conversation ended there. Afterwards, Chu Qing led the group to the 10 deadly caves, while Wu Ganqi, along with Chu Yunfei and the others, set off directly from Tiani Gate towards Ling Bei. Escorted by numerous experts from Tianyin Mansion and Liaoyuan Mansion, they headed straight for Liexing Mansion, intending to establish a foothold before discussing the relocation of Tianwu City. Now, hearing Wu Qianhuan's question, Chu Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only gently squeeze her hand. What else could my father-in-law say? He naturally told me to take good care of you, and if I dared to bully you, he beat me to death. Don't be ridiculous, my father would never say such a thing. Wu Qianhuan rolled her eyes at him. Besides, my father is no match for you. What, if my father-in-law beats me, would I dare to fight back? Chu Qing said with a smile. If one day I truly let you down, I just offer my neck for execution. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Qianhuan hurriedly covered Chu Qing's mouth, while Wenru stood aside, secretly smiling, only to be discovered by Wu Qianhuan. Look, even little Ruru is laughing at me. I didn't. Wenru immediately shook her head in rebuttal. When did I laugh at you? I was laughing at third brother. Chu Qing's eyes widened. What are you laughing at me for? Laughing at you? For being henpecked. Chu Qing was speechless, then anger rose in his heart, and malice took hold. Fine, little Roar has gone bad, hasn't she? She dares to play tricks on me like this. Let's see what your third brother can do. Wenru abruptly released her arm from Chu Qing and turned to run. Catch her. Don't let her go. Wu Qianhuan added fuel to the fire. Amidst the chaotic commotion, Wenru suddenly exclaimed, What's that? She leaped into Chu Qing's arms. Chu Qing held her like a large doll, supporting her waist to prevent her from falling. Wenru wrapped her arms around Chu Qing's neck, looking back with fear in her eyes. What's wrong? What's wrong? Wu Qianhuan rushed over, quite surprised to see Wenru's expression. She was clearly frightened. The posture was rather ambiguous. The old Wu Qianhuan wouldn't have made any such connection, but things were different now. Chu Qing didn't think as much as she did, only her brows furrowed slightly. There's someone underground. Underground? Wu Qianhuan was taken aback, then heard a hissing sound as a hand emerged from the ground. The scene was somewhat gruesome, like a buried corpse trying to break free and devour someone. But the next moment, the hand violently shook itself, then forcefully pulled to one side. A mound of earth collapsed, followed by a figure leaping out. A narrow hole, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, was left underground. A tomb robber's tunnel. Chu Qing's gaze fell on the person, and she was immediately stunned again. It's you? It's you guys? After landing and regaining her balance, the person looked at Chu Qing and the other two, her eyes also filled with astonishment. This really is something else. What brings you all here to flirt? Her gaze then fell on Chu Qing and Wenru, and she smiled. So hasty? Chu Qing coughed and placed Wenru on the ground. Wenru had been startled and instinctively hid behind Chu Qing, peeking out at the person opposite her. The moonlight wasn't very bright tonight. It was a hazy, fuzzy moon. Wenru carefully discerned the scent, sniffing to confirm her identity, before recognizing the person before her. No. Miss Mu, what are you doing hiding underground so late at night instead of sleeping? You're going to scare me to death. The person was none other than Mu Tong'er. After parting ways at Tianfu Temple, Mu Tong'er said she was coming to Nanling, while Chu Qing lingered in the north for a while. It was assumed she would be in the Yinyang forest, accompanying Yuzong. But unexpectedly, this girl went to the 10 deadly caves to rob tombs? It has to be said, given her status, doing this is quite reasonable. Well, not entirely reasonable. After all, she is the daughter of the Xian Emperor. If word got out, it would be a laughingstock. Do you think I wanted this? Mu Tong'er brushed the dirt off her clothes. Her attire today was vastly different from before. The first time they met in Shidao City, she was dressed with captivating allure, stunning everyone. When I saw her again at Tianfu Temple, she was perfectly normal, dressed in white, looking neat and tidy. Tonight, however, she was dressed in a black outfit, her hair wrapped in black cloth and tied back, her whole appearance remarkably sharp and efficient. She carried some tomb raiding tools, and a treasure pouch hung from her waist. Her face was somewhat disheveled, but this did not detract from her exquisite features. Rather, it made her even more beautiful. She mumbled to herself, wiping her face and frowning. I was originally with my master in the Yin-Yang forest, but he's been in a bad mood lately. The Yin-Yang hermit is quite skilled. He said that given enough time, he can fully recover. But the whole process will take at least 2 to 3 years. My master is a restless person. 2 or 3 years of immobility is basically like taking his life. And yet, she kept crying and begging me to quickly inherit his mantle. Otherwise, our lineage of the thief saints would be unworthy of its name. Chu Qing, noticing her darting eyes as she spoke, knew she was mostly lying, and snorted, "Tell the truth." The shepherd girl trembled, glancing at Chu Qing. "What I said is, all right, don't be like my father. Mainly, I heard from my master that my father went to the Valley of Abandoned Gods, and won't be back for a while. And I also heard that the 10 deadly caves are filled with countless treasures. As a disciple of the thief saints, how can I let these treasures remain hidden? Naturally, I must bring them out, and let them see the light of day again." Chu Qing chuckled. "So, you actually wanted to come too, but your father wouldn't allow it." The shepherd girl nodded. "Now, your father has gone to the Valley of Abandoned Gods, and your master's legs are paralyzed. So, no one can control you, so you just let yourself go?" Chu Qing asked again. The shepherd girl grinned. "Oh, you're quite clever, nothing escapes your notice. Alright, our meeting tonight is fate. Let's drink and chat again another day. Farewell." She finished speaking, packed her things, and turned to leave. But as soon as she turned her head, she heard a rumbling sound from her internal organs. She rubbed her stomach, glanced back at Chu Qing and the other two. "Before I leave, could I ask you for some food? I've been hungry for 3 days. If I can't get out today, I'm even thinking of going to the coffin." The old Zongzi was eaten. Wenru, hearing this, looked surprised. Zongzi in a coffin? Who wrapped it? How can this child be so naive? The shepherd boy smiled and said, "The old Zongzi I'm talking about is the tomb owner, the corpse, not the edible kind." Oh! Wenru suddenly understood. Then a new question arose. Then why is it called Zongzi? "Don't mention Zongzi. Give me something to eat first. I'm starving." The shepherd boy rubbed his hands and said, "And someone ruthlessly stepped on me." Wenru's face flushed slightly. "I didn't mean to." "Alright, come back with us first." Chu Qing turned around, pulling Wu Qianhuan and Wenru back. The shepherd boy nodded in agreement, but after they had only taken a few steps, Chu Qing heard a thud behind him. Turning around, he saw the shepherd boy lying unconscious on the ground. The three rushed over to check on her. Chu Qing took her pulse, and discovered it was extremely weak. It wasn't just thirst and hunger, it seemed she had been poisoned. Chu Qing shook his head helplessly. This successor of the thief saint is planning to torture herself to death. Chapter 482. The shepherd girl must have suffered quite a bit. After returning to the camp, Chu Qing examined her. Her qi and blood were weak, her spirit was severely depleted, and she had multiple deadly poisons in her body. Currently, the poison was being suppressed by the antidote pill she carried, but this could only be temporary. Once the poison took hold, it was uncertain whether it would kill her, but she certainly wouldn't fare well. After having some food prepared and brought over, Chu Qing helped the shepherd girl sit up. A palm was slowly placed on her back, and as his internal energy circulated, it instantly traveled through her 8 extraordinary meridians and affected her internal organs. The shepherd girl's face showed a hint of pain, and she whispered, "It hurts. Be gentle. Hold your breath and concentrate. It hurts a little at first, but you get used to it," Chu Qing gently instructed. The shepherd girl groaned in agreement. Wu Qianhuan's lips twitched. What kind of strange dialogue was this? Why did it sound so familiar? Winter sat on the other side, on her favorite little stool, propping her chin up, as she watched Chu Qing use his internal energy to heal Mu Tonger. The time didn't last long, only about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, when Mu Tonger suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Her face regained some color. She seemed completely drained, collapsing into Chu Qing's arms. Chu Qing gently pulled her head onto the pillow. He sat by the bed, reached out, and handed her a chicken leg. "Eat something before you talk, otherwise you won't even have the strength to speak." Mu Tonger silently nibbled on the chicken leg, not because the daughter of the Xian Emperor was so graceful, but mainly because she was genuinely weak, unable to even open her mouth wide. She ate chicken legs like they were made of rice porridge, and after eating half of one, she finally regained some strength and managed to sit up from the bed. Tell me, how long have you been trapped in there? Chu Qing asked with a half smile. Heh? Mutanga let out a cold laugh with difficulty. You think I'd tell you something so shameful? Never mind, I was trapped for about half a month. We run out of food, and despite using all our strength, we can't find a way out. The dragon-slaying stone is too heavy, I simply can't push it away. With no other options, she could only dig a tunnel upwards. Avoiding any rocks, trying to maintain direction as much as possible. We entered the tomb half a month ago, and at least half of that time has been spent digging tunnels. I almost died in that tunnel. She initially tried to appear nonchalant, but as she spoke, a genuine sense of lingering fear crept in. Chu Qing thought to herself, if it were anyone else, they'd probably develop claustrophobia from all the suffocation. To conserve energy, she certainly wouldn't dig a particularly large tunnel. Being in that cramped environment for almost 10 days, constantly reminding herself to keep going up, digging a tunnel with no end in sight, or even a chance of ever reaching the end. That kind of torment explains why she was so listless. Now you know why your father and master didn't let you come, right? Chu Qing brought her another bowl of thin porridge. The shepherd girl took it, about to say, I'm a patient, and you don't even know how to feed me? Then she glanced at Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, and ultimately didn't say what she wanted to say. While drinking her porridge and eating a chicken leg, she didn't forget to say to Chu Qing, you saved me again. How can I repay you this time? It's not like I dug you out. But if I hadn't met you, I probably wouldn't be alive. The shepherd girl looked at Chu Qing. Don't worry, I already said I won't repay your kindness with my body. After all, I, the daughter of the Xian Emperor, have no reason to become someone's concubine. But repaying your kindness is a must. I can't owe you a favor. Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat. He thought, this girl says she doesn't want to repay kindness with enmity? He glanced at Wu Qianhuan, only to be glared at. Wu Qianhuan then approached and said, we've known each other for a while now. Between old friends, a meal and a little help are nothing, there's no need for repayment. But since Miss Mu is a disciple of Senior Yuzong, you must have considerable expertise in traps, mechanisms, and ancient tombs, right? Of course. The shepherd girl patted her chest loudly. Chu Qing understood Wu Qianhuan's meaning, but was somewhat skeptical. If your skills were truly extraordinary, how could you have fallen to such a state? I had my reasons, okay? Mu Tonger said angrily, I thought it was just an ancient tomb, but who knew it was a tomb within a tomb? Logically speaking, I had already destroyed the mechanism of the dragon-slaying stone, so there was no way I could have fallen down. But then, there was another dragon-slaying stone in the tomb within the tomb, and I accidentally cut off my escape route. And even in this situation, I managed to escape alive. Do you know how much skill and courage that takes? Fine. Chu Qing didn't understand this nonsensical theory, and simply waved his hand, saying, I admit you're impressive. If you really want to repay me, why don't you come with us for now? Tomorrow we enter the 10 deadly caves to find the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor is in the 10 deadly caves? The shepherd girl was taken aback, then her eyes darted around, and finally she clapped her hands, saying, all right, I help you. Consider it repaying your kindness. Chu Qing looked her over, then suddenly smiled and said, saving the Ghost Emperor is the main purpose of this trip. We can also enter the 10 deadly caves to search for ancient tombs and steal treasures, and with me protecting you, you don't need to worry too much about safety. After everything is over, you don't need to worry about your father and master causing you trouble or scolding you. It's a win-win situation, and you can even repay a debt of gratitude? Am I right? The shepherd girl looked innocent and naive. Huh? What did you say? Chu Qing sighed. If you use this kind of energy on martial arts, I reckon even the Xian Emperor would have to abdicate. So young, yet you speak like an old woman. Even the palace maids aren't as old-fashioned as you. Humph! I really don't know what those two saw in you. Mu Tonger muttered, full of resentment. Third brother is handsome, highly skilled in martial arts, and so good to me. He buys me food, drinks, and clothes. I don't have to worry about anything. Wenru said, counting on her fingers. Chu Qing only realized later that this girl was responding to Mu Tonger's question about what she saw in him, and she was responding very seriously. All right, go back and get some rest. Chu Qing interrupted their conversation. Tomorrow morning, we set foot in the 10 deadly caves. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru nodded and turned to leave. Mu Tonger lay on the bed, intending to cover herself with the blanket and rest, but suddenly remembered something. Looking at Chu Qing, who was still there, she asked blankly, why aren't you leaving yet? This is my tent. Chu Qing glared at her. Why don't you tell me I'm leaving? Then I leave. The shepherd girl struggled to her feet, trying to get down. But she was too weak. She almost collapsed to the ground. Luckily, Chu Qing reacted quickly and picked her up, preventing her from falling and bumping her head. The shepherd girl was a little embarrassed and shrank her neck, saying, What are you going to do? I don't have any strength right now, I can't serve you. What do you mean? Now that you have strength, you're planning to serve me? Chu Qing almost burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? The shepherd girl was furious, mainly because she realized that Chu Qing's laugh wasn't teasing or flirtatious, he was genuinely mocking her. Nothing. Chu Qing placed her back on the bed, and Mu Tong'er instinctively shrank back. No, what exactly do you want? Give me a straight answer. Come if you want, don't come if you don't want to. Why are you being so indecisive? Why are you so chattering? Chu Qing looked at her mouth. It was like a machine gun, firing off spent cartridges as soon as she started talking. She wondered where she learned such a fast speaking speed. Mind your own business. Mu Tong'er was even angrier. Chu Qing just rolled her eyes at her. I already knew about your physical condition. Even if you rest for a night, you have a hard time moving around freely tomorrow. So we discussed it beforehand. You stay here tonight, and I help you circulate your internal energy to help you recover your strength. That way, you'll be able to work for us tomorrow. That's it? Mu Tong'er's embarrassment disappeared, and she stretched lazily. Fine, come on, do whatever you want. Ouch. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Qing tapped him on the head again. If you spout any more nonsense, I throw you out right now. The night passed without incident. The next morning, everyone cooked breakfast. After eating and drinking their fill, Chu Qing summoned Lu Xiaoyan and the others. Inside the tent, Chu Qing sat upright on the Alliance leader's throne. Yes, he had brought the throne with him on this trip. Chu Qing had actually explicitly refused, as carrying such a large chair around would be too inconvenient. But Lu Xiaoyan waved his hand, telling him not to worry about it, and that they would handle it. In fact, this hadn't delayed their journey at all. Now that all the leaders had gathered at the camp, Chu Qing sat on the throne of the Alliance leader, and his first words were, Gentlemen, I intend to dismantle everything as we go. Dismantle everything? The crowd exchanged glances. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Chu Qing. The Alliance leader means to dismantle the tombs? Exactly. Chu Qing nodded. The 10 deadly caves are known as forbidden lands, and the greatest danger within them comes from the various ancient tomb traps and mechanisms. If we come in small groups, we naturally won't be able to handle these ancient tombs. Once trapped, our fate is entirely up to fate. But this time we come with a large force, with ample manpower. If we directly enter, and someone falls, we inevitably have to rescue them. This could easily lead to neglecting our own safety, taking too long, and forget about bringing back the Ghost Emperor. We ourselves would inexplicably lose most of our manpower, and we might not even find any trace of the Ghost Emperor. Instead of wasting time like this, let's just dismantle. Dig up every tomb we see, dig up every coffin we find. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent again. After a long while, Qi Yeshua spoke in a low voice. Won't this damage our karma? We can't worry about that now, Chu Qing said. The martial world is already in chaos. If we can't welcome back the Ghost Emperor, who knows how many more people will die. Even if we do welcome back the Ghost Emperor, we rallied so many martial arts heroes to fight against the evil cult. Can we really starve them, and force them to fight on empty stomachs? The things we unearth from the ancient tomb can be exchanged for a large sum of silver, which we can share with everyone. Even if we unfortunately die in battle, at least we can leave some money for our families. That makes sense. Whether it damages our karma or not, nobody can say for sure, but there are at least 800, if not 1,000, martial arts masters who have died in the 10 deadly caves. Endangering lives like this, digging them up might actually be a great act of merit. In any case, it's not good to destroy them. After all, they were living peacefully. If it really comes to it, we could relocate their graves. That makes sense. We could gather all these deceased people together and bury them in a more auspicious location. That wouldn't be bad. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, and Chu Qing clapped his hands gently, silencing them. Has everyone made a decision? Lu Xiaoyan stood up. We do as the Alliance leader says, demolish them. Good. Chu Qing waved slightly, and the shepherd girl, who looked like she was about to die yesterday, now appeared vividly before everyone. This was mainly thanks to Chu Qing helping her circulate her qi and blood last night. With Chu Qing's cultivation level, he had already replenished her depleted energy throughout the night. Now she naturally looked radiant. Everyone looked at her, completely unfamiliar with her, wondering where Chu Qing had found such a beautiful girl. Lu Xiaoyan frowned, thinking that it was only natural for Chu Qing, so young and handsome, to have women interested in him. But he couldn't just fall for every girl he saw. What about the previous ones? It seemed he'd have to find an opportunity to persuade her. At least, he should get them all into his bowl before eating them. Just then, Chu Qing said, "You may not all recognize this lady, but I'm sure everyone here has heard of her master's name. That is none other than Yu Zong, the #1 thief in the world, the Saint of Thieves, who has mastered all the stars of the 9 heavens." A disciple of the Saint of Thieves, Yu Zong? When did that old thief take in such a beautiful disciple? A few years ago, he stole the white jade scroll, the most precious treasure of my 1,000 Flowers sect, saying he wanted to play with it. But when he returned it, the entire scroll was completely blackened. It's truly outrageous. Dai Zoming stood up angrily, ready to argue with the shepherd boy. Chu Qing quickly waved for them to quiet down. "All right, if there are any personal grudges, we can discuss them later. Now that the disciple of the thief saint is before us, each of you should inquire among your own disciples to see if there are any experts in this field. Alternatively, you can select all of them to form a team, with Miss Mu as the leader. They can then explore the ancient tomb, lead the excavation, and properly resettle the tomb's occupant. Well, we wait, the relocation of the grave. What do you all think?" "We will obey the Alliance leader's command." Everyone rose, clasped their hands in greeting, and unanimously agreed. Chapter 483. Searching for dragon veins and dividing gold is a skill, and feng shui secrets are not something ordinary people can understand. However, Chu Qing is now the leader of the Southern Region Martial Arts Alliance, with many capable subordinates. With the disciple of the current thief saint, Mu Tonger, on the side, finding ancient tombs is incredibly easy, especially here in the 10 deadly caves. After giving the order, they made some discoveries in no time, and then began to dismantle, relocate the graves. However, this damn place, the 10 deadly caves, looks alright on the surface, but the ground beneath is more absurd than honeycomb briquettes. Once the group starts digging, large sections begin to collapse. Fortunately, with so many experts present, sorting out the contents inside is still relatively easy. But as the excavation progresses, the situation beneath the 10 deadly caves is truly eye-opening. Large tombs containing smaller ones, some above and below, some side by side, and even some that have usurped each other's territory. You tell me, what kind of auspicious feng shui location must these 10 deadly caves have been to attract so much attention? Did they think that burying their ancestors here would guarantee their descendants would become kings and conquerors? Or even achieve immortality? The shepherd boy, who had been walking ahead the whole time, couldn't help but complain to Chu Qing when he returned. "You really can't say for sure." Chu Qing clicked his tongue. Since ancient times, underground life has been a vast field of study, even a whole system in itself. But speaking of this, I suddenly remembered a group of people. "The burial men?" Wu Qianhuan and Wenru suddenly exclaimed in unison. The shepherd boy laughed too. Indeed, when it comes to funerals, burial men are indispensable. But these guys seem to have been rarely seen in the southern region lately. Speaking of which, did they go during the battle at Immortal Cloud Mountain? Chu Qing shook his head. "I didn't see them." "Oh, that shouldn't be the case." Mu Tonger said, "Wherever there's fighting, there will inevitably be corpse barriers. The battle at Immortal Cloud Mountain was a major battle in the southern region, yet the corpse barriers weren't even present. How could they possibly care about those people at the time?" Wu Qianhuan said, "The Heavenly Slaughter Warlord's martial arts were unparalleled, and the hype was too intense. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the Alliance leader and the Warlord. Perhaps even if a few corpse barriers had come, no one would have taken it seriously. The corpse barriers aren't a small organization, their numbers are extremely large. Depending on the scale of the battle in the martial world, the number of people they attend varies. In the battle at Immortal Cloud Mountain, they either didn't go at all, or if they did go, it definitely wasn't just a handful." Mu Tonger looked at Chu Qing as she said this. "I think there might be something wrong with these people?" "I don't know, I'm not sure, I haven't heard anything." Chu Qing wasn't particularly concerned about this. He had just been planning to share his insights on these underground businesses, mainly drawn from classic tomb raiding novels. After all, things like the Cloud Ridge Heavenly Palace and the Kunlun Divine Palace were all too familiar. The idea of becoming an immortal after death had always been thrilling. If he were to share these insights, he might just say something astonishing. Unfortunately, he wasn't given the chance. Chu Qing didn't want to bring it up later. The shepherd boy, meanwhile, was about to share his insights on burying corpses, when suddenly he heard screams ahead, followed by a burst of flames. "Not good out." Before the shepherd boy could finish his sentence, he turned around, But Chu Qing had already vanished. His figure traversed the void, arriving in the midst of the raging flames in the blink of an eye. He saw several people engulfed in flames, their screams extremely pitiful, while the flames were spreading rapidly in all directions from the crack in the ground. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly he slammed his fist down. A chilling aura filled the air, instantly extinguishing the flames, while the people engulfed in flames were thrown back by the force of the attack. Although the flames on their bodies were extinguished, they were barely breathing. Chu Qing landed from midair, his gaze sweeping over the group. He turned and stood before one of them, his 5 fingers outstretched, pressing against the person's chest. The person trembled immediately. Chu Qing frowned slightly, and after a moment, he removed his hand. The person's breathing had stabilized. Chu Qing followed the same method, and within moments, the injuries of the few people engulfed in the flames had been stabilized. However, their burns needed proper treatment, otherwise, infection could easily occur, leading to death. These cases required more specialized medical care. After the injured were carried away, the remaining people exchanged bewildered glances. The Alliance leader just pulled those people back from the brink of death? What kind of divine power is this? With the Alliance leader here, our lives are safe. It's a pity they were burned like that. It's too tragic. Amidst the discussion, Chu Qing spoke, "Someone come here." Immediately, an old man and a young man approached Chu Qing. "Greetings, Alliance leader." "What happened?" Chu Qing frowned and asked, "Where did the flames come from?" "It's a layer of kerosene adhering to the ancient tomb tiles. This kerosene, of unknown age, is covered with glass on the outer tiles of the tomb. Once broken, the kerosene inside will turn into a raging fire, burning in all directions. It's mainly to prevent tomb raiders. You can imagine what would happen if they dug down with a shovel." The older man answered respectfully. Chu Qing glanced at him. "I see. So it was an accident just now." "No, not at all." The older man gave a wry smile. "The ancient tombs here are arranged in a chaotic way, with tombs hidden within tombs. It's really a headache. They actually added another layer of tiles on top of the original glazed tiles. We thought they were just normal tiles, so we didn't pay any attention. But we never expected that one shovelful would ignite such a raging fire." Chu Qing nodded. "Understood. Be careful in your actions, and don't hurt yourselves. If you're unsure about something, go to Miss Mu. If Miss Mu can't help you, come to me." "Yes." The old man and the young man quickly knelt on one knee. "We will obey the Alliance leader's orders." Chu Qing waved his hand, about to leave, when suddenly he heard a hissing sound coming from underground. The sound was dense, like ocean waves, and seemed to be mixed with some indescribable slapping sounds. Chu Qing frowned slightly, staring at the cracks around him. The old man beside him suddenly changed his expression. "It's a corpse beetle." He then took out a small bottle from his robes, poured out the powder inside, and began to sprinkle it on himself. "What is this?" Chu Qing was somewhat curious. "Corpse-repelling powder can conceal human presence, preventing these malevolent spirits from detecting us," the old man replied, as he sprinkled it on the young man. Chu Qing almost laughed in exasperation. "So you're hiding yourself, and when those corpse beetles you mentioned come up, they see me first?" The old man was taken aback. "Then why doesn't the Alliance leader leave? Your martial arts are unparalleled. Who can stop you?" Chu Qing nodded. "That makes sense." Just as he finished speaking, black corpse beetles crawled out from the crack, heading straight for Chu Qing and the others. Chu Qing lifted his foot and took a step forward. A chilling sea wind instantly swept in all directions, freezing the ground wherever it passed. The corpse beetles were bound in the ice, unable to move. Chu Qing's chilling aura spread along the crack towards the ancient tomb. In just a few moments, these areas were completely frozen solid. By this time, the others had arrived. Seeing these corpse beetles, some were horrified, some were quite excited, and some even licked their lips, perhaps planning to cook a couple to test their flavor. Chu Qing clapped his hands lightly. "Kill these little things. Let's continue." While the methods in ancient tombs are varied and strange, these things can be discovered during the excavation process. But for these things to cause trouble for Chu Qing is pure fantasy. After regaining their senses, everyone swarmed forward. The only things that could harm them in the ancient tomb, besides some strange traps, were dead ends with no way to escape. Otherwise, with the abilities of Chu Qing's men, any old zombies or giant monsters would be doomed to a pulp. The corpse beetles were quickly cleared away, and the oil, covered by Chu Qing's internal energy, couldn't burn. The shepherd boy, abandoning his prone position, prepared to return and take charge. Chu Qing was deeply pleased with the progress, and indicated he intended to lie down as well. This infuriated the shepherd boy, who gritted his teeth, wishing he could bite him. Overall, the excavation was progressing quite well. The morale of his men was high, although they had some doubts about Chu Qing's method of relocating the grave. But the 10 deadly caves had been a forbidden area for many years, and Chu Qing's method was indeed the safest. They continued excavating, while searching, coordinating everything smoothly. Chu Qing's attention wasn't focused solely on excavating the ancient tomb. He constantly observed his surroundings, ready to detect anyone spying. So far, everything remained calm and peaceful. For 3 consecutive days, they excavated over 10 miles, opening at least dozens of ancient tombs. A large pile of burial goods had been collected. Although the shepherd boy had given a rough estimate of how much silver these items could fetch, his estimate seemed somewhat exaggerated, and Chu Qing wasn't entirely convinced. The excavation continued that day. Chu Qing sat cross-legged at the back, awaiting good news from the front. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Alliance leader, something's happened. Chu Qing opened his eyes. It was Renbiming. Their eyes met, and Chu Qing said softly, "Speak." "We dug up a giant zombie." "Amazing." Chu Qing's eyes widened in confusion. A giant zombie. Did such a thing really exist? While the corpse beetles were already quite a shock to Chu Qing, they were still within the realm of possibility, just a group of bloodthirsty insects living in dark environments. But giant zombies, aren't they all corpses that don't decompose and eventually grow white or red hair? Isn't this a bit too much? How can a corpse be allowed to jump up and act arrogantly again? Chu Qing stood up abruptly. "Where are Nianqin and Yinan?" Renbiming was taken aback. "They're drinking with someone in the back." "Call them over." Chu Qing ordered again. Renbiming gave a wry smile. "Those 2 ladies are hard to get. Just say it was my order. If they don't obey, throw them back to the Bodhi nunnery." After saying this, Chu Qing took a step and disappeared without a trace. Left with no other choice, Renbiming had to bite the bullet and go find Nianqin and Yinan. These 2, who claimed to be nuns from the Bodhi temple practicing, while still keeping their hair, not only couldn't they chant scriptures, but they also didn't recite any Amitabha mantras. They spent their days drinking heavily, eating large chunks of meat, and acting like brothers with a large group of burly men, bullying and oppressing others. Unfortunately, they were Chu Qing's people, and no one dared to offend them easily, not even Renbiming himself. Now, having received Chu Qing's orders, he was finally going to search for them. Meanwhile, Chu Qing had already arrived at the front of the group. Before he even arrived, he saw a flash of sword light. The sword intent was like the wind, formless, and everything in its path was contained within the sword. With just one glance, Chu Qing knew that the one who had made the move was the head of the Supreme Sword Sect, Sikong Yijian. He had once used this sword to challenge Chu Qing at Xianyan Manor, but Chu Qing had described it as utterly unremarkable. Actually, that's somewhat of an exaggeration. This sword strike was far from ordinary, it was extraordinary. It was merely insufficient to deal with Chu Qing. Now, his sword landed on a figure clad in full armor, shrouded in darkness. The sword was intangible, the chi was tangible. As the sword touched the body, a series of clanging sounds rang out. But the figure showed no fear, letting the sword chi sweep across like a whirlwind. He charged forward against the wind, showing no sign of wavering. He charged recklessly, reaching out to grab Sikong Yijian's shoulders, his head raised as if to bite. Sikong Yijian was a sword fanatic. This method of attack clearly didn't suit his aesthetic. He shifted his stance, and his sword suddenly trembled, transforming from a gentle breeze into a raging whirlwind of blades. In an instant, sparks flew from the opponent's armor, yet he couldn't budge the opponent an inch. The figure lunged forward, its hands like needles, aiming to pierce Sikong Yijian's chest and abdomen. Sikong Yijian tried to retreat further, but suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented. A realization dawned on him: he had been poisoned. When? A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, followed by a sigh of regret. With those outstretched arms, he was certain to die. Alas, he had not yet reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Just as he closed his eyes to await death, his figure suddenly retreated, flying back several feet in the blink of an eye. Someone brushed past him, and looking up, he saw Chu Qing. The next moment, Chu Qing kicked out, stomping directly on the giant zombie's head. The force of the impact created a muffled boom. The ground trembled violently, cracks spreading everywhere. Chu Qing stood with his hands behind his back, looking down. "You're the giant zombie?" The giant zombie spoke in human language. "Third young master, how have you been?" Chapter 484. This so-called giant zombie was covered in black fur, clad in silver armor, and had a dark bluish-black complexion. It was extremely robust. Its body was as hard as steel and iron. Even when pressed down by Chu Qing's kick, it remained unharmed. Its voice was deep and hoarse, not a sound produced by the mouth or tongue, but rather as if it were a form of ventriloquism, using the vibration of its chest to project sound. However, its words were quite unexpected. Even Sikong Yijian, who was only interested in his sword and nothing else, couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, our alliance leader is indeed powerful, with wide connections. He even knows someone buried underground? Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Who are you? Before the giant zombie could respond, bursts of internal energy crashed down from Chu Qing's feet. The giant rice dumpling let out a roar, its body being crushed inch by inch into the mud. It howled, the force of their clash spreading in all directions, stirring up layers of dust. Knowing that this couldn't last, the giant rice dumpling suddenly grabbed Chu Qing's ankles with both hands, raising its head and opening its mouth to bite. Chu Qing was stunned. What kind of move was this? He couldn't beat it, but it was disgusting. Instantly, he activated his inner energy, rising into the air with a thunderous roar, and a palm descended from the sky. Flying dragon in the sky. In an instant, the palm force pierced through the center, directly pressing down on the giant rice dumpling's chest and abdomen. The giant rice dumpling was no longer able to resist, and was directly pressed to the ground by Chu Qing's palm, but it was still full of energy, bearing its fangs and claws, trying to crawl out of the ground. Chu Qing didn't want to wait until it crawled out before attacking, but simply shouted, "Bring the knife." Wan Chunhua's voice rang out from afar, "They're here." Just as he was about to toss the shark-slaying blade, a whooshing sound rang out, and the blade was already drawn, heading straight for Chu Qing. Wan Chunhua was speechless. "You can handle it yourself, why are you yelling?" "What's wrong with him yelling?" The shepherd boy ran over from the opposite side, immediately retorting. If it were someone else, Wan Chunhua would probably have been able to continue the conversation, but seeing it was the shepherd boy, he had no choice but to fall silent. Chu Qing's hand suddenly felt heavy. The shark-slaying blade had barely touched his grasp before the blade was already raised. The giant zombie, already incredibly strong and almost indestructible, dared not be careless when Chu Qing's blade was in his hand. With a twist of its body, its immense force loosened the soil, and it emerged completely from the ground. "Wait a minute, I have something to say." The giant zombie retreated, trying to create distance between itself and Chu Qing. But the next moment, his gaze caught sight of a full moon. The full moon hung low, beautiful and magnificent. Even this giant zombie was momentarily stunned by the fleeting glimpse of the full moon. When he came to his senses, he discovered that both his arms had vanished. The blade was already 3 inches away, pointing at his nose, and Chu Qing coldly said, "What do you have to say? Now you can speak." This giant zombie was no ordinary opponent. Its abilities seemed to be infused with potent poison. Chu Qing couldn't afford to have a long talk with such an opponent before eliminating the threat. "Since you have something to say, then I subdue you first, and then we can talk slowly." Such formidable swordsmanship. The giant zombie's voice carried a hint of admiration. "It seems I was right about you, third young master. You truly are a dragon among men. You shouldn't be so fixated on the martial world. You should broaden your horizons and join my heavenly evil cult. Only then can you truly unleash your potential." "So it's the Tomb King." Hearing this, Chu Qing knew his guess was correct. The Tomb King played a part in trapping the Ghost Emperor in the 10 deadly caves. Since arriving here, Chu Qing had considered that the Tomb King might be using someone else's identity to find him. But even Chu Qing hadn't expected the Tomb King to reappear using the corpse of a giant zombie. Where did this thing come from? It is indeed I. The giant zombie had lost its arms, and bluish-black blood, like viscous syrup, was slowly seeping out. The smell was quite pungent, likely containing a considerable amount of corpse poison. The reason Sikong Yijian was defeated earlier wasn't because his martial arts were weak, but because he hadn't been wary of the poison on this giant zombie. Chu Qing's blade trembled slightly, and he chuckled lightly. "Instead of waiting patiently by the Ghost Emperor's side for me to kill you, Prince Tomb has instead rushed to my side. Are you worried your life is too long and are eager to die?" "Ha ha ha." The giant zombie's signature laughter rang out. "You are still as audacious as ever. I knew back in Tianji Valley that you were no ordinary person. Do you still remember the bet we made? The Ghost Emperor will die within a year?" Chu Qing smiled. "It's kind of you that your highness remembers. That's why I brought men here today, precisely because I'm worried I lose this bet. Unfortunately, you're too late." Prince Tomb said calmly, "The Ghost Emperor is dead. Third young master, you should now fulfill your promise." These words shocked everyone present. "What? The Ghost Emperor is dead? How is that possible? He was the mighty Ghost Emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. How could he be dead? The Alliance leader said he was the Tomb King? But wasn't the Tomb King killed by the Alliance leader back in Heavenly Mystery Valley? Where did this inhuman, ghostly thing come from? A flurry of discussion erupted around them, their expressions complex. The Ghost Emperor's death was naturally not good news. Under normal circumstances, it would have been enough to drive people to despair. Fortunately, although the Ghost Emperor was dead, there was still Chu Qing. At the Tianisek martial arts tournament, Chu Qing's sword strike that transcended time had already cemented his legendary status in their hearts. With such terrifying martial arts, in everyone's eyes, Chu Qing was no less than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. And among the crowd, the most astonished was Hua Jinyan. She pushed through the crowd step by step to Chu Qing's side, looking at the Tomb King who resembled a giant rice dumpling, and gritted her teeth, saying each word slowly. You said, "Who died?" The Tomb King's murky eyes glanced at Hua Jinyan. Naturally, it was the Ghost Emperor. He was poisoned by the dripping water poison, and is already dead. You are too late. Third young master, we made a pact that if the Ghost Emperor died within a year, you would join my heavenly evil cult. Now that the Ghost Emperor is dead, you should fulfill your promise. What is dripping water poison? Never heard of it. The Tomb King's words once again plunged the surrounding crowd into confusion. The Tomb King merely sneered at Chu Qing. They don't know what dripping water is, but the third young master is surely familiar with it. After all, the fact that we use Ghost God Gorge to create dripping water poison is probably already known to the third young master. So what if you know? Chu Qing's attitude remained unchanged, his hand holding the knife trembling not at all. Knowing this should make you understand that even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors couldn't survive a drop of water. The Tomb King's tone suddenly softened. The tide has turned. You are too late. Hua Jinyan looked lost, and for a moment seemed unsure how to express her emotions. She felt her strength suddenly dissipate. She stared at the giant zombie opposite her, her gaze sharpening, but Chu Qing gently patted her shoulder. Don't believe him, this old man is lying to you. Lying? Hua Jinyan was stunned. Why do you say that? It wasn't that she truly believed the Tomb King. But if this person was truly the Tomb King, how could such a person lie? But compared to this person, she trusted Chu Qing more. Chu Qing rolled her eyes at her. Are you out of your mind? If the Ghost Emperor is dead, what's he still doing here? He probably realized we were here, and his little scheme failed, so he's trying to fool us. If he's lucky, he convinced us we're really dead, then they have succeeded. This? Hua Jinyan thought about it, and felt it did make sense. Outrageous. The Tomb King roared. Third young master, are you planning to go back on your word? Nonsense, I need to see him alive or dead. I never heard of someone being killed just by talking. Chu Qing sneered. If you want me to believe the Ghost Emperor is dead, you at least have to hand over his corpse. Nonsense. The Tomb King was even angrier. The Ghost Emperor was poisoned by the dripping water. His body has long since turned into a puddle of yellow liquid. Where am I supposed to get you a corpse? That's your own problem. Anyway, without seeing the Ghost Emperor's corpse, don't even think about getting away with it. Chu Qing sneered. You dare to cause trouble in front of me with empty words? I think I'm giving you face. With that, the blade flicked, striking the Tomb King's face with a sharp crack. The Tomb King's already dark face seemed even darker, and he gritted his teeth saying, You broke your promise. I will. Before he could finish, Chu Qing's blade flashed again. This strike wasn't particularly fast. Normally, the Tomb King, with his current tomb-bound abilities, wouldn't have had much trouble dodging it. However, now that he had lost both arms, his movements were far less agile than before. His coordination and adaptability were incomparable to what they used to be. Thus, he moved a beat slower, and Chu Qing severed both his legs with a single stroke. Then Chu Qing beckoned, Nianqin and Yanan, come here. Then, Nianqin and Yanan, both reeking of alcohol, came forward, swaying and saying, Greetings, boss. Chu Qing pointed to the large zombie. Look at this. It's a tomb-bound body. Nianqin glanced at Yanan. Yanan nodded repeatedly. It is indeed a body from the tomb. A descendant of the Bodhi Hermitage? The Tomb King's expression didn't change, but his voice betrayed a hint of panic. Nianqin stepped forward, but having drunk some wine, she was a bit careless and almost tripped. Fortunately, her martial arts skills were exceptional, and she regained her balance in an instant, then stood before the Tomb King. The Tomb King's cloudy pupils contracted repeatedly. Suddenly, his chest exploded, and a spurt of bluish-black blood gushed out. Nianqin swayed, quickly stepping aside. The Tomb King sneered, You don't even think about finding me. Nianqin was startled, sniffing, It stinks. It almost got all over my face. Chu Qing frowned slightly. He actually severed his own life force? Is he worried about being found by the Bodhi Temple's methods? But this giant zombie isn't even a living thing. Was severing his life force necessary? Nianqing glanced at Chu Qing, then let out a loud hiccup. Who said that after severing his life force, I wouldn't be able to find his true form? Chu Qing was taken aback. What did you say? I mean, boss, if you want to find him, I can help you. Nianqing patted her chest and said, how about it? With a brother like me, isn't it worry-free? Aren't you happy? Chu Qing's face darkened, and he raised his hand to press Nianqing's head down. The next moment, a strong smell of alcohol emanated from her. When Chu Qing removed his hand from her head, the girl's eyes became much clearer. Sober now? Chu Qing asked. Nianqing nodded repeatedly. I'm awake. You just said you could find the Tomb King's true form? Yes. Nianqing approached the giant zombie. It wasn't so easy in the past because my 7 treasures glazed body scripture wasn't mature enough. However, as I continuously subdued bandits, conquered strongholds, and established my Greenwood Foundation, my cultivation has also advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, I don't need it alive. As she spoke, she plunged a finger directly into the skull of the large rice dumpling. Her eyes closed slightly, then opened a moment later, her brows furrowing slightly, showing less of her usual nonchalant and carefree demeanor. She muttered something under her breath, but no one could understand what she was saying. After a moment, Nianqing glanced at Chu Qing. That person, he's in this direction. Nianqing pointed. Chu Qing glanced at the others present. All right, you can continue. Yes. Everyone obeyed. Chu Qing then planned to take Nianqing and Nianen in search in that direction. If they could figure out the route, everything would be much easier. However, when she proposed this idea, Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Lu Qingyan all wanted to come along. In the end, Chu Qing only took Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, Nianqing, and Nianen. No one else did. After all, his purpose in going there was to investigate the enemy's location and background. If conditions allowed, he also planned to draw a map and familiarize himself with the terrain. Therefore, the group wasn't carried by Chu Qing using his light-footed skills, but rather moved on the ground using his own. They walked from day to night, when Wenru suddenly asked, Where's Mihu? Chu Qing was tired of hearing this, and was about to advise Wenru to ignore the unruly little mouse, and focus on their business. Then he saw Mihu carrying a string of prayer beads, seemingly obtained from nowhere, running wildly, almost leaving a blur. In a flash, it landed in Wenru's hand and, with the beads in hand, slipped into her sleeve. Wenru took the beads off, and handed them to Chu Qing. This is something we found in an ancient tomb? Chu Qing examined the beads, feeling they looked familiar. Then Wenru said, No, isn't this a monk's prayer bead? Chapter 485. Chu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Who did you say? Not a monk. Gently repeating, she twirled the prayer beads in her hand a few times. I remember back at my house, you said you memorized the scent of this monk so you could cause him trouble next time you encountered him. Later, you found Senior Yuzong, but you didn't cause him any trouble. Then, at Wanbeilu, we encountered someone who really wasn't a monk, so I memorized his scent too. So that when you want to cause him trouble in the future, I won't be unable to find him. This string of prayer beads has the scent of a non-monk. I won't be mistaken about that. Chu Qing almost laughed out loud. Her gentle, soothing voice echoed in his ears, like heavenly music. He gently rubbed Wenru's head and said, Well done. This is truly a case of finding something you've been searching for without even looking for it. Can we follow the prayer beads to find the non-monk? The scent is traceable, but whether it's the monk at the source, I'm not sure. However, besides the non-monk and the smell of rice paste, there's no other smell on the prayer beads. To be precise, rice paste isn't human either, Wu Qianhuan corrected. Wenru blinked. That's true. Wenru, lead the way, let's go. Finding the Tomb King wasn't urgent. Since the Tomb King was so eager to destroy the giant zombie's body in the tomb, he clearly hadn't considered that Nianqing and Nianen could find his true form even without using the living body. The other side wouldn't be on guard now. In this situation, why not give up a little time to deal with the non-monk? Gentle immediately led the way, following the path. They walked carefully, naturally, to avoid falling into any holes or traps. Even so, they only walked for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea before Gentle stopped. She searched the ground twice, finally pointing to a hole and saying, The smell is coming from here. It's a tomb robber's tunnel. Chu Qing glanced at it. He's seen quite a few these days, and had some understanding of them. However, he now somewhat regretted not bringing the shepherd boy along, otherwise, it would have been much easier. Chu Qing dared not easily descend into this tunnel. While me who could move freely in some places, Chu Qing and the others might not be able to. No one could say for sure what the situation was like down there. Going down rashly would be risky. They circled the tomb's entrance twice, discovering several more. In front of a larger one, Wenru smelled something that wasn't a monk, while Chu Qing noticed traces of someone entering and exiting through that spot. This ancient tomb is riddled with holes. It seems the monk entered through this spot. It's hard to say exactly where Mihu entered, but he did come out through the previous tomb's entrance. It's like a rabbit's burrow. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It digs underground and never has only one entrance. Just like this ancient tomb. Without much hesitation, Chu Qing decided that the group should all go in to investigate. Although separating Wu Qianhuan and Yin Xi and Yin to guard the entrance might prevent any problems from arising, Chu Qing didn't want to split up rashly. It wasn't that the monk harbored some secrets. After killing the fleeing scholar, he hadn't used the 4th path of Tontian Ridge to leave Nanling, but instead hid in the 10 deadly caves. There might be something mysterious going on there. Recalling what the fleeing scholar's wife had said, Chu Qing didn't intend to take the risk. Even though Wu Qianhuan's internal strength was now profound, due to the Tianming sword technique and pointing at the moon profound art, it was vastly different from what it was back in Wanbeilu. But risk still needed to be minimized as much as possible. Taking out a tinderbox from his pocket, the group walked into the tunnel. Although it was a relatively large tunnel, it was still cramped and huddled, creating a sense of oppression. Fortunately, none of them were ordinary people. They possessed the mental fortitude. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru had been with Chu Qing for so long, they were quite experienced. Nianqin and Yan'an, on the other hand, were completely oblivious. Their conversation was quite strange. Yan'an, following behind Nianqin, said with some dissatisfaction, "This place is too narrow. Who's buried in there? It must be some big bandit from the outlaw world." "How big of a bandit?" "How would I know? Probably bigger than the chief's." "Is it as big as your butt?" "What?" "Your butt is almost as big as this super narrow hole." "Yan'an, if you say that again, believe me, I fart at you." "You dare? You dare to be so arrogant in front of me. What do you want to do?" "I advise you not to be impulsive." "Then you're not allowed to fart." "Ugh, all I see is your butt. I can't even see where the boss is." "I sit on you and kill you, you believe me." "I don't believe you." Chu Qing, Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, Thinking about it carefully, this conversation doesn't seem like a big deal. But thinking about it more carefully, something just feels off. Especially since Wenru, behind Chu Qing, suddenly asked quietly, "Third brother, can you fart?" "If I couldn't fart, I'd be a dead man." "So, are you going to fart now?" "No." "Don't let them lead you astray." Chu Qing, his face dark, led the way. "Then if you're going to fart, you have to tell me first." Wenru said, "My nose is quite sensitive. If I'm not prepared, I'm worried I faint." "Am I a skunk?" Chu Qing couldn't help but retort. Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but laugh. Wenru immediately said, "Sister Wu, if I farted, I would tell you." "Don't be afraid." "Thank you." "It's nothing, we're like family, no need to be polite." This shows that Wenru's personality has indeed changed, though this change has become somewhat unrestrained. Fortunately, the tomb raiding tunnel wasn't too deep. After a short while, Chu Qing found the end, peeking inside with a tinderbox. This should be a side chamber. "I wonder how many times it's been raided. The coffin is always empty." He climbed into the tomb chamber, and Wenru, Wu Qianhuan, and the others followed. Wu Qianhuan glanced around at the surroundings. So not all tomb raiders come back empty-handed. I wonder where their loot goes. The lucky ones might sell it, the unlucky ones. They might make a fortune here, only to fall into another ancient tomb and get trapped and die inside. Chu Qing said, glancing at Wenru. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Nianqin and Yan'an cheer. The two girls excitedly high-fived. Great. Neither of us farted. Chu Qing had a strong urge to bury these two silly girls right in the tomb raider's hole. How embarrassing. Besides, as martial artists, with perfect internal energy and control over their chi and blood as easily as their own arms, is controlling a fart really that difficult? What's there to be happy about? Especially since Chu Qing noticed that Wenru seemed to be affected by the joyful atmosphere and even had the urge to cheer along. So what she originally intended to ask turned out to be, "Promise me you won't play with idiots." Huh? Wenru was puzzled, but obediently nodded, okay. Wu Qianhuan subconsciously glanced at Nianqin's, but in nodded, it was indeed quite large. And silently added in her mind, it's also very round, but not as perky as mine. But then, she couldn't help but blush. Why was she thinking about such nonsense? She coughed, composed herself, and said to Chu Qing, "Let's find the monk first. There's no need to look for him." Chu Qing's ears twitched. "I know where he is." He immediately led the way, and the group followed behind. After exiting the side chamber, they entered the tomb's main passageway, which was quite spacious. The walls bore some modeled murals and reliefs, though disjointed and incoherent. Chu Qing had no interest in studying the secrets sealed there for hundreds, or even thousands of years. He simply followed a twitch of his ear and entered a spacious burial chamber. This was likely the main burial chamber, spacious and flat. In the center was a deliberately raised platform upon which rested a coffin. The coffin was open, its lid lying to the side. A monk was sitting cross-legged on the coffin, eyes closed, seemingly meditating and practicing internal energy. Chu Qing glanced at him and smiled. "Master, we meet again." The monk also opened his eyes and slowly murmured, "Amitabha. That little mouse stole my prayer beads. I could have retrieved them, but out of consideration for heaven's benevolence, I ultimately couldn't bring myself to be so cruel and break the precept against killing." Unexpectedly, this simple act had attracted a benefactor. "It seems this humble monk and you, benefactor, are truly bound by fate." Chu Qing waved his hand. "I advise you to speak properly. Lately, just hearing a monk speak gives me a headache." The monk asked, somewhat puzzled. "Why?" "I recently visited Tianfu Temple and met a Buddha king whose manner of speaking was exactly like yours." Chu Qing slowly stepped forward, but stopped a certain distance from the coffin. "That old monk was driven mad by me, and even after going mad, he kept causing trouble, so I had no choice but to send him to see his Buddha." "So, master, who injured you? Why are you here?" The monk, his face full of compassion, replied, "My injury was not caused by anyone." "Could it be the work of the giant zombie in this ancient tomb?" Chu Qing smiled. "How did you know, benefactor?" The monk was taken aback. Chu Qing was even more astonished. "Really? To tell you the truth, I observed the celestial phenomena last night and learned that a demon was causing trouble in the 10 deadly caves. Therefore, I came here specifically to slay the demon, but I didn't expect this demon to be so powerful. Even after a lifetime of arduous cultivation, I am no match for it. I have barely managed to suppress it in this coffin, but I dare not leave it even for a moment. Otherwise, that demon will surely emerge from within, burning everything in its path and bringing great calamity to the world." The monk's face was full of compassion, his tone heavy, seemingly genuine. Chu Qing hurriedly clasped his hands together. "Amitabha. Master, what you say is so unbelievable, it's truly hard to believe." The monk sighed. "Now that things have come to this, how could I possibly deceive you, benefactor? To be honest, this demon is powerful. Without my magical artifact, it's probably impossible to completely annihilate it. Therefore, I have a request. I wonder if you, benefactor, can grant it." "Master, please speak, I will do my utmost." Chu Qing said solemnly. "I need to go and find a magical artifact, but this demon is powerful. If no one suppresses it, it will surely bring ruin to the world. Therefore, I wish to ask you, young friend, to take my place in suppressing this evil spirit, so that I may retrieve the artifact and vanquish the demon." As the monk said this, he stared intently at Chu Qing, his eyes sincere and his gaze resolute. Chu Qing smiled and said, "This is too difficult for me. How about this? Tell me the name of that magical artifact, and I go get it for you." "Benefactor, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that you can't find it." "Yes, after all, there isn't such a magical artifact. Where am I supposed to find it?" Chu Qing said helplessly. "Master, have you always deceived people like this? Treating people like 3-year-olds, is that fun? I'm curious, how many times have you succeeded?" The monk thought seriously for a moment and said, 8 or 9 times out of 10, I succeeded. Indeed, the necessity of universal education is still there. If everyone could read and write, there wouldn't be so many fools." Chu Qing sighed. "Master, please answer my question properly. Who injured you? Was it the fleeing scholar?" The monk suddenly looked up at Chu Qing, but then regained his composure in the next instant. "Why do you say that? There's no need to spell it out." "Amitabha." The monk gave a bitter smile. "This humble monk knows that our fates are somewhat lacking. The person this humble monk is waiting for is not you. But unexpectedly, this humble monk has met the person he was waiting for, but also the person who will help him pass on to the afterlife. Why do I feel that the person you are waiting for and the person who will help you pass on to the afterlife are the same group of people?" Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. "The injuries on your body do not seem to be the work of a fugitive scholar." "How do you know, benefactor?" Because his gentleman's way is in my hands, and your injuries are clearly not from that lineage of martial arts. I see. The monk slowly exhaled. Does the benefactor have the leisure to listen to a story? I already wasted quite a bit of time, so I won't mind the time it takes for a mere story. Please speak, master, Chu Qing said, sitting down as he did so. Wu Qianhuan and Winter sat on either side of Chu Qing, while Nianqing and Nianan sat behind him. With his back to Chu Qing, he was wary of the approaching path. Chapter 486. The protagonist of this story, not a monk, is a young monk, a newly accomplished martial arts practitioner, full of kindness. His master sent him down the mountain for a journey, and the young monk went. He saw many people lying by the roadside, pale, emaciated, and on the verge of death. Overwhelmed with compassion, he took out all the silver and provisions he had to help them. However, there were too many of them, and the silver and provisions the young monk carried were far from enough to meet their needs. At that moment, the young monk's pure heart was only thinking of saving lives. So he wanted to return to the mountain gate and plead with his master for some offerings to help these people through their hardship. But unexpectedly, as he turned around, the people rushed towards him. The people who had been kneeling on the ground, begging for food, now seemed to have transformed into demons, attacking him with the most vicious words, accusing him of refusing to help those in need. Even worse, some people took out knives, intending to cut flesh from his body to cook and eat. The young monk, having been guided by his master since childhood to chant scriptures and recite Buddhist prayers, knew of the Buddha's heroic act of sacrificing himself to feed an eagle. Young and pure of heart, he decided to emulate the Buddha. If he could offer his own flesh and blood to these people, allowing them to live, it would be a great act of merit. But the knives cut into his flesh, and it hurt. His once pure heart, under the intense pain, suddenly felt a pang of regret. With his martial arts skills, these people couldn't actually harm him. However, he had lost the initiative, his injuries were too severe, and those people seemed endless, clinging to him, cutting his flesh with knives, some even rushed forward, drinking his blood from his wounds. Suddenly, the young monk realized that these people might no longer be human. He hadn't sacrificed himself to save people, but rather a group of vicious ghosts. Regret, like a spark touched by a gentle breeze, instantly flared into a raging inferno. But it was too late. Just as he was about to die, a group of people suddenly arrived. The vicious ghosts scattered in an instant. The newcomers saw the young monk, covered in wounds, and took him back to be treated. Using the best medicine and the best doctors, the young monk's injuries quickly healed. During this process, he learned that his rescuers were from a local gang called the Worry-Free Gang. The young monk was filled with gratitude, believing them to be the kindest people in the world. The leader of the Worry-Free Gang was also very kind to the young monk. Most importantly, he was knowledgeable in Buddhist principles, and the two often had long talks, studying the true meaning of Buddhism, resulting in mutual understanding. The young monk came from an extraordinary background and possessed exceptional martial arts skills at a young age. As a local gang, the Weo gang was inevitably attacked by rival gangs. However, the leader didn't drag the young monk into the gang's turmoil simply because of his skill. The young monk could still sense that the Weo gang leader would occasionally come to him covered in injuries, never mentioning the cause of his wounds, but the pain on his face was undeniable. So the young monk decided to help him. The first time, he secretly followed him. When the Weo gang leader was no match for his opponent, he intervened, stopped him, taught him a lesson, and let him go. The Weo gang leader, filled with remorse, told the young monk that he shouldn't have interfered in the gang's affairs because he was a monk. The young monk, adopting the tone of a Jianghu person, scolded the Weo gang leader for not treating him as a friend. Although he was a recluse, he was still involved in worldly affairs. How could he turn a blind eye to a friend's plight? After this experience, both of them became much more honest with each other. The young monk remained by the side of the Weo gang leader, doing many things for him, resolving conflicts with opponents he couldn't handle, stopping assassins attempting to kill him in the street, neutralizing deadly poison secretly administered by an enemy, in countless ways, saving the Weo gang leader many times. Until one day, an assassin suddenly appeared, not to assassinate the Weo gang leader, but to assassinate the young monk. With his martial arts skills, the young monk wasn't bothered by this suicidal assassination attempt. He was simply furious. He couldn't understand why someone could be so heartless, so relentlessly determined to take a person's life. In the past, he would always teach the attacker a lesson and then send them away. But this time, he kept the attacker there. He felt that these people needed to be enlightened by Buddhist scriptures to realize the enormity of their mistakes. After all, the Weo gang leader was such a good person, he shouldn't be targeted like this. But the other party cursed him, calling him an accomplice to evil, wishing him a terrible death, and saying he was unworthy to be a monk. The young monk's anger gradually subsided, but doubts arose in his heart. He explained what a good person the leader of the worry-free gang was, and asked why they were so determined to kill him. The other party sneered, saying that the leader of the worry-free gang was ruthless. Even without a severe drought, he left no way for the people to survive, confiscating almost all the grain, leaving only some broken bread to sustain their already precarious lives. He also said that the leader of the worry-free gang had seized other people's property and murdered entire families. As a result, all those who came for revenge were stopped by the young monk, who pretended to let them go, then secretly slaughtered them all, hanging their corpses on the worry-free gang's flagpole as a warning to all. The stories were numerous and varied. The little monk almost laughed. He often talked late into the night with the leader of the worry-free gang and knew his compassionate heart. How could he be the kind of person the assassin described? But he still had some doubts. Because the assassin was right about one thing: without a major drought or disaster, how could a group of living people starve to death? Then he began to secretly investigate and eventually discovered that everything the assassin had said was true. Those people were driven to starvation by the worry-free gang, and he himself, having been rescued by the gang, had become an accomplice of this wicked tiger. Of those he had repelled, only a very small fraction escaped alive. The majority were captured by the leader of the worry-free gang. Those lucky enough to survive had their hands and feet cut off and were tortured day and night in the dungeon. Those less lucky had long since been dried up into mummies. The young monk once believed the worry-free gang was a sanctuary on earth, but after investigating, he discovered it was a hell disguised in a beautiful facade. That night, the young monk committed his first act of killing. The entire worry-free gang, from top to bottom, was wiped out. The gang leader, before dying, pleaded, saying that even though he had 1,000 faults, at least he had saved the young monk's life. The young monk ignored this so-called life-saving grace and still killed him. But when he walked out of the worry-free gang, engulfed in flames, his heart was filled with confusion. Some wanted to kill and eat him, others wanted to save and help him. Those who killed and ate him were forced into it, those who helped and saved him were tyrannical. But back then, it was he who died. Wasn't he innocent too? He had only wanted to do good and help them. So why were they so cruel to him? They treated a kind-hearted monk like this, yet dared not resist the worry-free gang. Wasn't it because they were afraid to resist? They bullied the weak and feared the strong, so they only dared to target him, a kind soul. The worry-free gang preyed on the villagers, fawning over him only to gain his trust and get him to do their heinous deeds. The young monk walked and pondered, feeling confused about right and wrong. Finally, he sat in meditation for 3 days and 3 nights on a desolate mountain, realizing, human nature is greedy and selfish, the world is like a prison, and people are like ghosts. Because in this matter, the perpetrators were the worry-free gang, and the victims were the common people. The people were powerless to resist the worry-free gang, and could only submit to their exploitation. The arrival of the young monk brought the people a pleasant surprise, revealing that they weren't powerless. There were others weaker than them, people who could fill their stomachs. They were the kind people they could ride on, tearing flesh and drinking blood from. So they too transformed from victims into perpetrators. And all of this, ultimately, was for their own benefit. Everything they did was for themselves, making them selfish, greedy. This selfishness and greed allowed them to transform into monstrous demons at any moment when faced with those unwilling to harm them, indiscriminately slaughtering those weaker than themselves. The little monk suddenly felt disillusioned with this so-called mortal world. He left the location of the worry-free gang and continued his wanderings. Then he arrived in another town, expecting the people there to be equally selfish and greedy. But when he arrived, he realized he was wrong. The people here weren't lacking food or clothing, they lived comfortably. There were no beggars on the streets. When the young monk went begging for alms, people would give him extra vegetables and flatbread, asking if he was full, and if not, offering more. The young monk felt his world crumble. The principles he had just grasped collapsed. Shouldn't human nature be greedy and selfish? Why were they so kind? He didn't understand. So he stayed there for a long time, observing. He watched the gang members maintain order in the town, watched the laws they enacted, and watched the people live in peace and prosperity, leaving their doors unlocked at night, and not picking up lost items. The young monk felt his clouded heart slowly being cleansed. This mortal world wasn't necessarily like an inescapable hell. Until one day, a large gang arrived, wiping out the smaller gangs in the town. And then, they plundered the town on a massive scale. The cries of the people lasted for 3 whole days. Many died before the young monk's eyes. The expressions on their faces changed from smiles to fear, and then from fear to numbness. From a time when every household left their doors unlocked at night, to a time when the slightest sound caused them to slam shut. From generously allowing the young monk to beg for alms, to hiding at the sight of him, as if guarding against a thief. The young monk realized they had changed. From good people, they had gradually transformed into greedy and selfish demons. It was at this moment that he suddenly understood. The reason the people in this town were so good was not because they were inherently good people, but because they lived in abundance. While not all wealthy people are good, the poor, those starving, those on the verge of death, seem to have no right to have a conscience. When their own lives are hanging by a thread, who can care about the life or death of others? Human nature is indeed selfish. As long as it doesn't harm their own interests, they can be kind to others within their means. But when that last piece of bread, that last steamed bun, becomes their lifeline, who will care about the person starving to death by the roadside? The young monk left the town, walking and thinking. He knew that the people in this town were originally wealthy because that gang treated them well, and they governed the entire town with great order. So, if someone could manage the world, and govern everyone, so well, so orderly, wouldn't there be no more mad ghosts in this world? From that day on, the young monk had a grand ambition. He hoped that no one would ever starve to death on the roadside again, transforming into a reckless ghost. He hoped to find a ruler capable of governing the entire world, ensuring prosperity for all. Thus, he hoped to completely transform this murky world. Chu Qing looked at the monk who was silently recounting the story and softly asked, "Have you found it?" The monk smiled. "I have." "Then why is the world still so chaotic?" "Because there are still obstacles." "So you stole Huang Fu Chengkong's son to clear those obstacles for him?" "Yes, he still faces many obstacles. He cannot reveal his identity until these obstacles are cleared. So the fleeing scholar discovered this, and therefore he must die?" He shared the same ambition as this humble monk, but was too soft-hearted, destined to be incompatible. So he truly must die. "And what about you? Your injuries weren't inflicted by the fleeing scholar, but rather by others after you killed him. Was it done by someone sent by the so-called ruler of the world?" The monk remained silent. "So ruthless. Are you sure this person can truly become the one you believe can change the world?" Chu Qing asked again. The monk clasped his hands together and said, "Amitabha. You are still too young, benefactor. This humble monk has witnessed all the ugliness of this world. What I have done, even if it is the most serious, is not even a fraction of what they have done. To transform this turbid world into a clear stream. If I don't go to hell, who will?" "Very well. Indeed, a grand ambition, a great vow." Chu Qing slowly stood up. "But why must your grand vow drag others into hell? And what right do you have to sacrifice someone who shares your ambition, but acts differently? Though unwilling." "I have no choice." The monk's face still held that same compassionate look. He seemed genuinely unwilling to kill the fleeing scholar, yet forced to do so. Chu Qing lowered her head slightly. "I don't know your true predicament, I only know. A person who lacks even the most basic principles can never become a savior. Even an assassin like me knows not to indiscriminately kill the innocent, and you're pretending to be compassionate in front of me. Monk, you should pass away." Chapter 487. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Chu Qing's eyes, but he didn't act immediately. Instead, he said to Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, "You two go out first." Nianqin and Nianan immediately stood up and started to leave, Nianan saying as she went, "This time I go first." "What are you trying to do up front? Let me tell you, if you dare utter a sound, I kill you." "Slow down, let me go first." Nianan remained silent, only quickening her pace, clearly harboring something. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru gave Chu Qing a deep look before turning away. But before they could leave, the monk chuckled, "So it was already seen through by you all. In that case, please come with me to the deepest hell." With that, he slowly stood up. As soon as he moved, a mechanical sound arose, revealing a deadly trap hidden beneath the coffin. Chu Qing felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. From the moment he arrived at the tomb, Chu Qing noticed something was off about the old monk. He was clearly injured, yet he insisted on posing on the coffin. Wasn't that inexplicable? The tomb raiding novels he read weren't entirely without merit. Chu Qing sensed something was amiss near the coffin, which was why he stopped a little distance away. He then chatted with the monk, partly to gather information about his backer, and confirm whether the old man had truly killed the fleeing scholar. He was also considering how to kill the monk without triggering any traps. But this matter was essentially at a stalemate. Whether they pulled the non-monk down or killed him outright, both methods could trigger the traps. Chu Qing pondered that the best approach was to use a clever technique to avoid moving the body while killing him, leaving it lying on the coffin. Perhaps the weight of the body would temporarily prevent the traps from triggering. Even if it only delayed them for a short while, it would be enough for Chu Qing and the others to escape. He had already informed Wu Qianhuan and Wenru of this through the heavenly sound transmission method. Although the two were worried about Chu Qing, they knew they couldn't help much by staying. Moreover, Chu Qing's martial arts were unparalleled. Even if the ancient tomb's traps were to activate, they might not be able to trap him. So they obediently turned away, only to find that the non-monk wasn't an idiot after all. Before Chu Qing could get everyone out, the traps had already been discovered. Under these circumstances, Chu Qing, though somewhat helpless, had no choice but to make a decision. He didn't know what the suppress mechanism was, but whatever it was, he couldn't let the monk die on the tomb's traps. Otherwise, wouldn't his mission be wasted? Therefore, the instant he stood up, Chu Qing pointed a finger. One finger divine skill. A flash of light, and the monk's foot, about to step out, couldn't move, his head drooped, and he died on the spot. Commission completed. Reward. Random martial arts treasure chest. The long-awaited notification appeared before Chu Qing. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It had been so long since he'd seen a system notification, making him feel like he didn't have a system at all. There was no movement around the tomb. Chu Qing didn't dare delay, and immediately shouted, "Go quickly." The instant his words fell, a cracking sound came from beneath his feet, followed by a violent feeling of weightlessness. All the stones beneath his feet had collapsed. It happened so fast, Chu Qing had no time to react. With a flick of his sleeve, he gently pushed Wu Qianhuan out of the trap's range. Nian Xian and Yan turned around and quickly caught Wu Qianhuan, then asked blankly, "Where's our leader?" "The leader is gone." "Are we the new leaders?" Wu Qianhuan turned back and was about to leap into the pit, but before she could succeed, Nian pulled her back. The ground was still cracking, and the two of them dragged Wu Qianhuan away. Meanwhile, Chu Qing, who had fallen into the pit, regained his footing, hovering in midair. With a single step, he was beside Wenru. He reached out and pulled her back, about to leap back, when a massive section of the tomb ceiling, along with a huge boulder, crashed down. "What's going on?" Chu Qing's face darkened. There was no time to dodge, so he raised his free hand to catch the massive piece of debris. With a circulate of his inner energy, a loud bang was heard, and the massive structure crumbled to dust. But this delay caused him to sink 5 or 6 zhang, approximately 10 to 15 meters. Ahead, fragments continued to fall, coffins, floorboards, ceiling pieces, a chaotic mess, accompanied by raging flames. Chu Qing pondered that these flames probably didn't originate from the ancient tomb, where the monk had been earlier. The ancient tomb had been hollowed out. Moreover, the mechanisms within this tomb couldn't possibly have reached this depth. They had sunk 5 or 6 zhang, approximately 10 to 12 meters, into the abyss, yet the bottom remained unseen. It was likely due to the tomb within a tomb, layered structure of the 10 deadly caves. The triggering of a mechanism in one tomb caused the mechanisms in the others to activate as well, creating the current situation. Immediately, a thought flashed through his mind, and a golden light enveloped him and Wenru. At the same time, she connected with Wu Qianhuan's mind using the heavenly sound transmission technique. "Qianhuan. Chu Qing, are you alright?" "Don't panic, I'm fine." "How are you?" "I'm alright." Only the main tomb chamber collapsed, revealing a large pit. "I'm right next to it. If you hadn't spoken to me, I would have jumped down to find you." "That's good. There's too much clutter above. I go down and take a look first. You guys wait for me up here." "Okay." After saying this in her mind, Wu Qianhuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the chaos just now, her first reaction was to jump down with Chu Qing, but Nianqin and Yan pulled her away. At that moment, she was anxious and disoriented, forgetting to use her martial arts skills despite having them. Regaining her senses, she immediately broke free from Nianqin and Yan and rushed here. Just as she was about to jump down, she heard Chu Qing's telepathic transmission. Her previously turbulent heart instantly calmed down. Nianqin and Yan caught up with Wu Qianhuan, but looked at each other in bewilderment. Why had he suddenly become so quiet after just moments before threatening suicide? They exchanged a glance, both puzzled. Wu Qianhuan glanced at them. "It's alright, he's alright. He talked to me." "Oh!" The two sisters nodded quickly, suddenly realizing that he had gone mad from the shock. They didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Happy because Chu Qing was dead, and they had successfully become the leaders. Sadness was more complicated. After all, they had spent a considerable amount of time together, and his sudden death was hard not to feel sad. Besides, without Chu Qing, how could they unify the bandit world? Would Beitang Zun still be as obedient to them as he was now? And now their leader's wife had gone mad. What were they going to do? Leaving aside Wu Qianhuan waiting there, and Yanqing and Yan'an, each with their own worries. Chu Qing continued downstream, suddenly hearing the rushing water, and the roar of a huge object falling into the water. He looked down and saw an underground river. The underground river surged, and everything that had fallen from above was swept into it. Banks lined both sides, providing footholds. Chu Qing used his 1,000-pound drop technique to gently land on the bank with Wenru. Looking up again, they saw a huge coffin fall, creating a considerable splash, and corpses, not monks, rolled into the river, drifting with the current. Is this an underground waterway? Wenru nestled in Chu Qing's arms, peeking out cautiously. Chu Qing nodded, but I don't know where it flows. Should we follow the river's course and look around? Wenru suddenly suggested. Chu Qing instinctively shook his head. Qianhuan is still waiting up there. Didn't you already use the heavenly sound transmission technique to tell Sister Wu we're alright? How did you know? Chu Qing asked, somewhat surprised. I guessed. You definitely wouldn't let her worry. Wenru's smile was gentle. Chu Qing was momentarily stunned. Coming to her senses, she coughed, shouldn't you get down from my arms? How long are you planning to stay here? Since Sister Wu isn't here, let me stay a little longer. Wenru suddenly wrapped her arms around Chu Qing's neck. This place is dangerous. Being close to you makes me feel more secure. You little rascal, do you have ulterior motives towards me? Chu Qing's eyes widened. Looks like you didn't practice the unchanging heavenly book for nothing. Wenru muttered softly, it's too easy for me to have ulterior motives towards you. You're so amazing, what girl wouldn't like you? But it's not because of the unchanging heavenly book. Why is that? Chu Qing hadn't expected Wenru to be so candid. Wenru looked up at him and said softly, back in Wanbeilu, when you woke me up, you entered my spiritual world. We spent so many years together at Tai Sect, we talked about everything, whether I suffered injustices or achieved anything, happy, angry, joyful, or sad, I told you everything. I'm telling you, it was all true. Although I hadn't cultivated the unchanging heavenly book yet, and couldn't express my feelings, you had already taken root in my heart. Had this girl taken some kind of audacity pill? She just blurted it out so sweetly? Chu Qing was momentarily incredulous. You, like me? I love you. I love you the most in the world. Wenru hugged Chu Qing tightly again. So, third brother. I can't live without you for the rest of my life. I know you and Sister Wu have a good relationship, but thankfully Sister Wu doesn't seem to mind sharing you with me. She subtly hinted at it to me several times. So, third brother, I don't mind being a concubine. Do you want me? You? Let me think about it. Chu Qing grinned, unsure how to answer. Wenru ignored him, cupping Chu Qing's face in her hands. Don't be timid, don't hesitate. If you like me, you want me. If you don't like me, then reject me. Don't stall for time, don't beat around the bush. Love between men and women is simply a matter of mutual consent. There aren't so many complicated twists and turns. The current situation is, Sister Wu is willing, I'm willing, are you willing? These words came from Wenru. Where did this Wendaong come from? Chu Qing pulled his face away from Wenru's palm, then pinched her chin, tilting his head to examine her closely. It's pitch black. You can't see very clearly, don't look. Wenru protested, waving her small hands, trying to break free from Chu Qing's clutches. Chu Qing laughed and said, I'm starting to suspect that you've been affected by the Buddha King's change of Bodh Sutra. Personality change, how come it's so drastic? Repressing things for too long inevitably leads to a bit of perversion. Wenru smiled, so third brother. If you don't answer directly, then I reasonably suspect that you have the desire, but not the courage. Just thinking about it, but not daring to act. Chu Qing was momentarily speechless, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He slowly exhaled, we've known each other for so long, and your father has always wanted me to marry you. It's impossible for me to have no interest whatsoever. Qianhuan also mentioned this to me. But I always wondered what you would think. Now that I know your thoughts, I have nothing more to say. Come on, ask me again. Ask what? Wenru looked at Chu Qing, her eyes darting around, her smile growing even more tender. Third brother, do you want me? Yes. Chu Qing lowered his head and touched her forehead. Only a fool wouldn't. That's right. Thank goodness you're not a fool. Wenru pouted. Chu Qing then put her down. Let's go. Let's see what's going on down there. I heard some strange sounds. What sounds? Wenru asked. I didn't hear any. Your skill isn't high enough. Chu Qing took her hand and walked along the bank of the underground river, heading deeper into the river. A moment later, Winru also heard a whooshing sound. It sounds like a wind gap. Yeah. Chu Qing nodded, and the two walked a little further before their eyes suddenly opened up. As far as the eye could see, there was a triangular area. The terrain bulged at this bend, making this place stand out from its surroundings. A huge bronze door appeared before Chu Qing and Winru. A heavy, ancient feeling washed over them. Chu Qing's eyes widened for a moment. This. A bronze door. Third brother, you know this place? Winru asked, somewhat surprised. Chu Qing shook his head. I certainly don't know, but I can always tell from the material. He led Winru to the enormous bronze door. Winru reached out to touch it, but Chu Qing stopped her. Be careful, it might be a trap. Yes. Winru nodded repeatedly, then explained in amazement. Third brother, who do you think could get such a huge door here? How much bronze must it have taken? Who knows? Chu Qing said softly. Rower, step aside for a moment. Let me see if I can open this bronze door. Chapter 488. Winru was very obedient. When Chu Qing told her to move aside, she naturally didn't object, but she didn't forget to remind him, be careful. After she was in a relatively safe position, Chu Qing slowly exhaled, gathered his energy in his palms, and then slowly pushed them out. He didn't know if there was anything hidden behind the door, so he was very careful, using a gentle force. He was attacking from a distance because he was worried there might be something on the door. Things on the ground were always strange, and it was best to avoid getting involved if possible. Whoosh! A huge force landed on the bronze door, instantly creating a loud boom. Fortunately, this boom didn't contain any strange sonic techniques, and there was only one sound. However, the door wasn't as easy to open as Chu Qing had thought. He flipped his palm, increasing his force, continuously unleashing his inner energy. And as his inner energy increased, not only did the bronze door not open, but the place they were in began to shake. Cracks had appeared in the stone wall above them. If they applied any more force, they might be buried alive before the bronze door opened. Interesting. Chu Qing frowned slightly, but slowly withdrew his hand. This door can't be opened. Perhaps the door is in the wrong position, or perhaps the method is wrong. If we force it open, the surrounding environment will probably collapse. Is there no other way? Winru was still very curious about the door, coming up behind Chu Qing and peeking at it. Chu Qing smiled and flicked her nose. There is a way, but we don't have time to waste here now. Let's leave first. We come back and investigate after we dealt with the Heavenly Evil Sect. Okay. Winru nodded gently. The Heavenly Evil Sect is the important matter. This door is so big, they couldn't have just moved it. Having made their decision, the two didn't linger. Instead, they continued searching along the underground river for a while, but soon the path ended. Only the river water disappeared into the darkness. Seeing they hadn't found anything, the two returned to where they had landed. Chu Qing had one arm around Winru, who boldly draped herself around his neck, looking on with obvious enjoyment as Chu Qing carried her up. Chu Qing was somewhat exasperated. The Winru of the past would never have shown such an expression. He swiftly ascended, his movements like an arrow released from a bow. Third brother, slow down, there's no rush, Winru whispered in Chu Qing's ear. Chu Qing's ears burned a little. He pinched Winru's nose playfully, and before Winru could cause another mischief, his eyes lit up. They had managed to pull her out of that deep pit. Wu Qianhuan was indeed right next to the pit. Seeing the two emerge, she quickly stood up. Are you alright? Nianqin and Nianen's eyes widened. You're actually still alive. So you didn't go crazy. We're fine. Chu Qing put Winru down. This time, Winru was much more honest, saying softly, we found something down there. It seems quite interesting. Third brother said, we should come back to check after we dealt with the Heavenly Evil Cult. Oh! What did you find? Wu Qianhuan asked. A bronze door. We don't know what era it's from, but we couldn't open it. Chu Qing explained to him. Forcibly activating it might cause accidents, so let's ignore it for now, and come back later. Let's go, let's leave here first. The exit went smoothly, except for a brief argument between Nianqin and Nianen about who should go first. However, after their commotion, Chu Qing, who was leading the way, felt a chill down his spine. Luckily, it was Wu Qianhuan behind him. If it were anyone else, he would never have dared to lead the way. After emerging, Winru looked around. Mihu has disappeared again. Should we look for it? Chu Qing smiled. This little thing did a great job today. It deserves a reward. No need to look. It come back on its own when it's had enough. Winru shook her head. Let's get down to business first. Okay. Nianqin and Nianen continued leading the way, searching in the originally planned direction. After walking about 20 or 30 miles, they stopped. If I'm not mistaken, it should be up ahead. Nianqing pointed. Ahead was a small hill, barren of vegetation, its surface only showing blackish-yellow soil, nothing else unusual. But if Nianqing's 7 treasures glazed body sutra was correct, there must be something else here. Chu Qing touched his chin, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. He listened intently, then opened his eyes after a while. Found him. Found him? Where? Wu Qianhuan asked. Found him, but we need to check the details further. You wait here. I will maintain contact with you using the heavenly sound transmission technique. Tell me immediately if anything unusual happens, and I will return right away. Remember. Chu Qing earnestly instructed Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. The 2 girls nodded repeatedly. Wu Qianhuan smiled and said, Don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble. Chu Qing nodded, instructing Wu Qianhuan to restrain Nianqing and Yinan, then he turned and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he brought with him a gust of wind. The wind stirred up dust, and stirred up a clod of earth. The person hidden beneath the earth paled. A demonic wind? He leaped out of the cave. He looked around but found nothing unusual. He frowned slightly. Why is there a demonic wind out of the blue? Could it be that a top-tier expert is using their lightness skill to disturb my senses? This matter must be reported to the prince. Muttering to himself, the man returned to the cave entrance and covered it up again. He continued along the clearly man-made tunnel, and soon arrived at a fork in the road. There were guards here as well. The 2 guards were startled to see him. It seems it's not time for shift change yet. Why are you here? A strange wind blew away the covering earlier. You've been standing here the whole time. Did you notice anything amiss? No. The 2 shook their heads simultaneously. No. That strange wind came strangely, but if it were truly a master, they would surely have tried to sneak in. Since they didn't, perhaps I'm just being paranoid. The man muttered to himself. The 2 guards, however, said that 3rd young master has already arrived at the 10 deadly caves. This man's martial arts are unparalleled, extraordinary. He is a great enemy of our heavenly evil sect. I heard that the Tomb King went to provoke him today, and had another tomb-bound body killed. The strange winds are blowing now. It might be related to this person. We mustn't be careless. We should go and report to the prince. That's right. The man nodded. In that case, I better go. He clasped his hands in greeting to the 2 guards before continuing onward. He hadn't gone far when he was stopped by another guard from the heavenly evil sect. Their conversation was almost identical to before, except that this second guard, after hearing the man's words, said, You're right. This is a serious matter, and cannot be taken lightly. I accompany you to see the prince. Very well. The man nodded and led the guard along. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, passed many sentry posts. The terrain sloped downwards, and after rounding a bend, they heard a clamor of voices. Looking down, they found themselves in a vast space, filled with countless disciples of the heavenly evil cult, some practicing martial arts, some strolling around, and some chatting. We've been here for months. Who knows when this will end? I heard that the Ghost Emperor is trapped inside. If we could help the princes kill one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors without the cult leader intervening, what an incredible achievement that would be. The achievement would indeed be great, but my 3-ene blood coagulating palm requires me to drink human blood every 7 days. For this mission, I brought a few people in to serve as blood fodder, but we're almost out. If we can't get out in another half-month, I fear I be devoured by the backlash of the palm strike, my blood and chi freezing, and I die. Then I go ask the prince for leave, and go out to search. I went out a couple of days ago, found 2 virgins, tortured them all night, and finally killed them, which helped me advance my skills to another level. They can even ask for leave? Then I go ask the prince for permission later. The disciple of the heavenly evil sect chatted casually, while the man, with the guard, continued deeper into the area. The path ahead widened, finally stopping before a large gate. The man clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, requesting an audience with the chess prince. A small, ghostly figure descended from midair, landing directly on the man's shoulder, stepping on his shoulder, glancing at him, then sniffing the guard behind him. Only then did he leap down and somewhat laboriously push the door open a crack. The gap was narrow, but the person's figure seemed capable of being molded and stretched at will. With a swift movement, they slipped through like a sheet of paper. The person sighed. No matter how many times I see it, I always feel that the chess players under the chess king are incredibly skilled. It's just a pity that once you become a chess player, your life and death are no longer in your own hands. The guard nodded, indeed. Speaking of which, you seem unfamiliar. Which prince's personal guard are you? The person looked at the guard, a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Just as the guard was about to answer, the door creaked open. A voice came from within, "Come in." The person and the guard immediately entered. The interior was spacious, but a strong stench of blood filled the air. Directly opposite them stood a pool of blood, churning, yet empty inside. On the other side sat an old man sitting cross-legged. The old man didn't even open his eyes, simply saying, "Speak." The man dared not delay, and quickly reported what he had encountered. The guard, however, glanced at the old man, then at the blood pool, and after looking around, his ears twitched. Then he lowered his eyes, and stopped looking. The man recounted his experience, and the old man nodded slightly. "You did well, you deserve a reward." Then a fat man, with the character Seong etched on his forehead, stepped forward, dragging a woman in his hand. The woman had an ordinary appearance, but her face was filled with fear. The old man said, "You cultivate the Wushan Great Law. This woman was originally taken by Prince Mei. She is a virgin of Xianyin, which will benefit your cultivation. Take her away." "Thank you, your highness." The man was overjoyed. After taking the woman, he hoisted her onto his shoulder, and turned to leave. The guard followed closely behind. The old man glanced at the guard, frowning slightly, but didn't seem too concerned. He simply ordered increased vigilance, and instructed them to report any problems immediately. Then he summoned another man. "Go find the tomb prince and ask him if the people from the Bodhi temple he encountered can use his body in the tomb to trace their origins and lead them here." "Yes," the man replied, heading towards the cave. Meanwhile, another man laughed. "What if you fail at this crucial moment? Wouldn't that be interesting?" "Your highness, don't talk nonsense, and don't act recklessly." The chess king spoke in a deep voice. Suddenly, a gust of wind pierced the air. His expression changed, and he abruptly looked up. "You!" Before he could finish the word, his head was already between a man's 5 fingers. "Tell me, if I use this force and crush your head, will the sect leader blame me?" "Madman! You dare!" The chess king was furious, but his tone was slightly hesitant. "Ha ha ha." The evil king withdrew his hand. "Just kidding. Your reaction is quite amusing." Turning around, he suddenly looked up. "I'm going out to see what's going on. What if a real expert has arrived? I've been looking forward to seeing that third young master for a long time. The shelves in the collection room are already set up, just waiting for his head and skin to decorate my collection." With that, he strode out. The chess king finally breathed a sigh of relief. This man is insane. Even more so than the cult leader. Meanwhile, the man carrying the reward bestowed by the chess king, along with his guard, retraced their steps. But just as they were nearing the exit, the man suddenly looked at the guard with some suspicion. "Why are you still following me?" The guard glanced at the girl on his shoulder, and the man's expression changed. "You haven't taken a fancy to her, have you? Let me tell you, this was a gift from the prince. If you want her, you have to wait until I had my fill." After hearing this, the guard suddenly grinned. "I haven't taken a fancy to her, I've taken a fancy to you." "Huh? You?" The man was stunned, then saw the guard reach out, grab his head, and casually twist it, causing him to involuntarily spin halfway around. He quickly snatched the woman from his shoulder, his other hand gripping his spine. "Let's go." "You, who exactly are you?" The man's expression changed drastically. "Didn't you say so? I'm the Supreme Master who created the demonic wind." Chu Qing smiled. "Let's go see us out." Chapter 489. The caution of the heavenly evil cult members was even more absurd than Chu Qing had imagined. He had heard the breathing of the person beneath the soil earlier, and when he lifted the soil, a gust of wind arose, indicating an attempt to infiltrate the area. But the other party had immediately connected this to the arrival of a powerful expert, rather than a sudden gust of wind. This surprised Chu Qing. The 2 guards he encountered at the first fork in the road hadn't failed to see Chu Qing. They simply forgot. Chu Qing had erased their memories of seeing him. Later, when the man came here and questioned the 2 guards, he received a response that went unnoticed. Chu Qing was nearby at that time, listening to their conversation. Knowing that the man was going to report to the prince, he devised a plan. He found a lone heavenly evil cult disciple, knocked him unconscious, changed his clothes, and erased his memories of seeing him. Then, posing as a guard of the heavenly evil cult, he stopped the man and demanded to accompany him to meet the prince. The journey was remarkably smooth. No one noticed his true identity. This also allowed Chu Qing to clearly observe his surroundings. Finally, he met the chess prince and uncovered their background, but his investigation essentially ended there. Although he could still create some chaos and advance further, he clearly heard that behind the chess prince, further in, were two supreme experts. One was likely the Tomb Prince, and the other might be the Ghost Emperor. Besides, on the other side of the Chess Prince's location, there was another supreme expert. Therefore, although Chu Qing could try to explore further, this exploration would inevitably reveal his identity, letting the Tomb King know that their hiding place had been exposed. This person's body within the tomb was quite troublesome. Chu Qing wasn't too worried about the trouble itself. After all, no matter how many bodies he had, they would eventually be killed. Chu Qing was mainly worried about whether the Ghost Emperor would encounter any problems during this process. Without knowing the Ghost Emperor's condition, rashly revealing himself, especially when outnumbered and outmatched, would easily put him in a passive position, even with unparalleled martial arts skills. So, after Chu Qing had roughly understood the situation, he went out with the person who had just received the reward. Throughout the process, although not everyone noticed, Chu Qing dealt with all those who did. However, as they walked this far, the person carrying the girl finally became suspicious. There's not much to say. Chu Qing took over the burden of carrying the girl, then gripped the man's back. With his inner energy flowing in, the man's Wushang Great Law was no match for Chu Qing's Jade Illumination Divine strategy, and he was easily subdued. Go. If you behave, I spare your life for now. Otherwise, I kill you now, disguise myself as you, and walk out without a care in the world, Chu Qing said calmly. The man's face was grim, but he couldn't resist, and could only be pushed forward by Chu Qing. Soon they reached the bend in the road, and saw two loyal guards. The two guards were somewhat surprised to see Chu Qing and his companions. There was one when you left, but there are three coming back? What a strange thing. Chu Qing chuckled, casually patting the girl's waist on his shoulder. A gift from the prince? Are you envious? Brother, you invited me to share, and I couldn't refuse. Such a good thing? Truly a strange thing. The two guards immediately grinned slyly. When we change shifts later, how about we get a taste? Why not? Right. Chu Qing glanced at the person in his hand. The person sneered. Humph. He's not happy about it. The two guards chuckled. After exchanging a few casual words with them, Chu Qing led the two men past them and into the passageway. The person being held gritted his teeth and said, "They become suspicious, you can't escape." They won't, and besides, if I want to leave, no one in the world can stop me. Once they were close enough, Chu Qing suddenly released the person. The man froze, turning around abruptly. When he came to his senses, Chu Qing and the girl were gone. He frowned, feeling something was amiss, as if he had forgotten something very important. But the more he tried to recall, the faster the memory faded, like a snail that had been touched, retreating completely into its shell, impossible to remember no matter how hard he tried. Finally, he shook his head. Never mind, things I can't remember can't be too important. He returned to his post, straightening his slightly shifted concealing items. Meanwhile, Chu Qing had already returned to Wu Qinhuan and the other three. A few people glanced at the girl on his shoulder and were slightly taken aback. What's this? She was captured by the Heavenly Evil Sect and offered as a reward, so I rescued her on the spur of the moment. Chu Qing placed the girl on the ground. Although the girl was confused, she still couldn't help but cry. Just as tears were about to fall, Chu Qing quickly interrupted her. Don't cry. We're still in danger. Be careful not to be noticed. The girl was frightened and quickly held back her tears. Chu Qing glanced back at the small hill, then his figure flashed. Let's go. He suddenly rose, like a golden light piercing the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shortly after they left, a figure suddenly landed where they had just been. He sniffed. It smells like a good person. Looking around, he found no trace. No, someone must have lingered here. I can still smell the lingering fragrance of a woman. They must have erased the traces of their presence before they left. It seems the Tomb King's hiding place has been exposed. Should I tell them? Forget it, I'm no saint. Sooner or later I slaughter them all, and then kill the high and mighty leader. Then I become the leader. He clearly controls such a vast force as the Heavenly Evil Cult, yet he only thinks about conquering the world. How boring. Or maybe I should just kill everyone in this world. I really want to know, what would it feel like if I were the only one left in this world? He muttered to himself, his expression slightly deranged. A cough broke the silence, interrupting his mutterings. A sudden smirk appeared on his lips, a slightly manic glint in his eyes. You come again? Cough, cough. The coughing resumed, and an elderly man in gray robes, his frame slightly hunched, stood a short distance away, speaking silently. I always manage to find you. Are you really not going to die? The evil prince looked up at the gray-robed elder. I remember, in the Battle of Lingbei, I severed your limbs, pierced your chest with a spear, and pinned you to a boulder. Logically speaking, even if you bled, you should have died. How did your limbs grow back? How did the blood that disappeared return to your body? How could you be unharmed? The gray-robed elder spoke softly, not exactly unharmed. Oh! The evil prince scrutinized him with slight suspicion. The gray-robed old man murmured, ever since then, I've been coughing. It's probably because your iron spear pierced my lung, leaving a minor internal injury. Absolutely absurd. The evil prince sneered, if you were a normal person, how could such an injury only leave a minor internal injury? Are you saying I'm not a normal person? The gray-robed old man raised his eyes and chuckled, then what are you? Interesting. Suddenly, raging flames rose around the evil prince, the dark flames exuding an ominous aura. This time, I will cut off your head and plant it in your stomach. We have fought 71 times, and I have lost 71 times. The gray-robed elder murmured, it's time for me to win this time. He slightly spread his fingers, and pure white sparks danced gently, not as imposing as his opponents, but full of unyielding spirit. The next moment, both figures vanished simultaneously. Immediately following was a deafening roar that echoed in all directions. Chu Qing, who was almost back at the camp, suddenly turned around and looked back. Who's fighting? Is someone fighting? Wu Qianhuan listened intently, but still couldn't hear a sound. Chu Qing nodded. Both of them are highly skilled. Their direction is towards the heavenly evil sect's location. Why now of all times? Are we going back? She asked gently. Chu Qing shook his head. There's no need. Nianqin and Yinan, however, became somewhat aggressive. Go back, go back. Yes, go back. It seems to be the good people's sutra and the evil people's record. My 7 treasures glazed body sutra has already sensed it. Wu Qianhuan looked at Nianqin and Yinan with some surprise. Their internal strength was actually far inferior to Wu Qianhuan's. However, Wu Qianhuan hadn't yet noticed the anomaly in the distance. How did these two girls discover it? Was it because their 7 treasures glazed body sutra was related to evil arts? Good people's sutra. Evil people's record? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. What are those? 2 martial arts. Evil arts. Yes, especially evil. The evil people's record is one thing, but the good people's sutra doesn't sound like an evil art. Chu Qing was somewhat curious, not about the identities of the 2 people she was fighting, because as soon as Nianqin and Yinan spoke, Chu Qing thought of some information she had obtained earlier at one Bailu. Among the 12 holy kings, 2 are rather special. One is the evil king, and the other is the benevolent king. During the battle at Immortal Cloud Mountain, the evil king was lured away by the benevolent king, and the 2 seem to have engaged in a fierce battle, but the details of that battle are unknown. Considering what Nianqin and Yinan just mentioned about martial arts, the identities of the 2 fighting now are self-evident. However, if that old man is indeed the benevolent king, his practice of the scripture of the benevolent seems to genuinely involve doing good deeds. Why would such martial arts be considered an evil art? Nianqin scratched her head. I don't know either, it's just an evil art. Yes, doing good deeds is also an evil art. Chu Qing shook her head. Let's ignore it for now. Let them fight if they want. We don't have much time left. We need to go back and prepare quickly, gather our forces, and set off early tomorrow morning to catch them off guard. Just as he finished speaking, the group returned to the camp. Upon landing, they found Lu Xiaoyan, Tian Fengzi, Ouyang Tianqiu, Beitang Zun, and others gathered there, clearly waiting. Seeing Chu Qing and the others return, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xiaoyan opened his mouth to say something, but Chu Qing waved his hand to interrupt him. We found the Tomb King and the others. Leave some men to continue moving the graves. Gather the rest. We depart early tomorrow morning. Found them. Hua Jinyan suddenly stood up. Did you see him? No. Chu Qing said, the security is too tight. I could go in and take a look, but I'm afraid I missed the opportunity afterward. The heavenly evil sect has quite a few people. To prevent any accidents, it's best to take all of you with us. All right. Lu Xiaoyan immediately said, Alliance leader, please wait a moment, we gather the men right away. Everyone immediately went out. Chu Qing sat down on the Alliance leader's throne, his brows slightly furrowed. The throne looked magnificent, but it wasn't very comfortable to sit on. He reached for the tea beside him, took a sip, and said to Ren Biming beside him, go and call Mu Tonger. Yes. Ren Biming agreed and quickly went to find her. A moment later, he and Mu Tonger arrived inside the tent. The shepherd boy yawned repeatedly, his face showing displeasure upon seeing Chu Qing. What are you doing? I've been busy all day, just getting some sleep, And you're disturbing my peaceful slumber, how dare you? We found the heavenly evil cult members. You take those Tomb Raiders, and continue working here, creating the illusion that the grave relocation is still underway. I take the rest of the others, and set off first thing tomorrow morning. Chu Qing didn't waste any words. The shepherd boy paused for a moment, then scratched his head and said, "Oh, I see. They actually found them. These two are quite impressive." Although Nianqin and Nianan were still preoccupied with the scripture of good people, and the record of evil people, they knew someone was praising them. They immediately put their hands on their hips with pride and snorted, indicating that they were indeed that capable. The shepherd boy then said, "Is that all? If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep." Chu Qing was about to wave her away, when he suddenly remembered the bronze door he had seen earlier and immediately said, "By the way, on our way there, we accidentally fell into a trap in an ancient tomb. I fell into an underground river and followed it, finding a bronze door." "You're very knowledgeable. Have you heard of this before? A bronze door?" The wearied look on the shepherd girl's face suddenly vanished. "You discovered the tomb of the first martial emperor." Chapter 490. The tomb of the first martial emperor? Chu Qing gently tapped the armrest of the Alliance leader's throne. "So that's the tomb of the first martial emperor. But how can you be so sure based solely on a bronze door? The record of rare treasure states that the emperor collected bronze extensively to cast the tomb door, burying all the rarest treasures in the world with him." The shepherd boy's voice was filled with excitement. "How big was the bronze door you saw?" "It must have been at least 10 zhang high, and about 3 zhang wide." Chu Qing recalled the height of the bronze door, and estimated it to be roughly the same. The shepherd boy suddenly burst into laughter. "That's right. Since the first martial emperor was buried in the 10 deadly caves, many decoy tombs, large and small, have been found. Because of the phrase in the record of rare treasures, the emperor collected bronze extensively to cast the tomb door. The tomb doors of decoy tombs are often also made of bronze. Therefore, it's difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. But there has never been a bronze door that could reach 10 zhang in height. This is definitely the true tomb of the first martial emperor. This great tomb has been silent for 1,000 years, and you finally discovered it. I say, you wouldn't happen to be some kind of chosen one, would you?" "A chosen one?" Chu Qing chuckled, somewhat dismissive of the idea. "What's wrong? You rose from humble beginnings, climbing the ladder of power, and now you're the leader of the Southern Region's Martial Arts Alliance. You control 1/5 of the world. Your rise is unstoppable. Haven't you ever thought about ending these 300 years of chaos, and bringing peace and tranquility to the world?" The shepherd boy's expression became unusually serious. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, upon hearing this, instinctively looked at Chu Qing, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Chu Qing slowly exhaled. "It's too early to talk about that now. It seems you have this idea after all." Mu Tonger smiled. "I changed my mind. I go with you first thing tomorrow morning. I can't wait a moment longer for the first martial emperor's tomb. As for things here, you have many reliable tomb raiders under your command. Let them handle the situation." Chu Qing thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, then it's up to you to arrange it. Go." Mu Tonga turned to leave, but after taking a step, she stopped. She didn't turn around, but turned back slightly. "I heard that the first martial emperor's tomb contains a supreme treasure. If one can obtain this item, one can become the #1 person in the world. This item has not appeared in the world for 1,000 years. It is the first divine object created at the beginning of time. Do you have any interest in it? Legends always like to exaggerate. If one is not capable, even the best treasure is useless." Chu Qing said with a smile. "However, if there is an opportunity, it's worthwhile to broaden one's horizons." The shepherd boy said nothing more, and walked straight out of the tent. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru came over one on each side, and sat on either side of Chu Qing's large chair. But neither of them spoke, only quietly watching Chu Qing. Chu Qing smiled helplessly. "I know what you want to say, you got your hands on something, haven't you?" Wu Qianhuan nodded gently. "However, it's still up to you." "Then let's wait and see," Chu Qing said softly. "To accomplish that, it's far from simple. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are right before our eyes, and the heavenly evil cult is eyeing us covetously. Chaos has begun in the world. It seems to be the best time to seize the opportunity and soar to the heavens. But how could he, an assassin, one day find himself on a path of no return?" He told Wu Qianhuan and Wenru to rest first, and Chu Qing returned to his tent. With a thought, the system interface opened. Random martial arts treasure chest, open? This has been a long time coming. Chu Qing's mind stirred slightly. Open. Open successfully, obtained ultimate skill, innate body-breaking formless sword chi. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. Ultimate skill. Innate body-breaking formless sword chi. Could it be that the system had been holding back for too long, so it gave him a big surprise right away? Whether the system had been holding back for too long or not, Chu Qing was at least very satisfied. Closing his eyes, the formless sword chi arose in his dantian. At the same time, the methods of circulation, the wonders of its application, and the ways of its transformation all surged into his heart in an instant. During the process, few unusual phenomena were observed. The flow of energy remained confined to this small area. After a while, Chu Qing opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. As soon as the breath left his mouth, a hissing sound was heard, and a crack appeared in the tent. Yet the energy continued its relentless flow, colliding and dissipating before finally vanishing. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing this. Then another hissing sound was heard, and a wisp of sword energy shot from his brow, piercing the tent roof and soaring into the heavens. What a magnificent innate, formless, body-breaking sword energy. No wonder it can be called a supreme technique. Every thought, every movement, every exhale, every raised eyebrow, all are sword energy. At this level, what distinction is there between innate and acquired? And what concern is there with body-breaking, formless energy? Even the sword can be discarded. With just the word energy, everything is encompassed, achieving the ultimate. This energy merged into my Jade Illumination divine strategy, without altering the framework of my cultivation, yet it pushed my 6th level to its peak. Just one step away from stepping into the 7th level. If I were to cultivate under normal circumstances, this one level would be equivalent to 30 years of arduous training. He carefully sensed the changes within his body, feeling that this innate, formless sword energy was extremely profound. Although it didn't seem to increase his abilities much, his strength had actually undergone a dramatic transformation. After this battle, even against the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the outcome would be uncertain. Chu Qing stood up, a strange sense of heroic ambition rising within him. However, he quickly suppressed this ambition. He was, after all, not truly a 19-year-old boy. With the memories of a lifetime from his previous life, although this life was only 19, his 2 lifetimes ultimately made him more composed. His thoughts shifted in an instant. He returned to his couch and sat down. Seeing that dawn was approaching, he decided to meditate peacefully and await the sunrise. No further words were spoken, and before he knew it, it was dawn. Chu Qing changed into a set of black clothes, carrying his zither case, and emerged from the tent. Lu Xiaoyan, Tianfengzi, and others were already waiting outside. Meanwhile, the assembled experts from various sects and factions had already been divided into different teams according to their sect affiliations. The number gathered was at least 2,000. Although it didn't sound like a large number, it represented the 3 prefectures, 3 sects, 3 clans, 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 gates, and 1 manor, the most elite forces from all the forces and independent cultivators in the entire southern region. It could be said that the most outstanding experts in the entire southern region had gathered here. Chu Qing stepped forward, with Wu Qianhuan and Winra following on either side of him. Behind him, Lu Xiaoyan, Tianfengzi, and the other experts from various sects and factions also gathered. Ren Baiming and Wan Chunhua could only stand on the edge. Upon arriving at the formation, a series of orderly sounds rang out as the 2,000-plus people before him simultaneously knelt on one knee. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Chu Qing's gaze swept over them. Speed is of the essence in this campaign. I scouted the route yesterday. We will depart, and if there are no unforeseen circumstances, we should arrive tonight. A fierce battle is inevitable then. Are you all prepared? We are willing to die for the Alliance Leader. Those present, whether in front of Chu Qing or behind him, spoke almost simultaneously. Chu Qing nodded. In that case, let's go. With that, he leaped forward, leading the way. Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and the others followed closely behind. The shepherd boy, who had arrived a little late, saw that everyone had already set off and hurriedly called out, "Wait for me." They quickened their pace. Having learned from last night's experience, Chu Qing had his men form 3 lines, following the path he and his group had taken. In just over half a day, they had covered most of the distance. Reaching this point, it was almost dark. Judging by the time, they should arrive at their destination quite early. Chu Qing decided to have everyone rest there briefly, eat some dry rations, and regulate their internal energy. He then summoned Lu Xiaoyan and the others to discuss their next strategy. Although there were many entrances and exits around the hill, attempting to break through them would negate their numerical advantage. They would be scattered and at a disadvantage. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyan proposed using gunpowder to directly breach the hill, allowing everyone to rush inside and engage in a decisive battle. The idea was actually quite good, especially considering that in recent days, Mutonger had been sending Chu Qing's people to purchase gunpowder for the relocation of the grave. Blowing up the top of a small mound was a simple matter. However, achieving a precise explosion was the challenge. Chu Qing wasn't worried about anything else, except perhaps the possibility of harming the Ghost Emperor. After all, the Ghost Emperor played a crucial role in what he was about to do. In the end, Mutonger volunteered, stating that she could definitely blow up the mound without harming the people inside. Chu Qing meant that everyone except the Ghost Emperor could be harmed at will. Mutonger rolled her eyes at him, thinking that Chu Qing truly treated her like a goddess. After all, her so-called not-harming was relative. According to Chu Qing, the members of the heavenly evil cult inside the mound would definitely be harmed, at most not to the point of death. After using gunpowder to lit the mound, this is where the Tomb King hides his body within the tomb. This was the key point among key points. The Tomb King can transform into countless forms. The secret lies within this tomb itself. We obtained a considerable amount of oil from ancient tombs. Don't worry about wasting it. Throw it all here and make it burn like a raging fire. Chu Qing used a twig to draw the internal structure of the heavenly evil cult on the ground, explaining as he drew. Although it wasn't the first time he mentioned it, he still needed to reinforce his memory. Everyone nodded, indicating they understood. Just as Chu Qing was about to say something more, a disciple suddenly reported, "Alliance leader, a strange person has been spotted ahead." "A strange person?" Chu Qing asked, puzzled. "How strange? Where is he? I brought him back, but..." Logically speaking, this person should be dead, yet he's still alive. The newcomer's tone held a hint of fear, and his face showed some uncertainty. "Take me to see him." Chu Qing stood up, and the others, having nothing else to do, followed. They quickly arrived at a stretcher, where a man lay, barely alive. Seeing the man's appearance, Chu Qing understood why he had been described as strange. His limbs had all been severed, and even his neck had a large wound. It seemed his head had been cut off. But his head hadn't fallen off. Instead, it seemed to be slowly healing. His severed limbs had been connected by branches, with his left hand now on his right and his left leg on his right. The severed limbs were connected by branches, making the man upside down, a truly gruesome sight. Such a person should naturally be dead. He was still alive. Upon seeing Chu Qing, a helpless smile appeared on his face. "Young master, long time no see. Senior Benevolent One, or perhaps I should call you Prince Benevolent?" Chu Qing spoke, and Lu Xiaoyan and the others' expressions changed drastically. In dealing with the heavenly evil sect, the word Prince always made people wary. Prince Benevolent sighed upon hearing this. "Young master already knows? The information from Wan Bailu should be accurate." Chu Qing scrutinized him. "Was it the evil prince who did it? It seems young master obtained quite a bit of information in Wan Bailu." Prince Benevolent said softly. "It was him." "What deep-seated hatred exists between you two?" Chu Qing was somewhat bewildered. Killing someone was usually a simple matter of a head falling to the ground. How could it have escalated to this point? Moreover, they both belonged to the same faction. Even if the benevolent prince wanted to accumulate good karma, there was no reason for him to have such a hostile relationship with the evil prince. Didn't the leader of the heavenly evil sect care at all about their conflict? "Between us, we are natural enemies," the benevolent prince slowly said. "Some are born demons, some are born gods. Gods and demons are opposed, but sometimes this opposition has nothing to do with good or evil, but rather instinct. I was born to stop him. He was born to be my enemy, yet he cannot kill me. I don't understand." Chu Qing not only didn't understand, but also felt that the old man was probably senile. "How can you put it? It's so mystical. This is a clash between the scripture of good people and the record of evil people." The good prince murmured. "My goodness is not true goodness. The evil prince's evil is not true evil either. We are all controlled by what we learned. No one can escape." "Young master, is your purpose here to rescue the Ghost Emperor?" Chu Qing nodded. "Then can you grant me a favor?" the good prince asked, looking at Chu Qing. "Tell me. Help me kill the evil prince." The benevolent prince said in a deep voice, "He's already far stronger than me. If we don't kill him soon, he become a major threat to the world. If you, young master, can kill him, I'm willing to repay you with my life." Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, while Lu Xiaoyan said softly, "Alliance leader, be careful, it might be a trap." A system notification popped up in front of Chu Qing, but he ignored it for the time being and asked, "Are you saying that if I kill the evil prince, You abandon the darkness and join my ranks? The benevolent prince shook his head. No, you killed the evil prince, and I will repay you with my life. I can help you. Eliminate both princes in one fell swoop. Chapter 491. Absurd. Lu Xiaoyan frowned, flicking his sleeve as he said, You want the alliance leader to kill for you, and then you commit suicide afterward? Doesn't that sound like the height of a joke? Who could believe that? Prince Shan glanced at Lu Xiaoyan. A mere ant, what right do you have to speak here? Lu Xiaoyan's brow twitched, his anger flaring instantly. But considering that Chu Qing was ultimately in charge here, he forcibly suppressed his anger, only coldly. He gave a cold snort. Chu Qing grabbed with his 5 fingers, and with a soft plop, Prince Shan's arm was in his grasp. Prince Shan's face paled, and he let out a painful groan. You speak so rudely. Are you courting death? Chu Qing held the arm, his brows furrowing slightly. He looked at the arm, then at Prince Shan. What exactly is your scripture of goodness? Young master's martial arts are unparalleled. Holding my arm, you must have already discovered something. Prince Shan slowly exhaled and said, My scripture of goodness, and the record of evil that the evil king learned are actually from the same source. In the past, there was a unique skill called the Yin-Yang Immortal Decree, where Yin and Yang are inseparable. When Yin and Yang unite, one is immortal and indestructible. To cultivate this method, 2 people must cultivate it together, one cultivating Yang and the other cultivating Yin. Their internal energies are interconnected. Having cultivated along the way, upon reaching the pinnacle, as long as they are not far apart, even if one of them is beheaded, the other can still run swiftly, pick up the head, and put it back on. The wound will instantly disappear, completely healed. Truly a miraculous technique. Lu Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly, as he said to Chu Qing, I've indeed heard of this method. It is said to be an ancient inheritance, but it is only a legend. No one has ever seen it. Chu Qing nodded slightly. He had heard Bai Qi mention this method when he was an assassin at the Mirror of Karma. However, no one in the world knows it anymore. He looked at Prince Shan. You suddenly brought this up. Could it be that the record of villains and the scripture of goodness are related to this Yin-Yang Immortal Decree? Yes, but not entirely. Prince Shan said, Besides the Yin-Yang Immortal Decree, there is also the Heaven and Earth Mind Immortal Technique. It is said that this method was derived from a true explanation of heaven and earth. But who created it is no longer known. And then? Chu Qing asked, If you have something to say it all at once, don't hesitate. That's all. Prince Shan took a deep breath. The ancestors of the heavenly evil sect were fortunate enough to obtain fragments of these 2 methods, but they were independent, and had long since become fragmented. Through the efforts and sacrifices of countless masters throughout history, this art, drawing upon the principles of Yin and Yang, has untangled the Tao of heaven and earth, and integrated the true meanings of good and evil. 2 unprecedented extraordinary techniques have been created. Named the record of evil and the scripture of good. These 2 techniques do not require the simultaneous cultivation of the Yin-Yang Immortal Decree, nor do they differ from the immortal technique of heaven and earth. They can be practiced independently, each pursuing their own path. However, if the world contains only good and no evil, good cannot be achieved. The reverse is also true. Without good intentions, how can there be evil thoughts? Without evil deeds, how can there be good actions? Therefore, good and evil are one. If someone cultivates one technique while no one cultivates the other, it will be impossible to master them. Only when both good and evil are cultivated simultaneously can true achievement be attained. Chu Qing found it all rather unbelievable. Such martial arts existed in the world. He tried to cultivate one, yet couldn't achieve enlightenment? If someone cultivates good, someone else must cultivate evil. If no one cultivates evil, then good cannot be achieved, while there was some truth to it. Chu Qing initially thought the story of the benevolent prince and the evil prince sounded like metaphysics. So it turns out it was martial arts? So, you're still alive despite your injuries, because the evil prince is still alive? Chu Qing said, Since you say these 2 martial arts techniques came from the Yin-Yang Immortal Decree and the Heaven and Earth Heart Immortal Technique, you must also have the fortune to be immortal? What you say is correct, young master. The benevolent prince nodded and said, That's precisely why, if you want to kill the evil prince, you must also kill me at the same time. Otherwise, no matter how powerful your cultivation is, even if you turn him into a pile of mincemeat and ashes, under the influence of profound techniques, you still can't guarantee his life will be completely extinguished, and it might even lead to some unimaginable consequences. Chu Qing was actually quite skeptical of this claim. He glanced at the benevolent prince, feeling a slight urge to give it a try. After all, whether it would work or not, he only know by trying. However, considering that the benevolent prince had never actually helped the heavenly evil sect since they met, and had even dragged the evil prince away during the battle at Immortal Cloud Mountain, preventing him from being attacked from both sides, he had done Chu Qing a considerable favor. It would be inappropriate to use such a deadly move now. I see. So that's why you said you repay with your life. Chu Qing considered it carefully for a moment, and then a system notification appeared before his eyes again. Trial request. Assassinate the evil prince. Accept? Chu Qing chose to accept. After all, regardless of the sudden move by the benevolent prince, he would have killed the evil prince anyway. Now that he had a system quest, and could even profit from it, why not? Then he said to the benevolent prince, "All right, I accept this request. If this battle goes smoothly, perhaps we can kill the evil prince. Tell me, what are the evil prince's methods?" His martial arts are very high. He is proficient in fist, palm, and leg techniques. The main method of the record of villains, besides using evil deeds to enhance his power, is to use this internal energy to transform into karmic fire. Karmic fire is merciless. Not only is its power immense, but it can also ignite malice in people's hearts, turning a kind person into a heinous demon in a short period of time. He can leave behind the evil demon seal through this, and those who bear it will undergo a drastic personality change. However, he rarely uses this method, because he prefers to work alone. Since good and evil are relative, Chu Qing said, then you can also use some kind of good person seal? Yes. The good prince nodded. However, I am bound by my own cultivation technique and do not want others to go against their own will, so I have never used this method. You are indeed quite kind. Chu Qing grinned. The good prince shook his head. I don't know if I am kind, but I know that the evil prince was not inherently evil. You probably already know, the stories I told outside the pavilion that day were the stories of the evil prince. But before this, he wasn't like this. Even as a child, he would rush to help an injured rabbit, and cheer with joy when it recovered. Until the master bestowed the record of villains, everything changed. Master? Chu Qing suddenly asked, the master you're talking about isn't the current leader of the heavenly evil sect, is it? Of course not. Prince Shan said, the current leader of the heavenly evil sect is no more than 30 years old. There's only a 10-year age difference between me and Prince Evil. When he was 7, the current leader hadn't even been born yet. Then what kind of person is this current leader? Chu Qing asked. Prince Shan's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Chu Qing, remaining silent for a moment. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. Don't want to say. I don't know how to tell you. Prince Shan thought for a moment and said, he's a monster. What kind of monster? From the moment he was born, he was different from everyone else. In his swaddling clothes, he never cried, only laughed. His wet nurses came and went. All because he would bite them with his toothless mouth while nursing. And when the blood entered his mouth, he laughed with extraordinary joy. From the moment he could climb, he developed intelligence. From the moment he could speak, he could read and write. His comprehension and talent were unparalleled, appearing only once in 10,000 years. No matter what kind of martial art it was, if there was a manual, he could learn 8 or 9/10 of it after just one glance, and after another glance, he would have mastered it completely. If there was no manual, he could deduce the entire mystery of a martial art simply from some minor details. The 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound sects held no secrets in his eyes, only choices to be made. Nothing was impossible. Before he was even 10, he was already second only to the sect leader. Until he was 15, the sect leader ordered him to marry, and he made one request, a duel with the sect leader, life or death. At that time, the former sect leader was in his prime, naturally not afraid of a 15-year-old child. Unexpectedly, he only used half a move to take the sect leader's life. From then on, he became the new sect leader. To this day, many martial arts techniques within the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound sects of our heavenly evil sect were improved by him. The killing scripture practiced by the 4 great military masters was also created by him personally. He worked diligently, constantly expanding the prestige of the heavenly evil sect, setting multiple plans with a view to the overall situation of the world. It can be said that without him, there would be no heavenly evil sect as it is today, and the current state of the martial arts world wouldn't exist. Prince Shan's words sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Even Chu Qing felt a chill. How could a person be so talented? Moreover, he developed intelligence so early, able to speak and read? Could this kid also be a time traveler? What's his temperament like? Chu Qing asked again. Temperament? Prince Shan considered seriously for a moment. He's a madman. How so? Does he speak strange, incomprehensible words? Or does he create some bizarre things? Chu Qing asked hastily, because if he were a time traveler, coming to ancient times, he might create something that didn't exist in this era. Prince Shan shook his head. No, not at all. He's truly a madman. He's capricious, ruthless, and kills without hesitation, or rather, he doesn't value human life, nor does he care about the suffering of others. He seems completely incapable of feeling human emotions. He has no feelings whatsoever. Even a guard who has served him for 10 years might be killed by him on a sudden whim. For example, he might suddenly want to know what his guard is thinking. Then he crushed that person's head. Similar things happen all the time. Chu Qing pondered for a moment, feeling that this kid was probably not a transmigrator. After all, what a person is thinking can't be seen simply by crushing their head. He doesn't even know this much, so he's definitely not a transmigrator. He's a pure antisocial personality disorder and a paranoid madman. It's not that madmen are scary, it's that madmen are scary and powerful. The leader of this evil cult is a madman and a powerful one. Glancing at the sky, Chu Qing didn't press further. Seeing that everyone had rested enough, he continued on his way. The Prince Shan's limbs were restored, and everyone witnessed a miracle. His limbs, despite being reattached, were indeed healing at an astonishing speed. In just a short while, he was off the stretcher. After a while, he could even use his light-footed skills again. This caused alarm bells to ring in Lu Xiaohua and the others. They were afraid that the old man might suddenly attack Chu Qing. However, the Prince Shan didn't make any rash moves, obediently walking beside Chu Qing and chatting casually with him. They talked quite a bit about the heavenly evil cult. This gave Chu Qing a much better understanding of the heavenly evil cult. This understanding mainly focused on the evil prince, the tomb prince, and the heavenly evil cult leader. By midday, Chu Qing and his group had arrived at their destination. After waiting a while longer, and once everyone had assembled behind them, Chu Qing, accompanied by the shepherd boy, first walked around the small hill. The shepherd boy asked Chu Qing many questions about the area beneath the hill, inquiring in great detail about how to navigate the underground passages. After answering all her questions, she designated several locations for Chu Qing, so that he could personally place the gunpowder. After all, no one else possessed Chu Qing's cultivation level, and the members of the heavenly evil cult were all highly skilled. Without Chu Qing's intervention, they would easily be detected. So, this dignified leader of the Southern Region Alliance had no choice but to make several trips back and forth to properly place the gunpowder before rising into the air and floating in midair. He glanced down at the shepherd girl, who nodded gently. Then, with a swift movement, he unleashed a series of palm strikes. Each strike landed as a palm print ablaze with flames, striking the gunpowder and producing a deafening roar. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed one after another, causing the surrounding earth to shake violently. The roof of the small mound hadn't even been blown off, but it had already caused many dilapidated ancient tombs nearby to collapse. Many places sank, and various mechanisms and flashes of light appeared one after another, creating a spectacular scene. Even the new year wasn't this lively, Chu Qing murmured, looking down to see many disciples of the heavenly evil sect groaning in pain amidst the dust, their faces filled with confusion. How could the roof be ripped off when we were just peacefully at home? Without hesitation, Chu Qing waved one arm and gave the order, "Kill!" Chapter 492. Chu Qing, still in midair, shouted the word "kill." And, before Lu Xiaoyan and the others could rush forward, he had already taken the lead. His body surged with sword energy, and with 3 consecutive buzzing sounds, 3 extremely terrifying sword energies emerged. This was a sword technique that separated worlds, yet it was not the same sword technique Chu Qing usually used. Last night, he obtained the innate body-breaking formless sword energy. With this technique as support, whether he was walking, sitting, lying down, or even exhaling or raising an eyebrow, sword energy crisscrossed him. It can be said that this method is the pinnacle of sword energy, therefore calling it a supreme technique is entirely appropriate. And throughout the journey today, Chu Qing had constantly pondered the application of this move, and the first thing that came to mind was to integrate the sword technique that separated worlds into his sword energy. From then on, he would not be bound by material things. With a thought, he could cleave the heavens with his sword. Not only that, but this move was originally limited by the sword, essentially consisting of only one strike. But now, wielded with sword energy, as long as Chu Qing's inner strength remained, the sword energy was inexhaustible. This was just a small test, although it wasn't as refined and pure as the previous version, and its power was somewhat diminished, its quantity was abundant and satisfying. 3 sword energies pierced through the hill from midair, and wherever they passed, all the heavenly evil cult disciples were reduced to mincemeat. Lu Xiaoyan and the others had already rushed out, only to see 3 terrifying sword energies directly piercing into the hill, grinding it violently like mincemeat. A shrill scream seeped out drop by drop, like blood, before the 3 sword energies dissipated. Further forward, they saw the desolate scene inside. With a single blow, hundreds of members of the heavenly evil cult perished. Lu Xiaoyan, Tianfengzi, and the others gasped in shock, their spirits soaring. Alliance leader's divine might. Slay the villains. They charged into the hill, unleashing a bloodbath. The heavenly evil cult members were truly caught off guard. Some were first injured by the gunpowder explosion, then grazed by Chu Qing's sword energy, their bodies barely able to withstand the onslaught. Their minds were still reeling, and before they could even comprehend what was happening, they were beheaded by experts from the southern region. Others reacted immediately, yet remained filled with confusion. The prince clearly said these people were still digging graves in the 10 deadly caves. How did they suddenly appear here? However, their thoughts were no longer important. Having lost the initiative, they were instantly outnumbered, forced to fight one against many, ultimately dying under the hail of blades. The entire scene descended into utter chaos in an instant. However, the chaos was mainly on the side of the heavenly evil sect. The experts from the southern region, though chaotic, maintained order. Before arriving, Chu Qing had already used the heavenly sound transmission technique to connect the spirits of Lu Xiaoyan and Tianfengzi. While they appeared to be not communicating, they were actually cooperating secretly. Tianfengzi was greatly impressed by this heavenly sound transmission technique. Now using it, he truly felt its wonder. It was indeed a powerful tool in group battles. Chu Qing had just landed from midair. With one hand behind his back, a single glance was enough to kill 2 heavenly evil sect disciples who rushed at him. Through the heavenly sound transmission, he warned Wu Qianhuan and Wenru to be careful, then found Yanqin and Yinan, and began to rush inside. With Chu Qing leading the charge, their momentum was unstoppable. Anyone from the heavenly evil sect who tried to intercept them was instantly killed. This innate, formless sword energy that shatters the body, only those who wield it truly understand. Its killing power is incredibly swift. As they ran, a surge of pitch-black flames, like a tidal wave, filled the entire passageway, rushing towards them. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, as he heard Nian Xian say, "This is the karmic fire of the record of evil." "Oh! This is karmic fire?" Chu Qing smiled. The benevolent prince had mentioned it to him earlier. This flame was formed by releasing internal energy, not only incredibly powerful but also capable of disrupting the mind, drastically changing one's temperament, and breeding malice. However, Chu Qing was quite confident in this. He was proficient in the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique, and was unlikely to be swayed by other methods. As for its power, I'd like to see just how remarkable this karmic fire is. With that, he took a step forward, and a chilling frost instantly surged along the ground, freezing everything in its path, crystal clear, bone-chillingly cold. A deafening roar followed as the ice and flames merged. The stalemate lasted only a breath before the flames were suppressed by the ice, vanishing in the blink of an eye. That's all there is to it. Chu Qing flicked his sleeve and continued forward with Yanqin and Yinan. But he couldn't find any trace of the evil king. He followed the previous path to the location of the chess king. With a wave of his hand, the entire gate was flung open. But the moment he stepped inside, the surrounding world had changed. Under his feet was a chessboard of intricate patterns, and before him appeared figures. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. He had witnessed this technique before in Ghost God Gorge. This was the chess king's life and death chess formation. However, the life and death chess formation couldn't trap Chu Qing back then, and although the chess pieces were far superior now, Chu Qing was also vastly different, making it even more difficult to trap him. But before Chu Qing could use his abilities, Nian suddenly shouted, "Go!" Chu Qing was startled and turned around to see Nian Xian, and Nian also within the formation. Nian had already thrown Nian Xian out. Nian Xian clasped her hands together, her face full of piety, suspended in midair, surrounded by golden light, enveloped by a massive Guanyin image. This image was crystal clear, its golden light flawless, twirling in midair before suddenly landing. A deafening explosion followed. The chess pieces remained unchanged, but where Nian Xian landed, the chessboard shattered. The cracks spread uncontrollably in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the entire chessboard was covered in mottled marks. The entire sky was affected as well. The next moment, a loud crash was heard, as if shards of glass were falling from midair. As Nianqin uttered Amitabha, a deafening roar followed, and the entire life and death chess formation shattered instantly. This formation was different from the one in Ghost God Gorge, because the Chess King was nearby, making it more complete and possessing a terrifying ability that the Ghost God Gorge formation lacked. That ability was that from the moment the formation was set up, their lives were intertwined with it. As long as the formation existed, they wouldn't die. If the formation broke, they would inevitably be affected. If it were executed normally, it would usually involve first playing chess with the Chess King, using one's own pieces to devour the opponent's. If they win, they can devour a large number of the opponent's pieces, even checkmating them, despite losing several of their own. At this point, the chess players reborn through the life and death chess formation will revive and continue playing against their opponents. This continues until all the opponents are dead. Although this resurrection ends once the formation breaks, and those destined to die still die, being within the formation can definitely bring a nightmare of despair to the opponent. However, whether in Ghost God Gorge or now, Chu Qing has never broken the life and death chess formation in a normal way. Playing chess with him, he wants to overturn the chessboard and won't be manipulated by anyone. However, this time, it was Nianqin and Yan'an who made the move. The martial arts these two girls practiced had a very strong suppressive effect on the martial arts of the Heavenly Evil sect. Otherwise, with their cultivation levels, they would never have been able to achieve this. Then, a series of sounds rang out, the sounds of chess players spitting out blood after the formation was broken. The cave reappeared before him, along with the iconic pool of blood. It churned incessantly, its contents unknown. Could another Blood King spring out from within? Not seeing the Chess King inside, Chu Qing didn't linger with the chess players. Though they weren't dead, they wouldn't be able to get up anytime soon. He'd wait for Lu Xiaoyan and the others to arrive, and deal with them all at once. However, the two girls seemed somewhat dissatisfied. You didn't kill them outright? Sister, did you hold back? No. Nianqin was also puzzled. Their life and death chess formation seems a little different. Last time was one thing, my cultivation wasn't high enough, but with my current level, I should not only be able to break their formation, but I should also be able to kill them all. It's alright, we just wiped them out one by one. He was about to rush forward and kill them one by one. Chu Qing didn't have time for their trouble, so he simply swept his body away, carrying them directly into the depths of the cave. As for what Nianqin and Yan'an had said, Chu Qing felt that this matter wasn't just because the two formations were indeed different, but also possibly related to the current leader of the Heavenly Evil cult. The good prince said that most of the methods in the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound sects had been modified by this leader. Could this be why Nianqin and Yan'an made a wrong judgment? If they made a wrong judgment about the life and death chess formation, would they also make the same mistake about other methods? These two girls' martial arts are a powerful weapon against the Heavenly Evil cult, but now it seems they can't be relied on too much. A slight mistake could cost them their lives. Just as he was thinking this, a furious shout rang out, and a man emerged from around the corner. Without a word, he unleashed a barrage of punches, aiming fiercely at Chu Qing. The man's fists moved like thunder, the wind howling, the force of his punches like muffled thunderclaps, the rolling sound deafening. However, Chu Qing's figure merely shifted, and with a single kick, he pierced through the man's fists, striking him directly in the head. A cracking sound followed, his neck snapped backward, and then, propelled by his head, he was sent flying with a whoosh. Another deafening crash followed, and the man smashed through an iron gate, tumbling into another mountain cave. Although Chu Qing had never been here before, his senses allowed him to get a fairly accurate picture of the situation. Stepping out, he discovered he was in a tomb. 3 figures sat cross-legged. The one in the middle had lowered eyes, seemingly drowsy or in a daze. The 2 in front and behind him raised their palms, channeling their inner energy. Chu Qing immediately recognized the man in the back, the Chess King he had met before. However, his complexion was pale, as if his strength was severely depleted. The man in front, however, gave Chu Qing a strange feeling. He seemed to have been sitting there for a very long time, covered in a layer of dust, obscuring his true appearance, and exuding an indescribable deathly aura. If one had to describe it, he resembled a corpse recently unearthed from the ground, a corpse that had been buried for who knows how many years. Third young master. Chu Qing appeared with Nianqin and Yan'an, and the corpse-like figure spoke slowly. His very first words carried an extremely strange feeling. It was as if a death knell was tolling, stirring a sense of sorrow within one's heart. But after savoring this feeling, Chu Qing chuckled silently. Since he began his journey through the martial world, only one person had ever evoked this feeling in him. And that person should indeed be here right now. Therefore, after his chuckle he said, "Prince of the Tomb, Your true form appears before me. Are you not afraid of death? You cannot kill me. The prince of the tomb's vocal cords had probably not been used in a long time. His voice was hoarse and decaying. I have a penchant for doing things that shouldn't be done. Chu Qing's figure blurred, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the Tomb King. His sword energy condensed instantly, pointing directly at the Tomb King's head. In a single thought, he could sever the Tomb King's head. If I die, the Ghost Emperor will perish. The Tomb King cried out hastily, seemingly worried. Chu Qing, disregarding everything, beheaded him with a single sword strike. Chu Qing's gaze fell on the man among the three, whose head was bowed and eyes lowered. Is he the Ghost Emperor? He seemed older than Chu Qing had anticipated. If Hua Jinyan were his eldest daughter, Chu Qing estimated this man would be at most in his 40s. But now, with his hair half black and half white, and his haggard face, he looked at least 50. His appearance, however, was quite good. No wonder he could marry 2 wives. Chu Qing's sword energy hovered in midair, its sharpness threatening to slice everyone present to pieces at any moment. The Tomb King's eyes remained closed, as he murmured, now, the Chess King and I are connected to the Ghost Emperor's inner energy. If you kill me, the Ghost Emperor will be consumed by the backlash and perish. If you kill the Chess King, the result will be the same. But if we don't kill you, can the Ghost Emperor live? Yes. The Tomb King's hoarse, low voice, tinged with decay, rang out. However, the Chess King and I used the heavenly demon mind control technique on him, taking advantage of the moment when his mental state fluctuated most, to break through his defenses. If you don't act, we can live, and the Ghost Emperor can live too. But from then on, he will become a lackey of my heavenly evil sect. Third young master, what will you choose? Also, don't forget one thing. If you don't kill us now, the Ghost Emperor will kill you when he wakes up. If you kill him, then you lost the bet we made. If you don't kill him, you will die at the hands of the Ghost Emperor. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, narrowing his eyes, as he looked at the Tomb King. Are you forcing me to kill you? Chapter 493. It's just a choice. The Tomb King's decaying voice always seemed to bring an ominous feeling. He said quietly, everyone faces countless choices in their life. Different choices will lead to different futures, and this might be a turning point you never forget. I urge third young master to think carefully before you act. Just as the Tomb King finished speaking, before Chu Qing could react, Wu Qianhuan's hurried voice rang in his ears. Don't make a move. Huh? Chu Qing was taken aback. What do you mean, Qianhuan? Where are you? I'm outside fighting with the disciples of the heavenly evil sect. But I can hear what you're saying. Not just me, everyone can hear it. Wu Qianhuan's voice was slightly agitated. He's forcing you to make a move. If you really do, you killed him, causing the Ghost Emperor to die a gruesome death. You killed the Ghost Emperor in front of everyone in the southern region. This act will not only severely damage your prestige as the leader of the Southern Region Alliance, but will also make you an enemy of the other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This cannot be done lightly. But if we don't kill him, what will we do when the Ghost Emperor awakens? A gentle voice also came through, but there was an unusual sense of anxiety in it. Kill, Lu Xiaoyan said. Hesitation only leads to more trouble. We now know the situation completely. If one of you two has to sacrifice, why can't it be the Ghost Emperor? Why should you be threatened by them? This is outrageous. Tai and Fengzi, also within this celestial transmission, hesitated before speaking. Third young master, your methods are divine. Do you have any other ingenious methods? Hearing their words, Chu Qing finally realized what kind of trap the Tomb King had set. He looked around but couldn't find anything that could transmit sound. He wondered if it was a secret treasure, or if there were some other mysterious mechanism within the tomb. They were using this place as a broadcasting station, broadcasting to everyone. If this hadn't happened, even if Chu Qing had killed the Tomb King and the Ghost Emperor in the process, no one would have known. Chu Qing could have easily denied it, simply saying he arrived too late, and the Ghost Emperor had been killed by the heavenly evil cult. No one could have found fault with him. But now that everyone knew, it undoubtedly put Chu Qing in a very difficult position. Whether he chose to kill or not, it would cause problems to some extent. Choosing to kill would likely cause the other members of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to turn against him, and the martial arts world might accuse him of wanting to usurp the Ghost Emperor's throne, using this as an excuse to kill. Chu Qing knew how coveted the title of Martial Arts Alliance leader was. Such a convenient excuse, given to those who were dissatisfied, would certainly be seized upon. However, ultimately, this wouldn't cause much of a stir. While the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were powerful, Chu Qing wasn't necessarily afraid of them now. At worst, he could fight them. On the other hand, choosing not to kill would give others grounds to accuse him of being soft-hearted. If the Ghost Emperor truly became a puppet, as the Tomb King predicted, and began attacking the martial arts world, then no matter how many people died today, the blame would fall entirely on Chu Qing. In this light, the former option seemed to have less impact. Alliance Leader. Just as Chu Qing was pondering this, a voice suddenly came from the iron gate above him. Without turning around, Chu Qing knew who it was just from the voice. Hua Jinyan. He had just heard the broadcast, and knew that the Ghost Emperor's life, or death, was now in Chu Qing's hands. Hua Jinyan would definitely come. Chu Qing looked up at her. You are the Ghost Emperor's daughter. Do you think I should kill the Tomb King, or should I wait a little longer? Kill! Hua Jinyan, worthy of being the Ghost Emperor's good daughter, was like a soft armor worn inside out, neither tight nor warm, but deadly. Everyone knows what my father, as the Ghost Emperor, represents in the martial world. He is now framed by villains, trapped here, and has even suffered the deadly heavenly demon mind control technique. I believe that if he were of sound mind and able to speak, he would absolutely not let you show him any mercy. He should be completely eradicated. By exchanging his life for 2 of the 12 holy kings, he would surely be able to rest in peace. These words reached everyone's ears. The battle was not over, and everyone was still fighting desperately. But hearing Hua Jinyan's words, many people's expressions were extremely complex. Some admired her in their hearts, truly worthy of being the daughter of the Ghost Emperor. Such thoughts were not common. Her selflessness was admirable. Others were shocked by Hua Jinyan's decisiveness. Facing her own father, as if he were a mortal enemy, otherwise, she would have hesitated at least a moment, or at least cried while saying these words. How come, judging from her tone, she not only wasn't sad, but seemed quite happy? Was she afraid that Chu Qing was too slow? Of course, some people doubted whether this identity, as the daughter of the Ghost Emperor, was real or not. However, this doubt wasn't too great, since the Tomb King had previously revealed Hua Jinyan's identity by appearing in the tomb through that old, zombie-like body. Chu Qing was busy searching for the Tomb King's lair, unaware that a buzz of discussion had already swept through the camp. Hua Jinyan had even dispelled the heaven and earth transformation, reverting to her female form. Some were even secretly spreading rumors about the two of them, saying that Chu Qing's elaborate mobilization of southern region experts to rescue the Ghost Emperor, seemingly for the sake of the righteous path, was actually to rescue his father-in-law. And so on and so forth. Although all of it was baseless, people always enjoyed spreading such gossip, regardless of its truth. Thankfully, only a few people actually doubted Hua Jinyan's identity. Although none of them could communicate, and their opponents were ruthless and deadly, a single misstep could cost them their lives. They were all focused on watching how Chu Qing would decide his course of action. Then, they heard Chu Qing say, but the Ghost Emperor has ultimately rendered meritorious service to the martial world. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are high above, and their martial arts and virtues are admirable. As a member of the heavenly evil sect, the Tomb King's words were of questionable veracity. If I act rashly and truly harm the Ghost Emperor, wouldn't I be unforgivable? Upon hearing this, many pure righteous martial artists secretly nodded in agreement. At this critical juncture, the Alliance leader still upheld his principles and refrained from indiscriminate killing, truly deserving of the title of Alliance leader of the southern martial world. Hua Jinyan sighed and said, but now, if this traitor's words are true, and my father wakes up to find himself a lackey of the heavenly evil sect, then wouldn't his life's illustrious reputation be ruined in an instant? To end up in old age with a ruined reputation. How tragic. Even worse, he might harm his fellow martial artists. That would be an even greater sin. If he remains in a daze, that's one thing, but if one day he awakens and regains his senses, how will he face those heroes of the martial world? That makes sense. Immediately, some people agreed with Hua Jinyan's statement. People share the same feelings and the same logic. Many in the martial world vie for fame and fortune. Some people spend their entire lives cautious in their words and actions, unwilling to damage their reputation. The Ghost Emperor's fame is renowned. If in his later years he ends up with his life's glory completely destroyed, then death would be preferable. Putting oneself in others' shoes, this is the same. After this exchange, the one with the most unpleasant expression was neither Chu Qing nor Hua Jinyan, but the Tomb King. At this moment, whether Chu Qing killed or not, he had sufficient reason and could gain sufficient understanding. Putting himself in Chu Qing's shoes, who could deny any decision Chu Qing might make? Only one thing brought the Tomb King solace, that his actions were, in essence, a calculated scheme. Regardless of Chu Qing's choice, The martial world was destined to lose a top-tier master. His gaze slowly fell upon Chu Qing. You two, enough talk. Whether to kill or not is a matter of a single thought. Hua Jinyan replied without hesitation. Kill. Chu Qing didn't speak immediately. After a moment's thought, he asked, Tomb King, we've known each other for a long time. I'd like to ask you, how long until your so-called heavenly demon mind control technique is complete? The Tomb King slowly replied, at most, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Chu Qing glanced at the Chess King and sneered, really? You're one thing, but I'm afraid the Chess King won't be able to hold on. Humph. Then it'd be the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. The Tomb King gritted his teeth. Fine, I wait for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. This time is the time I'm giving to Senior Ghost Emperor. If Senior still harbors any obsessions, and retains a shred of reason, then please fight back, and don't let him succeed so easily. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea has passed, if he fails, I will kill this fiend. If this leads to Senior's tragic death, please don't blame me. However, I imagine that if Senior can hear what I'm saying, then this must also be what Senior hopes for. Chu Qing said in a deep voice. Conversely, if Senior truly becomes a puppet after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea has passed, then I will certainly fight with all my might to prevent Senior from causing a great disaster. All the masters of the Southern Jianghu revere me as their leader. If things truly become hopeless, I, as the leader, will surely die before all my fellow Jianghu practitioners. As he finished speaking, he suddenly looked up, his palms clasped together, a dragon's roar rising with each strike, and he unleashed a powerful attack. A figure entirely shrouded in black descended from the sky at that moment, his palms wreathed in raging black flames, crashing down with a deafening roar. The two palms collided instantly, black flames and dragon-shaped energy spreading in all directions. At the same time, countless sword energies rose from Chu Qing's body, hissing and swooping, relentlessly piercing the figure. The figure let out a muffled groan, followed by a gushing out mouthful of blood. He was not only thrown back by the attack, but his entire body was riddled with holes, pierced by the sword energies. Bang! 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 The rock face above him shattered, boulders crumbled, and dirt flew everywhere. The man forcefully tore through the mountainside, propelled straight into the heavens. From a distance, looking down, one could see the man burst through the earth, soaring upwards against the current, a gigantic dragon-shaped phantom rising and instantly engulfing him. At the same time, Chu Qing spoke in his mind. Please, Prince Shan, commit suicide. Prince Shan, who was straddling the line between good and evil, heard this and, without hesitation, struck his own skull with a backhand. His forehead caved in, half his head deflated, demonstrating the extraordinary ruthlessness of the blow. He fell to the ground, leaving a heavenly evil sect disciple nearby speechless. He had seen Prince Shan earlier wandering around, seemingly searching for someone. This man possessed extremely high martial arts skills. Many disciples of the heavenly evil cult tried to kill him, but he easily shrugged them off, and no one could even touch his sleeve. They initially thought he was a righteous master searching for princes. But unexpectedly, this man suddenly and inexplicably struck them with a palm, killing them instantly. Could this be some strange master who had a penchant for committing suicide in the midst of battles between righteous and evil masters? Just as they were wondering what this man's peculiar habit was, they saw him sway and stand up, half his head still intact. A ghost! This scene truly terrified the heavenly evil cult disciple. Despite their many evil deeds, they still feared the existence of ghosts and gods. Seeing half his head flattened, yet he could still stand up, what else could this be but a ghost? He turned and ran, fleeing in panic, directly into the sword formation of the Supreme Sword Sect. Within 2 or 3 rounds, he was killed on the spot. Prince Shan rubbed his head vigorously, his bones cracking softly. A moment later, his head miraculously returned to normal. Young master, you didn't die. Your coordination was a little lacking? Chu Qing asked. Perhaps I was a step too late. But the moment I heard you speak, I shattered my skull. If that was too late, it can only mean that Prince Yi's martial arts are even more advanced than I expected. Prince Shan's voice carried a hint of regret. Chu Qing stroked his chin, glancing at the hole in his head. It's all right, he come back. After saying this, he temporarily severed the telepathic connection with Prince Shan. Lu Xiaoyan then spoke. Qing, Alliance leader, why wait the time it takes to drink a cup of tea? With that exchange just now, you could have done whatever you wanted. Chu Qing said softly, the evil prince attacked earlier, and was injured by me. The Chess Prince and the Tomb Prince are both trapped here. I dare not leave for the time being, lest something unexpected happen. However, in this way, they won't have any top experts break into the battle formation. Everyone, please be cautious and fight steadily. If anything unexpected happens, you can call my name. I wait here a little longer. I take this opportunity to verify something. This is probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Lu Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't understand what Chu Qing wanted to verify, his voice was calm and composed, as if everything was under control, so he didn't say anything more. Only Hua Jinyan glanced at Chu Qing, and their eyes met, already understanding each other perfectly. Chapter 494. Life is like a game of chess, and the human world is like a play. The choice the Tomb King gave Chu Qing seemed difficult, yet it was hard to say whether Chu Qing was happy with it. Many things seemed like accidental, but most have underlying causes. Chu Qing sat cross-legged, while Hua Jinyan stood beside him, her gaze complex as she looked at the ghost Emperor Moto not far away. Tomb King, Chu Qing spoke, we still have about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, why don't we have a chat? You brat, you gone too far. You want to disrupt my plans, and cause me to fail? The Tomb King coldly replied, you destroyed countless bodies within my tomb. Once the ghost Emperor awakens, I will settle accounts with you one by one. Oh! Chu Qing smiled, weren't you trying to invite me to join the heavenly evil cult? Now you want to settle accounts with me? What? Now that things have come to this, you finally seen the light? The Tomb King seemed slightly surprised. The heavenly evil cult is now sweeping across the land, its power seemingly on the verge of collapse. I heard that both the eastern and western regions are reduced to mere last-ditch resistance. Is unification of the two regions imminent? I wonder if this is true or not. Of course it is true. The Tomb King said calmly, in the southern region, we had already restrained the Ghost Emperor. If it weren't for your appearance, we could have simply proceeded step by step without fear of the southern region's surrender. But you insisted on appearing in the martial world, repeatedly jeopardizing the heavenly evil cult's grand plans. That's why we had to speed things up, even having the heavenly slaughter lord launch the final offensive ahead of schedule. Unfortunately, it all came to naught. Third young master, you caused the deaths of countless disciples of the heavenly evil cult. You truly deserve to die. However, if you are truly willing to abandon darkness and join the heavenly evil cult, I can assure you that the cult leader will forgive and forget these past transgressions. What do you think? Chu Qing smiled. So generous? I'm afraid you have ulterior motives. You yourself said that my heavenly evil sex power is already established. Faced with this overwhelming tide, how can your mere southern region possibly contend with it? If you ask about my motives, it's nothing more than taking pity on someone talented. I dare not believe that. Chu Qing shook his head slightly. However, you only mention the eastern and western regions. Do you know what the northern region is like now? The northern region. The Tomb King was silent for a moment. Chu Qing didn't wait for his reply, but nodded gently. So, the northern region is still in a good position. Your sect leader is not currently an enemy of the combined forces of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In that case, the so-called power you speak of is clearly not yet fully formed. The crux of the current war lies between your sect leader and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I wonder if what I say is right or wrong. Even if you see through me, so what? The Tomb King sneered. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are indeed powerful, their combined might is almost world-destroying. But in a one-on-one fight, none of them can contend with my sect leader, they're nothing but a bunch of useless coops-up. Moreover, even among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there must be others with ulterior motives. Where in this world is there truly a united front, impenetrable? Once the Ghost Emperor is controlled by us using the heavenly demon mind control technique, with the balance of power shifting, taking the heads of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will only be a matter of time. Chu Qing lightly tapped a stone beside him with his finger. The first among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to encounter problems were the Ghost Emperor Moto and the Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu. One of these 2 disappeared, the other went south, but it turned out the one who went south was the one who was truly missing, while the one who claimed to be missing went to the Valley of Abandoned Gods. Thus, only the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors remained. If the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had joined forces, the leader of the heavenly evil cult would most likely have been killed. But now, the 3 sovereigns and 3 emperors were probably only able to fight the heavenly evil cult leader to a standstill, which led to the fall of the eastern and western regions. However, the person in charge of the eastern region was Martial Emperor Li Juechen. Ren Biming had said that when the person in the eastern region was called the 7-killing soldier master, Martial Emperor Li Juechen never showed up to intervene. At the time, Chu Qing thought This old fellow was probably deliberately sitting on the sidelines watching the tigers fight, but now it seems, the reason he wasn't in the eastern region might be because he went to the northern region or the central plains, joining forces with other experts from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to deal with the heavenly evil cult leader. This battle should be a draw. Otherwise, the heavenly evil sect would have already launched a full-scale invasion of the martial world. Why couldn't they even take over a mere northern region? These thoughts swirled in his mind when he heard the Tomb King's voice again. Do you understand now? With your actions, only by joining my heavenly evil sect can you avoid death. Otherwise, even if you are lucky enough to save your life today, in the future, when my heavenly evil sect sweeps across the world and tramples the martial world, what ability do you have to contend with us? Third young master, I'm giving you a chance. A chance. No, Tomb King, actually, it's me giving you a chance. Chu Qing raised his eyes and spoke softly. The time it takes to drink a cup of tea is up. Hua Jinyan also suddenly looked at Chu Qing, only to see Chu Qing's eyes flash. A sword aura shot out without warning, aiming straight for the Tomb King's throat. The Tomb King's expression instantly changed. The time it takes to brew a cup of tea had passed, yet he still hadn't succeeded. Could it be that the Ghost Emperor truly still had the strength to contend with him? In the blink of an eye, his gaze shifted. At the same time, a howl, as if from the depths of hell, suddenly resounded throughout the surroundings. Chu Qing's sword aura shattered instantly without warning. Hua Jinyan abruptly looked at the Ghost Emperor, only to see that Ghost Emperor Moto had already opened his eyes. Chu Qing followed his gaze, and discovered that the Ghost Emperor was born with heterochromia. One eye was black, and the other was green. Now, his eyes were devoid of life, yet his entire body emanated an extremely ominous aura. Father! Hua Jinyan murmured. Suddenly, the Ghost Emperor spoke, a voice as chilling as the deepest hell, flowing out in an instant. This voice was eerie, seemingly capable of igniting death. Hua Jinyan's expression changed drastically. Death at midnight. Father, what are you doing? Death at midnight. Chu Qing immediately recalled the first time he had seen this technique at Tontian Manor, when Bai Yushu forcibly used a wisp of internal energy left behind by the Ghost Emperor. At that time, the sound reverberated for miles around, and all the invading Tianxia sect disciples, under the influence of this technique, seemed to witness something extremely terrifying, letting out shrill screams before dying on the spot. This was death at midnight. If the King of Hell decrees death at midnight, who dares to keep someone alive until dawn? The thought flashed through his mind for only a moment, but in that brief instant, the voices of Lu Xiaoyan, Tian Fengzi, Wu Qianhuan, and Winter came through the heavenly melody transmission. At that moment, they were all in extreme agony. Before Chu Qing could think any further, a sharp hissing sound rang out, and the ancient zither flew up from the hidden iron box behind him. Chu Qing reached out and snatched it in midair, his 5 fingers plucking the strings, producing a resounding hum. The piercing sound of the zither tore through the Ghost Emperor's low murmur. At the same time, he called out in his mind, Qianhuan Rower, are you all right? Uncle? Senior Tian Fengzi. I'm fine. Wu Qianhuan hurriedly said, the sound of the zither tore through my sonic power. Although my internal energy surged and I was filled with fear, I'm not in mortal danger. It was a bit scary. What was that sound just now? Her gentle reply clearly showed lingering fear. Lu Xiaoyan said, it wasn't long, and none of our fellow cultivators were killed or injured. However, after this delay, it seems the tide has turned. Tian Fengzi asked with some doubt, Uncle? Chu Qing blurted out in haste, and now it was too late to take it back. He simply sighed, his fingers weaving through the strings of the zither, producing a series of melodies, each brimming with killing intent. In fact, even as the celestial music resonated, his attacks never ceased. Because the Ghost Emperor's low murmur didn't disappear despite Chu Qing's interruption. One attacked with midnight death, the other countered with the heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. 2 sonic waves, completely different styles, collided repeatedly within the confines of the tomb chamber, creating a deafening roar. Bang! 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 Explosions echoed one after another. Hua Jinyan unfolded her folding fan, occasionally waving it to deflect the aftershocks. Now that she had regained her identity, she no longer focused on the unique sword technique. Her movements were now filled with a chilling ghostly aura, a secret technique of the Ghost Emperor's palace. The Tomb King and the Chess King also stood up and moved behind the Ghost Emperor to avoid being injured by the aftershocks of their battle. The Ghost Emperor Moto had a blank look in his heterochromatic eyes. Chu Qing's fingers danced across the strings of his zither, his inner energy gradually increasing. Just now, he had broken the midnight death with the heavenly Dragon 8 sounds, drawing the Ghost Emperor's full attention to him, thus increasing the pressure on him. He needed to continuously play the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds with superior inner energy to counter the Ghost Emperor's ever-increasing inner energy. The two seemed to have no limits, their inner energy constantly rising. The Ghost Emperor remained seated cross-legged, but behind him, the phantom of the Netherworld Ghost King had already materialized. Behind Chu Qing, the three elements light wheel appeared, slowly rotating with the yin-yang wind and clouds. A faint dragon-shaped energy swirled around the light wheel, while rings of sword energy circled around it. In the blink of an eye, their battle reduced everything in the tomb to ashes. Countless cracks began to spread along the walls, reaching the ceiling before penetrating deeper into the soil, continuing their upward climb. With a flick of Chu Qing's finger, the Ghost Emperor pressed down with both hands. The two immense forces collided violently, and with a whoosh, the stone walls, boulders, and soil above, a mountain-like structure, were flung away by the force. In an instant, the sky was filled with stars. The Ghost Emperor abruptly looked up, his figure shooting upwards. But not towards Chu Qing, he was heading straight for Hua Jinyan. His 5 fingers, like hooks, moved with chilling force, swirling with ghostly energy, as if he wanted to crush Hua Jinyan's head. A loud bang rang out as Chu Qing's elbows struck his arm, sending it bouncing half a foot before it slammed down again. Chu Qing countered with a palm strike. Boom! The two palms collided with a deafening explosion. Hua Jinyan's hair was disheveled by the wind, his figure swaying like a leaf in the wind. Beside the Tomb King, the Chess King was blown away, but fortunately, the Tomb King caught him, preventing this renowned one of the 12 holy kings from dying in the aftershocks of Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor's battle. The next moment, Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor were already locked in a fierce fight within that small space. They were using close-quarters combat techniques, but at their level, each move possessed immense power. Each collision was like two mountains attacking each other. Hua Jinyan was able to remain unmoved and standing firm not because of her high cultivation level, but because Chu Qing, while fighting the Ghost Emperor, had done her best to block the gale that could have fatally affected her. However, at the same time, Chu Qing also discovered that the killing intent in the Ghost Emperor's eyes was genuine. His attacks were ruthless, seemingly intending to beat his daughter to death. Was he truly being controlled? Chu Qing looked into the Ghost Emperor's eyes, and with a thought, the Ghost Emperor's body trembled. The next moment, power erupted from his naturally heterochromatic eyes. A soft sound rang out, and a wisp of sword energy flowed from Chu Qing's eyes. Although he didn't know if the Ghost Emperor possessed any eye techniques, he absolutely didn't want to risk trying. Therefore, he directly countered with sword energy. With another poof, the two forces collided and dissipated, leaving behind a crack several feet deep, almost encircling the entire tomb chamber where the clash had occurred. At this moment, Chu Qing took a step back, twisted his hands, and simultaneously thrust them out. Cloud-dispelling palm. The Ghost Emperor lowered his head slightly, throwing a punch to meet the attack head-on. Another loud thud resounded, and the Ghost Emperor was sent flying backward. In midair, he suddenly looked up. Outside, the sky was filled with stars. He leaped, using some unknown method of borrowing momentum, and soared directly into the sky. Chu Qing naturally couldn't let him escape, and was about to give chase. But Hua Jinyan grabbed his wrist. You probably figured it out by now. Since he wants to kill me, then I beg you to kill him for me. I'm willing to offer the throne as payment. Trial request. Assassinate Ghost Emperor Moto. Accept? Chu Qing turned to look at Hua Jinyan and said softly, you noticed? Hua Jinyan's lips curled into a bitter smile. I thought he'd pretend. Hasn't he already pretended? As he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared above his head. Chu Qing looked up sharply, his brows furrowing. He saw the rock wall, almost half a small mountain, that the two of them had just torn apart with their unparalleled internal force, being slammed down on Chu Qing by the Ghost Emperor with overwhelming internal force. Chu Qing exhaled, his indestructible golden body instantly enveloping him. Then, he extended 3 fingers of his right hand. The flowing light converged, transforming into a single wisp. Yin and yang, wind and clouds, condensed into one. It was the 3-part divine finger. This move is called the returning origin strike. The mountain-like cliff, upon contact with Chu Qing's 3-part divine finger, instantly crumbled. The force continued relentlessly, heading straight for the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor extended his palm, but his expression suddenly changed. The immense force forced him to fly backward abruptly. He was thrown nearly 100 feet. When he came to a stop, he stared at his right hand. The sleeve on his arm was completely ripped apart. 3 figures arrived nearby in the blink of an eye. Standing to the Ghost Emperor's left and right were the Tomb King and the Chess King. And opposite him was naturally Chu Qing. He gazed at the Ghost Emperor, then glanced at the Tomb King and the Chess King, and chuckled. All your scheming has led to your being powerless. Now the tide has turned, you truly deserve to be called the Ghost Emperor. Chapter 495. The Ghost Emperor remained silent, gazing at his palm through the starlight. Strangely, the Tomb King and the Chess King also remained silent, standing like puppets on either side of the Ghost Emperor. Chu Qing stood atop a boulder, hands behind his back, observing coldly. A system notification popped up before him once more. Mission: assassinate Ghost Emperor Moto. Accept? He stared at the notification, seemingly unable to decide for the moment. New talents emerge in every generation, each dominating the scene for decades. The Ghost Emperor spoke slowly. Sometimes, looking at young people like you, I can't help but feel that I'm getting old. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Not pretending anymore? You already seen through me. Why should I hide anymore? It's just a pity that you are clearly highly skilled in martial arts. Why are you so unwise? The Ghost Emperor said softly, the 12 holy kings are nothing but clay chickens and earthen dogs. They went to great lengths, hoping to control me, and I granted their wish. Today, as long as you don't reveal this matter, I will return to the heavenly evil sect with them. When their sect leader once again confronts the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, believing I can be his ally, we can seize the opportunity to kill him. In this way, the crisis in the world will be resolved, and the heavenly evil sect will be annihilated in an instant. Isn't that good? Chu Qing was silent for a moment, but then he laughed. The Ghost Emperor's expression darkened slightly. Why are you laughing? I just find it laughable. Chu Qing said softly. So from the very beginning, Your Majesty, you already knew that it was your second wife who killed your first wife. And as your bedmate, you also knew that your second wife had been replaced. All your actions were merely following the trend. You imprisoned your eldest daughter, even trying to force her to her death, allowing the fake second wife to be kidnapped to the Valley of Abandoned Gods, feigning madness while searching for the Heavenly Origin Chess Manual. All of this was for one thing, to make the 12 holy kings believe their scheme had succeeded. The Ghost Emperor nodded. What's the problem with that? No. Chu Qing smiled. To be honest, if I were in your shoes, I think there would be no problem at all. The heavenly evil sect is coming on strong. We, as the lowest rungs of the martial world, cannot see as clearly as the Ghost Emperor, who is on the mountaintop. Perhaps in our eyes, it's just ordinary. But Your Excellency, the Ghost Emperor already knew that the heavenly evil sect's power was unstoppable. Following the trend, using a scheme against a scheme, is perfectly natural. That's naturally without any problem. Ghost Emperor Moto smiled slightly upon hearing this. To have such insight and martial arts at such a young age is truly commendable. But, Chu Qing's tone changed slightly. The Ghost Emperor's heterochromatic eyes flashed. But with your foresight, Ghost Emperor, you must know how much your so-called playing along will cost you, right? How many people will die before that plan is completed? Chu Qing said softly, you will sit in the 10 deadly caves, watching helplessly as the heavenly evil sect invades the southern region, wantonly killing, conquering cities, and seizing territories, causing the people to wail, and the martial world to weep. Although my appearance prevented the heavenly evil sect from acting as recklessly as they expected. But Your Excellency, Ghost Emperor, clearly didn't plan for my appearance at that time. In other words, with your foresight, you knowingly allowed the heavenly evil sect to trample and slaughter the southern region at will. Afterwards, you pretend to be controlled by the heavenly demon mind control technique. How many more people will the Tomb King and his men use you to kill? While you're still conscious, you personally slaughter the martial world. May I ask you, where do you place them? The Ghost Emperor sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. Their focus shouldn't be on the immediate present, but on the future of the world. I shouldn't explain my actions to you, but considering you're the only one in decades who has been able to harm me, I teach you a lesson. Indeed, as you said, I discovered the heavenly evil cult scheme long ago. But if things go as you wish, and I kill the demoness and protect the southern region's martial arts world, what will the outcome be? With your intelligence, and considering the current state of the eastern and western regions, can't you see it clearly? The southern region will then be trampled under the heavenly evil cult's iron hooves, just like the eastern and western regions. Even if we can protect it for a time, can we protect it forever? As long as the heavenly evil cult's leader lives, we will inevitably have to fight them. Once we are defeated, the world will fall completely into the hands of the heavenly evil cult. With the heavenly evil cult's actions, the world will be plunged into endless hell. That will be true suffering for the people, a world ravaged, and eternal damnation. Using the lives of the southern region's martial arts world to gain an opportunity to kill the heavenly evil cult's leader, that is truly looking towards the future of the world, instead of caring about petty gains. A pittance? Chu Qing laughed again, but his laughter seemed to enrage Ghost Emperor Moto once more. What are you laughing at again? His voice carried an indescribable sinister and chilling quality. Chu Qing chuckled lightly, saying, what I'm laughing at is that you told so many lies that you come to believe them yourself. You naturally know why the eastern and western regions have fallen to their current state. That's because the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who should have protected them, were restrained by the leader of the heavenly evil sect at that time. I won't deny that without the protection of your majesty the Ghost Emperor, and without my mediation, the southern region would inevitably have been invaded by the heavenly slaughtering army lord. No sect or faction in the martial world could have stood against them, resulting in massive casualties. But, if before that, even when the 4 great warlords were conquering the world, your majesty the Ghost Emperor had fought alongside the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors against the heavenly evil cult leader, how could the heavenly evil cult leader alone possibly contend with you all? If he truly possessed such abilities, he would have already swept across the martial world. Why bother with all this trouble? Frankly speaking, your refusal to do so stems from your own ulterior motives and schemes. Martial Emperor Li Juechen established the Martial Academy, using the first path's primordial opening scripture to create various sinister and treacherous secret techniques. And your majesty the Ghost Emperor? Although you claim to be using a scheme against a scheme, sacrificing thousands to achieve world domination. But let me ask you, what does this have to do with your killing of Hua Jinyan? You were clearly not controlled by that so-called heavenly demon mind control technique, yet you still killed your own daughter. What is their purpose? Insolence. Ghost Emperor Moto roared in fury. You brat, how dare you speak to me like this? In his rage, the Dharma form of the Netherworld Ghost King solidified, and in an instant, a gust of cold wind swept through an area of 5 or 6 miles, accompanied by the wails of vengeful ghosts. Where the inner energy covered, countless ghostly figures could be seen, truly as if 100 ghosts were roaming at night. Within the hill, the battle was at a stalemate. Both the heavenly evil sect and the southern region experts had suffered casualties, but seeing the surrounding situation still made them tremble with fear. Damn it! The Ghost Emperor has truly been controlled by those traitors of the heavenly evil sect. With the turmoil reaching this point, he's probably making things difficult for the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader is in danger. Kill! Kill these demonic brats. The Alliance leader didn't choose to take advantage of our misfortune for the sake of the righteous path. We must not let the Alliance leader fall. Kill them, and we go to support the Alliance leader. Let's mind our own business. The Alliance leader's martial arts are unparalleled, perhaps even surpassing the Ghost Emperor's. If we fight with all our might and don't hinder him, we already done our duty. At the same time, within Chu Qing's heavenly melody transmission, Wu Qianhuan's voice came through. Voice, how are you? Third brother. Alliance leader. Chu Qing looked at the strange phenomena around him, and casually replied, I'm fine. I'm just chatting with the Ghost Emperor. Perhaps it's because of his age, but his emotions are a bit unstable. Tian Fengzi looked bewildered. How can old people have unstable emotions? The older a person is, the more stable their emotions should be. Wait, you're chatting with the Ghost Emperor? He wasn't controlled by that heavenly demon mind control technique? Then what's going on? You can't hear anything over there anymore? Chu Qing asked. We can't hear anything anymore. We stopped hearing anything after you said you were going to kill the Tomb King. Wu Qianhuan said, the aftershocks of your fight came over afterward. What exactly happened? Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. According to Wu Qianhuan, the time when they stopped hearing anything was when the Tomb King was controlled by the Ghost Emperor. They hadn't heard the sounds of fighting, but they had felt the aftershocks of the battle, which essentially proved this. So the strange transmission came from the Tomb King? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he waved his hand, a gust of wind sweeping away the surrounding ghostly energy. Chu Qing raised his eyes. Your Excellency the Ghost Emperor should know that I stand here today, speaking to you in this manner, and I have no fear of your name, the Ghost Emperor. Your actions, besides proving your guilty conscience, are utterly meaningless. You brat, you deserve to die for exposing this matter today. And now you dare to spout such nonsense, truly, you cannot be allowed to live. With that, Ghost Emperor Moto raised both palms facing each other, endless ghostly energy emanating from between his palms in all directions. Behind him, the image of the Demon King of the Underworld grew continuously, countless phantoms resembling malevolent spirits swirling around the demon king's image. Chu Qing's eyes flashed, his fingers forming a sword, and he suddenly pointed. Whoosh! Sword energy traversed 80,000 miles, splitting the heavens in two with a single strike. An extremely powerful sword energy suddenly pierced the clouds, heading straight for Ghost Emperor Moto. The Ghost King's Dharma image pressed down with a single palm, as if the heavens were collapsing, all things crumbling, the ground collapsing before the palm even arrived. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk the ground shattered, ancient tombs cracked, and powerful winds swept across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions. However, this was only the beginning. The next moment, the Ghost King's Dharma image had already seized Chu Qing's sword energy. The endless sharpness sliced through the Dharma image. Even Ghost Emperor Moto's expression changed. This attack was 3 times more ferocious than the 3-part divine finger Chu Qing had just used, incorporating all of Chu Qing's skills, its mysteries boundless. Even though the Ghost Emperor took it head-on, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He hurriedly circulated his inner energy to avoid being truly defeated by this sword strike. An invisible shattering force erupted between the Dharma image and the sword energy, the immense power tearing apart everything in all directions, causing the ground to continuously collapse. Even places with intact terrain couldn't withstand the clash between Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor. Moreover, the 10 absolute caves were already like honeycomb briquettes. This upheaval caused immense damage underground. In just a moment, collapses were visible everywhere. Mud and rocks flew everywhere, fragments of stone collapsed, arrows hidden within the ancient tomb, and all sorts of unspeakable insects leaped up, creating a chaotic scene. Chu Qing's figure shot out like an arrow, piercing through the endless mist, heading straight for the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, his body retreating instead of advancing, as the Tomb King and the Chess King simultaneously met Chu Qing's attack. The Chess King's eyes suddenly changed color, his left eye turning black and his right eye turning white. He raised his hand to pluck a star, then placed a piece on the board. This was none other than the one piece on the center move from the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, 6 profound sex chess of life and death. The center is the very center of the chessboard, but very few people would place their first piece there unless they were deliberately letting someone else win. However, in martial arts, this move, one piece on the center, is like a finger striking the universe, filled with extreme confidence and immense power. Chu Qing felt as if the Chess King's finger could sever all directions, deciding life and death with a single touch. Meanwhile, the Tomb King's palm strike was merely unremarkable. This palm strike evoked no sense of danger, nor did it create any surrounding gale. It seemed like a simple, unassuming strike, its success or failure irrelevant. But Chu Qing already knew that the Tomb King, the Evil King, and the Buddha King were the 3 most skilled among the 12 holy kings. This Tomb King was actually the one Chu Qing feared most. Naturally, he wouldn't take this palm strike lightly. But just as Chu Qing was about to clash with them, a jet-black flame suddenly descended from the sky, and an extremely arrogant voice entered Chu Qing's ears. Dare to seriously injure this king. This king will skin you alive, tear out your tendons, and rip your head out along with your spine to use as a hammer. Chu Qing's lips curled into a smile. Too much nonsense. His body spun smoothly, and he struck out with a palm strike, a dragon's tail sweep, the dragon's roar mixed with yin and yang energies, the sound of wind and clouds, instantly stirring up a sky full of swirling clouds, completely obscuring his vision. Ghost Emperor Moto's expression changed slightly. He had retreated not because he felt he was no match, but because he had already discovered the Evil King lurking around. This was a madman. Given that his target was Chu Qing, whatever he knew, he would deal with other matters only after killing Chu Qing. Knowing his own schemes were likely doomed, why not use someone else to do the dirty work? Even if he couldn't kill him, he could at least show him Chu Qing's methods. That's why he deliberately retreated, letting the Chess King and the Tomb King distract Chu Qing, then using the Evil King to launch a sneak attack, hoping to inflict a serious injury on Chu Qing. Although he figured it was probably impossible, the overwhelming white mist obscuring his vision was beyond his expectations. Just as he was about to wave his hand to dispel the mist, he heard 2 whooshing sounds. The Tomb King and the Chess King broke through the mist first, flying backward. The Ghost Emperor's mind stirred, freezing their figures. Immediately afterward, he struck out with a palm, and the white mist dissipated. On the hillside, Chu Qing grabbed the Evil King by the throat, lifting him high, and slowly spoke. What did you just say you wanted to do to me? Chapter 496. The Evil Prince was lifted high by Chu Qing, and his inner energy seemed to have been choked, unable to dissipate even a trace. His face instantly turned bluish-purple. Faced with Chu Qing's question, he did not answer, because he couldn't speak. He could only try with all his might to pry Chu Qing's hands away, but to no avail. Although his martial arts were superb, he had suffered severe injuries both times he attacked Chu Qing, showing how insignificant he was compared to him, like an ant. Not going to talk? No problem. Chu Qing smiled slightly. After all, I'm still young, not yet old and senile. I can remember what you just said. You want to pull my spine and head out together. How about I try it on you first? With that, he reached out with his free hand, his 5 fingers digging into the evil prince's chest and abdomen, gripping the bones, and gently pushing upwards with the hand holding his throat. The sound of bones breaking could be faintly heard. The madness in the evil prince's eyes intensified. He didn't seem to feel much fear about what was about to happen. Instead, he felt an inexplicable excitement and anticipation. He eagerly rolled his eyes. He seemed eager to see how Chu Qing would rip his spine out. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed from within his body. The skin and flesh of his neck were stretched to their limit, appearing to tear. Just then, Chu Qing suddenly released his grip on his throat, raising one hand and striking down with a powerful sweeping motion. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk his palm struck directly against the Ghost Emperor's fist. The two collided, and the surrounding area crumbled. Both figures involuntarily sank downwards. Chu Qing, with one hand gripping the evil king's chest, fought the Ghost Emperor with only one hand. Both their attacks were incredibly fast, accompanied by howling winds and incessant dragon roars. While exchanging blows, Chu Qing didn't stop talking. Your Excellency, as one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, should set an example for the martial world. Why did you intervene to save the fiends of the heavenly evil cult? Why should I explain my actions to you? Ghost Emperor Moto's expression remained calm. Although he was using both hands to deal with Chu Qing's single hand, he was unexpectedly unable to subdue the young man before him. However, Chu Qing had already displayed extremely high-level martial arts skills. Their fight so far had mainly been a test. Neither of them had truly used their full strength. They wanted to understand each other's strengths before a decisive victory. Therefore, he could accept that Chu Qing possessed extremely profound mastery of techniques. Chu Qing, however, was merciless in his words. So it seems that what your Excellency said earlier was all nonsense. What infiltrating the heavenly evil cult, taking advantage of the chaos to kill the heavenly evil cult leader? I think you just wanted to join the heavenly evil cult and become its dog. You dare to be so presumptuous? The Ghost Emperor roared in fury. He used the momentum to rise into the air, crossing his palms, and instantly manifesting the Dharma image of the Netherworld Ghost King. Following this, the Ghost Emperor roared, 6 paths of sorrow. Countless ghostly figures flew out from the Dharma image, merging into this single palm strike, its power unparalleled in the world. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. He had fought Gong Cho before, and knew his 6 paths of sorrow finger. The Ghost Emperor's 6 paths of sorrow was of the same lineage as this martial art, but far superior. It was clear that the Ghost Emperor had been holding back when teaching others martial arts. He couldn't afford to be distracted at this crucial moment. With a single palm strike, sword intent soared to the heavens. He used his palm, unleashed chi, but displayed a sword-like power. Since acquiring the innate body-breaking formless sword chi, his martial arts had reached a new level, especially in combat, where his techniques became increasingly diverse. This palm strike was based on the 18 subduing dragon palms, incorporating the internal energy of the Jade Illumination divine strategy, and supplemented by the innate body-breaking formless sword chi. It was not only powerful and heavy, but also incredibly sharp. The 2 palms clashed, instantly unleashing a tremendous roar. Streams of force spread in all directions, shattering rock layers, collapsing ancient tombs, and breaking the terrain wherever they passed. The range was immeasurable, truly causing tremors in all directions. However, the Ghost Emperor had honed his skills for many years, and being superior, his attack from above already gave him a certain advantage. Therefore, no matter how high Chu Qing's martial arts were, or how powerful his palm strike was, it was inevitably crushed by the phantom of the Netherworld Ghost King using the 6 paths of sorrow. Chu Qing's figure was blasted into the ground with unstoppable force, layer upon layer, until finally, he found a point of leverage. He planted his foot firmly, his body as still as a pine tree, as the 2 immense forces finally erupted completely. In an instant, the earth shook, countless explosions rose and fell, the commotion as immense as the collapse of the heavens. Meanwhile, within the hill, the gap between the righteous and evil factions clashing was widening. With the absence of the evil king, the chess king, and the tomb king, 3 truly elite warriors. The gap between the numerous experts of the southern region and the disciples of the heavenly evil sect had widened considerably. Overall, the experts of the southern region held the upper hand. After all, those present were leaders and elites from various sects. Even the wandering martial artists without a sect were all top-tier individuals. Among them were Yaij Daoist, one of the 3 immortals of freedom, and Qingyi's son Xiaoxiang and others who had previously appeared at Luochen Manor. It could be said that although Chu Qing only brought 2,000 men, they represented the highest level of combat power in the entire southern region. They were naturally no match for the 4 great warlords, the 12 holy kings, or the dean of Wenxin Pavilion, but against the disciples of the heavenly evil sect, the difference wasn't so significant. With the first move, they had already gained the upper hand. If it weren't for the Ghost Emperor's sudden attack with death at midnight, which inflicted some damage on the southern region side, this gap would only have widened. Lu Xiaoyan, who had previously mentioned a shift in the balance of power, had now stabilized the situation and begun to overtake them. It was at this moment that this powerful tremor struck. The surroundings shook violently. Wu Qianhuan, having just slain a disciple of the heavenly evil cult with her green plum blossom branch move, felt her feet sway and struggled to maintain her footing. She quickly used a 1,000-pound drop technique to steady herself. Winra was right behind her, the 2 girls inseparable. Sensing the tremor, Winra turned to Wu Qianhuan. It was third brother who caused this commotion. Should we use heavenly sound transmission to ask him? They both spoke almost simultaneously, then shook their heads in unison. An opponent like the Ghost Emperor was not so easily dealt with. Even the slightest distraction could have unimaginable consequences. In any case, they couldn't harass Chu Qing with heavenly sound transmission at this moment. The consequences were something neither of them could afford. Meanwhile, Hua Jinyan was struggling onward. Emerging from the tomb, she had tried everything to get close to Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor, but their battle was too intense. Before she could reach them, the ground suddenly collapsed. After finally managing to climb out, she fell into another pit. Now, having struggled free, she looked ahead and saw that the terrain that had just presented a hill-like shape had completely collapsed. As far as the eye could see, the entire landscape resembled a basin. This is too much. How do we find them? Where are they? Even as the Ghost Emperor's daughter, Hua Jinyan had never truly witnessed the Ghost Emperor in full power. Now, her only worry was whether Chu Qing had died at the Ghost Emperor's hands. She had to find him quickly, no matter what. But haste makes waste. She lost her footing and instantly fell into a tomb-raiding hole. A wave of despair washed over her. She wondered how much effort it would take to crawl out this time. Just as she was thinking this, her body suddenly froze, followed by a strong tug. She leaped into the air, landing to find a person standing before her. Slightly startled, she asked, "It's you? Are you looking for them?" Prince Shan frowned slightly, then coughed repeatedly after speaking. "Yes, they're gone." Hua Jinyan was also extremely wary of Prince Shan. After all, this man was one of the genuine 12 holy kings of the heavenly evil cult. Although he spoke sweetly, who knew the truth? "I'm also looking for them, but it seems not so easy. Since you and I share the same idea, why don't we travel together and protect each other?" Hua Jinyan tapped his folding fan lightly on his left hand. "All right." Meanwhile, some distance away, a shepherd boy, holding a compass and using celestial divination to assess the feng shui, glanced in the direction of Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor. He shook his head slightly. "That's quite a fierce fight. Do the people of the heavenly evil cult have such great skill to fight a guy like this? Why does it feel so eerie within that internal energy? Could it be that he's not fighting someone from the heavenly evil cult, but the Ghost Emperor Moto? Has this old man gone mad? Never mind, it's none of my business." Chu Qing said the first martial emperor's tomb should be nearby. But the terrain has changed too drastically. The place where wind and energy gather are long gone, with no wind to gather, no energy to accumulate, and even water. Wait! She turned the compass around twice more, lost in thought. Dragon Entwined Mountain, Bronze Gate. My understanding shouldn't be wrong. The dragon entwined on the mountain represents water. There's no water on the surface, but there is underground. Back then, the first martial emperor placed his tomb in the 10 deadly caves and arranged so many decoy tombs. It's conceivable that he also guessed that after his death, many people would come here to dig up his grave. Then, did he also anticipate that many people would choose this place for their own burial? Once these people flock here, even the best external terrain will change. So what he was looking at back then wasn't the external terrain, but the underground river. Chu Qing said there's an underground river in front of the Bronze Gate, which matches up. Therefore, The first martial emperor's tomb should be surrounded by a huge underground river, but wouldn't that create another dragon's trap? Therefore, it absolutely cannot be a complete circle, otherwise, there would be no way out, and the feng shui would be dead. The dragon coils around the mountain as a protective barrier, so wherever the gate of life is, that's where the entrance is. How am I supposed to find it? Ah, this is such a difficult question. Master, oh master, when you were teaching me your skills, did you hold back a little something? No, keep turning around. She turned and took a step forward, but suddenly the ground beneath her feet collapsed, and she was about to fall into it. But Mutonger was, after all, a disciple of the Yu sect, and her lightness skill was unparalleled. With a cold laugh, she had already leaped into the air, but just then, a huge tremor struck again. Again? Even stronger than before. Are they coming this way? Oh no. The tremor interrupted Mutonger's lightness skill halfway through. Originally, with the ground beneath her feet collapsing, this turn and leap would have allowed her to jump over the tunnel. Now, suspended in midair, her breath caught in the air, she landed freely, landing perfectly in the tunnel. A hollow ball, completely untouched. Chu Qing, you son of a bitch! The shepherd boy's voice echoed as he fell, gradually fading away. At this moment, Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor were indeed locked in combat underground. The Ghost Emperor's previous move, 6 Paths of Sorrow, had slammed Chu Qing into the ground. Although Chu Qing remained unharmed, the immense force of their attack spread in all directions. Subsequently, the Tomb King and the Chess King, under the Ghost Emperor's control, took over. Chu Qing, still holding the Evil King in one hand, fought them with only one. This struggle made Chu Qing realize the terrifying power of the Tomb King. This man appeared ordinary, but in reality, the depth of his every move and technique far exceeded ordinary people's imagination. Every punch, every palm strike, every move was honed through countless trials, incorporating the wisdom of numerous masters. If his internal energy hadn't been slightly inferior, even Chu Qing would have struggled to gain the upper hand in terms of technique. The Ghost Emperor used these two to entangle Chu Qing, shattering and breaking down the underground rock layers in their path, their movements traversing countless spaces. Suddenly, the Chess King sacrificed his own life to temporarily halt Chu Qing's thoughts. The Ghost Emperor and the Tomb King attacked simultaneously. Chu Qing channeled his power, activating his indestructible golden body, his 3 energies swirling, the ice and fire dragons gleaming with golden light, managing to withstand their combined attack. His 3 energies shattered, the ice and fire dragons were annihilated, and even his indestructible golden body dimmed under the Ghost Emperor's attack. Yet, he ultimately withstood it. The immense shockwaves that erupted between them traveled an immeasurable distance. Although Chu Qing himself was unharmed, the blow he received from the Ghost Emperor had sent him piercing through countless rock walls. Finally, he found himself in empty space, unsure of his location. He solidified his stance, hovering in midair. He then raised the Evil King's sword, using it as a long sword, unleashing a burst of sword energy. The instant the Tomb King and the Ghost Emperor appeared, the sword slashed down. Although the Ghost Emperor and the Tomb King were pursuing Chu Qing, they were prepared and immediately used their ultimate techniques to block Chu Qing's sword strike. They had expected Chu Qing's internal energy to be damaged from receiving the blow, but the sword's power remained undiminished, its strength exceeding all expectations. Upon contact, the Tomb King immediately coughed up blood and fell to the ground along with the Ghost Emperor. But they didn't know where they fell, only 2 cracking sounds were heard, and the 2 figures vanished without a trace. Chu Qing was slightly taken aback. The evil prince in his hand was also tattered from the battle, but because of the scripture of good people and the record of evil people, the man hadn't died. And his injuries were gradually healing. Just as he was about to use the 1,000-pound drop to go down and find the Ghost Emperor and the Tomb Prince, he heard a startled cry from above. Looking up, Chu Qing was taken aback. Shepherd boy? Chapter 497. Upon seeing the shepherd girl, Chu Qing was momentarily stunned. How could she be here? In that instant, the shepherd girl was about to fall. Chu Qing swayed, moving towards her, but it was too late. Fortunately, he still had the evil prince in his grasp. He swung his hand and shouted, "Grab him!" The shepherd girl had already seen Chu Qing. In fact, she hadn't needed Chu Qing to say anything. She had already reached out. She grabbed the evil prince's hair. The poor evil prince, already severely injured, let out a piercing scream when the shepherd girl grabbed him. However, the shepherd girl's fall was unusually rapid. Falling from such a height, the evil prince's hair couldn't withstand it. The fall slowed for only a moment before a tearing sound was heard, and the evil prince's entire scalp was ripped off. The person continued to plummet downwards, screaming. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Qing reached out, and the shepherd girl felt her body momentarily freeze, then involuntarily flew towards Chu Qing's hand. Chu Qing finally caught her by the shoulder, stabilizing her. She was still in shock, feeling as if she had just survived countless brushes with death. After seeing who was beside her, she instinctively threw herself into Chu Qing's arms. I thought I was going to die. Chu Qing frowned slightly. A beautiful woman throwing herself into his arms was one thing, but the problem was that this girl was also holding a clump of hair and the evil prince's entire scalp. So bloody. He ended up covered in blood too. He had fought the Ghost Emperor's tomb prince for so long without getting a speck of dust on him. Even though they had punched through so many stone walls and crossed countless tombs sealed for years, he was completely unharmed. Now she's covered in blood. Why don't you throw that piece of junk away before trying to take advantage of me? Chu Qing's tone was full of disgust. The shepherd girl was taken aback. What's that in my hand? She had been in such a hurry that she hadn't even noticed what she just grabbed. Now that she held it up to her, she gasped and threw it away. Disgusting. You bastard. The evil prince was truly enraged. You pulled my hair, tore my scalp, and you're complaining? You bastard, you better pray you don't fall into my hands, otherwise, I make you wish you were dead. Who is he? Why is he so arrogant? The shepherd girl frowned at the evil prince, thought for a moment, and said, so that hair was his? This is the evil prince, one of the 12 holy kings of the heavenly evil sect. His martial arts are extremely formidable. If you fall into his hands, you indeed be in a terrible state. The good news is, you're unlikely to fall into his hands. Instead, he fall into mine. Chu Qing said, glancing down. Although he was talking to the shepherd boy and the evil prince, he remained vigilant for the Ghost Emperor's appearance. This man truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. His strength was extraordinary, and his cultivation was extremely profound. His sword strike earlier had knocked them down, but killing them was probably beyond his capabilities. Why haven't they come up yet after so long? That's good, that's good. The shepherd boy chattered on, you have no idea, I was looking for the first martial emperor's tomb up there, and I accidentally stepped into a tomb raiding hole. That tunnel led to an ancient tomb below, but when I stepped onto solid ground, there was just an empty slab underneath. I crushed it, and fell back into this abyss. I thought I was really going to be killed, but I never expected you to be here. Damn it, I was so scared I almost shrank back. What? Chu Qing looked at Mu Tonger in astonishment. Was this something a young lady from a wealthy family would say? It's nothing, it's nothing. Even if you asked me, I wouldn't dare say it a second time. Anyway, I'm still shaken. But how did you get here? I was attacked by the Ghost Emperor. You really fought the Ghost Emperor? Has that old man gone mad? Why did he attack you? Where is he? Mu Tonga looked around. Chu Qing gestured with his eyes. He's down there, but I can't find him. Mu Tonga followed Chu Qing's gaze, then frowned slightly. It seems to be the roof of a building. There's probably something strange up there. Should we go down and take a look? We can't just leave it there, but before that, I get you up there. No. Mu Tonga shook her head decisively. The situation down there seems a bit strange. I have to go with you to see. What if it's the tomb of the first martial emperor? If you send me up there, and we miss such a great opportunity, I fight you to the death. Chu Qing's lips twitched. You? What makes you think you can fight me? Underestimating me? Mu Tonga sneered. I drug you, make it a fait accompli, and then give you 10 or 8 big fat sons. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, and then? Then I take them all, leaving you nothing. I feed them leftovers every day, and whip them whenever I have a spare moment. I abuse them for 10 or 8 years, and see if you feel any pity then. The shepherd boy's tone was sinister. Chu Qing sighed. It seems that after this trip, it's necessary to go to the abandoned God Valley. What are you going to the abandoned God Valley for? The shepherd boy immediately became alert. Naturally, I'm going to find His Excellency the Xian Emperor, and ask him how he usually raises his daughter. He actually raised his daughter to be so unconventional. Despicable. In this respect, Miss Mu seems to be no less so. After Chu Qing retorted this, she led the 2 of them towards the rooftop. But as soon as they approached, the expressions of the 3 of them changed. Where's my internal energy? The shepherd boy exclaimed in surprise. Chu Qing also felt his internal energy being suppressed by something unknown, making it difficult to maintain his balance, and he began to fall rapidly downwards. The evil prince, on the other hand, felt that his rapidly healing wounds had suddenly stopped healing. The three of them were in different situations, but overall, their internal energy had dissipated. Just moments ago, they were less than 2 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters, from the roof, and now, after falling, they landed on it in the blink of an eye. But the instant they landed, the roof collapsed, and the three tumbled down into another space. In their haste, Chu Qing didn't have time to look around. He was trying to regulate his internal energy when he suddenly felt it completely return. He subconsciously glanced up at the roof. The strange phenomenon must lie above. But what he saw sent a chill down his spine. Above his head were countless stars. This was clearly not naturally formed, but man-made. 2 splashes reached his ears, and Chu Qing quickly looked down. He had just regained his footing in midair, but the shepherd girl and the evil prince had both slipped from his grasp. Below was a river, and both of them had fallen into it. The shepherd girl struggled desperately to get out, crying out, "Help! Help!" Chu Qing didn't bother to look around. In a flash, he was beside the shepherd girl, scooping her out of the river. With another swift movement, he landed on the riverbank and tossed her to the ground. The shepherd girl hurriedly looked around. "Where's that evil prince? That old fell down with me. Where did he go? The river is flowing. He must have run away with the current," Chu Qing said softly. "Hurry up and use your internal energy to dry your clothes. That evil prince is quick-witted. He even escaped underwater. Isn't he afraid of drowning?" The shepherd girl frowned. "That man is quite capable. You shouldn't have saved me. You should have killed him first." "Killing him won't be easy." Chu Qing shook his head. "Have you forgotten what the benevolent prince mentioned about the scripture of good people and the record of evil people? To kill him, you have to kill the benevolent prince at the same time. Only when both of them die together will they truly be dead. Otherwise, who knows what might happen." He glanced at the shepherd girl again. She was soaked to the bone, her clothes clinging to her body, revealing her curves. The girl was already stunningly beautiful, and her figure was even more breathtaking, which made Chu Qing marvel. The shepherd girl seemed to notice his gaze and smiled. "What? You want me to repay kindness with enmity? I'm not saying I can't. I'm just curious. Why aren't you using your internal energy to dry the clothes?" "I don't have that much power." The shepherd girl snorted. "So what if you don't? What are you so proud of?" Chu Qing took out a tinderbox from his pocket and tossed it to her. "See if there's anything around that can be burned. Start a fire, and dry the clothes. I see if I can get out from up there. This place is very high. The roof is at least 10 zhang above the ground. This height would be impossible for an ordinary person to cross." But for Chu Qing, it was no problem at all. Chu Qing lightly touched the ground with his foot, and his figure soared upwards. However, after crossing 8 zhang, his internal energy began to decline rapidly. Although he wasn't completely depleted, he could only unleash 10% of his martial arts skills. He couldn't even maintain his position in midair, and could only fall back down. But when he reached a height of about 8 zhang above the ground, his internal energy naturally recovered. He didn't try again, and landed directly back on the ground. No wonder the Ghost Emperor and the Tomb King didn't go back up after they came down. "This roof is strange," Chu Qing muttered to himself. The shepherd girl gathered some broken pieces of wood around her. Wood that had weathered countless years of wind and rain. She gathered them together and lit them, immediately filling the air with a faint woody fragrance. She glanced at Chu Qing, then began to take off her clothes. Chu Qing was taken aback and immediately turned around. By the firelight, Chu Qing observed his surroundings and discovered a rather large architectural space. A river flowed through the center, flanked by normal stone chambers. Inside the chambers were many pieces of rotten wood, and some remnants, whose original shapes were no longer discernible. The shepherd boy said, "My internal energy has been suppressed. I only have about 30% left." "You only have 30% left?" Chu Qing was taken aback. How could it be suppressed so severely? "Chu Qing, have you ever heard of the Jinyuan stone?" the shepherd boy suddenly asked. Chu Qing shook his head. "Never heard of it." "What is it?" "One of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth," the shepherd boy said. "Internal energy is the essence of a martial artist's life. The simplest and most direct way to destroy it is to sever the meridians that circulate it and break open the sea of qi that gathers it. But doing so would cripple a person's martial arts. Besides that, there are very few things in the world that can suppress a person's internal energy. And they are all poisons. Only by ingesting them can one suppress or dissipate their internal energy. There is only one exception, the Jinyuan stone, one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. However, this item has been extinct in the martial world for 1,000 years. The shepherd boy, having reached this point, instinctively tried to stand up, but looking down, quickly squatted down again. He coughed, and seeing that Chu Qing didn't turn around, continued, in the past, the great Qian dynasty searched for the 9 treasures of heaven and earth, obtaining 7 of them. Only 2 were never obtained, one of which was the Jinyuan stone. Legend has it that the Jinyuan stone fell into the hands of the first martial emperor, becoming his burial item. Hearing this, Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. So, you mean this is the tomb of the first martial emperor? I think, yes. Mu Tong'er said, her voice trembling with suppressed excitement. Chu Qing, we're going to be rich. Chu Qing was speechless for a moment. Compared to getting rich, how to get out is the biggest problem, isn't it? That's not a problem. Mu Tong'er said, with me here, there's no place in this world we can't get out of. And you almost got trapped to death in an ordinary ancient tomb? Chu Qing recalled the girl's terrified expression after surviving the ordeal, and couldn't help but poke at her lungs. Just tell me if I got out or not. Mu Tong's tone became somewhat ferocious. Alright, you're out. Miss Mu is invincible. Where can you possibly be trapped? Chu Qing rolled her eyes. So, are your clothes dry yet? My neck's a bit stiff. I want to stretch it out. Stop turning your head. Mu Tong'er quickly said, how could it be so fast? If you see everything, I really be repaying kindness with enmity. Chu Qing smiled. People of the martial world don't stand on ceremony, but I didn't expect Miss Mu to be so wary. It seems you don't consider me one of your own. Seeing you and Miss Wu being so affectionate, I thought you were a true gentleman. How come you shown your true colors now? Are you provoking me? No. Mu Tong'er quickly said, my fault, I admit defeat, please forgive me. That's more like it. Chu Qing didn't argue with her anymore. After what she said, Chu Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since this place is the tomb of the first martial emperor, and there's a Jinyuan stone overhead, he won't be able to get out anytime soon. The ghost emperor and the tomb king are probably trapped too. He thought for a moment, then took something out of his robes and held it up. Miss Mu, you're very knowledgeable. Do you recognize this? Mu Tong'er glanced at it casually, then her expression changed drastically. Where did you get this? Chapter 498. Chu Qing put down what he was holding and examined it closely. The object appeared to be made of bronze, covered with a layer of patina. It was shaped like a bell, but without a clasp. The patterns on it were intricate and exquisite, undiminished even by the passage of time. I got this from the Tomb King. He had previously suspected the strange telepathic communication was the Tomb King's doing. Later, the Tomb King used the frost binding technique of the Heavenly Frost Fist to conceal the details of his fight with the Evil King, the Tomb King, and the Chess King. It was during that moment that he managed to retrieve this object from the Tomb King's possession. However, he hadn't examined it closely then, and only now had he had a chance to examine it carefully. Let me see. The shepherd boy jumped up and ran to Chu Qing's side to take it. Chu Qing subconsciously turned around, then froze. Wait, you just got here like that? Where are your clothes? Clothes? Ouch. The shepherd boy was back behind Chu Qing in a flash. Chu Qing was both amused and exasperated. Looks like I have to take back what I said earlier. You really don't consider me an outsider. You? Stop pretending to be innocent after getting the benefit. Tell me, what did you see just now? I said I didn't see anything. Do you believe me? Believe you my foot. You're a master of martial arts, with perfect hearing and sight, and you might even have night vision. You must have seen everything clearly. I'm doomed, I never get married. The shepherd boy angrily punched Chu Qing in the back, but the impact hurt her hand. Her cultivation level was low. Vastly different from Chu Qing's. Even if Chu Qing didn't use any protective techniques, she couldn't do anything to him. Don't worry, Chu Qing quickly reassured him. The shepherd boy snorted, what's wrong? You're not going to marry me, are you? Marrying you is definitely out of the question, but what happened here is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Let's keep our mouths shut. We haven't done anything improper, so who would know, right? The shepherd boy flew into a rage and kicked Chu Qing hard. Chu Qing, not wanting to be hit again for no reason, grabbed her ankle. Stop it. Who's messing with you? What do you take me for, Mu Tong'er? After you saw me, you're denying it? Denying it is one thing, but saying we should pretend nothing happened? Why should I? I'm not some cheap person. Mu Tong'er was genuinely angry this time. Chu Qing, I'm grateful you saved my life, but you can't treat me like this. That's not what I meant. Chu Qing hadn't expected Mu Tong'er to react so strongly, and quickly said, I was just thinking, you're not interested in marrying me, and I'm not alone. It wasn't me who turned around first. When you ran over, I thought you were already dressed, but who knew? I was just thinking, better to avoid trouble. If Miss Moo finds my words offensive, then I, apologize. Please forgive me. Humph, that's more like human speech. The shepherd boy held out a hand. Give it to me. What? Chu-Ching was taken aback by this sudden action. Her arm extended from behind her back, her skin as white as jade, her hand slender. She certainly didn't look like a tomb raider who dug aimlessly. It's a communication bell. The shepherd girl beckoned with her finger, annoyed. What else could it be? Hurry up and let me see. Oh. Chu-Ching snapped out of his daze, feeling this woman was truly unpredictable. She was just complaining about him, and now she moved on. He placed the communication bell in her hand, and she withdrew her hand. There was silence behind him for a moment. Only the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, finally stopping in front of the campfire. Chu-Ching asked, Is this called a communication bell? Yes, that's right. It's called a communication bell, one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. The shepherd girl replied, You got this from the Tomb King? Won't that old man cry his eyes out? He probably won't cry. Chu-Ching sighed helplessly. Why? The shepherd girl asked casually, but her tone didn't seem to intend to really get to the bottom of it. Chu-Ching, having nothing else to do, recounted the previous events. At first, the shepherd boy didn't take it seriously, but as he listened, his expression changed, and finally he flew into a rage. This is truly outrageous. Why didn't he say so earlier if he had such a scheme? It made my father run all the way to the abandoned God Valley to wait for him. That abandoned God Valley is such a dangerous place, yet he was implicated by a scheme. This ghost emperor is truly outrageous. The shepherd boy tossed the communication bell to Chu-Ching. This thing can be activated with internal force, allowing sound to travel thousands of miles. Although it's not particularly adept at offensive combat, its ingenious use is far from ordinary. Chu-Ching nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, the conversation between the Tomb King and him earlier had been transmitted to Lu Xiaoyan and the others using this very object. The reason the sound was cut off afterward was because the Ghost Emperor had reversed control over the Tomb King and the Chess King. The Ghost Emperor most likely didn't know the communication bell was on the Tomb King, which is why he didn't allow the bell to continue transmitting its message. This is why, in the instant the tide turned, the bell's sound ceased. If used properly, this thing can indeed be incredibly effective. Chu-Ching smiled slightly, then asked, How's your clothes drying? Almost, although not completely dry, they're still wearable. Then hurry up. Although the Ghost Emperor and the Tomb King are also trapped here, I imagine with their abilities, this place won't hold them for long. We need to leave here first. Leave? Mu Tong'er's voice suddenly rose. Why leave? This is the tomb of the first martial emperor. Have you forgotten what I told you before? The first martial emperor's tomb holds the secret to his unparalleled power. If you can obtain this secret, you will surely become the greatest in the world. Moreover, with the knowledge of the Ghost Emperor and the others, they should be able to recognize this place. After all, the Ghost Emperor could definitely recognize just a genuine stone. You want to give up this thing? The Ghost Emperor might not. That makes some sense. Chu-Ching said, Miss Mu, as senior Yu's disciple, surely the mechanisms here won't be difficult for you. It's a perfect opportunity to test what I learned. Mu Tong'er came to Chu-Ching, her clothes half dry, her hair still dripping wet. She looked at Chu-Ching. Let's go, sister will take you to get rich. Chu-Ching was both amused and exasperated. You have no manners. Whose sister are you? I'm 21 years old this year. What's wrong with me calling myself sister? The shepherd boy leaned down to look at Chu-Ching. If my investigation was correct, you're only 19 this year, right, little brother? Little brother. Chu-Ching moved back slightly. Mind your distance. Humph. The shepherd boy turned and left. Chu-Ching secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Why is this woman suddenly a little scary? The purpose of this room was no longer clear. The two of them circled around, but couldn't even find an exit. However, besides the normal exit, they knew of another path. The river in the middle of the room. The evil prince disappeared from here, so there must be an exit below. But the shepherd boy felt that besides concealing a hidden path, there must be other paths, so he began searching the room. As expected of a disciple of the Yu sect, he quickly found a mechanism on the wall that opened a hidden door. However, after exiting from here, they faced even more mechanisms and formations. However, with the shepherd boy leading the way, even within the tomb of the first martial emperor, the two moved with ease. Along the way, Chu-Ching's eyes were open wide. When the first martial emperor built this grand tomb, he must have hired many skilled craftsmen. The various mechanisms and traps were countless. One that left a deep impression on Chu Qing was a square stone array. Called an array, it was actually a trap room. Stepping inside, one could see many square stones. These stones were all the same length, width, and height, no more than 10 feet in size, just enough for two people to stand on a single stone. Inside the stone structure, one can choose a direction to move. Each step forward alters the surrounding stones, making previously visible paths disappear. This can also trigger various traps. This constantly changing environment requires navigating a complex maze to find a way forward. However, because the surroundings are identical, it's extremely easy to lose one's sense of direction. Initially, one might remember cardinal directions, but after a few steps, complete disorientation sets in. Then, one begins endlessly circling the room until trapped to death. According to the shepherd boy, with good luck, one might even reach the end, where the stones beneath one's feet might suddenly rise or fall depending on the choices made. As for why it's based on the shepherd boy's account rather than their own observations, it's because Chu Qing, after only 2 steps, found this system incredibly frustrating and simply unleashed a devastating attack, pulverizing all the stones. The scene was quite a spectacle. Because these stone blocks also contain mechanisms, when Chu Qing shattered them, their contents scattered, flames, ice, arrows, poisonous smoke, you name it, they had it. Chu Qing was actually quite curious, would the poisonous smoke, aged 1,000 years, have expired? But ultimately, he didn't dare test it himself. The shepherd girl didn't appreciate Chu Qing's violent method of breaking through the barrier, but she approved of it. She had been watching the water flow on the ground, ever since leaving that room. Chu Qing asked her why she cared so much, and she told him it was called a dragon drawing trap. The feng shui of the first martial emperor's tomb is underground. Outside the bronze gate, there's a dragon coiled around a mountain. The dragon attracting formation draws in this mountain-coiled dragon. Then, she mysteriously told Chu Qing, I suspect the first martial emperor had ulterior motives for building this ancient tomb here. Especially after seeing this dragon attracting formation, I'm almost certain the first martial emperor back then probably didn't want to die. Chu Qing didn't understand, so Mu Tonger said, think about it, why attract a dragon? Whether it's a dragon coiled around a mountain or 2 dragons guarding it, it's a good formation. Why not let this dragon stay outside? Why bring it in? What does it want to do after bringing it in? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, gesturing towards his neck. Kill? His words were somewhat joking, but Mu Tonger nodded, very likely. But this isn't a dragon after all, it's water. You don't understand. The shepherd boy waved his hand, his face full of summer insects cannot discuss ice. Chu Qing rolled her eyes. Nonsense, I really don't understand. If I did, would I allow you to show off in front of me? After that, the shepherd boy didn't talk to Chu Qing about her feng shui secrets again. Instead, he was amazed by the size of the place, and he had indeed witnessed many techniques along the way. Suddenly, however, the man-made objects in front of them vanished, revealing a stone forest. Even the river that had always been there had disappeared underground. There should be a formation inside this stone forest. Let me take a closer look. Oh, the 64 hexagrams, interesting. Quite fascinating. Come on, let's go in. After muttering a few words, the shepherd boy led Chu Qing inside. Chu Qing still knew nothing about formations, but the shepherd boy was an expert. They had indeed broken quite a few formations along the way. However, this one was clearly different from the others, far more mysterious and complex. The shepherd boy walked and stopped intermittently, and after about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he suddenly stopped. She was muttering incantations, which Chu Qing overheard. It was all technical terms like Qian, Kuan, Jun, Dui, Kan, Li, and General. Finally, she looked up and exclaimed, 9 deaths and 1 life, the gate of life is in the east. Let's go! She grabbed Chu Qing and took a step forward. After that step, the seemingly endless, dense stone forest before them suddenly vanished. All the stone forest was behind them, and in front of them was a completely different room. In the center stood a pill furnace. To one side was a metal shelf filled with various small bottles. On the other side was another shelf, but most of the bottles were covered in black ash. A few jade slips remained intact, their contents unknown. Directly opposite the alchemy furnace was a couch. Now, a person was sitting on the couch. This person was dressed in black, bald, and sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling black flames. Chu Qing was slightly taken aback. These black flames, are they the karmic fire from the record of villains? Is this the evil prince? The evil prince is bald? The shepherd boy looked at Chu Ching with some curiosity. Chu Ching suddenly slapped his forehead. You, the instigator, still have the nerve to ask. Have you forgotten what you did before? What a disaster. A perfectly good evil prince has become a bald prince. What did I do? The shepherd boy thought carefully, and suddenly remembered the blood-stained scalp, and the long hair she had thrown away earlier. Her expression gradually changed, then she began to grit her teeth, her face contorted in pain, forcing herself not to laugh out loud. This isn't my fault. I didn't expect his injuries to heal so quickly. And his hair isn't growing back. Chapter 499. Miss Mu, your words are somewhat biased. Chu Ching shook his head. The evil prince isn't bald, his scalp has healed, but his hair still needs time to grow. How could it possibly grow back in such a short time? Right now, he's barely become one of the 12 bald kings from the 12 holy kings. You can't laugh at him, he said, glancing at the evil prince. He sat cross-legged on the couch, circulating his internal energy, his body surrounded by protective chi, clearly healing himself. Or perhaps he found something in this room and ingested it to increase his power, but whatever he was doing, he hadn't sealed his 5 senses. He must have known of Chu Ching and Mu Tonger's arrival, and could certainly hear their conversation. Therefore, although he tried his best to endure it, his internal energy still fluctuated. Chu Ching could easily sense this. Chu Ching was somewhat curious. The record of villains and the scripture of good people were essentially one. If one practitioner of either art survived, the other wouldn't die either. If that's the case, what if one suffered a chi deviation, losing all their martial arts? What would happen to the other? And if that person died, could the other survive? So, his words were intentional, meant to lure the evil prince into a chi deviation. Although the shepherd boy was unaware of Chu Ching's scheme, he was adept at playing along. 12 bald kings. How could you even think of that? Ha ha ha, you're so wicked. If the experts of the southern region's martial arts world knew their leader was so tactless, I wonder what their expressions would be. In comparison, I'd like to know what the other 12 holy kings would think if they saw the current splendor of the evil king. Hey! The Tomb King and the Chess King are in this first martial emperor's tomb. Why don't we find them and admire it together? Look, his martial arts are incredibly powerful. There isn't a single scar on his scalp. It shines like an oil lamp. But aren't there any veins throbbing on his forehead? Could this bald man hear what we're saying? I reckon he can. He definitely heard us, but it doesn't matter. He's just a bald king. Even if he heard us, what could he do to me? Chu Ching stood with his hands behind his back. Her attitude was arrogant. This time, the shepherd girl really couldn't hold back. She grabbed Chu Ching's shoulders and laughed uncontrollably. Chu Ching was completely baffled by her laughter, but smiles are contagious. Even though Chu Ching didn't know what she was laughing about, just hearing her voice, he could feel her joy. This made Chu Ching feel much better, and he couldn't help but smile too. What are you laughing at? You said he's a bald turtle. A turtle is one thing, but bald? Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. If I keep laughing, I have to be buried here with the first martial emperor. Phonetic puns are illegal. Please stop. Chu Ching was speechless. I said bald king. Who said bald turtle? I can't stop. Especially, he's all black, and the way he's meditating, with his limbs tucked in and his head sticking out, it really looks more and more like him. The shepherd boy's head was pressed against Chu Ching's arm, and he was laughing so hard he could barely stand up. The evil prince initially intended to disregard external influences, viewing Chu Ching and the shepherd boy as wandering spirits within the ancient tomb, pretending he saw and heard nothing. However, as the shepherd boy's laughter grew increasingly arrogant and merciless, he finally lost his patience. He abruptly took a deep breath, and his already precarious internal energy, which seemed to tread on thin ice, completely went astray with this single breath. The bald prince. No, the evil prince's heart skipped a beat. He knew the situation was likely truly dire. He tried carefully to calm his surging internal energy, but it flowed on its own, completely beyond his control. It surged and raged within his meridians, like a wild monkey released from its cage, no longer caring for its original master. In an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted from the evil prince's mouth. He slumped onto the couch, his eyes wide with rage, glaring at the shepherd boy. You. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Oh dear, you brought trouble upon yourself with your laughter. The shepherd boy hid behind Chu Ching. Why is this guy so easily amused? The dignified 12 bald kings. The 12 holy kings. They can't even laugh at us for a couple of laughs? The 12 holy kings hold a position of great esteem. How can we allow ourselves to mock them so freely? Chu Qing slowly walked to the couch, looked at the evil prince lying there, reached out and checked his pulse, frowning slightly. His internal energy was indeed in complete disarray. Not only that, but many of his meridians were also broken, and his injuries were worsening. But the problem was, while his injuries were worsening, they were also healing at an extremely rapid pace. He was currently immobilized because his injury and healing were constantly vying for control. But while the injury had an end, the healing wouldn't stop as long as Prince Keshan lived. If left untreated, he would soon be able to stand up again. Chu Qing sighed and asked the shepherd boy, "Can this sound transmission belt penetrate the genuine stone?" The genuine stone's effects were extraordinary. Chu Qing's heavenly melody transmission couldn't even travel now. If he wanted to transmit his voice, he could probably only rely on this sound transmission bell. "It definitely can," the shepherd boy replied confidently. "The 9 treasures of heaven and earth are all treasures of the same level, but each has different effects. They neither complement nor counteract each other. But they are often not used in their strongest areas. For example, the genuine stone's ability to suppress internal energy, and the sound transmission bell's ability to transmit sound over long distances are their strengths. The genuine stone can't suppress it." Chu Qing nodded. "Then I'm relieved." With that, he flicked 2 fingers, and with a hiss, the evil prince's head was severed. "Kill me!" The bald head rolled onto the bed, still glaring angrily at Chu Qing. "You better make sure you can kill me, otherwise, sooner or later, I skin you alive and make your collection." "I didn't realize you were a collector." "Holy crap, all that's left is a head, and it can still talk. Is this bald by **** a ghost?" The shepherd boy was dumbfounded. The evil prince was already in a bad mood, having been cursed at for so long, and now his head had been chopped off. This damned woman was still cursing him, making him so angry he opened his mouth to bite. Only a head remained, and it couldn't move, only cracking and snapping at the air. Chu Qing smiled, ignoring the head's antics, and directly took out the communication bell from his robes. He channeled his inner energy into it, instantly feeling a slight stirring in his spirit. The next moment, Chu Qing's spirit spread outwards through the bell. Chu Qing abruptly stopped the transmission of inner energy, looked around, and his expression became incredibly complex. This communication bell. It has such a wondrous use. What's wrong? What's wrong? The shepherd boy hurriedly asked. Is there a problem with this communication bell? No problem. Chu Qing shook his head, placed the communication bell in his hand, and once again channeled inner energy into it. The next moment, his spirit instantly expanded outwards. In a flash, it had already jumped out of the first martial emperor's tomb's range, expanding outwards in a 360-degree, completely seamless manner. Soon, Chu Qing had already caught sight of the benevolent prince. With a thought, his spirit condensed into a line through the communication bell. He spoke softly, "Could you hear me?" Hua Jinyan and Prince Shan, who were following the trail, suddenly heard Chu Qing's voice appear out of nowhere. The old man and the young man exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Hua Jinyan quickly asked, "Where are you?" Chu Qing's spirit was transmitted through a sound transmission bell, capable of both transmitting sound and capturing echoes. He immediately said, "This is the tomb of the first martial emperor. I was fighting with your father and inexplicably ended up here. Your father should be here now, but I haven't found him yet. I'm using this message to inform Prince Shan that you may die." Prince Shan's expression softened upon hearing this. "Very well, I will die now." As soon as he finished speaking, his internal energy suddenly reversed, followed by a loud bang as a cloud of blood mist exploded from his chest. He had died by severing his own heart meridian. His body slowly collapsed, his breath fading away in the blink of an eye. Chu Qing glanced at the severed head on the bed and saw that the head, which had been raging madly just moments before, had suddenly quieted down. The ferocity on his face had also dissipated considerably, and his mind was somewhat muddled. He stared at Chu Qing and subconsciously asked, "What did you do to me?" But before Chu Qing could answer, large tears suddenly began to stream down the evil prince's previously crazed eyes. Upon reaching Chu Qing, a system notification popped up. Mission completed. Successfully assassinated the evil prince, obtained a random martial arts treasure chest. Chu Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing this, then stretched. That's good. Now killing the 12 holy kings isn't a losing proposition after all. Then he took out the communication bell and began searching for Wu Qianhuan and Winra's whereabouts. His heavenly voice communication was useless here, so he could use the communication bell to let them know he was safe. He didn't want Wu Qianhuan to mistakenly believe the alliance leader was dead after the war between good and evil ended, and then inexplicably commit suicide for love. After doing this, Chu Qing examined the communication bell in his hand, marveling, as expected of one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth, it is indeed extraordinary and extremely profound. How profound is it? Mu Tonger couldn't help but ask, seeing him communicating with this person and that person. Chu Qing said, this thing really can transmit sound for thousands of miles, and even search in all directions. Really? Let me try. The shepherd boy reached for the sound transmission bell, and began to channel his inner energy into it, following Chu Qing's instructions. But after a moment, the shepherd boy's face paled slightly, and he gave Chu Qing a reproachful look. It's not fun at all, and it doesn't have any sound transmission potential or ability to search in all directions. I can't even leave this room. That's because your spirit is too weak. Chu Qing smiled and put the bell away. With this, maybe we can trick the Ghost Emperor. Let me see where the Ghost Emperor is. No sooner said than done. Chu Qing's inner energy penetrated deeper into the sound transmission bell, and his spirit spread through it, covering the entire First Martial Emperor's tomb. The entire First Martial Emperor's tomb instantly appeared in Chu Qing's spiritual world. This place is much larger than I imagined. The stone forest is the inner layer of protection, and further inside there is a palace. That's where the real First Martial Emperor's tomb is located. The palace has 3 levels, but what's on the top level? I can't see clearly. All I see in my spiritual world is a huge, luminous object. Is it the secret you mentioned before? The secret to how the First Martial Emperor became the strongest in the world? How would I know? I can't see it. The shepherd boy looked at Chu Qing sitting there with some envy, but then saw him suddenly frown and open his eyes abruptly. What's wrong? The shepherd boy asked hurriedly. Chu Qing was both amused and exasperated. I wanted to see that thing clearly, but I got too close and was jolted back. However, I feel like that thing is like a half section of a stone tablet. But whether that's true or not is hard to say. I can't see it clearly. Where's the Ghost Emperor? I look again. Chu Qing extended his spiritual power through the communication bell again, and within moments, he found himself in a maze-like alley. Inside the alley, 2 people were slowly moving forward. Numerous traps and hidden weapons surrounded them, but they couldn't stop them in the slightest. It was the Ghost Emperor and the Tomb King. The Chess King had already been killed by Chu Qing earlier. If they hadn't revealed a slight opening at that moment, they wouldn't have been able to get here. Chu Qing followed the Ghost Emperor's figure upwards, and just as he saw his face, the Ghost Emperor suddenly turned and glanced in Chu Qing's direction. A crack. Something seemed to shatter, and Chu Qing's spiritual power was once again thrown back. Looking down at the communication bell in his hand, he saw a new crack on it. The Ghost Emperor truly lives up to his name. Chu Qing looked at the communication bell, feeling a pang of heartache. If used properly, this thing could be a deadly weapon. However, facing experts like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, one shouldn't be reckless. Even with the best treasures, the key is still one's own strength. Chu Qing suddenly stood up. The Ghost Emperor and the Tomb King are almost inside the palace. We have to hurry. He had originally planned to collect the reward before leaving. But now it seemed that if they didn't go now, it would be too late. The shepherd boy stumbled from being pulled, and couldn't help but shout, "Don't you want the pills here? Or, you could take this alchemy furnace back with you. This thing is clearly not ordinary, it's priceless." Alchemy furnace. Chu Qing looked at the alchemy furnace, which was at least 2 meters tall, and his lips twitched. If you like it, you can take the furnace or the pills. I can't carry it. You can take it out and give it to me. The shepherd boy smiled radiantly. Chu Qing laughed too, then pinched her cheek hard. You're dreaming. Chapter 500. Streams of light flashed, each containing a figure. Some wielded sharp swords, others short weapons. Their moves ruthless and swift, their coordination impeccable, their movements precise and controlled, clearly relying on an extremely sophisticated formation. The Tomb King stood within the formation, his eyes slightly vacant. His feet were naturally apart, his arms hanging naturally at his sides, all attacks missing him by the slightest margin. Suddenly, the figures converged, the light surrounding them dissipating slightly, revealing them as mechanical puppets. Now solidified in one place, they attacked simultaneously. A surge of wind and clouds converged in an instant, unleashing a powerful force that hurtled towards the Tomb King. Only then did the Tomb King slowly raise his palms, and with a surge of inner energy, figures appeared behind him. These figures included men and women young and old. If Chu Qing were here, he would surely recognize 2 or 3 familiar faces among them. These were the tomb-bound figures he had personally killed in the heavenly mystery valley of Luoch Manor that day. However, the figures appearing behind the Tomb King now numbered 20 or 30, appearing only for a fleeting moment before vanishing completely, merging into his palms. With a push of his hands, his palm strikes were like a dragon, unstoppable and swift, instantly dispersing the puppet's fierce attack and engulfing the puppet before him, scattering its parts across the ground. At this point, the Tomb King slowly withdrew his power, took a step back, and stood behind the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor Moto remained expressionless, his brows slightly furrowed. Just now, I felt someone was secretly spying on me. Could it be that brat? Such martial arts at such a young age. He truly must die. Otherwise, what chance would the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have when he grows up? It's a pity, he was ultimately one step too short to kill her. Otherwise, my path of ghosts and gods would surely be at its perfect state. Killing him would be a matter of a single thought. However, because of this brat's appearance, my path of gods is no longer perfect, and my path of ghosts is also lacking. Only by slaying them all can I make up for the flaws in my path of gods, and fill the gaps in my path of ghosts. Following the current path forward, the Tomb King followed closely behind. Leaving the alley, looking up again, a 3-story palace appeared before them. A plaque above the entrance bore 3 large characters: Martial Emperor Pavilion. Martial Emperor. Humph. The first Martial Emperor 1,000 years ago was indeed in existence that Li Juechen could not compare to. I wonder if the legendary secret that allowed the first Martial Emperor to dominate the world is truly in his tomb. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. If I truly find a great opportunity and advance my path of ghosts and gods to a higher level, I will skin him alive, tear him apart, and rip out his marrow to repay his kindness. With that, he pressed down with one palm. The wails of vengeful ghosts instantly filled the wilderness, followed by a deafening explosion. The gate to the Martial Emperor's pavilion was shattered. The Ghost Emperor frowned slightly. The genuine stone. Such a thing shouldn't even exist in this world. The Great Qian dynasty couldn't find it, and the first Martial Emperor obtained it but didn't destroy it. Truly absurd. He stepped into the main hall, finding it completely empty. A huge luminous pearl floated overhead, its light illuminating the entire hall. The Ghost Emperor took a step forward, suddenly feeling a sense of utter confusion. But an instant later, the image of the Netherworld Ghost King appeared behind him, instantly shattering the confusion in his mind. He looked around and realized that although the place seemed empty, containing only a few scattered ornaments, upon closer inspection, he discovered that with each step he took, the surrounding ornaments, windows, and paintings in the hall changed, rearranging and combining to form a strange and powerful script. This script could influence the mind and shake the soul. Ancient secret text? Interesting. This is no test, but a killing formation. The first Martial Emperor truly lives up to his name. Even after 1,000 years, his killing intent remains undiminished. However, do you think this mere trick can stop me? The Ghost Emperor sneered. Without any apparent movement, his robes fluttered without wind, and the Dharma form of the Netherworld Ghost King appeared behind him. With a single roar, shattering sounds echoed from all directions. Even the Tomb King couldn't help but groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, his face remained expressionless, as if he were completely unaware of his injuries. The Ghost Emperor strode forward. The layout of this hall was extremely intricate, but precisely because it was so exquisite, even a slight disturbance would affect the entire structure. The slightest damage would make it difficult to maintain its original state. Therefore, destruction was extremely easy. The Ghost Emperor reached the center of the main hall before pausing. Looking up, he saw the hall had vanished. All around was a vast, desolate landscape, with a massive sun scorching the sandy earth overhead. An illusion? Have they run out of tricks? The Ghost Emperor muttered to himself. With a thought, a golden light shot towards the blazing sun. A deafening boom followed. The Ghost Emperor opened his eyes. He was back inside the Martial Emperor Pavilion. The object that had shattered with a loud crash was the luminous pearl above his head. Borrowing light to write words, if it weren't for my unparalleled martial arts, I would have truly fallen for your trick. He continued forward without stopping. The Martial Emperor Pavilion, a mere 3 stories high, was filled with countless ingenious mechanisms. Unfortunately, none of them had any effect on the Ghost Emperor. Although the Ghost Emperor wasn't as skilled in mechanical arts as the Shepherd Boy, he and Chu Qing were very similar in one respect. Both preferred to use brute force to overcome all obstacles. No matter how many tricks you employ, I just deliver one blow. If one blow isn't enough, I use 2. As long as his inner energy and power remain undiminished, no matter how much effort you put into creating your mechanical secrets, even after a lifetime of study, they will be shattered to pieces. And so he continued upwards, reaching the 3rd floor. But for some reason, the higher he went, the colder it felt. It wasn't as if he were going upwards, but downwards, a journey into the underworld, into the 18 levels of hell. But the Ghost Emperor, as the Ghost Emperor, was a master of deception and trickery, so naturally he wasn't frightened by this scene. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, his brow furrowed slightly. The scene here was somewhat strange. The entire space was divided in two. One half was empty, while the other half was completely filled. First, there was a pool. A crimson liquid flowed within, and a faint smell of blood seemed to linger. But this shouldn't be. The first martial emperor's tomb, built 1,000 years ago, has remained untouched for countless years. What had produced this bloody stench? Around the pool stood 18 dragon pillars. The dragon heads were bent, slightly bowed. At first glance, it looked as if 18 dragons were bending over, examining the details of the blood-soaked pool. And the dragon heads, when opened, spewed forth clear water. Clear water continuously poured into the pool, yet the water level did not rise even slightly. This strange sight was so perplexing that even the Ghost Emperor, with his vast knowledge, could not fully comprehend it. Behind the pool stood a stone tablet, only half of it. The tablet was blank, devoid of any luster. But even though it simply stood there silently, its presence was impossible to ignore. All eyes were instinctively drawn to the blank surface of the steel. If one could muster the willpower to look away, they would see a desk behind the steel, and behind that, a large chair. Behind the chair, however, was a mural. The mural was etched, and would not fade with time. The Ghost Emperor's gaze fell upon the mural, where a great sun shone in the sky, below which stood two opposing camps. The camp above stood atop clouds, some holding whisks, others riding donkeys or oxen. Judging from their attire, they all possessed an air of otherworldly grace. But their expressions were sinister and ruthless, completely lacking the serene composure of immortals. On the lower side, each figure wields a weapon, most of them burly and imposing, followed by countless other figures, clearly a group of villains plotting a rebellion. However, the faces of these figures were not depicted in the mural, leaving their expressions unknown, whether joy or anger. In the center of the two camps, auspicious clouds support a pool. Around the pool are carved 18 dragons. These 18 dragons circle the pool, as if they are lifting it up. And within the pool sits a person. The person's appearance is obscured, because they are sitting with their back turned. Behind their head, a halo of celestial light shines, appearing both magnificent and mysterious. The Ghost Emperor took in everything before him, his brow furrowing slightly. What does this mean? Could it be that the first martial emperor did something to this ancient tomb? The mural says this pool is strange. Could it be the first martial emperor's corpse is hidden in the pool? Even after 1,000 years, blood is still flowing out. He muttered to himself, his pupils suddenly contracting even as the current Ghost Emperor. If he continued to reason with this, the conclusion he reached would be truly horrifying. Could it be that the first martial emperor is still alive in this world? The Ghost Emperor abruptly looked up at the mural. He used feng shui techniques to hide here. Was he trying to bide his time? Or did he want to attain immortality? The ferocious face of the immortal in the mural, the figure sitting in the blood pool with his back to everyone, and the divine light behind his head, all these gave the Ghost Emperor a chilling premonition. But the next moment, the Ghost Emperor laughed. This is even more interesting. The first martial emperor, with unparalleled martial arts, actually believes in ghosts and gods. I truly don't believe any monster can live for over 1,000 years without dying. He took a step forward, but his figure paused. In a flash, the Tomb King's figure swept past him, heading straight for the pool. Upon reaching it, he ignored the surrounding dragon pillars. He bent down and reached into the pool. Just as the Tomb King's hand was about to plunge into the water, a hand suddenly reached out from the pool and grabbed his wrist. The Tomb King, countered by the heavenly demon mind control technique, felt neither sorrow nor joy, neither fear nor anger. He was unconcerned by the hand and wanted to continue probing into the pool, but the next moment, he was pulled into the pool by the hand within. There really is someone. The Ghost Emperor suddenly extended a palm, his 5 fingers grabbing. A ghostly hand formed from dark blue energy grabbed the Tomb King's back, beginning a struggle. Both forces were extraordinary, and a series of cracking sounds rang out as the Tomb King's arm was torn, flesh ripped open, blood flowing freely, and bones stretched. Yet, his face remained expressionless, as if he himself were not the one suffering the most severe injuries. You demons and monsters, how dare you contend with this emperor? The Ghost Emperor's expression changed, his aura surging, and the Yama King's Dharma image behind him began to transform. One half of his face remained the hideous and grotesque Yama King, while the other half radiated golden light, its expression gradually shifting from ferocious and ugly to compassionate and merciful. It was truly a being half god, half ghost, half demon. This was the true form of the ghostly god path cultivated by the Ghost Emperor. The netherworld ghost hand remained gripping the Tomb King's body, while the Ghost Emperor's other palm, like a divine intervention, slammed into the pool. The powerful force pierced through, and a piercing scream, a mixture of crying and laughter, erupted from within the pool. The entire pool was shattered by this single blow. The 18 dragon pillars snapped in two. A white figure was sent flying over the broken stone tablet and crashing onto a chair. The Ghost Emperor sneered, playing tricks. With that, he reached out, channeling his true energy, and grabbed at the broken stone tablet. Just as the tablet was about to fall into his grasp, a whooshing sound suddenly came from behind. The Ghost Emperor whirled around, only to hear a deafening crash as a massive pill furnace smashed through the wall and hurtled towards him. The force it carried was so violent that if ignored, the consequences of it striking him would be dire. Even the Ghost Emperor dared not be careless. Forgetting about retrieving the stone tablet, he flicked his wrist and unleashed a deafening palm strike. The force of this attack instantly shattered all four walls of the Martial Emperor Pavilion, leaving everything around riddled with holes. The Ghost Emperor's face was ashen. No one else could rival his strength like this. This kid, he's a leech. Then a voice spoke, "You bastard, that's my pill furnace. I carried it out, so what's wrong with using it?" Chu Qing's voice followed, and the next moment, two figures appeared before the Ghost Emperor. The pill furnace, which had been sent flying by the palm strike, was lifted up by Chu Qing with a single hand. Despite its immense weight, he lifted it with effortless ease. The shepherd boy circled the furnace, staring at the deep palm print on it, tears welling in his eyes, with heartache. "My precious pill furnace. Its value has been greatly diminished." Chapter 501. Is it that serious? Seeing the shepherd boy's pained expression, Chu Qing put down the alchemy furnace, and went over to look at it with him. Finally, he nodded, agreeing with the shepherd boy's assessment. "It is indeed very serious. Its value will definitely be greatly reduced." "Really? Even you say so? You spendthrift, I never seen anyone so wasteful." The shepherd boy bit his lip, looking at Chu Qing. "What do we do now?" "What do we do? Find someone to compensate us." Chu Qing said, "Whoever hit it, compensate us." With that, the two of them simultaneously turned to look at Ghost Emperor Moto. The Ghost Emperor was slightly taken aback. Since he assumed the position of Ghost Emperor, there had been those who challenged him, and those who sought his favors, but this was truly the first time in history that someone had asked him for compensation. He pointed to himself somewhat uncertainly, "Asking me for compensation?" "That's right," Chu Qing and the shepherd boy said in unison. Then Chu Qing asked the shepherd boy in a low voice, "How much is this thing worth?" "This thing has been here for at least 1,000 years. Judging from the structure of the entire alchemy furnace, it doesn't seem to be from the era of the first Martial Emperor. As for its value, it's hard to say, but it's priceless." 30 to 50 million taels of silver? Perhaps even more? The shepherd boy pondered seriously. Chu Qing almost laughed out loud. He was just teasing the Ghost Emperor, but the shepherd boy seemed genuinely trying to make the Ghost Emperor pay. However, he nodded cooperatively. "All right, then let's ask him for 50 million taels of silver. Do you think he'd give it to us? Speaking of which, my family and his family seem to have some connections." The shepherd girl turned to look at Ghost Emperor Moto. "Uncle Ghost Emperor, my father is still waiting in the Valley of Abandoned Gods because of you. And you come here to cut off his daughter's livelihood. Do you know that cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents? My father was deeply loyal to you, yet you kill him. Is it appropriate for a dignified Ghost Emperor to repay kindness with enmity like this?" The Ghost Emperor was momentarily furious, then laughed, but quickly sighed. "Tonger, I watched you grow up. To be honest, it truly makes me feel guilty." "Why do I feel guilty?" the shepherd girl asked. "Nonsense, he wanted to kill you, and recalling all the things we'd done, he couldn't bear it," Chu Qing explained. The shepherd boy flew into a rage upon hearing this. "Outrageous. My father, and you have been friends for decades. Not only have you cut off my livelihood, but you're even trying to kill me to silence me, so you won't repay the money. Is this reasonable? He can even kill his own daughter, let alone you." Chu Qing shook his head. "Do you really think you can get any money from him?" The shepherd boy rolled his eyes at Chu Qing. "Let's try. Even if I can't get all of it, getting some won't be a loss. What if he plans to give me funeral expenses, And you then kill him. Wouldn't that be his dying gift? Chu Qing was somewhat surprised. Where do you get the confidence that I can kill the current Ghost Emperor? You can't kill him? The shepherd boy was even more surprised than Chu Qing. If you can't kill him, why did you bring me here? To die? Born not to share a bed, die in the same grave? You're playing this game so elaborately? Chu Qing's lips twitched, and she said to the Ghost Emperor, I'm sorry, the Xian Emperor seems to be rather inept at teaching his daughter. Please excuse my poor performance. The Ghost Emperor frowned deeply. You two are enough. Before he could finish the word enough, his expression suddenly changed. The next moment, his ghostly divine form erupted, only to vanish in an instant. A hand, abnormally white, landed on the Ghost Emperor's shoulder. The Ghost Emperor's face was extremely grim. He recognized the hand immediately when he caught a glimpse of it. It was the hand of the person who had sprung out after shattering the pool. That person had been knocked onto the chair behind the stone tablet, already lifeless. With Chu Qing and Mu Tonger's arrival, all attention was inevitably focused on them. But unexpectedly, although the person was lifeless, they weren't dead. They had silently appeared behind him, and even more terrifyingly, this fellow had used some unknown method. Their palms seemed to possess a suction force, requiring him to use his immense inner strength to resist. A hunch lurked within him. If he were to be careless, and the person behind him succeeded, even as the Ghost Emperor, with his unparalleled cultivation, he would perish. This sense of crisis was even more intense than when he faced Chu Qing earlier. He abruptly looked up at Chu Qing and the shepherd boy, gritting his teeth. You did this on purpose. These two were spouting nonsense and acting recklessly in front of him. He couldn't see what was happening behind him because his back was turned, but they saw everything clearly, neither warning him nor making a sound. It was obviously intentional. He had only thought Chu Qing was relying on his cultivation to look down on him, but he hadn't expected that Chu Qing had another scheme. Chu Qing watched the scene with amusement. The Ghost Emperor was right, he was indeed doing it on purpose. When he revealed himself earlier, he had noticed that the bald man had silently stood up and was walking towards the Ghost Emperor step by step. Chu Qing immediately sensed something strange about this guy. He was completely naked, yet lacked any distinct gender characteristics. His skin was a pale white, the result of years of soaking in water. He had no hair, no breath, no pulse, no heartbeat, and even his features were blurry. He looked like half-melted wax, utterly eerie. This inhuman creature was heading towards the Ghost Emperor, and Chu Qing naturally wanted to see what he was up to. Seeing that the Ghost Emperor hadn't noticed, he was happy to help. However, Chu Qing hadn't expected that this guy could suppress the current Ghost Emperor simply by extending a single hand. He couldn't help but nudge the shepherd boy with his elbow. Do you know who this guy is? The shepherd boy stroked his chin, his face serious, and said, he might be the first martial emperor. Oh! Chu Qing nodded. Aren't you surprised? The shepherd boy was astonished to see Chu Qing's expression, which seemed to say I see, yet showed no surprise whatsoever. Basic stuff, Chu Qing waved his hand. Based on my experience and knowledge, people who build these kinds of large tombs usually have their own purposes. You said before that this guy set up some kind of dragon summoning trap in this tomb. He probably has some unspeakable secret. But a dying person is simply unwilling to die and disappear, wanting to prolong their life, or perhaps achieve immortality. Anyway, they do anything to live. It's not surprising. He read too many tomb raiding novels. This kind of plot wasn't anything to be surprised about for him. You're right. The shepherd boy nodded. First came the dragon drawing formation, then the dragon slaying platform. Ultimately, he used the earth's veins to gather energy and nurture his corpse, thus achieving immortality for 1,000 years. Although I can't be certain this guy is the first martial emperor himself, it's clear he's been here for a very, very long time. Calling him human is a stretch. He's practically neither human nor ghost. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, this guy is quite powerful. Ghost Emperor, your martial arts are unparalleled. I suppose you don't need to rescue me. Why not unleash your full power and let us witness your unparalleled skills, so we can admire your divine abilities? The Ghost Emperor's face was grim. He hadn't expected to find himself in such a predicament. With his abilities, escaping wasn't entirely without his confidence. However, the current situation was very unfavorable. He was caught in the middle, attacked from both sides. If he managed to escape with all his might, and Chu Qing seized the opportunity to attack, it wouldn't be the best strategy for him. Therefore, he spoke in a deep voice, Boy, now that I fall into such a state, you won't have an easy time either. This inhuman thing behind me is no ordinary being. Even with my abilities, I can only barely cope. This operation cannot last. Once I fall, he might not let you live either. The best course of action now is for you and I to set aside our past grievances and join forces to eliminate this demon. As for our conflict, we can settle that with our own abilities." After listening, the shepherd boy glanced at Chu-Ching. This old man isn't entirely talking nonsense. If the one behind him is truly the first martial emperor, then he is indeed a formidable enemy. What do you think? Me? I stand here and watch for a while. Are you stupid? If the Ghost Emperor really is using all his strength to fight the ghostly thing, as he says, how could he possibly still have the strength to talk to us? You can tell from his calm and collected demeanor. Although he is indeed suppressed by the ghostly thing to some extent, I don't believe for a second that he's completely unable to move. He's just trying to deceive me with words, so he can preserve his own strength to kill us both later. So for now, it's better to sit back and watch them fight. Once they both exhausted themselves, I be the fisherman. Chu-Ching said, "Come on, let's go see that stone tablet." The shepherdess nodded immediately. Her martial arts skills were far inferior to Chu-Ching's, and her knowledge in this area was naturally worlds apart. Since Chu-Ching had made this judgment, she naturally believed him. Just as Chu-Ching had never doubted her expertise in mechanisms and feng shui. Everyone has their own expertise. If you're clearly incompetent, but refuse to trust those more capable than yourself, you're bound to face endless difficulties. Then, as if they hadn't seen the Ghost Emperor and that ghostly thing, the two bypassed them, crossed the pool, where the 18 broken dragon pillars were still spouting water, making it look like a fountain, water everywhere. The Ghost Emperor was instantly enraged. "You insolent fool! Your stubbornness isn't just harming me, it's harming yourself too." Chu-Ching ignored his words, leading the shepherd boy across the fountain to the stone tablet. It was a blank tablet, and only half of it, or rather, a small half. Chu-Ching crossed his arms and examined it closely. He had seen this thing before through the sound transmission bell, and the bell itself was made of materials and constructed incomparably extraordinary materials. Chu-Ching studied it carefully and concluded that the sound transmission bell's ability to transmit sound over long distances stemmed from the principle of borrowing divine power to transmit sound. The sound transmission bell could greatly enhance the user's spirit, extending it outwards. Wherever the spirit landed, the sound would arrive. Therefore, the stone tablet he saw through the sound transmission bell was actually a spiritual vision. Back then, the stone tablet emitted a dazzling light, but now, to the naked eye, it lacked brilliance, appearing only plain and unremarkable. The shepherd boy reached out and touched the stone tablet, tapping and striking it, then gently shook his head. "I can't see anything strange about it." "Do you think this is the secret to the first martial emperor's dominance over the world? Didn't you write about it in your record of rare treasures?" "No." The shepherd boy shook his head. While the record of rare treasures contains many things, it doesn't actually mention the first martial emperor much. Moreover, this first martial emperor is a legend in himself. He rose from humble beginnings, and in just 1 or 2 years, he had already risen to the position of the #1 martial emperor in the world. That's why people say he has a shocking secret, and whoever obtains this secret can become the #1 martial emperor in the world. After all, his experience is hard to explain with normal logic. However, thinking about it now, his situation is somewhat similar to yours. Somewhat similar to me? Chu-Ching raised an eyebrow slightly. He was able to rise so quickly because he had the assistance of a system, not because of a stone tablet. Moreover, although the stone tablet in front of him shone brightly in his spiritual vision, to the naked eye it looked like an ordinary stone. He subconsciously reached out and touched the surface of the stone tablet, the wordless tablet. What's its purpose? His fingertips landed on the tablet, and a burst of light suddenly erupted. The light, like threads, spread outwards from where Chu-Ching had touched it, one by one, strand by strand, spreading methodically, like the patterns on a chip, emitting a pale blue glow. The sound of the stone cracking followed. The next moment, the entire stone tablet shattered with a crash, then vanished without a trace. The shepherd boy's expression changed. How come nothing happened after touching and hitting the stone tablet? The stone shattered the moment Chu-Ching touched it. Notifications frantically popped up in front of Chu-Ching. Contact with system fragments, in the process of merging. Computing power system is upgrading. Please wait. Martial arts tablet is merging. Please wait. What? Chu-Ching was stunned, then his mind jolted, and his entire being was dragged to a place shrouded in mist. Once his mind had stabilized, he looked up and saw a broken steel before him. Countless digital currents were converging on the steel, gradually building its framework. A wordless steel. It's a fragment of the system? Chu-Ching stared at the scene before him, speechless. No wonder I always felt my system was a bit too rudimentary. Although it was indeed very powerful overall, its limited functionality made it seem like a cheap knockoff. So, it really isn't the complete version. But how did a fragment of the system end up in the first martial emperor's tomb? Could it be that the first martial emperor was able to rise to prominence in the martial world in just 2 or 3 years, because this old guy also had a system? Was he the previous host of the system? Could this also be a transmigrator? After a flurry of wild thoughts, Chu Qing discovered a fatal problem. His mind seemed temporarily trapped. Chapter 502. Alliance Leader, Alliance Leader. The shepherd girl gently shook Chu Qing, but found he didn't move an inch. Her heart skipped a beat. This is bad. This place is extremely dangerous and treacherous. Not far away are a ghost emperor and a monster. If either of them were to intervene, without Chu Qing's protection, she would surely die. And Chu Qing had touched the wordless steel, causing it to shatter. Now he's like a piece of wood, completely motionless. What should she do? She checked Chu Qing's breathing and then his pulse, doing so furtively, afraid of being discovered by the ghost emperor. However, Chu Qing's pulse and breathing were both normal. His internal energy was profound, and his breathing was slow and steady, much slower than ordinary people. His pulse was strong and powerful, without a single problem. But why does it feel like I've been paralyzed? This must be the work of that wordless steel. What kind of greatest opportunity in the world is this? It's a complete trap. Child, what's wrong? I can't turn back now. What exploded? The ghost emperor's voice rang out. Is that boy injured? The shepherd girl snorted. Nonsense. Even if you died, he wouldn't be hurt. He just felt something from the wordless steel, and his divine skill has improved again. At this point, the shepherd girl had absolutely no idea if this story would fool anyone, but at this juncture, she could only stubbornly deny it. The ghost emperor pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, I see. It seems this young friend is indeed blessed. However, why do I feel that you are deceiving me, child? Prince of the Tomb, rise. Prince of the Tomb. The shepherd boy's heart skipped a beat. He quickly peeked out and, sure enough, saw a disheveled figure slowly rising in a corner of the hall. However, his condition was far from good. He was covered in wounds, and a section of his chest was caved in. Blood streamed from his mouth, and both his arms were useless. His arms were injured from the earlier struggle between the ghost emperor and the ghostly creature in the pool. The other injuries, large and small, were caused by the ghost emperor shattering the pool with a single palm strike, and were further amplified by the aftershocks of Chu Qing's attack on the ghost emperor. These injuries were therefore understandable. However, the Prince of the Tomb was under the influence of the heavenly demon mind control technique, feeling neither joy nor anger, nor pain. Despite his broken body, he could still move. The shepherd boy, initially terrified at the mention of the Tomb King, couldn't help but laugh upon seeing him. Even if you summoned him in his battered state, what use would it be? He's no match for me. The ghost emperor ignored the shepherd boy, simply asking softly, how is that boy? The Tomb King, in his still decaying yet strangely powerful voice, replied, he's motionless, as if his pressure points have been sealed. Where is the nameless steel? No trace. Boy, could that boy's transformation be related to the nameless steel? The ghost emperor abruptly changed the subject, directly asking the shepherd boy. The shepherd boy sneered, what's it to you? So that's true. It seems he truly is blessed with extraordinary talent, but unfortunately, he's still slightly inferior to me. The ghost emperor's voice was sinister, further enhancing the eerie atmosphere. What do you want to do? Mu Tonger's face darkened, and she drew a dagger from her waist. Tonger, don't be hasty. This emperor will not take advantage of someone in distress. The ghost emperor's voice carried the pride of a master, and he said softly, Tomb King, use the water drop poison to neutralize what's behind me. Yes. The Tomb King immediately walked towards the ghost emperor. Water drop poison? Mu Tonger was slightly taken aback, suddenly remembering that when she went to see Yuzong, she saw the Yin-Yang hermit researching something. After asking the Yin-Yang hermit's apprentice, she learned it was water drop poison. The Yin-Yang hermit had been trying to create an antidote for water drop poison, but unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded yet. Shepherd Girl hadn't been particularly interested in these matters at the time, nor had she delved into them. She never expected that the Tomb King would possess this water drop poison. Seeing the Tomb King walk towards the ghostly thing, Shepherd Girl was truly anxious. The Tomb King was already severely injured, his body mangled, both arms useless, making walking difficult. He had no strength whatsoever, he wouldn't be able to kill Chu Qing with her around. But now, he was going to use the water drop poison against the ghostly thing. This water drop poison was extraordinary. If he succeeded, the Ghost Emperor would surely escape. Then, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough for her to die. Thinking this, her hand went to her waist, where a hook was wrapped. If she acted quickly enough, she might be able to use it to dispel his water drop poison, thwarting his plan. If all else fails, he could simply carry Chu Qing and run. Anyway, that thing was no ordinary being. Even if a drop of poison could neutralize it, it would take time. He could use this time to escape into the heavily guarded tomb of the first martial emperor with Chu Qing. Given some time, Chu Qing might wake up. Then, they could naturally turn the tide. He made up his mind and reassured himself a dozen times. He was just waiting to strike. Meanwhile, the Tomb King had already arrived behind the thing, and with his broken arm, he reached into his sleeve, rummaged around, and pulled out his hand. The shepherd boy was about to attack when he suddenly froze. The Tomb King's hand was empty. The Tomb King seemed to pause for a moment, then reached into his other sleeve, pulled it out, and it was still empty. He seemed unwilling to give up, and reached into his robes. But when he pulled it out, it was still empty. And so, the Tomb King fell into deep thought. "What's going on? Why aren't you making a move?" The Ghost Emperor's voice rang out, his tone still steady. The Tomb King clasped his hands and said, "Ghost Emperor, you are wise. The poison in that drop of water has vanished without a trace." Meanwhile, the battle between good and evil within the hill was nearing its end. Wu Qianhuan and the others had already followed Chu Qing's path, searching outwards. But everywhere was empty. Wu Qianhuan looked around, her face showing a hint of anxiety. She hadn't heard any movement from Chu Qing through the heavenly melody for a long time. Turning back to look at Wenru, she saw her squatting on the ground, seemingly doing something mysterious. Just then, Wenru stood up, holding a small bottle in her hand, and shook it at her. Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" "A drop of poison." Wenru replied softly, "Sister Wu, you don't know? This is a peerless poison that the heavenly evil sect refined in Ghost God Gorge using countless corpses, and the poisonous miasma within the gorge. It's said that a single drop of this poison can take a person's life. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors couldn't withstand it. This was because Wenru's cultivation of the unchanging heavenly book had been successful, allowing her to speak fluently and with considerable emotion. Otherwise, explaining so much in one breath would have been quite difficult. "Ah?" Wu Qianhuan was speechless. Since it's such a powerful thing, how did you get it?" "I just picked it up." Wenru said, "I smelled the scent of third brother and the others from that tomb earlier, mixed with the unique fragrance of this poison. When I found this place earlier, the fragrance suddenly stopped, so I guessed it must be nearby. After searching a bit, I found it. They probably lost this drop of poison while fighting here, didn't they? The heavenly evil sect really does produce many talented people. They can even just throw something like this around like this? And, little Ro, you're amazing. You even managed to find something like this?" Wu Qianhuan felt the world was a bit absurd. However, if Chu Qing were here, he would definitely recognize this as the place where he stole the communication bell from the Tomb King. He would also definitely guess that the drop of poison was accidentally brought out when he stole the communication bell. And that's why it was lost here. When Rose said gently, "I bring this to third brother later. He definitely find it very useful. That Ghost Emperor is an enemy, not a friend. If we inflict this poison on him during our fight, it will surely have a miraculous effect." Wu Qianhuan agreed with Wenru's idea. They immediately led their people to continue searching in the direction where Chu Qing's scent had disappeared. Meanwhile, in the first martial emperor's tomb, gone without a trace? What does that mean? The Ghost Emperor couldn't help but ask. "Uncle Ghost Emperor, you don't even understand this?" "Let me explain. He means the drop of poison is lost." Although Mutong'er didn't know why someone could cause such a disaster, it didn't stop her from gloating. The Ghost Emperor's face was ashen, but unfortunately, he had his back to Mutong'er and the others, so they couldn't see his expression. However, the tremor in his voice revealed his emotions. He gritted his teeth and said, "This kind of thing can be lost. The 12 holy kings are indeed all useless. Since the drop of poison has vanished without a trace, then kill this monster." "Yes." The Tomb King immediately agreed, and then, with both hands, used his broken arms to strike the ghostly things back hard. Not good. The shepherd boy's mind raced, and he quickly hoisted Chu Qing onto his shoulder. Just as he was about to turn and run, he noticed that after striking, the Tomb King's arm stopped on the ghostly thing's back. The smooth back was now bruised and swollen from the blow, the flesh seemingly embedded in the skin. The next moment, a piercing wail, emanating from the very soul, erupted from the Tomb King's mouth. He was under the influence of the heavenly demon mind control technique, and theoretically, he shouldn't have felt fear. The only thing that could control him was the Ghost Emperor's command. But this shrill, terrified voice was unmistakable. Even the shepherd boy didn't believe he could produce such a piercing sound. He couldn't help but turn around to look, and saw the Tomb King's entire body shrinking rapidly at a visible speed. Streams of chi surged, but before they could spread, they all merged into the ghostly thing's body. In a short while, the Tomb King, one of the 12 holy kings, had turned into a handful of dust. Not good. Although the Ghost Emperor couldn't see what was happening behind him, he could feel the strange power emanating from the ghostly thing's hand growing stronger. It was clear that the Tomb King's rash attack had backfired. At this moment, he could no longer afford to conceal his strength. He raised both palms, one inverted and the other reversed, forming a hand seal, which then merged perfectly into one. Buzz! The previously suppressed ghostly divine form instantly soared into the air, directly repelling the ghostly thing's hand. Immediately afterward, the Ghost Emperor spun around, unleashing a devastating palm strike that sent the ghostly creature flying backward with immense force. Its figure shot forward like an arrow, seemingly about to shatter the Martial Emperor's pavilion and plunge into the mechanisms of the first Martial Emperor's tomb. Suddenly, however, it spun in midair, hovering there. Its previously wax-like face suddenly became clear. Its gaze swept across the surroundings, then its expression changed, and it spoke in human language. "Where is the wordless steel? The wordless steel left by that old ghost, where did it go?" The shepherd boy, suddenly enlightened, pointed at the Ghost Emperor. "He destroyed it." The Ghost Emperor was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and laughed. "Shepherd boy, are you courting death?" He then struck the shepherd boy with a palm. "It's you?" The ghostly creature glanced down at the palm print on its chest, then at the Ghost Emperor's palm strike, and sneered. It pressed down with its single palm, Martial Emperor's divine technique, dragon probing palm. The shadow of a blue dragon suddenly appeared behind the ghostly creature. However, this move, which should have been grand and domineering, somehow appeared sinister, ferocious like a demonic dragon from the abyss. Its domineering aura was chillingly cold. The dragon claw grabbed, not to save the shepherd boy, but directly at the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor looked up sharply. The power of this dragon-probing palm was not to be underestimated. If he insisted on killing the shepherd boy first, he himself would likely be seriously injured. In a flash of thought, despite his reluctance, he could only meet the dragon-probing palm with a backhand strike. The two palms clashed, one unleashing a wailing ghost, the other a soaring dragon. With a fierce impact, the Ghost Emperor's body trembled slightly, and the ghostly creature in midair was suddenly sent flying backward. It retreated 4 or 5 zhang in midair before regaining its footing. He was slightly taken aback. "Who are you? How do you possess such power?" The Ghost Emperor looked at his hands, then raised his head, a cold smile appearing on his face. "The first Martial Emperor, nothing more than this." "The first Martial Emperor?" The figure in midair sneered. "If it were truly that old ghost who made the move, you would have already perished. Unfortunately, that old ghost is dead, dying in the spirit pool I personally crafted for him, carrying his grand dream of becoming an immortal." "You're not the first Martial Emperor?" The shepherd boy looked up. "Then who are you? You dare ask my name? A woman of silver tongue and flattery. You should contribute to my eternal reign. Die!" A dragon soared through the sky, its roar shaking the earth. The figure then extended a single palm, aiming straight for the shepherd boy. The shepherd boy tried to run, but felt as if he were stuck in a swamp, unable to escape. He was on the verge of tears, thinking, "Damn Chu Qing. You really ruined me this time." Just then, Chu Qing, who had been silent and motionless, suddenly raised his head. Chapter 503. Computing power increased, task chain retrieval completed. Current incomplete task chains can be merged. Merge? Martial arts monument construction complete. Enter currently learned martial arts to deduce. Deduce? Within his spiritual world, after the data rays finished constructing the martial arts monument, a series of prompts popped up in front of Chu Qing. Just looking at these two prompts gave Chu Qing some understanding of the changes in the system. At least the latter prompt indicated that this new thing in the system, called the martial arts monument, could be used to deduce the martial arts he had learned. I just don't know how strong the deduction is. To what extent can it be deduced? The system itself provides some assistance when I merge what I learned, but I wonder how it compares to this martial arts monument. The spiritual world is ever-changing, and with the successful creation of the martial arts monument, his spirit was no longer confined to it. With the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique permeating his spirit, he was fully aware of everything happening in the outside world. Therefore, in a flash, he decided to give it a try. The next moment, with a thought, lines of text appeared on the martial arts steel, the first 4 characters being, Little Li's Flying Dagger. Little Li's Flying Dagger never misses its mark. So far, Chu Qing had used this ultimate technique the least, mainly because his identity as the Night Emperor had not been exposed. If Chu Qing used the identity of the third young master to wield Little Li's Flying Dagger, such a special technique would inevitably reveal his identity instantly. Besides, this was also a trump card for Chu Qing. It shouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. Now that the martial arts monument had appeared, Chu Qing decided to imprint his Little Li Flying Dagger upon it to see what would happen. Then, the lines of text transformed into a figure, wielding the flying dagger in one hand, creating a whirlwind of energy with a flick of the wrist. This was followed by repeated practice, constant improvement and refinement. Chu Qing could clearly feel that at this moment, it wasn't the martial arts monument deduced martial arts techniques, but rather he himself was personally cultivating them. Every change, every transformation, was a tangible experience. So that's how it is. The martial arts monument not only has the function of deduce martial arts techniques, but it can also be used to cultivate martial arts. Truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I wonder if the first martial emperor of yesteryear could use this method directly in the spiritual world like I do. If that's truly the case, no. If he were like me, able to acquire martial arts and internal energy through assassinations, and possess the martial arts tablet for further study, how could it have taken him 2 or 3 years to reach the pinnacle of the martial world? This addition of 1 is far more complex than simply equaling 2. Chu Qing suspected that what the first martial emperor obtained back then might truly have been just a blank tablet. Although he didn't know how the first martial emperor used it to become the world's #1, it certainly wasn't as convenient and effective as what Chu Qing had achieved. However, if the blank tablet possessed the full power of the martial arts tablet, then any martial art he learned could make him stronger at all times. The effect was equally formidable. But for me, the greatest benefit of the martial arts tablet might not only be for external martial arts, but primarily for internal energy acquired through missions. Deriving power through the martial arts tablet would greatly reduce the risk of chi deviation. Chu Qing had always held high hopes for internal energy cultivation, but each time he acquired one, he had to undergo a difficult process of integration. While each acquisition brought a significant leap in his strength, frankly speaking, the risks involved were not to be underestimated. Chu Qing considered himself lucky. The first few martial arts he obtained were all orthodox Xianmen, mystical sects. After establishing the framework of his internal energy, his progress was smooth and methodical. It wasn't until he achieved some success with the Mingyu Gong and Tianchuan Quan, Heavenly Frost Fist, accumulating enough cold energy within his body to obtain the 9 Yang divine skill, that he managed to maintain a fragile balance between Yin and Yang energies, thus initially forming the 9 chapters of Divine Jade. Later, he acquired the Qingkuan Great Shift, completely balancing Yin and Yang, and the 9 chapters of Divine Jade truly stabilized. Otherwise, in the initial stages of this martial art, the balance of Yin and Yang energies was relatively weak. At this point, if he were to acquire another technique that wasn't so peaceful, it could very likely lead to a clash between Yin and Yang, causing his meridians to reverse. Then, he would truly perish. If he had obtained the martial arts steel at that time, things would have been much easier. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Perhaps I can use it to deduce the current illuminating jade divine strategy. Or after obtaining other internal energy techniques, I can fuse them with the illuminating jade divine strategy for further deduction. This would greatly reduce the risk of chi deviation. Thinking this, Chu Qing tried adding the illuminating jade divine strategy and flaming blade techniques to Little Li's flying daggers one by one. He hadn't really expected any changes, but unexpectedly, the flying daggers displayed endless variations. While retaining the original power of Little Li's flying dagger, it gained several greatly enhanced transformations. Little Li's flying dagger was already an unerring technique. With this transformation, its power surpassed even the legendary one sword across worlds. Chu Qing was overjoyed. The more he looked at the martial arts monument, the more he liked it, like a child with a new toy who had to play with it thoroughly. But at that moment, his externalized spiritual senses detected a change in the situation. The Ghost Emperor's cleverness had backfired, unexpectedly granting the ghostly thing renewed its sanity. If he didn't get out soon, the shepherd boy would be in danger. Immediately, a thought struck him, and he opened his eyes. Looking up, he saw the dragon probing palm charging straight at him, its claws outstretched. Chu Qing straightened his body slightly. After all, he was being carried by the shepherd boy. Without changing his angle, he couldn't fight back. The next moment, He drew a circle with his left hand and thrust out a palm with his right. Behind him, the three elements light wheel swelled dramatically. As he unleashed his palm strike, a dragon-shaped aura leaped forth from the wheel, accompanied by sword energy swirling around it. The dragon-probing palm, probing down from the void, seemed like a true manifestation of a demonic dragon from the 9 netherworlds. With a single strike, the dragon's claw phantom blotted out the sky, its scales meticulously detailed, ferocious and terrifying. The dragon-shaped aura from Chu Qing's palm strike, intertwined with sword energy, surged upwards against the clouds, shattering everything in its path. A deafening explosion resounded. The two forces erupted, sweeping across all directions. The already precarious roof of the Martial Emperor Pavilion was completely ripped off in this attack. "Oh my god!" Mu Tong'er exclaimed, feeling a force shoving her forward, nearly causing her to fall. The one in midair, however, did not retreat this time. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his once clear features becoming blurred, as if melting away. Looking at Chu Qing, he was as if he had seen a ghost. "You, who are you? Why do you also have such cultivation?" Chu Qing ignored him, instead patting the shepherd boy's waist. "Where are you carrying me? How can a young man like me be carried around by a little girl like you? What kind of behavior is this? Also, didn't you just curse me? Where are you touching?" The shepherd boy grabbed Chu Qing's back and pulled him closer. "You're awake? What happened just now? Where did the wordless steel go? Are you all right?" Chu Qing stood firmly on the ground in front of her, gently shaking his head. "I'm fine. Never before have I felt so good." After saying this, he finally looked up. The man in midair glanced at her, somewhat puzzled. "If you're not the first Martial Emperor, then who are you? Times have changed, and the world has shifted. How come the younger generation has become so rude?" The man, hovering in midair, was surrounded by azure dragons. Although he had been injured by Chu Qing in a previous attack, his aura hadn't diminished. "I ask you first, young man from the future, what is your name? And why do you possess such cultivation?" "Very well." Chu Qing glanced at the Ghost Emperor and said calmly, "My name is Chu Qing, known in the martial world as the Third Young Master. But even if I reveal this title, do you recognize me?" The shepherd boy was somewhat surprised. "You're not hiding it anymore? Everyone present today, except you, will die." Chu Qing said softly, "What difference does it make whether I hide or not? Besides, now that things have come to this, there's no need for me to conceal my identity any longer." "That's true. You hid your identity because of the people at the Mirror of Karma. With your current martial arts skills, the Mirror of Karma is trying to avoid you, so why would they willingly seek death?" The shepherd boy nodded. "A child must achieve fame, and one must drink to one's heart's content. It's time for you to achieve fame and be known throughout the world." The Ghost Emperor frowned slightly, not because Chu Qing's words were offensive. He himself agreed with this statement. Everyone present today, except for him, had to die. His frown stemmed from his inability to recall where this Chu Qing had come from in the martial world, possessing such formidable martial arts skills. This young man named Chu Qing's martial arts were unique and powerful. Not only was his skill for his age formidable, but his profound foundation was unparalleled. Even if one traveled the entire martial world, one could not find many like him. What kind of person could cultivate such a young man? Even the Ghost Emperor, with his vast knowledge and experience, could hardly imagine it. The one in midair sighed, "You're right. Even if you revealed your name, I wouldn't know. As for me, in my lifetime, I, old ghost, have had 5 disciples. I am the 5th, Bu Xingtian." Bu Xingtian. Chu Qing pondered these words, then suddenly laughed. Bu Xingtian was taken aback. "You know me?" Chu Qing shook his head decisively. "No, I never heard of you, but it seems quite interesting. You said you're old ghost's 5th disciple. Is the old ghost you're referring to the former first martial emperor? I saw that the martial art you just used is called Martial Emperor Divine Technique, so it must be correct." I laugh because I think it's interesting that people who shouldn't have met after 1,000 years would actually meet here. "Exactly." Bu Xingtian nodded. "Old ghost, it is indeed the first martial emperor you claim to be." "That's strange." Mu Tong'er said, "This is clearly the first martial emperor's tomb, so why are you here? And why are you in this inhuman, ghost-like state? Speaking of which, have you really lived here for 1,000 years? Using the terrain to nurture a corpse, can it really make someone immortal for 1,000 years? Little girl, you even know about feng shui and metaphysics. Considering your young age, that's quite remarkable." Bu Xingtian said coldly, "What the young man from later generations said is correct. 1,000-year connection, to be able to meet you is indeed interesting. Since you're curious, Then I tell you. Old Ghost roamed the martial world his entire life. His martial arts were astonishing, and he suppressed an era. However, the older he got, the more he felt the terror between life and death. He didn't want to simply sleep forever, so he began collecting secret methods for achieving immortality. Some people use this as an excuse to spread rumors, saying that pills made from the essence of Master's blood could extend one's life by 60 years. He believed them, and for this, he slaughtered the martial world 3 times, nearly wiping out the lineages of various sects. How laughable. It was all for nothing. Later, a sorcerer told him that the continuation of bloodlines was a matter of divine law, and if he didn't want to follow it, he had to defy it. By combining the bloodlines of future generations, he could achieve eternal immortality. He knew this was a lie, but he still wiped out his entire sect. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he even killed my 4 senior brothers, and exterminated all their relatives. Even infants were not spared. After all, for him, killing is merely a flick of the sleeve. Why would he feel any reluctance? I pleaded desperately to no avail, finally offering to spare my life, promising to find him another secret technique for immortality if this plan failed. That's why he didn't kill me. As expected, it was all for naught. 1,000 years ago, it was a living hell. Countless people died in that bloodbath. He spoke softly, seemingly recounting a story, yet also reminiscing. The shepherd boy hesitated several times, but Chu Qing suppressed his words. Walking Heaven continued, the world, the common people, countless people, died under his tyranny. The closer he got to death, the more insane he became. No one knows how many people will be left in this world when he dies. I didn't want to see the suffering of the common people, so I joined forces with a few remaining feng shui masters of our time to conspire for this dragon-trapping ascension pool. Use superstitions about ghosts and gods to confuse his mind, then tell him he'd be put in a life-or-death situation. He then ordered the feng shui master to lure him with the story of the cicadas molting. In the end, that old ghost was tricked to death by me. He willingly dissolved himself in this ascension pool. I'm afraid he was dreaming of becoming an immortal even in his dying moments. Then, why did you substitute him for someone else? The ghost emperor, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked. Because the dragon-trapping ascension pool isn't entirely a scam. Walking Heaven said calmly, using the earth's veins and terrain to draw the dragon, passing through the dragon-slaying platform, taking the true dragon's blood, nourishing the body with the dragon's blood, obtaining the essence of the earth, one can attain immortality. These words weren't entirely false. However, there was one mistake. One must be alive to enter the ascension pool. If you're dead, how can you become an immortal? The story of the cicadas molting was just a deception. The older that old ghost got, the more senile he became, and ultimately he was deceived by me. No matter how powerful his martial arts were, he still ended up as a mutilated corpse. It's utterly laughable. After listening, Chu Qing silently clicked his tongue. For 1,000 years, you've been lying here, submerged in this pool. Honestly, what's the point of your life? Chapter 504. Chu Qing asked himself, if he were in that situation, he would absolutely not choose to live this way. He didn't understand feng shui, nor did he know the mysteries of their so-called terrain and earth veins. The dragon-drawing formation, the dragon-slaying platform, the extraction of dragon blood, Chu Qing scoffed at such notions. Yet, they could actually allow a person to linger on for over 1,000 years. But what was the point? Bound to this state, even gaining 1,000 years was nothing but emptiness. Without experiencing the splendor of the world, without weathering the vicissitudes of life, how can one truly be considered alive? To attain immortality, one must pay a price. Walking Heaven silently said, unfortunately, even now, all efforts have been in vain. Once this method is used, there's no turning back. Now that the ascension pool is destroyed, I have no reason to continue. Alas, the martial emperor's divine technique that the old ghost cultivated throughout his life was a fusion of the strengths of various schools, a world-shaking wonder. But because of his cruelty in his later years, all his descendants and offspring died out. I, too, have been trapped here on the vast path to immortality because of this substitution. Now the path to immortality is fraught with uncertainty, and annihilation is imminent. I feel a pang of reluctance. You two are undoubtedly among the best in the martial world today. If I were to impart the martial emperor's divine technique to you, it wouldn't be an insult to this divine art. But what do you think? The ghost emperor glanced at Chu Qing, who merely chuckled with his arms crossed, before saying, just now, your excellency wasn't so kind and gentle. You attacked me right away. Your murderous intent was far from ordinary. And now you suddenly want to impart the martial emperor's divine technique to us. This is hardly believable. Times have changed, said Bushinkian, his expression unchanged. When I awoke from my dazed state, I had neither the past nor the future in my heart. Only one thought remained, immortality. Now, having awakened through borrowing life, I realize all is vanity. If you two were to try again, I would find it difficult to succeed. Since that's the case, why waste time struggling? Besides, the method of borrowing life can only be used once. The outcome is already predetermined, so it's better to consider how to avoid regrets. My body is about to disintegrate, so I can impart the entire incantation and mental techniques of the Martial Emperor's divine technique to you. However, I can only pass on my internal energy to one of you. After saying this, he didn't give Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor a chance to reply and immediately began reciting the key points. Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor initially didn't take it seriously, but after only hearing a few sentences, they knew that Bushinkian's words were not false. He truly intended to pass on the Martial Emperor's divine technique. The Ghost Emperor immediately began to diligently memorize the text, while Chu Qing transmitted a message to the shepherd girl. This is a good opportunity. Remember as much as you can. The shepherd girl pursed her lips. She really wasn't interested in martial arts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have abandoned the 9 profound divine art to learn lightness skills and bone-shrinking techniques from Yuzong. However, she was still somewhat curious about the Martial Emperor's divine technique, which had been used to suppress an era 1,000 years ago. She nodded slightly, sat cross-legged, and diligently memorized it. But Chu Qing transmitted another message to her. Just remember it, there's no rush to cultivate it. She didn't speak, only silently nodded. The entire Martial Emperor's divine technique consisted of 4,600 words. In terms of martial arts, it's a lengthy treatise. It encompasses 4 supreme techniques: fist, palm, sword, and finger, each a pinnacle of skill. The internal energy cultivation method of the Martial Emperor's divine technique is even more ingenious, drawing upon the strengths of numerous schools, integrating spiritual secrets, ancient inheritances, and other methods into a unified whole. Chu Qing roughly estimated that if this method were mastered, it would truly achieve internal and external harmony, a unity of heaven and man. As for whether it would make one invincible, that's hard to say. After all, 1,000 years have passed. Even though the first martial emperor killed countless peerless figures in the martial world, causing their lineage to be severed, the martial world would likely experience several centuries of decline after his death. But now, 1,000 years have passed. In this long period, there must be extraordinary talents who can recreate the brilliance of martial arts, revive the glory of the martial world, and perhaps even surpass it. Who dares to say that the present is inferior to the past? Even if ordinary martial arts cannot compare to this Martial Emperor's divine technique, whether it's the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of today, the leader of the heavenly evil cult, or even Chu Qing's own Jade Illumination divine strategy, none are necessarily weaker than this Martial Emperor's divine technique. However, the spiritual secrets and some unheard of ancient inherited methods contained within the Martial Emperor's divine technique are indeed valuable lessons. Using them for reference, verifying one's own abilities, and supplementing one's weaknesses are all excellent choices. After reciting the Martial Emperor's divine technique, Bushinkian said, "My internal energy, though not nurtured for 1,000 years, is still extraordinary. Now that I am about to die, leaving it behind is useless. But I cannot pass on my skills to 2 people, so I can only choose one to teach. You 2 should consider it carefully and choose one." Having said this, he slowly descended from midair, landing in a corner of the Martial Emperor Pavilion. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow at the Ghost Emperor. "Senior's martial arts are unparalleled. I suppose you wouldn't compete with a junior for this opportunity. Why not be magnanimous and help him achieve his goal?" The Ghost Emperor Moto narrowed his eyes at Chu Qing and sneered, "Ridiculous. You and I are mortal enemies. Do you think you can let him gain this opportunity so you can kill me? Don't even think about it. Since that's the case, there's no need for further words. Let's each rely on our own abilities." Chu Qing grinned. "Watch me kill you, gain divine power, and reign supreme. Arrogant brat, you're courting death." The 2 exchanged only a few words before the tension escalated. The next moment, the Ghost Emperor's demonic avatar erupted, half ghost, half god, its appearance shaking the surrounding area. He leaped into the air, charging directly at Chu Qing. Chu Qing circulated his palms, and the 3 elements light wheel appeared, unleashing a series of sword energies effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, their powerful attacks clashed several times, shattering the surroundings. Mutanger, on the other hand, felt a sharp pain in her teeth. She was just a little girl with meager martial arts skills, standing there watching these 2 monsters fight, utterly bewildered. A mere flick of their sleeves from either of them would be enough to obliterate her. If she were injured by the aftershocks of their battle, she would surely die without a burial place. This situation was truly like walking on thin ice. One wrong step, and she would be gone. She quietly retreated, trying her best to avoid being caught in the crossfire, occasionally glancing up at Bu Xingtian, who remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. While Bu Xingtian appeared unmoved, he had already made his plans. The martial emperor's divine technique he had imparted was genuine, but his words were only half-truths. Immortality was naturally out of the question. He had lay here for 1,000 years, suffering 1,000 years of torment, neither truly alive nor truly dead, long since beyond the realm of human beings. What was the point of such immortality? Looking back now, those feng shui masters of yesteryear had mostly deceived not only the first martial emperor, but also themselves. However, after 1,000 years, dwelling on this matter now was meaningless. What he wanted was simply to live. Therefore, the claim that borrowing life was a one-time thing was false. This secret technique was inaccessible to ordinary people. Only he, who had spent 1,000 years raising corpses, could use it, and there were no restrictions. He had initially used this method to attack the Ghost Emperor. However, the Ghost Emperor's martial arts were too high, and he failed. The Tomb King, acting on the Ghost Emperor's orders, attacked him. This allowed him to truly regain his sanity. Now, by using the martial emperor's divine technique to incite a fight between these two, he only needs to sit back and watch. Regardless of who wins or loses, they will inevitably open their minds and receive his power. He can then use this opportunity to plunder everything from the other and secure his own life. To be honest, even Bu Xingtian himself felt this method was crude and unworthy of mention. But human nature is greedy. Even knowing the credibility of this claim, they will always try it for the sake of huge profits. Little do they know, the price of this attempt will be far beyond what they imagine. Just like the first martial emperor of yesteryear, who knew that the claim of achieving immortality by cutting off one's lineage was unbelievable, but still chose to believe it in order to live a long and prosperous life. Now, the choice was placed between Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor, and the two actually started fighting. Bu Xingtian couldn't help but sigh. For thousands of years, the inherent flaws of humanity have remained unchanged. Greed and selfish thoughts, even after thousands more years, will not change. This is humanity. His thoughts shifted, but his face remained impassive, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. At this moment, Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor seemed to have unleashed their ultimate moves. The Ghost Emperor extended a finger, his Dharma image moving in unison. The sharp finger's shadow, carrying immense power, caused the 6 paths to grieve. 6 paths grieve finger. This technique, personally executed by the Ghost Emperor, was far beyond what Gong Cho could compare to. The 3 elements light wheel behind Chu Qing absorbed all the surrounding sword energy, and in an instant, sword energy soared into the sky, its endless sharpness covering the universe. It was truly a sword that separated worlds. Bu Xingtian suddenly looked up, his pupils slightly contracting. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see that both Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor were the world's top masters. This clash was a display of peak power. This single strike would likely decide life or death, victory or defeat. But just as this finger and sword were about to collide, the Ghost Emperor and Chu Qing suddenly shifted their stances simultaneously. Their attacks, which should have been a life or death struggle, were now aimed directly at Bu Xingtian. Bu Xingtian, who had been waiting for an opportunity, paled upon seeing the two suddenly change their attack direction. You? Without thinking, a soaring dragon roared, emerging from behind him, coiling around his body, and unleashing 7 consecutive palm strikes. This technique was called 7 Absolute Techniques of the Azure Dragon. The 7 moves were linked together, one becoming 7, 7 transforming back into 1. Borrowing the momentum of a dragon, forming a tail-and-tail pattern, it emphasizes cyclical repetition and endless cycles. The dragon's roar erupted instantly, its power shaking the heavens. But the next moment, finger force and sword energy met it head-on. Bu Xingtian's body trembled, unable to withstand it for even a breath, before the finger force and sword energy shattered his martial emperor divine technique. The finger force and sword energy struck him simultaneously. In a mere instant, the finger force pierced through his right shoulder, and the sword energy ripped a large chunk of flesh from his left side. His entire body was instantly mangled beyond recognition. He was still alive, but his features had melted away even more, and he uttered a shrill cry. You did this. Why? Chu Qing glanced at the Ghost Emperor. He treated us like his masters, and now he's still asking why. People from 1,000 years ago were mostly not very bright. A mere trick. After I turned 10, I wouldn't fall for such a thing again. The Ghost Emperor sneered. Chu Qing waved his hand. It's not necessarily that the person from 1,000 years ago was stupid. You forgot, he's been lying in that pool for 1,000 years. His brain was probably filled with water. The Ghost Emperor was taken aback, finding Chu Qing's explanation rather convincing. Bastards, bastards. Bu Xingtian staggered forward. You are ungrateful. Treason. I taught you the martial emperor's divine technique, and you actually joined forces to kill me, ruining my 1,000-year lifespan, my 10,000-year plan. Damn it, damn it. As he spoke, his body grew increasingly ashen, his hands clasped together, still making a last-ditch effort. But the next moment, the Ghost Emperor and Chu Qing attacked simultaneously once more. Before Bu Xingtian could even gather his energy, he suffered another devastating blow. With a spurt of blood, liquid flowed from his entire body. His form grew increasingly frail, his struggles gradually weakening until finally only a skin remained on the ground. A pale, tattered skin. This sight made Chu Qing frown, and he couldn't help but ask the shepherd boy, isn't his death a bit too bizarre? Bizarre? A person who has lived for 1,000 years is bizarre enough in itself. What's wrong with a slightly strange death? Chu Qing nodded. That makes sense. The Ghost Emperor's gaze fell on Chu Qing, who glanced at him. Ready to make your move? The unfinished battle can be continued. The Ghost Emperor said calmly, today, you must die. Chu Qing sighed. Actually, I don't understand. Your martial arts are unparalleled. Your reputation is astounding. Why did you do such a thing? Your wife is dead, and you turned a blind eye, even going so far as to kill your own daughter. You previously claimed it was going with the flow, but even you can't accept that explanation, can you? Now that things have come to this, why not be frank? Frank, you think you're worthy? The Ghost Emperor sneered. Just then, light footsteps approached. The Ghost Emperor turned sharply, and saw Hua Jinyan, holding a folding fan, standing before them, her face slightly disheveled. She looked at the Ghost Emperor, her eyes filled with complex emotions. He's not worthy. Then what about me? Chu Qing's heart stirred. This girl was no simpleton. She had actually managed to follow him all this way, quite persistent. He quietly checked the communication bell. Everything was normal. Then he heard Hua Jinyan coldly ask, can I know why my own father insisted on killing me? Chapter 505. Can I know why my own father insisted on killing me? The battle within the heavenly evil sect Xuqiu's stronghold was nearing its end. Lu Xiaoyan, Tian Fengzi, and the others were all wounded, but none of them had time to linger and wait for healing. Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor had gone missing after their battle, and Wu Qianhuan and Winru had gone ahead to search for them. They followed closely behind. Now that the group had just reunited, this extremely abrupt voice suddenly rang out above them. Lu Xiaoyan suddenly looked up. What kind of trick is this? Where did that voice come from? Wu Qianhuan frowned. That's Hua Jinyan's voice. Then, just as she was thinking this, a familiar voice came. Yes, you say I'm not worthy to know the reason, but as your daughter, she must have the right to know why her father killed her, right? Don't talk about righteousness. That's all nonsense. After all, even if you were really controlled by the heavenly demon mind control technique, the one who should be killed was me, not her. Ultimately, there's only one truth. You wanted to use the heavenly demon mind control technique as an excuse to kill your daughter. But why? Wu Qianhuan finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this voice, and her grip on the sword loosened slightly. It was Chu Qing's voice. This guy is alright. At least he's still alive and kicking. They were currently at the very spot where Chu Qing had fought the Ghost Emperor. When the Ghost Emperor used his move 6 Paths of Sorrow, he blasted Chu Qing from the ground into the ground, leaving behind a huge crater. Now everyone was gathered beside the pit. The voice seemed to flow down from the heavens above. It made them instinctively wonder if they were hiding behind the clouds. But tonight, the stars were shining brightly, without a single cloud in sight. Where could they possibly be hiding? The only thing that gave Wu Qianhuan a little peace of mind was that Chu Qing was still alive. As long as he was alive, with his abilities, no matter what situation he was in, he would surely return. The others present, however, couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances after hearing Chu Qing's voice transmitted through the sound transmission bell. Chu Qing's words revealed a great deal of information. First, the Ghost Emperor wanted to kill his daughter. Second, he wasn't controlled by the heavenly demon mind control technique, therefore the Tomb King's scheme had failed. Third, the Ghost Emperor, not controlled by the heavenly demon mind control technique, still wanted to kill his daughter. What kind of mystery was this? Some were completely confused, while others realized the problem. Could it be that something has happened to the Ghost Emperor? How could that be? That's the mighty Ghost Emperor. So what if he's the Ghost Emperor? That was clearly the Alliance leader's voice just now. The Alliance leader said the Ghost Emperor wasn't controlled by the heavenly demon mind control technique. In other words, the one who was making things difficult for the Alliance leader just now wasn't the heavenly evil cult, but the Ghost Emperor. The Alliance leader came to save him, but was worried about harming him. Even knowing the Tomb King couldn't retaliate, he waited for a full quarter of an hour. Who would have thought that he would create such a disaster for himself? The Ghost Emperor actually harbored evil intentions. Nonsense! The mighty Ghost Emperor. Does he intend to join the heavenly evil cult? A cacophony of voices erupted instantly. But suddenly, a sharp shout rang out. Shut up! Everyone turned to look and saw a ferocious-looking girl in green, covered in blood, standing in the crowd. Her eyebrows were furrowed, her eyes blazing with rage. You shouldn't believe everything you hear. How dare you discuss the Ghost Emperor? It's simply outrageous. Sun Xiaoxiang in green. So it's her. I heard that after being driven from her home, she was rescued by the Ghost Emperor and taught his skills. No wonder she reacted so strongly. But would the Alliance leader lie? Absolutely not. The Alliance leader led us to eradicate the heavenly evil cult. His actions are plain for all to see. I would rather doubt the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors than doubt the Alliance leader. Because when the heavenly evil cult ravaged our Lingbei region, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not come to our aid. Only the Alliance leader appeared to slay the evil. That's right. The Alliance leader is selfless and devoted to the public good. How can others presume to judge him? Just then, the voice rang out again. This time, however, came a deep, resonant voice, tinged with a ghostly aura. So be it, I raised you after all. Even on the verge of death, I should let you die peacefully. That's right, I will indeed kill you, and I will kill you with my own hands. Upon hearing this voice, Sun Xiaoxiang froze on the spot. She instinctively shook her head. Impossible. How could this be? What's there to say now? That's right, the Ghost Emperor is so ruthless and cruel. He could even kill his own daughter. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, yet the Ghost Emperor is worse than that beast. You shut up. Sun Xiaoxiang still couldn't help but shout, but her voice was already weak. Her own situation was tragic. She was kidnapped because of her beauty, and only returned after being disfigured. Her family hated her for losing her virginity, not only abandoning her, but also throwing her out of the house. On the verge of freezing and starving to death, if it weren't for the Ghost Emperor's rescue, she would already be a handful of dust. Therefore, even now, hearing the Ghost Emperor's own words, she refused to believe that the Ghost Emperor who saved her, who could even be said to have given her a second life, was such a person. There must be a reason. That's it. Heavenly demon mind control technique. Your Excellency, the Ghost Emperor must have pretended to be affected by the heavenly demon mind control technique, deliberately attacking his daughter. But in reality, he certainly wouldn't have hit any vital points. It was just a trick to deceive the Tomb King and the others. Yes, that must be it. Among all the possible reasons, Sun Xiaoxiang found a lifeline. However, these words failed to convince others, especially since the Ghost Emperor had just declared in front of everyone, this Emperor truly intends to kill you. In this situation, a few words weren't enough to change everyone's mind. In the first martial emperor's tomb, Chu Qing and Hua Jinyan exchanged a glance, neither quite understanding. Seeing their expressions, the Ghost Emperor suddenly smiled. At this point, it seems there's no need to hide anything. Let me tell you the truth, the Ghost Emperor lineage has reached a bottleneck. In the past 2 cycles of 60 years, my lineage has suffered 2 consecutive defeats at the gathering of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Very well, given your limited knowledge, you simply couldn't possibly know about this gathering of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. You don't need to know so much. Just know that this gathering is held once every 60 years, and all the distribution of benefits takes place within this gathering. Furthermore, if you lose 3 consecutive matches, you will be expelled from the ranks of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chu Qing frowned. What does this have to do with you killing your daughter? The Ghost Emperor remained silent for a moment before speaking. Since my ascension to the throne, I have painstakingly integrated the martial arts of my lineage, uniting the 6 paths, controlling reincarnation, determining life and death, communicating with ghosts and gods. Ultimately, I created an unprecedented divine skill, named the Path of Ghosts and Gods. However, gods have their own paths, and ghosts have their own rules. To cultivate the Path of Ghosts and Gods, One must cultivate both ghosts and gods. This method is superior. One must absorb pure spirits to enter the divine, form a divine body, achieve both ghost and god natures, and then merge with oneself before one can hope to achieve great success. However, the divine nature is ruthless, regarding all things as straw dogs. The ghost nature is cruel and wicked, slaughtering all living beings like weeds. In my youth, I was a genius, able to comprehend the ultimate art of the way of ghosts and gods, but achieving divinity proved far too difficult. Therefore, I entered the way of humanity with utmost sincerity and nature, and then transformed the way of humanity into the way of gods. Only then did I barely achieve the way of gods. The ghost chapter is much simpler. In essence, it's just 6 words: disown even one's own family. When evil spirits return, even their closest relatives become food for them. This is the ghost chapter. You asked me why I killed my own daughter. That's the reason. If I hadn't killed her, how could I have perfected the way of ghosts and gods? If the way of ghosts and gods wasn't perfected, how could I have turned defeat into victory? How could I have preserved the title of Ghost Emperor? Hua Jinyan listened blankly, his face drained of all color by the end. The shepherd boy was also dumbfounded. Just for this reason, you actually killed your own daughter? You have no humanity left? Humanity? Humanity is useless to this emperor. The ghost emperor spoke calmly. Chu Qing glanced at Hua Jinyan and gently patted her shoulder. Hua Jinyan shook her head slightly, letting out a bitter laugh. So my mother and I, aren't we both a joke? When I was young, I believed in filial piety and parental love. Even after you had your mother, and then your aunt, my attitude towards you never changed much. Because at least I believed your feelings for your mother were genuine. But now, what are you telling me? You say you enter the path of humanity with deepest affection and true nature, and enter the path of the ghost with unrecognizable kinship. In reality, deepest affection and true nature are not you, and unrecognizable kinship is not you either. You have neither deep affection for my mother nor unrecognizable kinship with me. Everything, to you, is merely a tool to be used. The so-called divine and ghostly paths, in the end, are nothing more than a thought in your heart. The ghost emperor paused slightly, seemingly wanting to refute something. But he found himself speechless. Instead, he felt a sudden realization, and finally chuckled. I have 2 daughters. Linger is naturally carefree, ambitious but lacking in talent, not even a fraction of yours. Indeed, only you, Xiner, are most like me. Not just in appearance, but more importantly, in this talent. Even surpassing mine. You're right. Compared to humanity, I am inherently closer to divinity. All things in the world are merely things to be used. The life and death of all beings are insignificant to me. Therefore, the divine path, the ghostly path, are really just one thing. Why must gods and ghosts be opposed? Why must there be clear-cut positions? As he spoke, the ghost emperor's true energy surged, his aura rising ever higher. The shepherd boy's eyes widened, glaring at Hua Jinyan. You come to help your father break through? I. Hua Jinyan's words were meant to express his grief, having seen through his father's true colors, but he never expected such consequences. He immediately gritted his teeth. You all go first. Chu Qing glanced at the notification he had previously hidden. Triggering a quest. Assassinate Ghost Emperor Moto. Accept? The bright red text, like blood-red ink thick to the extreme, fully demonstrated the difficulty of this mission. But Chu Qing didn't hesitate and directly accepted. He grabbed Hua Jinyan's shoulder. Why should I leave? If I leave, you surely die. I promise to help you kill him, and I keep my word. But Hua Jinyan wanted to say something more, but an extremely strong gale suddenly swept across all directions. She was involuntarily pushed away, even though she had used her family's secret techniques. She couldn't withstand the gale naturally generated by the Ghost Emperor's cultivation. For a moment, she wanted to slap herself twice. It was all her fault for being so talkative. Otherwise, how could this have happened? But who could have imagined that the Ghost Emperor would actually gain insight from those few words? The Ghost Emperor raised his eyes, 2 deep purple lights flowing within them, and the aura surrounding him was no longer that of a ghost. 6 paths, life and death, reincarnation, ghosts and gods. For him, it meant nothing anymore. Every gesture was the pinnacle. Gods and demons have no laws. The law is naturally formed. The Ghost Emperor's voice rose amidst the gale. Junior, watch yourself die. With a swift movement, a finger shot out, its power like a shooting star, deep purple true energy swirling around it, a flowing light, unstoppable. Chu Qing exhaled a breath of turbid air, a hum resounding, his indestructible golden body enveloped in yin and yang energies, Dragon roars echoing, sword energy swirling. The ultimate sword intent move with his will. A single sword cleaving through worlds. Not good. Seeing this, Hua Jinyan knew the gravity of the situation. With these two forces colliding, how could anyone in this area, besides Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor, survive? Instantly, his figure blurred, appearing beside the shepherd boy like a ghost. Just as they were about to take them away, they felt an invisible force pulling them both backward, sending them flying into the labyrinthine mechanisms of the first martial emperor's tomb. Chu Qing's voice echoed in their minds. The gate of life is... I don't know where that is. Just follow my force. I can't worry about you for now. A deafening roar erupted at that moment. At that time, Hua Jinyan and Mu Tonger hadn't yet fallen from midair. They watched helplessly as a martial emperor's pavilion was annihilated into dust by the force of the two attacks. The spilled power created a strong gust of wind, blowing the two backward. If it weren't for the residual force from Chu Qing's attack, they would have been torn apart by the aftershocks of their battle before even landing. Even so, when they finally crashed to the ground, they were completely disoriented. Third brother. Hua Jinyan stood up, wanting to move forward again. The shepherd boy held her back tightly. Don't go. It's no use. This is beyond our reach. That's the level of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The only thing we can do is protect ourselves. Let's get out of here first. Damn it, I finally managed to build a pill furnace, and it's probably all gone now. Hua Jinyan knew she couldn't help, and gritted her teeth. Then how do we get out? How should I know? He said the gate of life should be in this direction, The shepherd boy's words trailed off, her gaze suddenly freezing, and her voice abruptly stopped. Hua Jinyan didn't know what was wrong with her, and turned to look, only to see her staring at a small hamster. Rice paste? Chapter 506. The deafening roar couldn't dispel the gloom in the hearts of all the southern region experts present. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had always been high above, standing at the very pinnacle of the martial world. Their decrees commanded the submission of all heroes, but what did they hear now? The Ghost Emperor they thought was so high and mighty was actually a beast capable of slaughtering his own daughter for his own benefit, and Hua Jinyan's words proved, from beginning to end, the Ghost Emperor was ruthless. He had never truly loved anyone. His wife, daughter, everyone around him, all were there to advance his divine ghost chapter. To preserve his position as Ghost Emperor, he would stop at nothing. A wave of bewilderment washed over everyone, a complex mix of emotions washing over them. Among them, some were filled with righteous indignation. After all, the Ghost Emperor held a high position, and his character was truly difficult to command respect. Such a despicable person, and his ruthless methods to achieve his goals, were truly hard to believe. Others felt intense fear. A person of the Ghost Emperor's character would absolutely not care about the world or the martial arts world. To him, all living beings were the same, things he could use at will, useful if useful, discarded if useless. Those who could become powerful figures were not fools. It wasn't hard for them to guess what the Ghost Emperor's original plan was. After all, they initially thought that Chu Qing fought the Ghost Emperor because the Ghost Emperor had been affected by the heavenly demon mind control technique. But in reality, he hadn't been affected at all. Furthermore, Chu Qing's words mentioned that the Ghost Emperor originally intended to go with the flow. Therefore, it wasn't hard to guess that the Ghost Emperor originally planned to use a ruse, pretending to be affected by the heavenly demon mind control technique to gain the trust of the Tomb King and the others. But how many more would perish at the hands of the Ghost Emperor? The Ghost Emperor would never hesitate, not even for a moment, when killing. If Chu Qing hadn't seen through everything and stopped it all, how many of them would still be standing here unharmed? Anyone who could think this far must be terrified. Life and death were already so close. They fought the heavenly evil sect, already facing certain death, and now they were being told that the powerful figures they relied on, their trump cards, were already plotting to kill them. Of course, some believed the Ghost Emperor's actions were understandable. To roam the martial world for fame and fortune, to have schemes, to make sacrifices, that's only natural. After all, it's all for the name of the Ghost Emperor. If they were in his shoes, if they could uphold that lofty title, they would kill anyone, let alone their daughter. But those who could even entertain such thoughts were ultimately a minority. Impossible, this must all be fake. Of everyone, the only one who remained steadfast was Sun Xiaoxiang in green. Everyone else knew of the Ghost Emperor only from rumors and hearsay. Only she had actually benefited from him. Looking at the crowd, she said, "Don't you find this voice suspicious? Where did this voice come from? And how did we hear these words? This is very strange. Don't forget, this is the 10 Deadly Caves, the territory of the heavenly evil cult. Haven't you considered that this might be a conspiracy by the heavenly evil cult? They want to frame the Ghost Emperor, to alienate him from our southern region, so that we will bind our hands and bow down before the heavenly evil cult. Her words resonated with some in the crowd, who nodded in agreement. This is indeed something we cannot afford to ignore. The heavenly evil cult's methods are unpredictable. The origin of this voice is unknown. It's difficult to determine how much of it is real and how much is fake. Wu Qianhuan and Winra frowned. More than Sun Shixiang's argument with the others, she wanted to know what happened after the loud noise. Because after that loud noise, the sound disappeared. Has Chu Qing already fought the Ghost Emperor again? Is he alright now? As for Sun Shixiang's question, Wu Qianhuan knew the voices were real. The Ghost Emperor was indeed suspicious. Because when the voice first appeared, she used the heavenly sound transmission technique to warn Chu Qing to be careful. Even if the heavenly evil cult were incredibly powerful, they couldn't possibly use Chu Qing's heavenly sound transmission technique to fake it. Thinking of this, she glanced at Lu Xiaoyan and Tian Fengzi. Both of them were within the range of the heavenly sound transmission. Tian Fengzi flicked his whisk, about to speak, when he heard a cold laugh. Do you truly understand? The so-called 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Tian Fengzi was startled, turning to look in the direction of the voice, and saw Daoist Yaij slowly approaching the crowd. Daoist Yaij was one of the 3 immortals of the Southern Ridge, and his martial arts were indeed extraordinary. In the battle just now, several powerful masters under the command of the Tomb King of the Heavenly Evil Sect were only killed by the combined efforts of Tian Fengzi, Sikong Yijian, and Daoist Yaij. Daoist Yaij was also injured in the battle. Seeing him approach, several younger disciples came to his side to help him. Sun Shixiang's face darkened. Daoist Yaij, what do you mean by that? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the pinnacle of humanity. A Daoist murmured, 300 years ago, after the fall of the Great Qian dynasty, years of chaos ensued. Finally, 8 supreme masters emerged in the martial world, capable of stabilizing the realm. They were the original 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Since then, though the martial world has been fragmented and numerous heroes have risen, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have always remained supreme. Whether it's a gang, a sect, or a large family, once they reach a certain level, they must all offer tribute to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. And they became the martial world's last trump card. With them here, no one can bring back the chaos of 300 years ago. But, similarly, with them here, a unified world can never exist. Tian Fengzi frowned slightly. He had guarded the Tianyi sect for many years, devoting himself to the Tao. Although he had a somewhat volatile temper, he believed his Taoist practice was still intact. However, listening to Yaij Daoist's words, he felt something was off. Ouyang Tianxiu suddenly took a deep breath. Does this Taoist mean? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wouldn't allow it. As expected of the lord of the Lingbei Liaoyuan prefecture. Yaij Daoist nodded and said, when a mortal is elevated to the pinnacle, becoming a high and mighty god. Initially, he will be fearful and uneasy. But soon, he will be joyful and excited. Ultimately, he get used to it. And see it as normal. But if one day someone wants to reach the summit, kick him off, and make him just another ordinary person, what do you think he'd do? These words silenced everyone present. Ji Yeshua found the silence odd. She secretly yawned, feeling this was getting increasingly boring. She really wanted to go back to her secluded cultivation. Unfortunately, the Alliance leader wouldn't allow it. Isn't the Ghost Emperor's current behavior a sign of his fear of falling from the summit? The Taoist Master Yaij slowly said, 300 years of vicissitudes have passed, and the martial world remains in constant chaos. The situation in the northern region is stable, yet each faction guards its own territory, and all have reached their peak of development. In the southern region, various sects, gangs, and associations are a mixed bag, but none of them have the ambition to conquer the world. It's not that no one has the talent and ambition, but whenever such a situation arises, such a power collapses overnight. What do you think is the reason? To be honest, I have been investigating this for many years, and it is precisely the secret intervention of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They ruthlessly exterminate entire families without mercy. Just like the many prodigies, who have appeared in the martial world over the past 300 years. Those ambitious individuals, who wanted to speak out for the people, and end this chaotic era of the martial world. They all died at the hands of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Shut up. A slightly aged and heavy voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, and it was Qin Zhengnan, the Iron Sword of Nanling. He looked at Daoist Yaij with a serious expression. Daoist Master. Do you know what you're saying? Just some facts. Daoist Yaij's tone grew increasingly intense. The martial world is in turmoil. The heavenly evil sect is wreaking havoc, and the eastern and western regions are falling apart. The Ghost Emperor, knowing this situation, turned a blind eye to the southern region for his own selfish reasons. This shows that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all birds of a feather, each harboring their own schemes even in the face of great calamity. What they cared about was never peace and stability, nor the common people. What they care about is only the power in their hands, their lofty position, looking down on the world while regarding all living beings as mere straw dogs. Qin Zhengnan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Suddenly, Sun Xiaoxiang gritted her teeth and said, "Master Yaij, you know the martial world is in turmoil right now. To say such things at this time, alienating the martial world and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, what are you really up to? You don't want to collude with the heavenly evil sect, do you? Miss Sun, don't try to pin this on me." Master Yaij smiled. "I know you, but you don't know me. Therefore, I don't blame you for what you said today, but what I want to say is, fortunately, the heavenly evil sect is causing trouble, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors each have their own schemes. Otherwise, the alliance leader probably wouldn't have had such an opportunity to rise in the martial world. If it weren't for that, he would have been killed on the spot by the Ghost Emperor when he first displayed his talent, when he befriended the Iron Blood Hall and took control of the Blazing Fire Hall. There will be no future leader of the Lingbei martial arts world. Now, I want to take a gamble." "What are you betting on?" Lu Xiaoyan looked at Daoist Yaij. "I'm betting on the future." Daoist Yaij said in a deep voice, "In this chaotic world, I don't trust the cunning 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Furthermore, I dare not entrust my life to them. I don't believe they can lead us to victory against the heavenly evil sect. Therefore, I want to take a gamble. If the alliance leader can defeat the Ghost Emperor in this battle, I will no longer regard him as the alliance leader." "Then you..." Lu Xiaoyan subconsciously took 2 steps towards Daoist Yaij. Daoist Yaij said softly, "I will regard him as a wise ruler, and I am willing to be his vanguard, to contribute my share to the unification of the world." Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped. Sun Xiaoxiang instinctively shook her head. "You're crazy. Times create heroes. Only in chaotic times can geniuses rise to prominence." Yaij Doran's gaze swept over everyone present. "You should also understand that if no one can break through the shackles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then the world structure will remain unchanged forever. From the leaders and sect masters of every school to ordinary people, there will never be a day of peace. Those in high positions live in constant fear. If their power grows too small, they will be wiped out. If it grows too large, they will be annihilated by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Those in lower positions live hand to mouth, barely able to feed themselves, and may even be treated like livestock, kept like pigs, dogs, cattle, or sheep, exploited at will. You've seen this kind of life, this kind of situation, for 300 years. Haven't you had enough? And the heavenly evil cult. Their methods are cruel and ruthless, their cruelty innate, treating human life like dirt. Even if such people could defeat the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, we cannot bow down and submit. We can only fight them to the very end. Therefore, I, this humble Taoist, want to place all my bets on the alliance leader. I hope that under his leadership, a bright and clear sky will be restored to this martial world." After he finished speaking, all around fell silent. The Taoist's aura astounded them, and the ambition contained in his words chilled them to the bone. Compared to Daoist Yaij's foresight, the current conflict between Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor seemed insignificant. Only Qin Jingnan's face was extremely grim. "Daoist Yaij, you are utterly foolish, you deserve to die." Daoist Yaij's iron sword flashed out, and he coldly snorted, showing no fear. "You want to fight me?" Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the ground. Instinctively, everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure burst through the earth, soaring into the sky. It's the alliance leader. He was underground. Someone fought him. It's the Ghost Emperor. Everyone was instantly captivated by this sudden turn of events. Qin Zheng then gave Yaij Daoist a deep look, then focused his gaze on Chu Qing in midair. He seemed to have been forced out from underground, shifting his position several times in midair before regaining his footing. Then, everyone saw him enveloped in sword energy, his 3-elemental halo expanding behind him. A massive sword aura, seemingly capable of cleaving the mortal world in 2, burst forth, slashing directly at the ground. Boom! With a deafening roar, the sword aura struck the ground. Even from a distance, everyone present could feel the sheer ferocity of the sword energy. The strike left a massive sword mark on the ground, 30 to 50 feet long and over 10 feet wide. However, Chu Qing's attack wasn't over yet. Sword energy gathered behind him, each strike as powerful as the first. He unleashed 7 or 8 strikes in quick succession, causing the entire 10 deadly caves to shake violently. The tremors revealed numerous tomb-raiding holes, and caused countless ancient tombs to collapse. Cracks and craters appeared everywhere on the ground, resembling a series of chaotic canyons. At the same time, a figure suddenly burst through the ground from another location. A deep purple aura enveloped the figure, which charged straight at Chu Qing. Chu Qing pushed forward with both palms, colliding fiercely with the figure. The next moment, a powerful gale swept in all directions, causing even those experts far away to lose their footing for a moment. It's the Ghost Emperor. The Alliance leader is indeed fighting the Ghost Emperor. Everything he said earlier was true. Heroes rise in troubled times. Prodigies emerge. What should we do? Chapter 507. The words of Daoist Yaij caused unease among the experts of the southern region. However, Chu Qing at this moment couldn't care less about their thoughts. Having comprehended ghosts and gods without Tao, laws formed naturally, the Ghost Emperor was even stronger than before. His inner strength was immense, his moves exquisite, and every casual strike possessed earth-shattering power. From the very first attack in the first Martial Emperor's tomb, the two of them directly reduced the Martial Emperor pavilion within the tomb to dust. Afterwards, as they moved forward, everything in their path, whether it was the mechanisms within the first Martial Emperor's tomb or the surrounding stone walls, was shattered in their clashes. To be honest, the first Martial Emperor's tomb was indeed meticulously designed. After all, when Bu Xingtian tried to trick the first Martial Emperor into committing suicide, he colluded with so many feng shui masters and invited countless mechanical craftsmen. The tomb was filled with formidable mechanisms, even using genuine stone as the tomb's roof. Their purpose was simply this: anyone who ventured here would never leave. The path above was impassable, countless traps lay below, and even if one finally reached the Martial Emperor's pavilion, there was still the half-dead walking heaven. Even if one found the dragon-trapping ascension pool, they would become nourishment for walking heaven. With all these calculated moves, ordinary people, let alone finding it, would simply be walking into their doom. However, those who had entered were no ordinary people. Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor were humanoid beasts. No matter how ingenious the traps or how powerful the hidden weapons, they were all useless against them. After a single clash, the two were sent flying backward, shattering countless traps and mechanisms along their path. They had no good way to deal with the genuine stone overhead. After all, this object targeted all martial artists. The closer one got, the more severely their internal energy was suppressed. But apart from the genuine stone, the first Martial Emperor's tomb posed no real threat to them. The two fought their way from the Martial Emperor pavilion, circling the entire first Martial Emperor's tomb, thoroughly destroying it. Chu Qing first unleashed a move that shocked 100 miles, blasting the Ghost Emperor into the rock wall. Then came a series of moves that shocked 100 miles. His internal energy was inexhaustible, his moves wide and powerful, dragon-shaped energy flowing one after another, accompanied by innate, body-breaking, formless sword energy. When these moves were unleashed, the palm strikes came one after another, like 10,000 dragons galloping, heavenly horses soaring through the sky. He forcefully drove the Ghost Emperor deep into the rock wall, advancing an unknown distance. Afterwards, Chu Qing ventured deeper into the rock wall, trying to close the distance, but was struck by the Ghost Emperor's reincarnation great handprint. This move was even more powerful than 6 Paths of Sorrow, and Chu Qing was once again sent flying. The two ventured deep underground, causing destruction along the way, exchanging blows and fierce attacks. The intensity was so great that Chu Qing didn't even have time to broadcast the battle live via his communication bell. Their fight was entangled, and they were evenly matched. Finally, Chu Qing clashed head-on with the Ghost Emperor, sending him flying backward before he reappeared in the light of day. The Ghost Emperor, meanwhile, remained deep underground. Chu Qing's subsequent 8 consecutive sword strikes, one of which separated worlds, were witnessed by experts from all over the southern region. However, even though the Ghost Emperor had comprehended ghosts and gods without Tao, laws formed naturally and reached an unprecedented level, he dared not directly withstand Chu Qing's single sword strike that separated worlds, let alone 8 consecutive strikes. He simply used the spatial escape to flee, then soared into the sky. He clashed head-on with Chu Qing once more. The force of this strike sent everyone watching from afar reeling. It also replaced their initial anxiety with utter shock. The words of Daoist Yaij had a significant impact on them. Each person had their own internal scales, which shifted with the changing circumstances. Originally, Chu Qing, the leader of the Southern Region's Martial Arts Alliance, held considerable weight in their hearts. However, for generations, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had always been towering mountains weighing down on all martial artists. Compared to Chu Qing, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors held even greater weight. But now, the Ghost Emperor's ruthlessness was common knowledge, and the facts presented by Taoist Yige left them bewildered and unsure of what to do. Now, seeing Chu Qing truly fighting the Ghost Emperor with equal force, the scales in most people's hearts had completely shifted. Of course, this did not include Lu Xiaoyan and the others. In Lu Xiaoyan's heart, his nephew was far more important than the Ghost Emperor. They were simply not in the same league. Chu Qing was unaware of the shifting sentiments of these people. He retreated rapidly, eventually hovering in midair. Meanwhile, the Ghost Emperor in the distance also stretched out his arms naturally, his body enveloped in a deep purple aura, floating in midair without falling. This scene once again made everyone's eyes twitch. They felt that the martial arts of Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor were far beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists. They were more like immortals. Otherwise, how could they stand facing each other in midair? Young man. The Ghost Emperor spoke slowly. You are even more powerful than I expected, truly beyond my expectations. Chu Qing frowned slightly. Your martial arts progress, Ghost Emperor, is also truly gratifying. Leaving this junior in awe. It's a pity that such superb martial arts cannot benefit the world. Young man, you don't know your place, always talking about the world. Ghost Emperor Moto sighed softly. It's good for a young man to have lofty ambitions, but you must know your origins. You should know how high you should fly. Otherwise, while soaring high is wonderful, sometimes the higher you fly, the faster you die. Ha ha ha, even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, tracing their origins, were nothing more than commoners rising from humble beginnings in the martial world. How can you still divide people into different classes now? Is it only your disciples and followers, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who have the chance to soar to the heavens? And we ordinary martial artists, the stronger we are, the more deserving of death? Chu Qing sighed softly. I wonder how angry your peasant ancestors are in the underworld after you say such things today. Even now, can't you see the difference between you and me? The Ghost Emperor's gaze suddenly passed over Chu Qing, looking at the martial arts masters of the Southern Reach, and he said calmly, Today I will show you. In the martial world, sometimes, martial arts alone are not enough to dominate the world. Although you are currently the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in the Southern region, enjoying the support of these so-called masters, you could be turned against them with just a word from me. Tell me, if I were to order them to kill you, would you, in order to protect yourself, slaughter them all? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. Old man, I advise you not to court death. Humph. The Ghost Emperor sneered, then transmitted his voice. I, Ghost Emperor Moto, now I issue the Ghost Emperor's decree. All martial arts practitioners of the southern region, heed my command. Lu Xiaoyan and the others exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this. A few instinctively wanted to kneel on one knee, but were stopped by those around them. The Ghost Emperor was still far away, his main attention focused on Chu Qing, worried that Chu Qing might take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, so he couldn't see all their small movements. However, he noticed that after he finished speaking, those people didn't kneel down to obey. He was somewhat puzzled, but didn't pay much attention, simply continuing, The person before me is a spy from the heavenly evil sect. He used his superior martial arts to deceive you into becoming the alliance leader. He used the pretext of coming to rescue me to carry out his assassination attempt. Truly despicable and shameless, deserving death. Therefore I, the Emperor, issue the Ghost Emperor's decree, ordering you all to attack him en masse. Life or death at your disposal. Whoever can strike him with a single palm will be granted a secret technique of the Ghost Emperor's palace, and awarded 1,000 taels of silver. Whoever can kill him will be accepted, as my last disciple, and awarded 10,000 taels of gold. Chu Qing listened speechlessly, then said softly, Is there any point in doing this? Of course there is. The Ghost Emperor spoke calmly. They worship you as their leader, and you think they will all truly submit. But they don't know that when facing the current Ghost Emperor, the so-called leader is utterly insignificant to them. This is not the achievement of this emperor alone. It is the foundation accumulated by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors over the past 300 years. We, with our unparalleled martial arts, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, should be so high and mighty. Chu Qing shook his head. You're wrong. Being high and mighty isn't because your martial arts are unparalleled, but because the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors temporarily pacified the chaos of the world. This ushered in 300 years of relative peace in the martial world. The emperor guards the nation's gates, the monarch dies for the state. You enjoy the right to be high and mighty, calling yourselves the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. You should have been at the forefront when facing the heavenly evil cult. Only then would you have lived up to the martial world's expectations. But what have you done? The martial world has never truly supported a clay statue in a temple. They don't need gods who treat everyone as equals, who see all living beings as straw dogs. What they need is someone who can lead them to protect this martial world. A dark glint flashed in the Ghost Emperor's eyes, then he slowly closed them. You little brat, sharp-tongued. Unfortunately, no matter how eloquent you are, you can't change their attitude. Look, they're here. Chu Qing frowned slightly, glancing back. Sure enough, he saw experts from all over the southern region already using their lightness skills to rush towards them. He immediately snorted coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of my way." The Ghost Emperor's lips curled into a smile. Now that things have come to this, do you still think they obey your so-called alliance leader's orders? Incredible. Before he could finish the laugh, the experts from all over the southern region, who had been rushing towards them, suddenly stopped. They actually stopped. The Ghost Emperor frowned slightly. Didn't you all hear what I said? Do you intend to defy the Ghost Emperor's decree? Lu Xiaoyan, Tian Fengzi, Ouyang Tianqiu, Tai Lingyun, and other experts from the southern region exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, they all knelt on one knee, clasping their hands in a fist salute. The Ghost Emperor sneered. Who told you to kneel? I ordered you to kill this fiend. He pointed at Chu Qing. But then Lu Xiaoyan shouted, Alliance leader, we request permission to fight. No need to request permission, you only need to. The Ghost Emperor's words trailed off, as his expression suddenly changed drastically. Who are you speaking to? Tian Fengzi's white hair fluttered in the wind, as he stroked his beard. We are naturally speaking to the Alliance leader. Please, Ghost Emperor, do not interrupt. Insolence. The Ghost Emperor abruptly looked up. His voice pierced through layers of space, heading straight for Tian Fengzi. Tian Fengzi's expression changed, but at that moment, he flicked his wide sleeves, and a deafening sound echoed in midair. Chu Qing was already standing in the void in front of him. The Ghost Emperor gritted his teeth. You dare to defy the Ghost Emperor's decree? You actually dare to disobey the Ghost Emperor's decree? Chu Qing chuckled. If it were before today, with the Ghost Emperor's decree issued, he wouldn't say that everyone in the entire southern region's martial arts world would turn against him, but at least half, and the remaining small half would hesitate. After all, back then, in their hearts, the Ghost Emperor was indeed high and mighty. But now, thanks to the transmission bell, the Ghost Emperor's image has been shattered. Although their resolute action surprised Chu Qing somewhat, the current situation wasn't entirely unexpected. Tian Fengzi laughed loudly. Ghost Emperor's decree? So what if it's the Ghost Emperor's decree? We came here eagerly to save you, you worthless Ghost Emperor, and what did you try to do to me just now? The Tianyi sect has guarded Tontian Ridge for hundreds of years, its traditions enduring both merit and hardship. You, Ghost Emperor, killed them so easily. What place do you place for the Tianyi sect? We beg the Alliance leader to give the order, so that we may join you in punishing this beast who, for his own selfish gain, would even kill his own children. We beg the Alliance leader to give the order, so that we may join you in punishing this fiend. We beg the Alliance leader to give the order, so that we may join you in punishing this fiend. The earth-shattering voices dispersed the wind from the 10 absolute caves, and an indescribable heat spread through everyone's hearts, gradually forming a raging inferno. The Ghost Emperor's face was already contorted with rage, his aura surging, faintly boiling with rage. Chu Qing remained calm, merely waving his hand lightly. You all must cease your folly. This battle is beyond your capabilities. Now that chaos has broken out in the world, you must all preserve your lives to fight for your lives in this turmoil. As the saying goes, king against king, soldier against soldier. Since I am here today, there is no need for you to go forward and fight him. But Alliance leader, this fiend's martial arts are unfathomable, perhaps even on par with yours. Ouyang Tianqiu said, although our martial arts cannot compare to yours, if we can use our lives to delay him for a moment, giving Alliance leader the opportunity to personally kill this fiend, they died a worthy death. Good. The Ghost Emperor finally laughed in fury. Disregarding my decrees, it seems you all rebelled. Today, I will not only execute this ignorant junior, but none of you will survive. Chu Qing waved his hand lightly. As the Alliance leader, I order you all to leave this place immediately, without fail. His voice echoed through the 10 deadly caves, causing everyone present to exchange bewildered glances before simultaneously clasping their fists and saying, We will obey Alliance leader's decree. Chapter 508. You want to leave? Did you ask me first? The Ghost Emperor's face was contorted with rage. his body wreathed in purple flames. He let out a long roar that shook the land for miles. Death at midnight. Chu Qing had fought the Ghost Emperor all along, and while neither had used their ultimate techniques, they had gained a fairly good understanding of each other's martial arts. Based on what he said, the Ghost Emperor's skills could be broadly divided into 4 paths, 6 paths: reincarnation, life and death, and Ghost God. However, the Ghost God path was specifically the Ghost God path. This method was derived from the culmination of the 6 paths, reincarnation, and life and death paths, truly deserving to be called the supreme skill of the Ghost Emperor's palace lineage. And the death at midnight he was currently using was a technique from the life and death school. It combined extremely unique sonic techniques with spiritual arts, transmitting power through sound, capable of causing death by terror. Previously, the Ghost Emperor had tried to feign being controlled by the heavenly demon mind control technique, immediately unleashing the midnight death technique. Chu Qing had managed to break free with the heavenly Dragon 8 sounds technique. But after their continuous battles, Chu Qing's understanding of him had deepened considerably. Now, with the midnight death technique unleashed, its sound carrying for miles, Chu Qing coldly snorted, "Shut up." As he spoke, 2 sword energies shot from Chu Qing's mouth, their resounding cries trembling and echoing. This was the Vajrazen Lion's roar, incorporating the heaven-shattering earth-striking great technique, and merging with the innate body-breaking formless sword energy. Each raised eyebrow, each glare, each exhale was accompanied by sword energy. Chu Qing used the sword's resonance to amplify the power of the lion's roar. The sword's cries, shifting and turning, seemed to slice open a curtain of heaven and earth. The midnight death technique was cleaved in two, all its potential power dissipating. "You're courting death." With midnight death broken, the Ghost Emperor's already uncontrollable rage was instantly reignited. He clasped his hands together, the purple flames around him gathering between them. His hand seal shifted rapidly, turning 1,000 times in an instant, before being unleashed. A sky-covering palm print rose up, clearly the reincarnation great handprint of the reincarnation path. Chu Qing laughed, looking up at the sky. "These are the same old tricks, I'm tired of them." "Blade, come!" "Buzz!" Wan Chunhua, amidst the crowd, knew upon hearing the words "blade, come," that his shark-slaying blade was doomed again. Sure enough, the blade naturally left its sheath, transforming into a stream of light that flowed directly into Chu Qing's hand. Immediately following, with a whoosh, flame surged skyward, the blade's light crisscrossing in all directions. Each wisp of sword energy traversed over 10 zhan of void, its technique sometimes straightforward, sometimes unorthodox, sometimes unpredictable and treacherous. It was an endless, layered display. No matter one possessed 1,000 skills or 10,000 methods, it was difficult to escape Chu Qing's swordsmanship. It was his move. Heaven and earth, ghosts and gods, all betray. With a sweep of the sharp blade, the reincarnation great handprint crumbled instantly. The Ghost Emperor, momentarily stunned, was swept into the swirling sword energy. His body was propelled by the blades, repeatedly slashed, advancing over 100 zhang, each blade a slash that plowed through the earth, creating countless fissures. Finally, with a wisp of purple flame, the sword energy dissipated. The Ghost Emperor, suspended in midair, could not see Chu Qing, but suddenly saw the moon. Only in a daze did he realize that what he saw was not the moon, but a sword. The full moon sets, a flash of sword light rises, traversing 10,000 miles of land. The sword light is as cold as snow. Where can one hear the spring rain? What kind of sword technique is this? The Ghost Emperor, suspended in midair, slowly asked. Chu Qing flicked his blade, a drop of blood falling from the tip and landing on the ground of the 10 deadly caves. Divine blade slash. Chu Qing's voice was clear, sending the Ghost Emperor to his death. Such exquisite sword technique. The Ghost Emperor silently lowered his head, extending his hands to examine them, only to see them suddenly fall. Chu Qing slash, starting from the upper arm, cleaved the Ghost Emperor in two. However, his blade was too fast. It took so long for the hands to fall, followed by the Ghost Emperor's severed body slowly sliding down. Blood exploded, staining the sky. The Ghost Emperor's mangled corpse fell with a soft thud. Chu Qing's blade pointed diagonally at the ground. Looking down from midair, he murmured to himself, so powerful in life, yet so quiet in death. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, somewhat dazed. This was it? The Ghost Emperor was dead? Something felt off. The Ghost Emperor has been beheaded. The Alliance leader is mighty. The Alliance leader is mighty. The Alliance leader is mighty. Shouts came from afar. Chu Qing looked up and saw Lu Xiaoyan and the others. Just now, he had used the move Heaven and Earth, ghosts and gods, all submit to shift the battlefield by over 100 feet, so the sound naturally seemed distant. Chu Qing smiled, turned, and landed from midair. Lu Xiaoyan and the others also rushed to join him. Once everyone was gathered together, Wu Qianhuan and Wenru were the first to approach, one on each side, to check on Chu Qing's condition. This battle was the most difficult one Chu Qing had experienced since his debut. The two fought across the 10 deadly caves, their battle causing immense destruction and leaving countless deep pits and canyons throughout the caves. Chu Qing, after being at a disadvantage several times, managed to regain the upper hand each time. His clothes looked somewhat disheveled. Wu Qianhuan asked with concern, "Are you injured?" "I'm fine, just look a little disheveled. I have the undying golden body protecting me, he can't hurt me." With Chu Qing's current martial arts skills, using the undying golden body would make him virtually invincible. Winter breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're alright. It was too dangerous. Who would have thought that the Ghost Emperor harbored such malicious intentions?" The Ghost Emperor first disregarded the safety of the martial world, and then he even wanted to kill all of us. It's utterly perverse, and he deserves to die. That's right. What are those so-called 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? I think they're not as good as the alliance leader alone. Now that the Ghost Emperor is dead, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are truly one entity. I'm afraid the others won't let this go easily. What should we do? In my opinion, just as Daoist Yaij said, chaos has begun in the world. Of course we should fight for the lives of the people. I propose that the alliance leader lead us, the martial arts practitioners of the southern region, to join this era of great strife, expel the heavenly evil cult, overthrow the 300-year-old order established by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, unify the world, and win the hearts of all people. The alliance leader's martial arts are unparalleled. He will surely be able to quell this chaos in the martial arts world. Exactly. Chu Qing initially nodded slightly, but as he listened, he became somewhat confused. Why, out of the blue, was he going to lead the overthrow of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? When did he ever agree to this? The Ghost Emperor's actions had a reason. Of the other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, apart from the martial emperor Li Juechen, the others hadn't provoked him. Why would he bother them for no reason? And, according to Daoist Yaij, what did Daoist Yaij say to them? Chu Qing immediately used the heavenly sound transmission technique to involve Wu Qianhuan and Wenru in the conversation, inquiring about the details. Just as Wu Qianhuan was about to speak, she heard the sound of wind breaking. Looking up, she saw Hua Jinyan and Mu Tong'er approaching together. As soon as Hua Jinyan landed, her gaze fell on Chu Qing, her eyes full of inquiry. Chu Qing pointed, "Over there." Without a word, Hua Jinyan rushed towards the direction Chu Qing pointed. The shepherd girl excitedly exclaimed, "You have no idea what we went through. What a huge bronze door. It was even formed by the terrain to shelter from the wind, making it impossible to open from the outside. But opening it from the inside is much easier. Oh right, here's this for you," she said, pulling rice cereal from her bosom and tossing it to Wenru. Wenru caught it, somewhat surprised. "Rice cereal? How did it get with you?" "We found this near the bronze door." Seeing it reminded me of what the alliance leader said about finding a bronze door underground. "I guess this little guy secretly ran away, and after you left, it slipped into the first martial emperor's tomb through some cracks and crevices. So I guess the bronze door must be nearby, and sure enough, we found it, which gave us a chance to escape. You all don't know, after we got out, we finally found a place to go up, but it was so high up." Mu Tong'er recounted her adventure with great enthusiasm. From her casual remarks, Chu Qing pieced together the whole story, and was somewhat surprised. At that time, the Ghost Emperor had just comprehended ghosts and gods without Tao, laws formed naturally, and his martial arts and internal energy had reached their peak, so Chu Qing couldn't pay attention to these 2 people at all. He could only rely on the terrain he had observed through the communication belt to find the bronze door. That's how he sent the 2 of them over. Unexpectedly, they happened to encounter me thus finding a chance to escape. Chu Qing slowly exhaled, feeling his mind was a bit confused by Mu Tong'er's chatter. What Gudaoren said, what decisions the experts of the southern region Jianghu had made. He didn't want to care for now. Gently patting Wu Qianhuan and Wenru's shoulders, he turned and walked towards Hua Jinyan. The Ghost Emperor's mangled corpse lay scattered on the ground, and Hua Jinyan knelt before it. She didn't shed a tear, only her eyes were unfocused. Chu Qing came to her side, and gently patted her shoulder. Hua Jinyan let out a soft breath. "It's all over. I'm sorry you had to see my family's mess." Chu Qing shook her head. She remembered when she first met Hua Jinyan, she had made an assassination request, but at the time, she said she wanted to kill the Ghost Emperor's wife. Now, thinking back, Hua Jinyan had wanted to kill her aunt, because she believed that her aunt was responsible for her mother's death. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. It was the holy maiden of the heavenly evil sect who killed her mother. Hua Jinyan's true aunt was killed by that holy maiden long ago. The Ghost Emperor knew of the tragedy that had befallen his wife, yet he remained indifferent, leading to the tragic death of Hua Jinyan's mother. In a sense, all the tragedies of Hua Jinyan's family were orchestrated by the Ghost Emperor. What are your plans for the future? Chu Qing didn't want Hua Jinyan to dwell on this question, so she changed the subject. For now, I just follow you. Hua Jinyan glanced at Chu Qing. You probably need a lot of manpower right now. The overwhelming force is sweeping in. You can't avoid it, you can't shake it off. If you want to face the challenges head-on, I can lend a hand. After everything is over, I want to find Gu Linger and the others, and take them back to Tontian Ridge to live in seclusion. Haven't you even considered finding a good husband and getting married? Chu Qing said with a smile, trying to ease Hua Jinyan's mind a little. Hua Jinyan shook her head. No, the root of my mother's lifelong suffering was marriage. Love is like a deadly poison, something the wise avoid. After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. You enjoyed this blessing of having two wives, but you must remember to treat them all equally. Otherwise, resentment will fester, and your good fortune will turn into bitter fruit, which you have to swallow yourself. Mind your own business. Good intentions go unrewarded. Hua Jinyan stood up. Let's go. The battle at the 10 Deathly Caves is over, and there's still a lot you need to do. Chu Qing nodded. The death of the Ghost Emperor was no small matter. Many things needed to be arranged early. But after taking that step, Chu Qing suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Something was wrong. He had received the commission to assassinate the Ghost Emperor from Hua Jinyan, and now that the Ghost Emperor was dead, why hadn't the system popped up a notification that the commission was complete? In that instant, it was as if a drop of clear spring water had fallen into a lake. Instantly ripples spread. The heaven-shattering, earth-shattering great technique instantly flowed through his entire being, and he immediately turned around abruptly. He saw that the Ghost Emperor's mutilated corpse had actually sat up. The upper body that should have been discarded had, at this moment, grown a new body. He had thick black hair, handsome features, and a slightly sinister aura, but he looked to be no more than 20 years old. It was as if the Ghost Emperor had suddenly regressed to his youth, returning to the age of 20. And at the very moment Chu Qing looked at him, the Ghost Emperor also opened his eyes, his pupils swirling with purple light, neither sad nor happy. His gaze towards Chu Qing was as if he were staring at an object, devoid of any particular emotion. But the next moment, he suddenly rose into the air, unleashing both palms, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu Qing. Chu Qing had no time to change his move, and could only raise his palm to meet the attack, followed by a deafening explosion. Hua Jinyan only felt a blur before his eyes, and the two figures were already dozens of feet away. Looking back in the direction of the Ghost Emperor, his expression changed drastically. How could this be? Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor were facing each other, their bodies pushed backward uncontrollably. Chu Qing couldn't help but ask, "You're not dead?" The way of ghosts and gods determines life and death, controls reincarnation, and unites the six paths. You think you can kill me? Truly wishful thinking. The Ghost Emperor circulated his inner energy as he spoke in a deep voice. However, it was thanks to that peerless strike that I was forced to the brink of death and then survived, allowing me to truly comprehend the true meaning of reincarnation. Reincarnation is indestructible. Ghosts and gods are immortal. I am immortal and indestructible. Boom! A loud explosion shattered the hill. Chu Qing's figure soared into the sky, and with a hum, the shark-slaying blade, barely warmed in Wan Chunhua's scabbard, was once again in Chu Qing's hand. Reincarnation is indestructible. Ghosts and gods are immortal? Nonsense! At worst, I kill you again. Chapter 509. With blade in hand, he spun like a dragon. Chu Qing's figure suddenly spun in midair, unleashing a continuous barrage of blade light like rain, like the wind, endless and boundless. The Ghost Emperor, like a phantom, moved in countless swift movements, weaving through the blade light, finally penetrating deep into Chu Qing's heart and suddenly grabbing his wrist. Chu Qing's inner energy surged, and he flicked away the Ghost Emperor's fingers. In the next instant, Chu Qing's feet moved like the wind, his figure multiplying. Countless figures simultaneously struck the ground. Ha! Purple flames rose around the Ghost Emperor. He pressed down with one palm to stabilize his inner energy, while raising his other hand to unleash countless palm shadows. Only a series of bangs echoed. The continuous explosions shook the surroundings, and powerful gusts of wind spread in all directions. The two fought with lightning speed, their clash taking place in midair. Yet, the aftershocks and shockwaves created deep craters in the ground, and cracks spread outwards, revealing massive fissures. Cries of alarm rose and fell as numerous experts from the southern region leaped into the air, avoiding the cataclysmic scene. Although they didn't understand what was happening. How could the Ghost Emperor, whom Chu Qing had clearly killed with a single strike, be resurrected? However, this was not the time to concern themselves with such matters. The Ghost Emperor had just sent Chu Qing flying hundreds of feet with a single palm strike, and although they were now far from the core of their battle, the tremors of the wind made them even more vulnerable than before. The Ghost Emperor's Ghost God Path had become even more powerful after his death. Chu Qing was also fully activating his Jade Illumination Divine strategy, and now both sides had unleashed their full power. Suddenly, Chu Qing's figure solidified, and he reached out to grab the Ghost Emperor's throat. The Ghost Emperor tried to block Chu Qing's grab with both hands, but Chu Qing's moves changed rapidly, unleashing a series of techniques: wind-catching style, shadow-catching style, Qin-playing style, Sei-playing style, thrusting the neck style, void-piercing style, embracing the remnant style, and guarding the deficiency style. 8 moves in a continuous chain, the techniques dense and interconnected, seemingly endless. This Dragon Claw hand technique, when used by Chu Qing with his current martial arts skills and knowledge, was far more powerful than before. Even so, it took 8 moves in succession to completely overwhelm the Ghost Emperor, who finally managed to reach into his center and seize his throat with one hand. As the Jade Illumination Divine strategy activated, the 3 elements light wheel appeared behind him. With a sudden shift in the wind and clouds, a powerful force propelled Chu Qing, who shoved the Ghost Emperor into the ground from midair. Boom! 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 The intense tremors created a cloud of smoke and dust, but in the blink of an eye, the clouds receded, revealing Chu Qing's relentless advance, leaving a deep chasm in the ground. Wherever he passed, whether it was the ground, ancient tombs, or hills and boulders, everything crumbled and vanished without a trace. This advance covered at least 200 feet. Even the Ghost Emperor trembled violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Initially, he tried to resist Chu Qing's power, but later simply gave up. He directly formed hand seals, and unleashed the Great Reincarnation handprint. Before the Ghost Emperor created the Ghost God Path, the Ghost Emperor Palace lineage only possessed 3 ultimate techniques: 6 paths, life and death, and reincarnation. Among them, martial arts techniques that involve life and death are considered the most unpredictable by the world. They can determine life and death with a single thought. However, such methods are often tricks used by those in higher positions to bully those in lower positions. Those with deeper internal strength and more ruthless methods can easily kill those with far weaker internal strength, even with just a sound shock. While the Ghost Emperor Palace's ultimate techniques wouldn't be that simple, they'd be fine for dealing with ordinary people, but using them against Chu Qing is wishful thinking. Just like Chu Qing never used techniques like the 10,000-mile ice arena against the Ghost Emperor. Those kinds of trivial skills are simply not meant for fighting against peerless masters. The Ghost Emperor chose the Reincarnation Great Handprint of the Reincarnation Path at this moment because his Ghost God Path had reached its peak. Of all his skills, the Reincarnation Path and the Ghost God Path were the most compatible and powerful. Therefore, with the circulation of his internal energy, he unleashed one strike after another towards Chu Qing's chest and abdomen. Golden light flowed around Chu Qing as he chose to directly unleash his undying golden body to withstand the attack. In an instant, golden light and purple flames mingled as he moved like a shooting star. With a deafening explosion, the two figures separated in a flash. Chu Qing, being above, retreated into the air, while the Ghost Emperor, using the ground as support, sprang to his feet, his fingers moving like the wind, his palms merging with the 6 paths. The 6 paths of sorrow. Chu Qing's shark-slaying blade changed rapidly, countering the finger shadows and palm prints in a swift exchange. The two figures fought their way from the ground to midair in one breath. Then, in a flash, they disappeared from their original positions and reappeared more than 10 feet away. Each reappearance was accompanied by a violent roar. By this time, the surrounding area was utterly devastated, the ground shattered, and everything collapsed. Lu Xiaoyan and the others felt as if there was nowhere to land in any direction. They finally found a huge rock to steady themselves, and looking at the scene in midair, they all grimaced in disbelief. How could the Ghost Emperor have risen from the dead? Could he truly be connected to ghosts and gods? The Alliance leader's fighting strength is undiminished, and the Ghost Emperor is invincible. Who will win this battle? It's a pity they fought in midair, otherwise, I would definitely go to help. Help my ass. With your cultivation level, you'd be beaten to a pulp by the gale force winds of their battle before you could even do anything. The murmurs of the crowd filled her ears, and Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but feel anxious. She clenched her fists tightly. She had thought that by cultivating the heavenly bright sword technique with Chu Qing and diligently practicing the pointing at the moon profound art every night, her cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds, making her a master of the era. Even in today's battle between good and evil against the heavenly evil sect, she had repeatedly defeated powerful enemies. But now, it seemed Chu Qing's level was far beyond her comprehension. At this moment, she didn't even have the right to step forward and help. In her anxiety, she couldn't help but feel somewhat dejected. Finally, she made a painful decision. I still haven't tried hard enough. After this battle, I definitely make him train every night. Of course, this was in the event of victory. If they lost, she would just go with him. Anyway, the Ghost Emperor wouldn't let anyone go. Winra took out her small stool, sat there fiddling with rice cereal, looked up at the sky, her expression silent, as if she had returned to the state before cultivating the unchanging heavenly book. Tai and Fengzi frowned. The outcome of this battle. Is there anyone who can clearly see it? Lu Xiaonian gave a bitter smile. The gap is too vast. A summer insect cannot comprehend ice. How can it possibly understand change? This statement plunged everyone into despair once more. Meanwhile, Chu Qing and the Ghost Emperor, locked in combat, were not idle either. Each of their casual attacks possessed the power to shatter mountains, as they relentlessly attacked each other, while simultaneously conversing. The Ghost Emperor's tone was cold. At such a young age, your martial arts cultivation has reached such a level, it's truly unbelievable. But you are still young. How profound can your internal energy truly be? I can fight you for a day and a night. Can you? Chu Qing laughed heartily, unleashing the 18 subduing dragon palms in a frenzy of power, his palm strikes sweeping across the sky relentlessly. He said, my Jade Illumination divine strategy has an inexhaustible flow of internal energy, growing stronger and more energetic with each fight. You're old and frail, your kidneys are weak, you can only fight for a day and a night. I can fight you for a year without sleep. Bullshit! If you fight for a year, the heavenly evil sect will have already attacked. Then I just kill you in them all. You arrogant brat. Old thief, prepare to die. At the beginning, his words were somewhat measured, but later they became pure trash talk. This was a dirty trick. In the martial world, battles are life or death struggles, not just about martial arts. Intrigue, deception, and verbal scheming are everywhere. If simply insulting someone could shatter their spirit, reducing their martial arts skills to a mere tenth, that would be considered a success. However, insulting is the lowest form of dirty trick. Unfortunately, both of them were completely focused on fighting. They could only speak because their martial arts were both too high. This allowed them to spare a moment to speak amidst their busy schedules. But to expect them to devise any ingenious schemes during this process would be asking too much. Neither side was mediocre, and neither dared to underestimate the other. However, by now, while Chu Qing's muscles and bones were throbbing with heat, the Ghost Emperor's heart was pounding wildly. Although he called Chu Qing a youngster, he was actually already terrified by Chu Qing's martial arts skills. After all, Chu Qing was too young, only 19 years old. If he were 19, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Chu Qing's shoes, let alone being able to compare to him now. With just a glance he, at 19, would have been killed by Chu Qing. What was even more deadly was that he felt Chu Qing's words weren't just empty talk. This kid's illuminating Jade divine strategy contained countless techniques, and the power of each move was palpable. Moreover, amidst the shifts in his internal energy, from the beginning until now, Chu Qing's power not only hasn't diminished in the slightest, but has actually seemed to grow stronger. Otherwise, why has he, having fought this far and already broken through twice, felt evenly matched with this opponent each time? Could it be that this opponent grows stronger with each stronger opponent? This is utterly bizarre, absurd. At the same time, Chu Qing's understanding of the Ghost Emperor's martial arts has deepened. However, at this point, he finds it truly difficult to kill him in one move. This old ghost simply doesn't possess any weakness that could be fatally struck in one blow. His ghost god path seems somewhat immature compared to the 6 paths, reincarnation, and the 3 paths of life and death, yet he has unleashed 2 consecutive breakthroughs. The first time comprehending ghost god without path, law formed naturally, and the second time comprehending the method of immortality from reincarnation. This made the Ghost Emperor's martial arts increasingly unfathomable. Fortunately, Chu Qing's internal energy cultivation had reached a level far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Otherwise, he would have already lost today's battle. Now, Chu Qing was certain that the Ghost Emperor's internal energy cultivation was roughly equal to his own. Even with 2 consecutive breakthroughs, the strength he gained was only explosive. To significantly increase his internal energy, he needed to digest it properly, and he didn't have that time yet. However, this also presented the best opportunity to kill the Ghost Emperor. If he missed today, once the Ghost Emperor consolidated his power, his internal energy would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. With his immortal and indestructible methods, killing him would be incredibly difficult. But how easy was it to kill him now? He had already used the Divine Blade Slash once, a move that was unbeatable for others. But facing the Ghost Emperor, Chu Qing dared not use it a second time. After all, even a Saint Seiya wouldn't be defeated twice by the same move, so why could the Ghost Emperor fall twice to the Divine Blade Slash? As for one sword separates worlds. It seems a bit lacking. Could it be? I really have to use that move? Chu Qing's gaze subconsciously swept towards the direction of the various experts from the southern region, and finally he let out a long breath. The next instant, the 3 elements light wheel suddenly erupted. The 3-part divine finger was unleashed. This wasn't the first time the Ghost Emperor had faced the 3-part divine finger, and he dealt with it with ease. It was clear that the chances of the Divine Blade Slash killing him a second time were indeed slim. Even so, the Ghost Emperor was pushed back dozens of feet by this 3-part divine finger strike, temporarily widening the distance between them. Chu Qing didn't pursue, but hovered motionless in midair. The Ghost Emperor spread his arms, ready to fight, but seeing Chu Qing's absence, he was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? Have you run out of tricks? Chu Qing shook his head slightly. I was just thinking. Thinking about what? Thinking about what kind of person the Ghost Emperor truly is. Chu Qing said softly, no matter what concerns your wife, daughter, or anyone around you, it's difficult to stir your emotions. However, when you can't command your fellow cultivators in the southern region, you become surprisingly angry. That kind of rage, that genuine outpouring of emotion, makes me feel that you are a living, breathing person. The Ghost Emperor smiled indifferently. You want to shake my heart? Do you think these few words can make my Ghost God path crumble on its own? How laughable. Of course not. Chu Qing shook his head slightly. Since you comprehended the Ghost God's path, such rhetoric has become meaningless to you. The best time to break through your mental barriers is before you comprehend the ruthlessness of ghosts and gods. Hua Jinyan is indeed your daughter. Although she hates you to the bone, she still accidentally gave you a push. Although she asked me to kill you, it doesn't mean she's betrayed your kindness in raising her. After all, she's betrayed her more. I won't play tricks on you in this matter, thinking I can succeed. Then what's the point of saying all this now? The Ghost Emperor frowned slightly. Chu Qing smiled, suddenly flicking his wrist, and the shark-slaying blade was already down. He raised his right hand again, and a throwing knife appeared in his palm. He said softly, nothing more than idle chatter. Because from now on, no matter how many times your so-called immortality through reincarnation and the indestructibility of ghosts and gods can bring you back to life, you will die by my hand again and again. Chapter 510. They stopped? What are they saying? Too far away, we can't hear. Where did that sudden sound go? Let's hear what they're talking about. Wait, look at the Alliance leader. He threw away his treasured sword. Isn't he holding something in his hand? That's a throwing knife. There really is someone with keen eyesight, who can clearly see what Qing is holding at this distance. But when he said this, his voice was full of astonishment. Why is it a throwing knife? In a fight of this level, what use can a throwing knife be? Could it be that the Alliance leader also has extraordinary skills in throwing knives? Impossible. In the martial world, if we're talking about those skilled in throwing knives, there are very few people we can think of. And looking at the southern region, the most talked about throwing knife skill should be that of the elusive Night Emperor. That's right, the Night Emperor's throwing knives are indeed remarkable. I heard he first appeared in Tianwu City, once inside the city lord's mansion, killing a member of the heavenly evil cult with a single throwing knife. Later, he appeared in Shindao City, again with a throwing knife, killing Pei Wuji. Although neither of the two he killed were particularly important figures, those present said it was an indescribable throwing knife technique, incredibly skillful, and always fatal. But even if the Night Emperor's throwing knife is unparalleled, what does it have to do with our Alliance leader? These people couldn't get involved or help, so they could only chat idly. Just then, someone murmured the Night Emperor first appeared in the martial world in Tianwu City. And the young lady Wu beside the Alliance leader, isn't she the young lady of Tianwu City? the Night Emperor reappeared in Divine Blade City. If I remember correctly, the gentle lady from Luochen Manor and the Alliance leader were also in Divine Blade City at that time. Back then, in Divine Blade City, Jiang Shendao attempted to use a chaotic god blade to control all the heroes under heaven. With the Alliance leader's martial arts and temperament, there was no way he would let him succeed. But it wasn't the Alliance leader who made the move, but the Night Emperor. Also, have you ever heard of when the young lady went from Luochen Manor appeared beside the Alliance leader? At that time, Chu Qing had not yet risen to prominence in the martial world. He was an unknown figure. If Chu Qing still didn't have any reputation today, naturally few people would know these things. But as the title third young master became increasingly prominent, his past was also dug up by those with ulterior motives. Although his true identity remained unknown, some things weren't as well hidden as they seemed. Immediately someone said, "I heard that the Alliance leader and gentle girl met in Tianwu City, and have been inseparable ever since." In other words, the Alliance leader was also in Tianwu City back then. The Night Emperor first emerged into the martial world in Tianwu City, and the Alliance leader was there too. The Night Emperor killed Jiang Shendao in Shendao City, and the Alliance leader was there too. The Night Emperor possessed an exquisite throwing knife skill, and now, the Alliance leader also wields a throwing knife. Could it be? At this point, everyone's gaze turned to Wu Qianhuan and Gentle Girl. But neither Wu Qianhuan nor Gentle Girl spared them a glance. They were only staring at Chu Qing, who held a throwing knife in midair, his robes fluttering in the wind. They had all witnessed Chu Qing's extraordinary throwing knife technique. They knew how astonishingly brilliant it was, and how iconic such a technique was. Now, the people from the southern region had clearly discovered something through subtle clues. All that was missing was confirmation. Chu Qing would never have used such a method lightly if it weren't for a crucial moment. Was it because the Ghost Emperor before him made him feel unprecedented pressure? Then, could his throwing knife still be up to the task in today's battle? Had he hesitated for so long without making a move? Wu Qianhuan subconsciously grasped Wender's hand, pulling her up from the stool. The two girls held hands tightly, both able to feel the tension in each other's hearts. And at that moment, Chu Qing made his move. In a flash, the throwing knife was like a rainbow streaking across the sky. The sudden burst of brilliance, even from a distance, was enough to quietly silence all the whispers. Most of those present couldn't possibly see what changes the flying knife in midair underwent at that moment, or what kind of style it displayed. Their eyes simply couldn't catch a trace of the knife. Not to mention, at that distance, some of them couldn't even see what happened. They only knew that the Ghost Emperor's figure was like a bird struck by an arrow. Instantly, he fell from midair, stirring up a cloud of dust. Only those with keen eyesight could see that the flying knife from Chu Qing's hand, the flying knife whose exact trajectory they couldn't track, vanished abruptly from their sight, and reappeared already embedded in the Ghost Emperor's throat. Without warning, it was as if the knife had always been there. It was meant to take the Ghost Emperor's life in this uneventful, unexpected way. The Alliance leader is the Night Emperor. It was this very blade. I was fortunate enough to witness its power once within Divine Blade City. The speaker held an iron spear. If Chu Qing were here, he would surely recognize this man as Fang Tianrui, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, one of the three major forces that had gathered in Divine Blade City. However, even with his martial arts skills, joining this elite group of 2,000 had required considerable effort and dedication. Even so, among these 2,000, he was merely at the bottom of the list. The Alliance leader is the Night Emperor. The Night Emperor is the Alliance leader? The Alliance leader is an assassin? So what if he's an assassin? As far as I know, since the Night Emperor appeared in the martial world, every single one of his victims has been a vicious and ruthless individual. Or else, he's a lackey of the heavenly evil cult. He has done nothing wrong to the martial world, always acting on behalf of heaven. So what if he's an assassin? Would you disown your leader just because he's an assassin? Bullshit! When did I say that? The leader is devoted to justice in the martial world. Whether he's an assassin or the leader, I admire him wholeheartedly. That's more like it. Meanwhile, Tai Lingyun and the others in the crowd were somewhat bewildered. Back in Ghost God Gorge, they had witnessed Chu Qing and the Night Emperor meet, their swords drawn. How come now they're the same person? How did this magic trick happen? However, besides shock, some people had rather complicated feelings. These were the sects that had sought the Night Emperor's help before the battle at Immortal Cloud Mountain. They asked the Night Emperor to kill the Heavenly Slaughtering Soldier Master. The Night Emperor came and agreed, and guaranteed that if their alliance leader failed to kill the Heavenly Slaughtering Soldier Master, then he, the Night Emperor, would appear to cover for them. and he demanded an exorbitant reward. The three major sects agreed at the time, and afterwards, the Night Emperor was nowhere to be seen during the battle, yet he still righteously came to demand their money. Because of the prior agreement, and because they couldn't defeat him, they could only obediently pay, of course, only a portion, as they couldn't afford to pay the whole amount. So, to this day, they still owe the Night Emperor a large sum of money. Who could have imagined that this Night Emperor was actually the Alliance leader? The money they spent was completely wasted. For a moment, the few who knew the truth exchanged bewildered glances, joining Tai Lingyun and the others in their confusion. Amidst their confusion, someone suddenly cheered. "The Ghost Emperor is dead again! Ha ha! So what if he's resurrected? The Alliance leader's martial arts are unparalleled. Even if the Ghost Emperor could live 100 times, the Alliance leader could kill him 100 times. He thinks he can compete with the Alliance leader? He's delusional. We only knew the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were powerful, but compared to the Alliance leader, what are those so-called 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" But just as they were rejoicing, the Ghost Emperor, who had been lying dead on the spot, suddenly sat up. The conversation immediately ceased. The one who had just said that even if the Ghost Emperor could live 100 times, the Alliance leader could kill him 100 times was secretly kicked several times, a sign of his bad luck. In fact, it wasn't just the experts from the southern region who were completely bewildered by the current situation. Even the Ghost Emperor was utterly confused. He casually pulled the throwing knife from his throat, the wound healing instantly. Holding the knife, his face blank, he examined it several times before looking at Chu Qing, who had landed in front of him. "This knife is nothing special. What right do you have to kill me? One strike indeed couldn't kill you." Chu Qing raised his eyes to look at the Ghost Emperor, and with a flick of his wrist, another knife appeared in his hand. The Ghost Emperor's pupils contracted sharply, then he sneered, "You think you can kill me a second time with the same methods?" Before he could finish speaking, Chu Qing raised his hand. The Ghost Emperor's inner energy circulated, his senses were activated to their limit, but the next moment, everything went black. This time, the flying knife didn't pierce the Ghost Emperor's throat, but pierced his head. He was dead again. His body slumped to the ground with a thud. Blood flowed from the wound, soaking the tin, the earth of the abyss. But the Ghost Emperor suddenly took a deep breath, sitting up again. He reached up to touch his head. "This is impossible." Looking up at Chu Qing, he saw Chu Qing staring at him with a very indifferent gaze. And in Chu Qing's hand, another throwing knife appeared. "Wait!" The Ghost Emperor leaped up abruptly. Chu Qing didn't speak, only raised his hand and flicked it. Outrageous. The Ghost Emperor was furious. In an instant, his figure split into countless ghostly shadows, real and illusory, indistinguishable from each other. But in the next instant, all the ghostly shadows vanished completely. Only the figure of the Ghost Emperor appeared before Chu Qing, his head, bearing yet another hole. "How is this possible?" The Ghost Emperor spun around, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. This time, however, upon waking, the Ghost Emperor didn't hesitate, he simply turned and walked away. This was the 4th time. Reincarnation is immortal, ghosts and gods are indestructible. While powerful, allowing him to repeatedly escape death, it was by no means without a price. Chu Qing was already a peerless martial artist, his repeated near-death experiences had taken their toll. With this ebb and flow, Chu Qing now needed a throwing knife to kill him, but later, he probably wouldn't need it anymore. When that time came, Chu Qing could kill him 1,000 times over with ease. Then he would truly be dead. This was the first time in his life that the Ghost Emperor had truly felt fear. He was afraid of this young man, who was like a ghost or god. He was also afraid of the throwing knife in Chu Qing's hand, a weapon that even ghosts and gods would treat with utmost respect. The moment the Ghost Emperor turned around, Chu Qing's figure was already standing before him, raising his hand and brandishing his blade, the 5th time. He had experienced the feeling of being pierced through the brow 3 times already. When the Ghost Emperor awoke again, he felt an unusual pain in his brow. He dazedly raised his eyes and looked at Chu Qing before him. In Chu Qing's hand was a throwing knife, shaped like a willow leaf, thin as a cicada's wing, and looking extremely sharp. When the Ghost Emperor's gaze fell upon the knife, his pupils contracted. This small throwing knife had killed him 4 times in a row. He wanted to run. This time he really wanted to run. How could the Ghost Emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, die at Chu Qing's hands? How could he die from a silent, unknown flying knife? The reason you are immortal is not because you are truly immortal like a ghost or god, Chu Qing's voice reached the Ghost Emperor's ears, but because your path of ghosts and God's is indeed a rare and unparalleled skill. The Ghost Emperor gritted his teeth slightly. He knew that Chu Qing's words were not out of covetousness for his path of ghosts and gods, nor out of fear of him. But what if you forget the path of ghosts and gods? Chu Qing suddenly uttered a startling question. The Ghost Emperor's gaze darkened as he met Chu Qing's eyes, only to see a strange blue hue appear in them. In a daze, it seemed as if something clouded his heart. The Ghost Emperor's heart sank. A mental martial art. The Ghost Emperor's palace did possess this technique. It could be used and defended against. Chu Qing's momentary lapse in judgment earlier was due to being struck by this method. Sensing something amiss in Chu Qing's eyes, the Ghost Emperor immediately tried to defend himself using his knowledge, but the moment the thought crossed his mind, a piercing pain shot through his brow. Ah! How could this be? Even the composed Ghost Emperor, who had never uttered a sound even in the face of death, couldn't help but scream in agony. I will make you forget the ultimate techniques of the 6 paths. Chu Qing's voice pierced his ears. The Ghost Emperor gritted his teeth. He understood Chu Qing's meaning, but how could he let him succeed? You want me to forget? I will not forget. How could I forget the ultimate techniques of the 6 paths? What are the ultimate techniques of the 6 paths? The Ghost Emperor's eyes glazed over as Chu Qing continued. I will make you forget reincarnation, life and death. No. The Ghost Emperor clutched his head, the intense pain between his brows unbearable, and something seemed to be slipping away from his mind. Only Chu Qing's voice, each word striking his heart, remained. I will make you forget the path of ghosts and gods. Chapter 511. The Art of Absolute Wisdom. This extraordinary and secret technique can make someone forget all their skills, but its effectiveness is greatly reduced against top-tier masters. Chu Qing once experimented on Prince Mei. With her cultivation level, she forgot everything she had learned for a full 5 hours. But afterwards, she would slowly remember everything. And Prince Mei herself didn't seem to be proficient in mental martial arts. Therefore, using the Art of Absolute Wisdom against top-tier masters was very likely to be completely ineffective. This was why Chu Qing initially didn't use this technique on the Ghost Emperor. After all, with the Ghost Emperor's cultivation level, he might not even be able to forget for a single breath. So why waste mental energy? However, today's situation has pushed Chu Qing to the limit. There's really no suitable method to completely defeat the Ghost Emperor with all his skills. After much thought, only Little Li's flying dagger, after being deduced by the martial arts steel, has gained unpredictable changes. Only by employing this method could the Ghost Emperor, even with repeated resurrections, possibly find it difficult to withstand. Indeed, this was the case. Chu Qing killed him 4 times with flying knives, each time a direct attack. No matter how he dodged or tried to defend, the result was always certain death. However, when the second knife struck towards the Ghost Emperor's brow, Chu Qing suddenly realized a possibility. The brow contains the Niwen Palace, the place where spiritual energy is stored. Chu Qing's own spiritual lake is also located here. If this position is repeatedly breached, even if the Ghost Emperor possesses the ability of immortality through reincarnation, indestructibility of ghosts and gods, allowing him to continuously resurrect, it will inevitably cause a tremendous depletion of his spiritual power. Therefore, Chu Qing aimed his 2 subsequent strikes at the same spot, wanting to see if it would damage the Ghost Emperor's spirit. The result was obvious. When the Ghost Emperor revived, Chu Qing saw the confusion and dimness in his eyes, and guessed that the Ghost Emperor's spiritual techniques within the Ghost God path must have been severely damaged. That's why he unleashed the Art of Absolute Wisdom. The Ghost Emperor's screams indirectly proved that his prediction had worked. At this moment, the Ghost Emperor's eyes were filled with confusion. When his gaze focused on Chu Qing, he only remembered one thing. Run! The overwhelming fear, seeping into his bones, made him turn and run without thinking. He forgot all his skills, and when he got up, his posture was extremely disheveled. He was like a weak, sickly scholar, frantically scratching at the ground with his hands, staggering to his feet, and then running in the opposite direction from Chu Qing. He's not human. He's a ghost. You die? If you stay any longer, you die? The Ghost Emperor ran wildly, his movements erratic and unseemly. This left the many experts of the southern region speechless. What did they see? The high and mighty, invincible Ghost Emperor actually ran away, and ran so undignifiedly, it was as if some ferocious beast was chasing him. But the problem is, even if there really was a ferocious beast chasing him, the dignified Ghost Emperor wouldn't act like this, would he? The Alliance leader is handsome and imposing. Why would he frighten people like this? The next moment, they saw Chu Qing grab the Ghost Emperor with one hand, capturing him mid-air without any resistance. Snap! A hand pressed against the Ghost Emperor's nape. The Ghost Emperor struggled desperately. Let me go, let me go. No. Chu Qing shook his head. You used every trick in the book today, you deserve to die. No, spare me, you. Before he could finish speaking, a cracking sound was heard, his head lolled to the side, and he died. However, the Ghost Emperor had died far too many times. The first time was the most gruesome. He was sliced in two, but then he got up again. This time, it was just a broken neck. Although no one knew why the Ghost Emperor seemed to have become an ordinary person without martial arts skills, he didn't even struggle once before giving up. But no one doubted whether he could get up again. Of course, it wasn't without its advantages. At least it would be much easier for Chu Qing to kill him next time. However, they soon realized that there would be no next time for the Ghost Emperor. Chu Qing reached out, his 5 fingers grasping, and with a hum, the shark-slaying blade was in his hand in the blink of an eye. Then, with a swift turn of the blade, flames roared, and in a single sweep, the Ghost Emperor's limbs and head were completely severed. These flames, formed from internal force, were far from ordinary. The Ghost Emperor's body was frantically scorched within them, turning black and charred in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the experts from all over the southern region realized with alarm. This time, the Ghost Emperor might not wake up. They immediately rose and rushed towards Chu Qing's location. Chu Qing, meanwhile, observed the fire, striking wherever it weakened, occasionally using wind to fan the flames and make them burn even brighter. Seeing everyone arrive, he glanced back and said, "Wait a moment, everyone, it'd be ready soon." Everyone found it strange. Why did he look like he was roasting meat, and dinner was just around the corner? Exchanging bewildered glances, unsure what to say, Chu Qing asked again, "By the way, do any of you have anything on you that can turn a corpse into a puddle of liquid? You know, the kind of thing you need when traveling, at home, or to cover up a murder and destroy evidence." Everyone shook their heads. No, we're respectable people. We don't do murder and robbery." They all spoke in unison. Even those who carried something similar were too embarrassed to speak up. Only Winter stepped forward, pulled out a small bottle, poked Chu Qing's arm, and handed it to him. Chu Qing was taken aback. "You have one? I never heard of it." "I found it." "What's so great about something you found?" Chu Qing was both amused and exasperated. "And what did you find?" "A drop of poison." "Oh, the poison of a drop of water." Chu Qing initially ignored it, but after realizing what it meant, his face froze. "What did you say?" "The poison of a drop of water." Winru squinted and said, "This will do, right? It's a waste to use it on him." Chu Qing poked at the corpse with his shark-slaying blade, and then put the poison of a drop of water into his hand. He wasn't surprised at all that Winru could find this thing. And he also understood why the Tomb King had lost it in the first Martial Emperor's tomb. It can only be said that the effects of Winru's innate poison-collecting body are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Wherever she was, people would probably randomly drop things for her to pick up. This couldn't even be described as normal chance. It was practically metaphysics. Anyway, this drop of poison was originally meant for the Ghost Emperor, Chu Qing sighed. Using it like this now is only natural. He spoke while fiddling with the corpse, stirring up flames, and even bleeding it out. He was very experienced in this. Back when he first transmigrated to this world, he had burned corpses more than once. At that time, he didn't aim to burn them to ashes, just to burn them beyond recognition. But this time was different. He was determined to burn the Ghost Emperor to ashes, so naturally he had to spare no effort. Throughout the process, 3 people felt the most complicated emotions. One was Wan Chunhua. He was heartbroken over his sword. This shark-slaying blade had always been treated with utmost care when it was with him. When had it ever been used for something like this? The other was Hua Jinyan. No matter how ruthless the Ghost Emperor was, he was still his father. Being burned like this, it was inevitable that his feelings would be complicated. However, they all managed to restrain themselves, except for Sun Xiaoxiang, who wanted to step forward to stop it, but was stopped by others. Later, some people tried to help, telling Chu Qing to rest, but Chu Qing ignored them. Thus, the mighty Ghost Emperor, after being burned for a full 2 hours, finally turned into ashes. Chu Qing wasn't completely satisfied yet. He gathered the ashes and then took out the dripping poison. Everyone spoke up. Alliance leader, it can't be this bad. He's burned like this. Even if he had extraordinary cultivation, he couldn't possibly survive." Exactly. Miss Wen mentioned this poison earlier. It's hard to come by, and its effects are immense. Using it here is truly a waste. Chu Qing thought about it carefully, and felt that what she said made sense. So he put away the drop of poison. Of course, the most crucial point was that when he was burning the corpse earlier, Chu Qing received a notification that the quest was complete. Quest completed. Successfully assassinated Ghost Emperor Moto. Obtained 1 Crimson Martial Arts treasure chest. Seeing this notification, Chu Qing finally believed that the Ghost Emperor was truly dead. Sure enough, all the talk about reincarnation and immortality, ghosts and gods, is just a bunch of nonsense. The main reason he couldn't be killed was because he wasn't completely killed. Even his ashes were scattered in the end. He couldn't believe he couldn't be killed. His gaze returned to Hua Jinyan. Do you still want the ashes? This. Hua Jinyan hesitated. Chu Qing said, then let's build a cenotaph. With that, he flicked his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, carrying away all of the Ghost Emperor's ashes, except for a few large pieces that remained intact. Hua Jinyan, who had been hesitant, now felt there was no need to hesitate. After thinking for a moment, she said, that's good. Let his soul return to the earth, drifting aimlessly. He should like this feeling. Chu Qing found a piece of cloth, wrapped the 2 slightly larger pieces of bone on the ground, and handed it to Hua Jinyan. Get him some clothes, and bury him with these bones. That will be a peaceful burial. Even if there was great hatred in life, at this moment, there was nothing more to say. Hua Jinyan took the bundle, feeling the lingering warmth on his bones, a tear involuntarily falling from the corner of his eye. Are there still any members of the heavenly evil cult around? Chu Qing asked, turning back. Everyone shook their heads. If not, let's go, Chu Qing said. The matter here is settled. Everyone, follow me back to the main camp, rest a bit, and I take you away from the 10 absolute caves. Yes, we obey the Alliance leader's orders. Everyone knelt on one knee, solemnly obeying. Before returning, Chu Qing originally planned to check the situation at the small hill and the first Martial Emperor's tomb. However, after his and the Ghost Emperor's rampage, the heavenly evil cult's small hill stronghold had completely collapsed, leaving nothing behind. As for the first Martial Emperor's tomb, it was an even more severely damaged area. Fortunately, when Walking Heaven built this great tomb, he had truly put in the effort, and the entire tomb chamber hadn't completely collapsed. Later, he could have moved on to lead the group of tomb raiders to thoroughly excavate the area. On the way back, Chu Qing learned from Wu Qianhuan what the Taoist priest had said earlier. His expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. Wu Qianhuan secretly asked him, "Do you want to be emperor?" Chu Qing shook his head, getting up earlier than the rooster, sleeping later than the dog, and after a long day, still having to visit the harem. It's completely self-sacrificing to light up others. I wouldn't even be a dog. Wu Qianhuan rolled her eyes at him. You still want to visit the harem? What, have you already decided on your harem members? Who are you planning to make empress, and who will be a concubine? You my foot. Chu Qing reached out and flicked Wu Qianhuan's nose, then said, I don't have the talent to govern the world. I became the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance because at this moment, no one else can shoulder such a heavy responsibility. So it can only be me. If one day I can truly unify the world. Sai we see. He still couldn't bring himself to say that he would find someone else to be emperor after truly unifying the world. After all, this wasn't a small responsibility. If he entrusted it to the wrong person, not only would he be criticized by the world, but it could also lead to other troubles. And these troubles would likely be quite significant. Wu Qianhuan didn't press further. After another long journey, the group returned to the camp. Someone came out to greet them, receive the wounded, and find doctors to bandage and treat them. Seeing that almost everyone had returned unharmed, they knew the battle must have been won. They immediately searched for the Ghost Emperor's whereabouts among the crowd. But after searching high and low, they couldn't find him. They then began to secretly inquire. And the experts, who had participated in the battle, secretly recounted everything they had seen, leaving those who listened stunned. Chu Qing ignored them and returned to his tent. He then said to Renbiming, go and invite Taoist Yaich here. Renbiming, already deeply impressed by Chu Qing, was completely awestruck after this battle. Without a word, he went out to find him. A moment later, Taoist Yaich, holding a floating object, followed Renbiming into the tent. Chu Qing sat on the Alliance leader's throne. Taoist Yaich was injured and looked quite haggard. However, upon seeing Chu Qing, he knelt down without a word, as if a mountain had collapsed. Taoist Yaich greets the Alliance leader. After speaking, he kowtowed to the ground. Renbiming stood beside Chu Qing, expecting Chu Qing to quickly tell Taoist Yaich to rise. But unexpectedly, Chu Qing simply looked silently at the kneeling Taoist Yaich, remaining silent for a long time. The Taoist priest had been waiting for a while without any movement, and was about to look up to see what was going on. Suddenly, a suction force came, and he landed in front of Chu Qing on his own. Chu Qing pressed his head down with one hand and said coldly, "How dare you?" Chapter 512. The Taoist Yai's expression changed drastically. As one of the three immortals of the Southern Ridge, although he had always been a solitary figure, his reputation and prestige were never low. Even though he respected Chu Qing as the alliance leader, he never imagined that one day he would be treated like this. His heart was filled with fear and rage. He gritted his teeth and said, "What does the alliance leader mean by this? What did I do wrong? Why would the alliance leader treat me like this? What did you do wrong?" Chu Qing sneered, "You instigated the Jianghu of the southern region, wantonly slandered the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and implicated all 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors for the mistake of the ghost emperor alone. Ignorant, foolish, your heart deserves to be punished." With that, he thrust out a palm, and the Taoist Yai was sent flying, crashing outside the tent. His body landed on the ground. He rolled over, and as he struggled to his feet, about to speak, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes darted around, and he cried out in a sorrowful voice, "Alliance leader, I'm innocent." His cry immediately stirred up quite a commotion. The main tent was of utmost importance, and countless people had been watching. Seeing this, they all rushed forward. Seeing the Taoist's pitiful state, they exchanged bewildered glances. Then Chu Qing's voice came from inside the tent, "Men, tie this Taoist up for me." Without much hesitation, 2 men jumped out, bound the Taoist tightly, and dragged him into the tent. However, this meant that those present in the main tent were no longer just Chu Qing and his group. Lu Xiaoyan, Tian Fengzi, and the leaders and chiefs of various sects in Lingbei, the 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 gates, and 1 manor of Nanling, as well as many wandering martial artists, all arrived. Those not qualified to stand inside the main tent watched from the outside. The area was quickly surrounded, completely packed. Chu Qing sat atop the alliance leader's throne, while a Taoist, his face ashen, knelt on the ground. Chu Qing coldly spoke, "You say you're wronged? Where are you wronged? I know everything that happened today." The Ghost Emperor, as one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, holds a revered position. He is revered by the martial arts world of my southern region. Facing the heavenly evil sect's invasion of my southern region, he should naturally be at the forefront. He turned a blind eye to my southern region, allowing his wife to be murdered, and even cruelly harming his own daughter. After I exposed him, he even tried to kill him to silence him. He even went so far as to slaughter all the heroes of the martial arts world of my southern region to protect his reputation. Such a person naturally deserves to die. But how dare you, Taoist Yaij, spout such nonsense today? The Ghost Emperor's fault lies solely with him. You inexplicably dragged the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors into this matter. What is your intention? And what evidence do you have to prove your empty words? Now, the heavenly evil cult is launching a massive invasion of my 4 regions and 1 state. The martial world is already in turmoil. Are you trying to force me to completely sever ties with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, so that the heavenly evil cult can seize the opportunity? These words caused an uproar throughout the tent. Those who hadn't participated in the previous battle had already heard the events from others, though only briefly. Now, hearing Chu Qing recount the Ghost Emperor's actions firsthand, they were momentarily stunned. Those who had participated in the battle and heard Taoist Yaij's words were all filled with dread. At that moment, their thoughts raced with the words of the Taoist Yaij, their minds solely focused on the great strife, the rise of prodigies, and their own fate. They hadn't considered that if these words were spoken at this time and reached the ears of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, how could Chu Qing, originally the leader of the southern region's Jianghu Dao alliance, possibly still join forces with them to expel the heavenly evil sect? Moreover, the Taoist Yaij's words were merely empty rhetoric. There was no evidence to accuse the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, if Chu Qing didn't punish this Taoist Yaij today, the matter would spread, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, regardless of Chu Qing's actions, would naturally become adversaries. From then on, the world was divided into 3 parts. In this situation, Chu Qing is the weakest party, because he only had the southern region, and only himself. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, on the other hand, numbered 7, and currently still control the northern region and the central continent. Needless to say, the heavenly evil sect has practically conquered both the eastern and western regions, and they possess the 3 great warlords, the Wenxing Pavilion, and the remaining 12 holy kings. Not to mention their leader, who could rival the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Under these circumstances, the situation in the southern region is inevitably perilous. Thinking of this, everyone in the tent, except for Ji Yeshua, looked at Daoist Yaij with hostility. As for Ji Yeshua, although she is older, her mind has become somewhat closed off, exhibiting a tendency towards autism. Besides blindly obeying Chu Qing's orders, she doesn't care about anything else, and she lacks the keen insight of others. Lu Xiaoyan stood up and said in a deep voice, "When Daoist Yaij said those words today, I sensed something was amiss. But ultimately, he isn't as perceptive as the alliance leader." This villain almost succeeded. Guards. Daoist Yaij harbors treacherous intentions, plotting to harm the alliance leader and the martial arts world of the southern region. His heart is despicable. Drag him away and execute him. Lu Xiaoyan's words were actually an understatement. When Daoist Yaij uttered those words today, he already knew something was amiss. After all, even if Daoist Yaij truly had the same intentions, he shouldn't have brought this up at this time. Although Chu Qing is now the alliance leader of the southern region, he is ultimately somewhat isolated and powerless. If he truly intended to assist him, he should have concealed his true intentions, not displayed his power at this moment. Wasn't this like lighting a lamp in the dark, as if afraid people wouldn't know where the target was? He simply couldn't voice his thoughts at the time. Daoist Yaij's words were almost universally accepted, especially since he had praised Chu Qing. If he were to disagree, it would damage Chu Qing's authority. On the way back, he had been trying to find an opportunity to talk to Chu Qing. He also worried whether Chu Qing shared the same sentiment. Would Chu Qing feel unsupported by his uncle if he spoke up? Chu Qing was still young. What if he couldn't understand his good intentions, leading to a rift between uncle and nephew, a situation that would only please the enemy and hurt the family? Since returning, he had been considering how to make Chu Qing realize the seriousness of the matter. However, after much deliberation, he had still missed the mark. Chu Qing was not swayed by his words at all, acting decisively and resolutely. Since Chu Qing was so resolute, he, as his uncle, naturally didn't need to hold back. They were about to drag the Taoist priest away and behead him. The Taoist priest's face changed drastically. "Alliance leader, I'm innocent. I did it all for your lofty ambitions." Outrageous. Chu Qing waved his hand, and with a bang, the Taoist priest was sent flying backward. He was dragged back by two skilled martial artists from the southern region just before reaching the main tent. Chu Qing spoke in a deep voice. "Where did I get lofty ambitions? The reason I accepted the position of alliance leader was because I couldn't bear to see the heavenly evil sect wreaking havoc in the martial world, and I wanted to do my part for it. As for what you said, whether it's true or false, you know in your heart. Fine, fine, I consider you are, after all, one of the three immortals of the southern ridge. Now, of the three of you, the scholar who fled for his life died in the martial world, and the monk who is nowhere to be found. Only you remain, the sole survivor. It truly makes me reluctant to kill you. But I cripple your martial arts, find you a Taoist temple, and let you live out your remaining years. Are you satisfied?" This humble Taoist is not satisfied. Yaij Daoist immediately said, "Alliance leader, this humble Taoist has evidence. It can prove that martial emperor Li Juechen murdered fellow martial artists, using human lives to create his own evil techniques. The evidence is in my possession. It's the accounts of those who narrowly escaped death, along with their signatures and fingerprints. Please, alliance leader, judge this." Chu Qing glanced at Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan nodded, went to Yaij Daoist, and after searching his person, found an envelope. After checking that there were no problems inside, he handed it to Chu Qing. Chu Qing opened it and glanced at it. "Is this real?" "Alliance leader, I don't know if all the three sovereigns and 5 emperors were good people. But Emperor Wu, Li Juechen, is definitely the greatest villain in the world." Yaij Daoist gritted his teeth and said, "Moreover, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are high above, and would never allow anyone to surpass them. That's a fact. Alliance leader, you were able to rise to power because of the opportunities presented by this chaotic world. Please don't let them slip away." Chu Qing ignored the latter part of his words, and instead passed the items in his hand to Lu Xiaoyan and the others for inspection. Their expressions changed drastically. This martial emperor Li Juechen, is he really like this? Building the martial academy, slaughtering his fellow cultivators. What a ruthless heart. Coal corpse record. Wooden corpse technique. Fire corpse chapter. Mutilated corpse seal. Ghost corpse path. This. Do you still remember the coal corpse Chu Huifeng? That Chu Huifeng who loved piling up human heads. Could it be that this person was created by the martial emperor himself? If that's truly the case, martial emperor Li Juechen deserves death. Chu Qing coughed, silencing the crowd. Then he spoke in a deep voice. "The merits and demerits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are not for us to judge. Now that the heretical cult has launched a massive invasion of the martial world, our southern region will inevitably become a place of turmoil. If the righteous sects of the martial world cannot unite to resist the heretical cult, I fear they will all ultimately perish at the hands of this evil force. Therefore, joining forces with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors from afar is imperative. However, I will also investigate the matter of the martial emperor. If this person is truly so wicked, then, if heaven does not punish Li Juechen, I will kill him. Yes. The alliance leader is wise. Everyone bowed in submission. Chu Qing then said, "Guards, detain this Taoist. Although he possesses evidence of the martial emperor Li Juechen's authenticity, but his slander of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors cannot be glossed over. We must thoroughly investigate this man to see if he harbors ulterior motives. Once the allegations are proven true, he should be executed according to the law." Yes. Everyone agreed, and immediately someone dragged the Taoist away. Chu Qing was about to wait for everyone to disperse, so he could meet this Taoist alone. The Taoist wasn't telling the truth, at least not entirely. Chu Qing could tell at a glance. The reason he was so wary of this Taoist was mainly because of the precedent set by the monk regarding the so-called Lord of the World mentioned by the monk. Chu Qing still harbored some concerns. The timing of Gu Dao Ren's appearance was too strange. Chu Qing felt that he wanted to create a target. Once the 3-way division of the world was established, the martial world would inevitably become increasingly chaotic. Someone with ulterior motives might seize this opportunity. This was something he couldn't afford to ignore. Chu Qing absolutely didn't want to be used as a thorn in someone's side, a knife in their hand, for no reason, but just then, a commotion suddenly arose outside. Who goes there? How dare they trespass on my southern region camp? It's the heavenly evil sect. Chu Qing's eyes darkened. He turned and instantly appeared outside the tent. Looking up, he saw a figure flying towards him. He leaped up, and the person, seeing him from afar, quickly clasped his hands together. "This humble monk Jiasha, please, alliance leader, save me." The holy monk Jiasha of the great Sumer Zen temple? Since the heroes gathering of the Heavenly One sect, this monk had taken his leave. Could he have been brought back by assassins? He was being pursued by many men, who were already within the camp's perimeter. Chu Qing took a step forward, and in an instant, the world turned gray, everything around him froze. The holy monk Jiasha was exceptionally skilled, yet even he couldn't escape the control of this color-changing world. Fear flickered in his eyes, as Chu Qing turned and, in the blink of an eye, returned to the holy monk Jiasha's side, placing his hand on his shoulder and landing with him on the ground. The heavenly evil sect experts, who had been pursuing Jiasha, also landed at the same time. Jiasha looked back and couldn't help but gasp. These people were all exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Otherwise, why would a dignified holy monk like himself be hunted down like this? And yet, in a single exchange, they were all killed by Chu Qing? "Master Jiasha, what is this?" Chu Qing asked. Jiasha immediately collapsed to the ground. "Alliance leader, save me." The Slaughterer, leader of the heavenly evil cult, is leading nearly 100,000 followers and is advancing towards the southern region. The fate of the great Sumer Zen temple is unknown. Please, alliance leader, kill the Slaughterer and save the martial world of the western region. This humble monk is willing to exchange it for the Vairocana Jade Buddha. Triggering a quest. Assassinate the Slaughterer. Chu Qing's mind stirred, and the notification was temporarily hidden. Lu Xiaoyan and the others had just arrived when they heard the news of the army approaching the southern region, and they all gasped in shock. Chu Qing waved his hand. "Guards, take the holy monk to rest first. A good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, everyone except the Tomb Raider will leave the 10 deadly caves with me. Issue the Alliance leader's decree, summoning experts from all over the southern region to prepare for the battle against the heavenly evil cult. We will obey the Alliance leader's decree." Hearing Chu Qing's calm and unhurried voice, the crowd's initial panic subsided. The Alliance leader's decree was immediately passed down. Chu Qing dismissed the crowd and returned to his tent. With a thought, he opened the system interface. Random martial arts treasure chest. Open now? Open! Chapter 513. After the battle with the Ghost Emperor, Chu Qing felt his methods were still somewhat lacking. The Ghost Emperor's undying reincarnation, immortal ghosts, and gods put him under considerable pressure. Against such a near-immortal monster, only by overwhelming him with repeated attacks until his very essence was severely depleted, and then crippling him through other means, could he possibly annihilate him completely. This time, facing the Ghost Emperor, he could still manage to deal with him using his literally flying dagger. If he were to encounter the leader of the heavenly evil sect in the future, Facing a monster capable of withstanding the combined might of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Literally Flying Dagger alone would likely be insufficient. Moreover, the appearance of Daoist Yaij also instilled a sense of crisis in Chu Qing. This person's true motives were unclear, but given his actions, coupled with Chu Qing's genuine killing of the Ghost Emperor, the possibility of enmity with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was high. Under these circumstances, it was difficult to say whether the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might appear, seeking trouble. The current situation is chaotic, with enemies on all sides. With his current martial arts skills, he could manage against one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but if another came, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Therefore, improving his strength is of utmost urgency. I can only hope for a miracle. Chu Qing hoped in his heart, and the system notification arrived as expected. Successfully activated, obtained ultimate skill, 49 forms of dual sword and saber techniques. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. 49 forms of dual sword and saber techniques, this is. With a slight thought, a series of sword techniques, and the essence of saber techniques flowed into Chu Qing's mind like a clear spring. The key points of practice, the variations in moves, the essence of integration. After a long while, Chu Qing finally opened his eyes and let out a long breath. What a fine 49 forms of dual sword and saber techniques. Although with my current martial arts skills, this ultimate skill may still be somewhat weak. But precisely because my martial arts have reached a relatively high level, this skill is even more significant to me. If I use it as a foundation, perhaps I can integrate all my current knowledge. With a slight thought, his mind sank into his heart. When he opened his eyes again, a stone tablet appeared before him. The tablet was blank, pristine white. It was completely different from what he had seen in the first Martial Emperor's tomb. Back then, it was a broken tablet, covered in dust, its surface the color of normal stone. But after Chu Qing absorbed it into the system, it underwent a reconstruction, becoming entirely different. Last time, Chu Qing used it to make the Literally Flying Dagger even more unfathomable. Now, with the 49 forms of dual sword and blade combat, Chu Qing planned to try something different. With a thought, Chu Qing imprinted the phrase heaven and earth, ghosts and gods, all betray onto the martial arts steel. One by one, the key points of the technique were practiced on the steel, and figures began to demonstrate. Chu Qing remained silent, observing coldly. He saw that the key points of the technique quickly underwent several changes, and the power of heaven and earth, ghosts and gods, all betray was further enhanced with these changes. Chu Qing sighed inwardly, realizing that human strength ultimately has its limits. With his own talent and comprehension, although he might not be unable to develop heaven and earth, ghosts and gods, all betray to this extent, these changes would be enough for him to gradually refine it over a long period of time. Instead of using the martial arts steel to complete the transformation in the blink of an eye. But this was, after all, Chu Qing's masterpiece of swordsmanship, created by incorporating the Golden Crow saber technique, the blood saber technique, the true essence of a phase-swift sword, and even the essence of the 6 secrets of Ao Han. Even using the martial arts monument for deduction, further advancement is virtually impossible. Chu Qing slowly exhaled, then imprinted the sword separation from the world technique onto it. The sword separation from the world technique Chu Qing used now was vastly different from its original form, incorporating far too many other elements. It possessed the yin-yang wind and cloud Tao of the 3-part returning origin Qi, the sword intent of the Tai Chi sword, the variations of the Duga 9 swords, and so on. Even using the martial arts monument for deduction, just like with heaven, earth, ghosts, and gods all betrayed, he could only modify a few details, making the sword even more sharp and ruthless. Chu Qing gazed at the 2 clearly distinct ultimate techniques on the martial arts monument. After a moment's contemplation, he imprinted the 49 forms of the dual killing techniques of sword and saber onto it. Then he introduced heaven, earth, ghosts, and gods all betrayed, and the sword separation from the world. Having achieved this, Chu Qing took a deep breath, and saw the incantations on the martial arts monument begin to crumble rapidly, and the figures dissipated in an instant. The entire martial arts monument began to emit a crystalline, pure white light, which lasted for nearly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea before the characters began to appear one by one on it. This is. Chu Qing's heart stirred, and at the same time, new martial arts techniques began to appear in his mind, along with completely different moves that surged into his consciousness. A completely different martial art took root in Chu Qing's heart in an instant. Based on the framework of the 49 forms of dual sword killing, incorporating the essence of the peerless sword technique of one sword separates worlds and heaven, earth, ghosts, and gods all begone. integrating sword and saber into one. Furthermore, it incorporates the exquisite sword techniques from the 49 forms of dual sword killing, as well as the magnificent saber techniques, once again supplementing the flaws and details in the sword and saber techniques. Excellent! Excellent! Heaven and earth, gods and demons, are all bound by it, and the sword that separates us forever, no longer needing to be apart. From this moment on, whether I hold a knife or a sword, it doesn't matter. Even if my hands are empty, so what? This method is exquisite. Chu Qing felt the new technique that had just appeared in his mind, and all the profound secrets within it. A rare look of joy appeared on his face. Heaven and earth, gods and demons, are all bound by it is still too conservative. This method should be I reign supreme over all under heaven and earth. With these thoughts shifting, he slightly raised his hand and pointed. This point resembled a sword, yet it concealed the intent of a blade. It seemed light, yet it was heavy. It seemed upright, yet it was unpredictable. It seemed ordinary, yet it possessed boundless power. It seemed simple, yet its aura was overwhelming, far exceeding 80,000 miles. This was a strike unlike any other in heaven or earth. It was Chu Qing. His swordsmanship was a masterpiece of both saber and blade techniques. Yet, gazing at the martial arts monument, Chu Qing was still unwilling to end it there. He then incorporated his innate, formless sword energy into it, ultimately merging the two. Chu Qing himself simply sat cross-legged. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Chu Qing, seated within his tent, began to emanate sword and saber intent from his entire body. The energy spread instantly, reaching every direction, radiating from his tent, and covering an area of over 10 miles in radius. Within this range, everyone, whether wielding a saber or a sword, felt it. The blades were restless, the swords seemed ready to leap out. This caused the wielders of the weapons to look on in astonishment, instinctively reaching for their hilts to prevent their weapons from leaving their grasp. And it wasn't just them. After all, this was the 10 deadly caves. Countless ancient tombs dotted the surrounding area. Within a radius of over 10 miles, swords and knives hidden within these tombs were drawn from their sheaths, extending a foot or so before returning to their original positions. Instantly, the sounds of clashing swords echoed throughout the area. The energy surged, almost surging towards the heavens. Sikong Yijian, who was meditating inside his tent, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced down at his sword. The sword, though sheathed, was restless, trembling slightly, as if it might fly out at any moment. What's going on? Old friend, are you uneasy? Sikong Yijian took the sword and examined its sound with his inner sword. He seemed to sense that his precious sword was both fearful and expectant. This was an unprecedented situation. Sikong Yijian listened intently, and could also hear the sounds of other swords clashing. He then stepped out of his tent, his gaze instantly falling upon the tent where Chu Qing was located. The next moment, this man, whose eyes and heart were filled only with swords, walked towards Chu Qing's camp without a second thought. But just then, a whooshing sound rang out, and a sword and a saber flew through the air, heading straight for Chu Qing's camp. Come back. Why did they really fly away? This wasn't a one-off occurrence. After the initial sword and saber flew out, swords and sabers flew in from all directions. Even the precious swords and sabers from the ancient tomb emerged from within, recklessly rushing towards Chu Qing's camp. Sikong Yijian frowned slightly, suddenly muttering under his breath, outrageous. He was a master swordsman, and he was extremely dissatisfied with Chu Qing's situation, where swords and sabers were flying towards him. Amidst his gloom, just as he was about to continue forward, a crisp, clear sword cry rang out. Even his sword had detached from its sheath. This? Sikong Yijian's face turned ashen. For someone like him, a sword disobeying his commands, flying off to find someone else, this was even more unbearable than his wife cheating on him. It was blatant betrayal. Of course, Sikong Yijian didn't have a wife. His face darkened, and he quickened his pace towards Chu Qing's tent. Upon arriving, he saw a large group of people already gathered there. Some were still yawning, clearly having just gotten up. But when they looked towards Chu Qing's tent, their eyes were filled with astonishment, horror, and admiration. Following their gaze, he saw countless swords and blades densely packed on Chu Qing's tent. Swords clashed, their sharp edges flashing, and layers of sword energy swirled and circled the tent. This was the manifestation of divine protection, and inner vision projected outwards. It was clear that Chu Qing inside the tent was cultivating a unique skill. These were all the unusual phenomena caused by his practice of this supreme art. What kind of martial art is he practicing? Sikong Yijian raised his eyes, then instantly slumped in despair. He had dedicated his life to the sword, devoting himself entirely to it, yet he still couldn't reach its peak. But Chu Qing, he not only knew swordsmanship, but also saber techniques, palm techniques, and fist techniques. He knew a little of everything, yet even a single sword technique he casually displayed was a level Sikong Yijian could never reach in his lifetime. This is truly utterly frustrating. Even our sect leader Sikong has moments of surrender? Lu Xiaonian's voice suddenly came from the side. Sikong Yijian silently turned around. Surrender? Which eye of yours saw me surrender? Both eyes saw it. Lu Xiaonian smiled slightly, then his gaze fell on the tent, and he said softly, however, he is the alliance leader. Losing to him is nothing. Is Lord Lu here to make sarcastic remarks? Anyway, I'm just killing time. Lu Xiaonian helplessly spread his hands. Actually, sometimes I feel that all the so-called talents and geniuses in the world are nothing but a fart in front of the alliance leader. People say that genius is the threshold to even meet him. But I think even a genius can't cross that threshold to see him. Sikong Yijian didn't refute this, only frowning slightly. How long is he going to practice? When can I get my sword back? Wait. Lu Xiaonian waved his hand. Luckily, I don't practice swordsmanship or sabers, otherwise, in the middle of the night, I'd be stuck here waiting in line for the alliance leader's mercy. But if I were you, I go back to rest, and someone will naturally return the weapon later. They're not worthy to touch my sword. Sikong Yijian sneered. Yes, then you can wait here. After saying this, Lu Xiaonian indeed went back to rest. In the beginning, when Chu Qing went into seclusion and broke through his cultivation, he would nervously arrange for people to guard him. But now, he should be used to this situation. There's no need. Really, there's absolutely no need. Given Chu Qing's current state of seclusion, he suspected that even the Ghost Emperor himself might not be able to easily break in. Sikong Yijian remained silent, standing there quietly. Sure enough, many had given up waiting and were preparing to return to rest. The number of people dwindled, but the clanging of swords overhead grew louder. 2 full hours later, with an unprecedented clash of swords, the sharpness of blades, and the intent of sabers spread throughout the 8 directions and 6 realms. Immediately following was a series of whooshing sounds. Swords and sabers rained down, yet conveniently avoided the tents and everyone present. Sikong Yijian reached out, and his own sword was already in his hand. He gazed at it for a long time, sighed, and sheathed it. He wanted to take a step forward to find Chu Qing. But before he could take that step, he changed direction. The gap was too great. Just as Chu Qing had said when they first met. His swordsmanship was insignificant before Chu Qing. Even if the alliance leader imparted all his knowledge, how much could he truly learn? He waited until he fully comprehended the Supreme Sword Sect's swordsmanship and reached a very high level before seeking it again. Leaving aside the various experts from the southern region searching for swords and sabers outside the tent. Inside the tent, Chu Qing had already opened his eyes. By incorporating the innate body-breaking formula Sword Qi into 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme, it has indeed given rise to extraordinary techniques. From now on, every gesture and movement is a marvelous skill, no longer confined to swords and sabers. So does that mean the shark-slaying saber is useless? There seems to be someone from the northern region I need to kill. Never mind, I remember there's still a crimson treasure chest I can open. What category of martial arts should I choose this time? Chapter 514. Chu Qing heard the noise outside, but he ignored it. When he activated 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme, he knew what had happened. Wherever his thoughts covered, swords and blades were under his control. With a single thought, he could create mountains of blades and forests of swords, sweeping across the 8 desolations and dominating the 6 directions. However, the domineering power of this technique far exceeded that. It was definitely not comparable to simply heaven, earth, ghosts, and gods are all subdued, or even a single sword strike that could separate worlds. It could be said that if Chu Qing had already created 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme before this battle with the Ghost Emperor, he wouldn't have needed to use Little Li's flying dagger. Just with this one move, 8 desolations and 6 directions, I am supreme, he could have killed him 1,000 times over. Now, in terms of technique, I made another leap forward. Next, perhaps it should be internal energy. But before that, I should run the Jade Illumination Divine strategy through the martial arts steel. Thinking this, he once again immersed himself in his inner world, opening his eyes to find the martial arts steel before him. Without hesitation, Chu Qing imprinted the Jade Illumination Divine strategy onto the steel. A figure sitting cross-legged instantly appeared on the steel, transforming in the blink of an eye into a series of incantations. The incantations flowed, then transformed back into the figure, constantly switching between the two. Chu Qing also sat cross-legged. The martial arts steel connected with his mind. He could sense every change on the steel immediately. However, the Jade Illumination Divine strategy on the steel spun repeatedly several times without any change. Chu Qing subconsciously opened his eyes. Could it be that my Jade Illumination Divine strategy has reached its current peak? Even the martial arts monument makes further deduction difficult? So, it seems my comprehension is still quite good. Well, after all, I have the system assisting with deduction, plus the wondrous state of entering the divine meditation within me. Being able to deduce to the extreme is only natural. Thinking this, he awoke from his inner lake, opened his eyes, and a system notification appeared before him. One crimson treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Preset treasure chest. Chu Qing said softly. The next moment, a series of notifications appeared before Chu Qing. These were various martial arts categories. Chu Qing searched through these categories, and finally found the internal strength option. Without much hesitation, Chu Qing selected internal strength. Preset complete. Crimson martial arts treasure chest opened successfully. Obtained internal strength. Demonic light hard method. Demonic light hard method? Chu Qing was slightly confused for a moment. This martial art. He had never heard of it before. Regardless of whether he had heard of it before, the essential techniques of the cultivation method were instantly ingrained in his mind, and within moments he had grasped their essence. He felt the internal energy surging within his body beginning to merge into the 3 Yuan Qi cyclone. With a thought, he once again sank into his inner lake, opened his eyes, and without needing to think further, the Jade Illumination Divine Strategy and the Demonic Light Cultivation Method appeared on the martial art steel. However, at this moment, Chu Qing felt his thoughts and consciousness become very strange. He felt as if he were standing in a very high place, overlooking everything below, his mind clear and lucid. The computing power provided by the system, combined with the deductive abilities of the martial arts steel itself, were all integrated into his being at this moment. The martial arts monument was no longer autonomously calculating, instead, it was dictated by him, according to his will. I see. A sudden realization dawned on Chu Qing. The so-called martial arts monument was indeed part of the system. The system was his, and naturally, the martial arts monument was also his. Normally, the martial arts monument was like an autopilot system in a car, capable of autonomous operation. However, at crucial, complex points, autonomous calculations would cease, and autopilot would switch to manual control. From then on, neither the system nor the martial arts monument would be in control. It would be Chu Qing himself, but the computing power gained by the system, and the martial arts monument's own auxiliary calculations, were all Chu Qing's assistants. Add to that his own ability to enter a state of divine awareness. Chu Qing felt that his mind was calmer, clearer, and functioning faster than ever before in his life, far beyond what was normally conceivable. The demonic light hard technique, born from light. The system bestowed upon him 7 extreme realms, among which the most noteworthy were the limitless demonic light sun and limitless demonic light moon. The sun and moon are boundless, connecting heaven and earth. As the saying goes, the stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. This superior method can be incorporated into the Jade Illumination Divine Strategy. With these shifting thoughts, the demonic light heart method began to refine and distill its essence. Removing the odds and ends, what Chu Qing wanted to retain, what he considered the most essential part, was integrated into the Jade Illumination Divine Strategy. Connecting heaven and earth, one can communicate with heaven and earth. But my Jade Illumination Divine Strategy is more than just yin and yang. The sun and moon are boundless. One could say they represent the ultimate end of yin and yang. With the sun and moon hanging high outside, and yin and yang intertwined within, the inner and outer are interconnected, heaven and man are one. But there's still more to come. Having deduced this far, Chu Qing's body underwent a tremendous change. The 3 vortexes of energy swirled, connecting with the power of heaven and earth. A beam of light was drawn down from the moon, suspended in the sky, converging into a pillar, and falling upon Chu Qing's tent. Amidst the moonlight, a scorching heat arose. Being in it felt like being bathed in sunlight. In the entanglement of these 2 forces, those who hadn't yet finished collecting their weapons were pushed aside by these 2 energies. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Not again! What kind of martial arts does the Alliance leader practice? Just now, swords and blades flew everywhere, filling the sky. Now, the yin and yang energies are entangled, even pulling down the moonlight. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Whatever the Alliance leader does, I think it's perfectly reasonable. Even if he were to hold the sun in one hand and the moon in the other, wielding them like two giant rocks to hit people, I still think it's perfectly reasonable. Even gods don't have that kind of power, do they? Don't exaggerate. How do you know the Alliance leader is weaker than a god? Amidst the murmurs, someone suddenly looked up in surprise. The wind's picking up. Why is the wind coming so suddenly? The moonlight's being blocked. It's dark clouds. Is it going to rain? It's not blocked. The moonlight the Alliance leader brought down is still there. Even dark clouds can't block it? How can the weather change so quickly? Just then, centered on Chu Qing's tent, layers of moisture began to rise, instantly forming a cloud. A wind swirled around the clouds. The wind swirled around the clouds, sometimes whipping up a howling sound. People say, the wind follows the tiger, the clouds follow the dragon. But why does this wind sound like a dragon's roar? Look, the wind and clouds are converging. Everyone stared in astonishment at the changes outside the tent. The wind had merged into the clouds, and the clouds began to move. Gradually, they transformed into a galloping dragon. The cloud dragon, carrying the force of the wind, circled outside the tent, as if warning everyone around that anyone who dared to take a step forward would be swallowed whole, leaving no trace. Not only that, the yin and yang energies that had initially hovered above the tent had also transformed into two dragon-shaped energies. One was pure yang, radiating boundless heat. The other was pure yin, bringing exceptional coolness wherever it passed. The two dragon-shaped energies of yin and yang intertwined endlessly, merging with the cloud dragons formed by the wind and clouds. The three moved in a complex yet inexplicably harmonious cycle, repeating endlessly. This was the scene that greeted Wu Qianhuan and Wenru when they arrived. Wu Qianhuan stared blankly, speechless for a long time. She had planned to let Chu Qing rest well after his battle today, and then practice with him again tomorrow. But instead of being grateful for the day off, he was secretly improving his skills. This was far too exaggerated. Wenru stroked her chin, lost in thought. When Fuxing, her devoted daughter, spoke softly, "Roer, has this boy always been this exaggerated in his martial arts training?" Wenru shook her head. When Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing it wasn't. Otherwise, this brat would have become an immortal sooner or later. It's not every time. Wenru muttered softly, most of the time it's not like this. When Fuxing thought for a moment and said, "How about I find you another suitable son-in-law? This kid is really a bit unapproachable now." Wenru suddenly turned and stared at Wen Fuxing, who immediately smiled bitterly. Just kidding, just kidding. Wenru nodded, glancing at the shepherd boy who had also come to watch the commotion not far away, and suddenly asked, "Sister Mu, is your father's training always this exaggerated?" "Of course not." The shepherd boy shook his head decisively. His fanfare is nothing compared to Chu Laosan. Chu Laosan. Wu Qianhuan was speechless for a moment. Calling him young Master Chu sounds better than Chu Laosan, doesn't it? Although Chu Qing himself hadn't explicitly stated his identity, it was no longer a secret within their small circle. After all, he directly used Li Xuanhuan's flying dagger in his battle against the Ghost Emperor, thus revealing his identity. Everyone now knows that the Night Emperor is their alliance leader. And their alliance leader has an inextricable relationship with Miss Wu, directly referring to her as his fiancée. Previously, people thought their alliance leader was a young hero who stole the fiancée of the Chu family's third young master from a humble background. Now, thinking about it, why is the third young master called the third young master? Isn't that just the Chu family's third young master? The fiancé also fits. His identity is no longer in doubt. The third son of the Chu family is the Night Emperor, the third young master, and their alliance leader. However, Chu Qing hasn't directly told them this, and most people don't know much about it, but within a small circle, especially among those familiar with him, it's impossible to keep it a secret. Chu Qing didn't intend to keep it a secret any longer. Wu Qianhuan's words clearly corroborated this. Lu Zhaoyan, who had returned, sighed, "I wonder where Chu Yunfei went to burn incense to be able to give birth to such a prodigy. I guess burning incense anywhere wouldn't have helped. With this talent, I believe it if you said he was a reincarnation of the martial star." Someone spoke up beside him, and Lu Zhaoyan turned his head to see that it was Dai Zongming, the sect leader of the Qianhua sect. Speaking of which, their Tianyin mansion and the Qianhua sect were actually related. Lu Zhaoyan's mother, Chu Qing's maternal grandmother, came from the Qianhua sect. However, after the death of their great-grandfather, who served as the grand elder of the Qianhua sect and the Tianyin mansion fell out. Having been at odds for so many years, Lu Zhaoyan immediately snorted coldly upon hearing Dai Zongming's words. Burning incense is useless, but marrying a wife is. If Chu Yunfei hadn't married my sister, how could such a child have been born? Dai Zoming was stunned for a moment. What did you say? I said, the alliance leader you kneel and submit to is my own nephew, Lu Xiaoyan's own nephew. Lu Xiaoyan tilted his head back. What do you intend to do? Nonsense, stop trying to claim kinship. Dai Zoming sneered. This is true. Tian Fengzi's voice came from the side, and Dai Zoming was taken aback. Sect leader Tian Fengzi, why do you say this? I learned from the alliance leader's telepathic message that Lord Lu is indeed the alliance leader's maternal uncle. So, it's true. I heard it with my own ears. Tian Fengzi clicked his tongue repeatedly as he spoke. Dai Zoming was stunned for a long time, his heart filled with complex emotions. Tian Fengzi naturally wouldn't lie for Lu Xiaoyan. So it's true? If Tianyin Mansion and Qianhua sect hadn't fallen out, wouldn't Chu Qing also be connected to Qianhua sect? But then he sighed. What's the use of saying all this now? The events of the past are a mess. Trying to curry favor with those relatives now would be despicable. The alliance leader is exceptionally talented. After his battle with the Ghost Emperor, his internal energy cultivation has improved again. You say, if he encounters the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors again, he might be able to defeat them in one battle. The Ghost Emperor has been defeated, and the alliance leader has already surpassed the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He will inevitably become stronger and stronger. Perhaps, the Taoist Yai's wild words will come true? Don't mention that Taoist. I thought he was a good person before, but now it seems he's truly treacherous. Our leader is wise and powerful. If we are not misled by him, neither should we. Everyone nodded in agreement, but Chu Qing's martial arts skills ultimately gave them immense confidence. Suddenly, they felt a surge of anticipation for Chu Qing leading them out of the 10 deadly caves the next day to confront the heavenly evil cult. Just then, the 3 dragon-shaped energies suddenly surged into the tent. In an instant, the swirling clouds and wind vanished, leaving only moonlight streaming through the windows. Chu Qing, inside the tent, slowly opened his eyes. 3 colored lights swirled in his eyes, then vanished completely in the blink of an eye. Demonic light hard technique, illuminating jade divine strategy. Wind and clouds connect, yin and yang communicate with the sun and moon. From this moment on, inner and outer are one. As long as the sun, moon, wind, and cloud cease, my inner energy will never cease. Moreover, after this transformation, this profound skill has become even more unfathomable, even capable of borrowing the power of the sun, moon, wind, and clouds to achieve communion with heaven and earth. In that case, the name illuminating jade divine strategy is not quite accurate. The sun and moon are boundless, the wind and clouds are formless. But calling it boundless and formless doesn't sound quite right. The sun and moon are boundless, their light shines in the heavens. Then let's rename this martial art Heavenly Limitless Formless Divine Power. Chapter 515. Within, it possesses the 3 primal elements, and outwardly, it connects with heaven and earth. This heavenly ultimate formless divine power truly reveals the mysteries of the universe. Chu Qing felt the changes within and outside his body, and he genuinely felt an urge to go out and display his divine power before others. However, the area outside the camp was already crowded, and night was drawing to a close, so he forcibly suppressed this thought. He spoke, everyone disperse. We depart at dawn, let's not waste time here. He spoke casually, and his voice instantly spread out. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. He had indeed incorporated sound techniques into his speech, but now, using it felt even more effortless and natural. It wasn't as if he was simply performing it, but rather the technique itself arose spontaneously from his thoughts. This must be thanks to the heavenly ultimate formless divine power. With his cultivation nearing the 7th level of the Jade Illumination Divine Strategy, and the added blessing of the Demonic Light Heart Sutra, this heavenly ultimate formless divine power has also crossed the threshold of the 7th level. The 9th level is the ultimate realm. I wonder what the result would be if I could truly break through to the 9th level. Thinking of this, Chu Qing suddenly sighed inexplicably. He had been integrating various techniques into his own cultivation, but it seemed he had never once truly mastered a technique to the point where his internal energy underwent a transformation. He felt a little resentful. Unfortunately, the path I'd taken is one that ordinary people cannot walk. Even if he wanted to pass on a unique technique, like the 9 chapters of Divine Jade, it wasn't something an ordinary person could cultivate. Now, I'd taken on 2 disciples, but I can't see either of them. With a series of battles ahead, it's possible that it won't be until everything has settled down before he has a real chance to pass on what he has learned. Once my disciples have mastered my martial arts, how should we proceed? Should we start with yin and yang, then move on to wind and cloud? I fear they age before mastering yin and yang, let alone wind and cloud. I need to find a way to lay a foundation for them, gradually introducing them into this realm. That would be the best strategy. However, I ponder this matter slowly along the way. Now, with some time before dawn, why not use the martial arts monument to deduce and refine the 18 subduing dragon palms, cloud dispelling palm, heavenly frost fist, and one yang finger? Perhaps it can even inspire new techniques. Having come this far, in the realm of swordsmanship, I dare not say I reached the pinnacle, but I certainly reached a very high level. However, in the realm of fist and foot techniques, there's still much potential to be explored. Now that I have the martial arts monument, I should experiment even more. Thinking this, a thought struck him, and he once again sank into his inner lake. The various experts outside, hearing Chu Qing's words dismissing them, left without hesitation to rest. 10 absolute caves. The night was chilly, only warming up with the rising sun. The experts from various factions of the southern region emerged from their tents, most looking exhausted. They had witnessed 2 spectacular shows the previous night, truly a testament to their alliance leader's power. This had left them tossing and turning in the latter half of the night. At Chu Qing's command, the group broke camp, packed their belongings, leaving behind the tomb raiders, and proceeded methodically towards the exit of the 10 deadly caves. After his cultivation the previous night, Chu Qing appeared even more unfathomable today. He sat on the alliance leader's throne, supported by experts on all 4 sides, ensuring his absolute stability. Even traversing mountains and valleys, he would experience no jolt. Rinbaiming, seeing his eyes slightly closed, assumed he was resting. But suddenly he heard him speak. "Go and invite Master Jiasha here." "Yes." Rinbaiming quickly agreed, leaping up to find the holy monk Jiasha. A moment later, the two arrived beside the alliance leader's throne. The holy monk Jiasha was about to clasp his hands in prayer when Chu Qing waved his hand. "Master, no need for formalities. Tell me, where are the Slaughter soldiers now, and where did you meet them? According to your estimation, when will they arrive in the southern region?" These questions should have been asked last night, but Chu Qing was in a hurry to open the box last night, so he decided to bring them up on the way. Jiasha naturally didn't hide anything, quickly saying, "Since the Tianyi sect assembly, this humble monk has been carrying the Vairocana Jade Buddha all the way back to the western region. Unexpectedly, upon reaching Jutian Pass and entering the western regions, we discovered traces of the heavenly evil cult's demons. After capturing them, we learned that they had already occupied Xiangnan City outside Jutian Pass. This humble monk, confident in my martial arts skills, decided to venture deeper into Xiangnan City to investigate. Unexpectedly, in the city lord's mansion, I discovered a general under the Slaughter soldier master. Later, this humble monk learned that this man was named Zhang Nu. I overheard him talking to others, saying that the Slaughter soldier master had gathered over 50,000 members of the heavenly evil cult, and would soon march into the southern regions. Their capture of Xiangnan City would be the final obstacle before they could enter the southern regions. This humble monk was shocked by his words, for they meant that the western regions had completely fallen, and even my great Sumeru Zen temple would likely not escape its demise. Unexpectedly, this slight leak of energy was discovered by that war slave. He attacked, exchanging a palm strike with this humble monk. This humble monk was no match for him, and dared not venture rashly into the heart of the western regions. My own death is not a concern, but I fear that this journey will not save the martial world of the western regions, nor the great Sumeru Zen temple, but instead allow the southern regions to be caught unprepared by a large-scale invasion by the heavenly evil sect. Therefore, I have been fighting and fleeing all the way. Because at the Tianyi sect assembly, this humble monk learned that you were coming to the 10 absolute caves to rescue the ghost emperor, so I ventured deep into this place to request the alliance leader's assistance. On one hand, it can hold off the heavenly evil sect outside the southern regions. On the other hand, if we win this battle, we can lead our army into the western regions. If the great Sumeru Zen temple still survives, it can also save our temple from danger." Jiasha recounted everything he had seen and heard. Chu Qing listened silently, finally nodding slightly. "All right, I understand. Thank you, master." Benefactor, this humble monk knows this matter is no small thing, fraught with danger and numerous difficulties. If Benefactor can truly kill the slaughtering soldier lord and resolve the crisis in my western regions, this humble monk will certainly present the Vairocana Jade Buddha to you without hesitation, and will never break my promise. "Then thank you, master." Chu Qing smiled. "Master, please return first. The slaughtering soldier lord. I will surely kill him." "Good." Jiasha nodded, leaving the side of the Alliance leader's throne and returning to his original position. Chu Qing was slightly silent, then heard Wu Qianwen ask, "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking about the martial world." Chu Qing smiled slightly, then said to Ren Biming, "Could you trouble yourself again to go and invite the shepherd boy here?" "Yes." Ren Biming immediately leaped into the air and returned moments later with Mu Tonger. Mu Tonger then flew to Chu Qing's throne as the leader of the Alliance. Her lightness skill was unparalleled. She was as light as a feather. The 4 experts carrying the throne didn't even feel the added weight on their shoulders. The 2 in front didn't even turn around and barely noticed the extra person on the throne. Chu Qing turned to look at her. "I didn't expect you to not stay in the 10 deadly caves to dig up the first martial emperor's tomb again. You destroyed almost all the mechanisms in the first martial emperor's tomb. Going back wouldn't give me any sense of accomplishment. The only alchemy furnace I had my eye on was destroyed by you and the ghost emperor. What would I do there?" Mu Tonger rolled her eyes, squatted down on Chu Qing's throne without any regard for appearances, and asked, "You called me here just to ask this?" "No." Chu Qing shook his head. "What I want to know is, what kind of person is your father?" "My father, a henpecked husband." The shepherd boy chuckled. "Who told me my mother to be so beautiful? Let me tell you, she's almost 40 this year, and still a stunning beauty, just as beautiful as me. I don't know how my father endured all the time in the Valley of Abandoned Gods, all those years of celibacy. Is this how a daughter describes her own father?" Chu Qing frowned and said softly, "Speak properly. How could the mighty Xian Emperor be like this? Why wouldn't he?" The shepherd boy said, "Back then, my father almost gave up his Xian Emperor position for my mother. My grandfather almost kicked him out of the family register. After all, he directly married into the family to marry my mother, and the previous Xian Emperor, my grandfather, was so angry he vomited blood. Carrying the Xianing sword, I chased him for over 1,000 miles. He said he cut off his legs. But my father was no ordinary man. He used a clever escape technique, completely outmaneuvering the old man. By the time the old man realized what was happening and found my father, it was too late. I might have even been born in my mother's womb by then." Seeing this, the old man was furious. He stood at our door, cursing my father for 3 days and 3 nights before storming off. Upon returning home, he wanted to remove my father from the family register. Later, he was dissuaded, told that the Shang family had no other capable members besides my father. He couldn't bear the title of Xian Emperor. Later, they discovered this was indeed true. They investigated and pondered for a long time before finally finding my father and bringing him back. They said that the marriage was a done deal, and no one could change it. But it absolutely couldn't be publicized. No one except the parties involved could know. And he has to inherit the throne of the Xian Emperor. Otherwise, break his legs. I thought your father always liked to break Yuzong's legs because Yuzong was too fast. Now it seems, this is your Shang family tradition." "What family tradition? I don't have that habit." Mu Tonger shook his head decisively, refusing to admit it. Chu Qing chuckled, stroking his chin. "And what about your mother? Over the years, have the people of your Shang family accepted her? What can they do if they don't? With my father protecting her, who dares to say anything? I heard that a few years ago, some people even called my mother a witch. As a result, they were tortured by my father to the point of wishing they were dead. Later, no one dared to do it anymore. In the end, even my grandfather treated my mother with respect and accepted her as his daughter-in-law, so naturally no one dared to say anything. When Grandpa passed away, my mother handled all the funeral arrangements. My father was in seclusion at the time, saying he had reached the 13th level of the 9 profound divine art, making him the greatest in the history of the Shang dynasty. I only found out my grandfather was gone after I emerged from seclusion." Mu Tonger spoke these words casually, as if she were an outsider. Chu Qing listened silently, finally nodding. "I see. Then let me ask you a question. You want to ask about my father's relationship with the Ghost Emperor? Or are my father and the Ghost Emperor the same kind of person?" Mu Tonger looked at Chu Qing with a half smile. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. "This little girl is quite clever. After all, I am Mu Tonger." Mu Tonger was smug for a moment, then pondered and said, "I can only say that among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there were good and bad. Some people appeared to be upright gentlemen on the surface, but were actually ruthless and vicious behind the scenes. Some people may seem unkempt, but their inner principles are more upright than anyone else's. Speaking well of my father might sound a bit like self-praise. But I think my father is a good man. A really good man. And, isn't there a saying?" "What saying?" A man who's good to his wife, how bad can he be? Who said that? My father said it. Chu Qing silently gave a thumbs up, then said softly, give me a token that will convince your father of my worth. Without hesitation, Mu Tonger pulled something from her bosom and handed it to Chu Qing. Wu Qianhuan had been listening to their conversation. Seeing Mu Tonger's decisiveness, she knew she had expected this. She glanced at the item in Mu Tonger's hand, and her eyes widened in surprise. Chu Qing ignored him, took the item, and was about to examine it closely when, upon closer inspection, it looked strangely familiar. It seemed a certain rascal had a penchant for stealing such things. Pink? That's not your style. I thought you prefer black. Chu Qing stammered, clutching this small object. Oh my god! The shepherd boy blushed crimson and, with indescribable speed, snatched the undergarment from Chu Qing's hand, stuffing it into his robes without a second glance. Then he pulled a handkerchief from his robes and placed it in Chu Qing's hand. It feels so similar. I took the wrong one. You better really have taken the wrong one. Wu Qianhuan's soft voice drifted over. Really? The shepherd boy quickly moved to Wu Qianhuan's side. This was something I changed out of last night. I wanted to wash it, but I didn't have time. I was in a rush to leave this morning, so I just stuffed it in my clothes. What I was going to take was that brocade handkerchief. My father embroidered that for me. Your father embroidered a brocade handkerchief for you. Chu Qing and Wu Qianhuan explained in unison. Then the two of them looked at the light blue brocade handkerchief in their hands. It looked quite old, with some wear and tear on the edges. After opening it, they saw a lotus flower embroidered in the center, and the character Xian embroidered in the lower right corner. This is a gift from my father. Over the years, although he has given me countless things, this brocade handkerchief is the only one I truly cherish. Even if I get a new one later, I don't want to replace it. Take this to my father, and he'd definitely believe you. After all, no one else would think that a somewhat worn brocade handkerchief could be such an important keepsake. Chapter 516. The earth was shrouded in gloom, its soil a somber, dark color. A fierce wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept across the land, leaving it barren and desolate, a veritable wasteland. Two massive, cracked stone statues, one on each side, supported a colossal boulder. Inscribed on the boulder in a script different from modern writing yet subtly similar, Abandoned God Valley. This was none other than the first of the 10 deadly wonders, the Abandoned God Valley. Around the massive stone statues was a ring of sharp, bamboo shoot-like boulders, densely packed, their depth and extent unknown. To the left of the statues, a boulder had its sharp corners cut off. A figure sat cross-legged, motionless and silent, like a stone statue. Covered in dark, muddy soil, only upon closer inspection could one discern. It was a living person, not a statue sculpted from the boulder itself. Suddenly, the ground exploded with a deafening roar. 7 figures, tearing through the earth, launched an attack on the statue-like figure with incredible lightness of movement and palm techniques. Just moments before, they had been in midair, a considerable distance from the statue-like figure. Yet, in the next instant, they were already upon him. 7 people, from 7 different directions, unleashed 7 different techniques, each extremely skillful and ruthless, striking 7 points around the man's body. Strangely, although the 7 palms struck the man's body, not a single sound was heard. It seemed that all movement was erased the instant they touched the person by some strange force. Not only their power was erased, but their figures also began to distort, as if they weren't people existing in the real world, but rather portraits drawn on paper, violently distorted by someone, making their figures appear strange and frail. In a flash, the 7 figures vanished with a series of thuds, leaving behind 7 sets of black clothing. The figure sitting on the boulder then slightly trembled his hands, and a gust of wind instantly swept across the surrounding area, even clearing away the dark dirt covering him, revealing the person's true appearance. This person appeared to be around 30 years old, with handsome features, especially his phoenix eyes, which held a captivating brilliance. However, despite being in this gloomy, dusty place with a biting wind, he was dressed entirely in white. His black hair was loose, fluttering in the wind, but his temples were streaked with white, revealing that he was far from being as young as he appeared. He lightly shook his clothes, outrageous. If you dare to lay a hand on me, do it. If you get these clothes dirty, my wife will never forgive me when I get home. Can any of you bear the consequences? I'm talking to you, hiding your heads and cowering. Why don't you come out? As expected of the Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu. A slightly deep voice rang out, and figures appeared from all directions. These people were dressed almost identically, all in black robes and masked, except for the 6 at the head, who wore black cloaks that concealed their heads and faces. A figure in a black cloak slowly spoke. These 7 are carefully cultivated by my first academy. Their martial art is called the 7 Ghosts Heart-Slaying Palm. This palm technique is divided into 7 paths, each taught to one of the 7 practitioners. Because if one person were to master all 7 paths, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. 2 paths combined would inevitably lead to chi deviation and death. Only when 7 people share the burden can there be a possibility of success. Even so, the process of cultivation is exhausting, each flow of true chi within the body feeling like being sliced by 1,000 knives. And every 7 days, one must consume 7 raw human hearts to continue cultivation. Our academy initially trained 7 groups, totaling 49 people. In just 10 years, only these 7 survived. Their combined skills into one path, its power capable of instantly annihilating countless top-tier masters. Unfortunately, before the Qian Emperor, it is still insignificant. They didn't even make a splash before they were dead, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. 9 profound divine skill is indeed extraordinary, truly admirable. Shang Qiuyu frowned, picking her ear with her right pinky. Is this your last words? Arrogant! Another black-robed man sneered. Qian Emperor Shang Qiuyu, this is your burial ground. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Qiuyu vanished without a trace. The man's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly turned around, delivering a palm strike. A loud bang was heard as the 2 palms collided. Shang Qiuyu let out a surprised and looked at her hand. At the same time, the remaining 5 black-robed men attacked simultaneously, striking towards Shang Qiuyu. Only the man who had exchanged a palm strike with Shang Qiuyu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through more than 10 boulders resembling bamboo shoots, completely disoriented. The 5 men's simultaneous palm strikes missed their mark. Shang Qiuyu, seemingly out of nowhere, vanished before their eyes without warning. No matter how they locked onto him with their auras, how they used their palm strikes and fist strikes to cover him, they couldn't detect even the slightest trace of Shang Qiuyu. Even these 5 men, each of extraordinary status, couldn't help but change their expressions drastically. Then Shang Qiuyu's voice came from his original direction again. Interesting. It seems you are no ordinary people. Waiting here has been quite boring enough. Why don't you tell me your origins, just to amuse this emperor? The men exchanged glances, then suddenly each took a step back and waved their hands. Kill him. The black-clad, masked disciples behind them immediately leaped into the air. Let's see who dares. A shout came from afar, but by the time they looked, the 2 figures were already upon them. They could see clearly that these were 2 elderly men with half-black, half-white hair. One had black hair on the left and white on the right, the other the opposite. The 2 came together, and without a word, charged directly into the crowd. Their martial arts were complementary. When they attacked simultaneously, although it appeared there were only 2 of them, they could cover the entire area. The black-clad men scattered wherever they went, and in the blink of an eye, they had reached Shang Qiuyu. This old servant is late in rescuing you, master. Please punish me. The 2 men knelt on either side of Shang Qiuyu. Shang Qiuyu was taken aback. Why are you 2 here? Weren't you supposed to stay by Tong'er's side and protect her? Master, please forgive us. Miss has run away again. She's a disciple of Yuzong, and truly possesses the ability to fly and escape. We dared not restrain her, nor dare we actually lock her up. If she wanted to run, we simply couldn't stop her. But don't worry, master, we heard that the Jianghu sects of the southern region have now formed an alliance and jointly elected an alliance leader. That's right, Miss is now with that alliance leader, so her safety shouldn't be a problem. The 2 spoke one after the other, leaving Shang Qiuyu bewildered. Finally, he coughed once and asked seriously, is the alliance leader male or female? How old is he? Is he married? Master, you may not know. The alliance leader's real name is Chu Qin, known in the martial arts world as the 3rd young master. He rose to fame at Luochen Manor, and secretly works as an assassin, calling himself the Night Emperor. He has risen to prominence in the martial arts world in just 1 year, and his martial arts skills are probably on par with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He has 2 confidants. When we first met him, he accidentally saved Miss's life. Miss asked us to pursue. Upon investigating this person's identity, we discovered that members of the Mirror of Retribution were also investigating, and we even blocked their investigation. The 2 continued, each speaking at once. Shang Qiuyu frowned after listening and said, slow down. 2 confidants? How old? What do they look like? Are they as handsome as I am? Age? 19. Better looking than master. Nonsense, definitely not as fair-skinned as master. Impossible, That boy's face is incredibly fair. As fair as a woman's. Master can't compare to him at all. How could that be? Our master is the #1 gigolo in the world. How can ordinary people compare to him? Shang Qiuyu's expression shifted between light and dark. Trouble. Trouble. I told you to stay by Mrs. side, but you wouldn't listen. What are you doing here getting involved? That boy's face is so pale, and he has too confidence. What if he tricks my precious daughter into becoming his concubine? What will we do then? Quickly, quickly, go and stop him. Don't let Tongra do anything foolish. Even if the husband she finds in the future doesn't want to marry into the family, she can't be someone's concubine. At least she should be a secondary wife. The two old men looked at each other, then at the group of menacing-looking people around them. Their expressions conflicted. What? You think these scrawny fellows can handle your master? Shang Qiuyu sneered. My 9 profound divine art has reached the 14th level, long since transcending its limitations. It can be said that there is no one in heaven or earth who can rival me. Yes, yes, yes. The two nodded simultaneously, speaking in unison. Then, they exchanged a glance, and began communicating with their eyes. Master is boasting again. No one in heaven or earth can rival him. Then what is he still doing sitting here? Never mind, never mind. Madam and Miss are Master's 2 lives. Neither can be lost. What if they really get kidnapped? Besides, even if Master likes to boast, he would never boast about something so life or death. Never mind, let's go. These people are probably no match for him. Having been together for 50 or 60 years, their understanding was unparalleled. After exchanging those complex words with their eyes, they bowed to Shang Qiuyu and clasped their hands in a fist salute. Then we be going now. Hurry, hurry! Shang Qiuyu was so anxious he was practically stamping his feet. His mind was racing, constantly imagining his daughter bringing a young, unfamiliar man to see him. He wondered what kind of man he was. Would he treat Tongra well? What if they had an affair without a matchmaker? Would his grandson, whom he never even met, already be in his daughter's belly? What should he do? If things really came to that, even if the Ghost Emperor escaped unscathed this time, he would still go to the Ghost Emperor's palace, tear down his palace, and beat that old to death. Am I going to become a grandfather at such a young age? The thought made Shang Qiuyu dizzy. The two old men, on the other hand, had crossed the road carelessly when they arrived and were leaving just as brazenly. The 6 cloaked men in black didn't stop them. Their main target wasn't those two. But seeing Shang Qiuyu's current state, they couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. After a moment of confusion, they remembered their task. Immediately, they flicked their wrists. Kill! The black-clad men who had been about to charge forward, upon hearing this, leaped up again, each displaying their unique skills, and attacked Shang Qiuyu. Get lost. Can't you see I'm annoyed? As his words fell, he suddenly unleashed a sleeve, instantly transforming it into a rainbow, like a tapestry woven from countless stars. Those touched by this rainbow instantly disintegrated, leaving no trace. In a single move, not a single one of those who had charged forward survived. Just then, Shang Qiuyu's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. How could this be? This is poison? When? He immediately circulated his inner energy, and discovered that the poison came from his back, not from ingestion, but from contact. It must have been the poison from those 7 people who practiced the 7 ghosts' heart-slaying palm earlier, when they attacked him. But I have already mastered the 9 profound divine art, and I am already immune to all poisons. What kind of poison did you use? Shang Qiuyu suddenly looked up. His eyes shone with a strange light. The 5 figures dared not meet his gaze, and scattered instantly. Even the one who had been knocked away earlier had already run away, and hid behind a boulder. Shang Qiuyu's gaze fell on empty space, and his expression changed again, becoming even paler. Then a man in black robes spoke somberly. The poison you've been afflicted with is called dripping water. Colorless, odorless, and incurable. As expected of Emperor Shang Qiuyu, even poisoned to this extent, you still have strength left. An ordinary person would have long since turned into a pool of blood. Dripping water poison, I never even heard of it. Shang Qiuyu slowly exhaled. This poison must have been hard won. Countless lives were sacrificed, yielding only 2 or 3 drops. You think highly of me. Shang Qiuyu slowly stood up. Even if this poison is incurable, I can still easily kill you all before I perish. I advise you, sit down and wait for death now, and you might live a little longer. If you dare to make another move, you will die on the spot in an instant. Ha ha ha, as the Xian Emperor, am I a coward who fears death? Besides, since I'm going to die anyway. How can I not drag you all down with me? Shang Qiuyu's robes billowed, his hair flew wildly, and his words were filled with astonishing power. Then a voice, utterly unfamiliar to Shang Qiuyu, rang out. Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu, indeed, you are not to be compared to ordinary people. But rest assured, senior, with this junior here today, I will not let your illustrious reputation be tarnished. Shang Qiuyu was taken aback, only to see a figure appear in midair, arriving before her in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was young, appearing to be under 20, with delicate features and extremely fair skin. Standing with his hands behind his back, his extraordinary bearing was no less than her own. She was immediately filled with surprise. And where did you come from, you pretty boy? Chu Qing almost choked on her own breath at his question. What kind of question was that? I come all this way out of kindness, and you start by insulting me? Chapter 517. Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, was searching for the Heavenly Origin chess manual when it went missing. He also understood that the Heavenly Evil sect was orchestrating this to kill the Ghost Emperor. Unable to find the Ghost Emperor, he planned to wait in the abandoned God Valley. Chu Qing, through his connection with Yuzong, learned the whole story. Now that the Ghost Emperor is dead, the Heavenly Evil sect's conspiracy should, to some extent, be completely thwarted. Even if Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, stayed here and waited another 10 years, the Ghost Emperor wouldn't arrive. Such a powerful expert, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, wasting his time here in this era of great strife would be a waste. Therefore, after learning the general situation from Jiasha and inquiring about Emperor Xian from Mutong'er, he decided, before heading to Jutian Pass to confront the earthly slaughter lord, to first make a trip to the abandoned God Valley and bring Emperor Xian back. One reason has already been given. Such a powerful expert shouldn't be wasting his time here. On another front, both the eastern and western regions have now fallen. The western region's slaughtering army lord has gathered 50,000 troops, attempting to invade the southern region. Between the western and southern regions lies the Jutian Pass within the Tongtian Ridge, serving as a gateway to the southern region. However, this means Chu Qing would inevitably lead the southern region's experts to Jutian Pass to meet the enemy, but there's no guarantee that this other gateway won't fall. Therefore, Chu Qing has come hoping to request Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, to intervene and guard this other gateway to the southern region. Only with his intervention can Chu Qing be free from worries about his rear. For convenience, he didn't even bring Wu Qianhuan and Wenru along. After obtaining the token from Mutong'er, he used his lightness skill to travel at an astonishing speed, rushing to this location. Unexpectedly, in just one exchange, the Xian Emperor called him a pretty boy. As the current leader of the Southern Region's Martial Arts Alliance, he hadn't heard anyone address him like that in a long time. He was utterly speechless. Shang Qiuyu also realized his mistake. Looking at Chu Qing's arrival, he thought, putting everything else aside, Chu Qing's lightness skill alone was no less than Yuzong's. Even though Yuzong was known as the world's #1 thief, he didn't possess this ability to fly through the air. This man, however, could. In this respect alone, Yuzong was far inferior. More importantly, this young man possessed such skill, his future was limitless. Under these circumstances, his own rudeness was truly inappropriate. It wasn't out of fear, but rather that Shang Qiuyu had some unspoken reasons, and didn't want to offend such a talented young man. Therefore, after uttering the first sentence, taking advantage of Chu Qing's momentary daze, he quickly added, "Oh dear, where did this handsome young man come from? He's no less dashing than I was in my youth." Chu Qing's eyes widened even more. He felt that Emperor Xian's personality was somewhat different from the description given by the shepherd boy. Putting aside whether he was a good person or not, one second he was cursing, and the next he was praising him blatantly. While the praise wasn't wrong, was such an abrupt turn appropriate? He perfectly embodied the phrase arrogant at first, obsequious at second. Chu Qing was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say, when he heard a cold laugh, and a slightly heavy voice spoke. Where did this madman come from, so ignorant of his own mortality? Emperor Xian is already at his last gasp. You come here to die so eagerly. How could we not grant your wish? Upon hearing this, Shang Qiuyu's expression changed, and he quickly said, Good lad, I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue. But I wonder how skilled you are at your young age. I am currently afflicted with a poison that causes water poisoning. Although my internal energy is not impaired, every bit of internal force I exert brings me one step closer to death. If your martial arts are lacking, use your lightness skill to escape quickly. Oh right. I have a last wish. I have a daughter named Mutong'er, who is currently with a pretty boy named Chu Qing. Use your lightness skill to go to that pretty boy and rescue my daughter. I can then betroth her to you. Oh, and one more thing, you must take good care of my wife, but you're not allowed to have any designs on her, she's your mother-in-law. If she ever wants to remarry in the future, you must absolutely forbid it, do you hear me? Shang Qiuyu knew the situation was critical. Although some things are best left unsaid, he respected Chu Qing's character simply because Chu Qing had come to his rescue at this crucial moment. Therefore, he explained everything, whether it was trivial or not. Chu Qing didn't understand a word, his mind was a complete blank. He only heard this guy calling him a gigolo again, and by name no less. This was truly outrageous, and, when loving couples are in danger and about to die, they usually say things like, "Don't waste your life for me, find someone else while you're young," etc. How come this guy was so adamant about not allowing her to remarry? Seeing Chu Qing's dazed expression, Shang Qiuyu was genuinely getting anxious. Because after saying this, the man opposite him had already leaped up. While suspended in midair, his aura steadily increased. At first, his aura seemed unremarkable, but with each step upward, his aura grew stronger. Upon reaching his peak, his aura remained magnificent and imposing. A powerful pressure emanated from him, making him appear as a supreme figure, second only to the emperor. He uttered a soft shout. Turning my hand, I create clouds, turning it again, I create rain. With a single palm strike, he drew upon the power of all directions, unleashing a thunderous roar. The powerful palm struck down with tremendous force. Even Shang Qiuyu uttered a sound of surprise, followed by Chu Qing's equally surprised exclamation. The two then exclaimed in unison, "Interesting." But Shang Qiuyu immediately realized that his interesting comment stemmed from his profound internal energy and superior martial arts skills. He was one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a top master in the world. This young man opposite her, so young, how could he be so confident? Just as she was momentarily stunned, Chu Qing blew a breath into the air. That single breath sent chills down Shang Qiuyu's spine. A powerful sense of danger emanated from Chu Qing, and this breath, reaching midair, transformed into an extremely powerful aura. It seemed as if a blade's force was whistling through the air, or a sword's cry was heard overhead. With a single sweep, the so-called turning hands to create clouds, turning hands to create rain vanished instantly. The figure in midair, whose aura had already reached its peak, was instantly brought down. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backward. "You?" he exclaimed before even landing, but his words were cut short by the impact of his landing. He rolled several times on the ground before finally getting to his feet, pointing a finger at Chu Qing. "Who are you?" Before Chu Qing could speak, another person under a cloak exclaimed, "It's you." "Who are you?" Chu Qing glanced at the speaker with some curiosity. "Hiding your face? Trying to hide from the world?" With a whoosh, his gaze fell upon the intense sword energy. The man tried to resist, but felt a chill run through his body. That one glance brought back unpleasant memories, and what was worse, the combination of those memories and his current reality created a terrifying truth. It chilled him to the bone, leaving him almost devoid of any will to resist. In that instant of disorientation, a hissing sound rang out. His black robe shattered completely, revealing his true face beneath. Chu Qing was stunned upon seeing him. "It's you? The head of the 3rd Academy of Wenxin Pavilion. What's your name again?" "Right, Lu Qianguan. What happened to your eyes? I remember you were struck by my sword, you should be dead by now. How are you still alive? Did the person next to you give you their eyes? That doesn't make sense either, just a pair of eyes. Even if I gave them to you, they wouldn't save your life, would they? Strange, strange. The people of Wenxin Pavilion are all really strange. The martial arts that person used were strange, and your current situation is even stranger. Come, let me see what's going on." Without thinking, Lu Qianguan turned and ran. But before he could turn back, a powerful suction force arrived. Inside the Wanbao Tower, he already knew he was no match for Chu Qing. Back then, Lu Qianguan had used illusion techniques to try and stop Chu Qing from attacking. Unexpectedly, not only was it ineffective against Chu Qing, but Chu Qing also used his methods to create another illusion to kill him. If it weren't for the Pavilion Master's intervention, he would have been dead for who knows how long. Then, he was struck by that sword strike that separated worlds. Now, seeing him again, Chu Qing merely glanced at him, and unleashed the sword intent of that sword strike that separated worlds. Even a gaze is a sword. How could he possibly fight? Even with all his strength, he couldn't withstand a single glance? He might as well run away, but unexpectedly, even running wasn't an option. He cried out in alarm, trying to grab something with both hands, but he couldn't grasp anything. The others wanted to help, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as Chu Qing grabbed Lu Qingguan in his palm and strangled him. Come, look into my eyes. Chu Qing gripped his throat, pressing him down and forcing him to meet his gaze. In an instant, a loud bang erupted from above. Who dares? Before he could finish, Chu Qing abruptly waved his hand, silencing the voice in midair. The pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion? Chu Qing smiled faintly. He left a trap on you. You wouldn't happen to be his illegitimate son, would you? He saved your life last time, and now he wants to ruin my plans again? Is he trying to kill himself? However, your methods are quite interesting. You tricked Song Tong into handing his life over to you, giving you a sliver of hope. Interesting. Too bad you don't cherish this hard-won chance to live, insisting on courting death. With that, he exerted force with his palm. A cracking sound rang out, followed by a flick of his wrist, scattering a cloud of blood mist. With a whoosh, before the blood mist could even land, it ignited into a raging inferno, ensuring every piece of flesh was charred beyond recognition. The scene was surprisingly beautiful for a moment. It had the aesthetic appeal of waving a red plum blossom, petals like clouds of flame. Headmaster Lu. How could this be? Who are you? The remaining crowd couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Chu Qing's gaze swept over the group. 5 left, 6 in total. If I remember correctly, Wenxin Pavilion should have 6 academies. You wouldn't happen to be the 6 academy heads under the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion, would you? Strange, your pavilion master didn't intervene against the Xian Emperor? So arrogant? Is it because the poison in the drop of water gave him confidence? Shang Qiuyu suddenly looked at Chu Qing with newfound respect. He broke through that move, turning hands to create clouds, turning hands to create rain in one breath, shattered Lu Qingguan's robes with a single glance, grabbed Lu Qingguan between his fingers with a flick of his wrist, and the dignified academy head of Wenxin Pavilion died instantly. What kind of skill is this? It's probably not inferior to his own? No, even stronger. You? Who exactly are you? This question wasn't just on the minds of the black-robed men opposite him. Shang Qiuyu wanted to know as well. Chu Qing gave him a disgruntled look. I'm a pretty boy. Shang Qiuyu nodded repeatedly. Me too. You're the one who's an idiot. Chu Qing was completely speechless. No wonder Mu Tonger had such a lively personality. It turned out her father was a goofball. However, if it weren't for his personality, he wouldn't have been able to marry into the family as the heir to the Xian Emperor. Shang Qiuyu was displeased upon hearing this. You speak properly. Why are you swearing? It's called tit for tat, Chu Qing said righteously. Shang Qiuyu nodded repeatedly. All right, then we're even now. Can you tell me who you really are? Didn't I just tell you? Chu Qing said. I'm the pretty boy you mentioned, Chu Qing. Chu Qing. Pretty boy? Shang Qiuyu suddenly gasped. How old are you this year? 19. What's your birth order? 3rd. You have 2 confidants? You knew that? You're also the leader of the Southern Region's Martial Arts Alliance. That's me. Chu Qing nodded slightly. Trouble. Shang Qiuyu slumped. What should we do? Chu Qing rolled her eyes at him, wondering what was wrong with this man. What normal person would entrust their daughter to someone they didn't even know, and then tell her not to mess with his wife? This sounded incredibly strange. She had a feeling that this shepherd boy's father wasn't a decent person. The people opposite exchanged glances, and without thinking, someone shouted, Go! They immediately took to the air, intending to flee 1,000 miles away. Chu Qing looked up, and the sounds of swords clashing filled the air. A series of flashes of light and shadow cut off their path. When the group turned around, they saw Chu Qing already standing not far from them. He stood tall, one hand behind his back, and smiled slightly at them. Although the Xian Emperor is currently suffering from a severe poison, it seems he won't die anytime soon. Come, now that you're here, don't leave. This place has scenery unlike anything in the world. It's the perfect burial ground for you all. Chapter 518. Inside the silent tent, the elderly man in magnificent robes suddenly opened his eyes. His face was grim, a flash of anger crossing his eyes, before he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sect Master. The guards outside, hearing the commotion, rushed into the tent. The old man waved his hand slightly. It's nothing, just a thought of mine was erased. Fetch the heart-protecting pill, and summon the earth-slaughtering soldier master. Yes. The 2 subordinates agreed and split up. One went to fetch someone, and the other went to find medicine on the nearby shelf. After the old man swallowed the medicine, his complexion improved somewhat. Just as he slowly exhaled, a man entered the tent. He was burly, and wore a full suit of armor. The armor's material was indistinguishable, but its dark red color suggested it had been soaked in blood for a very long time, its color achieved through the process of being refined. Its design was ancient and heavy. Just looking at it gave one the impression that this armor. He seemed invulnerable. He strode in, his movements powerful and imposing, then frowned at the old man. "Old master, what's wrong with you? I heard someone stole my mind. Who dares to be so bold? When I have some free time, I go and bring them his dog's head. You a mere brute?" The master of Wenxin Pavilion sneered. "If you were to confront him alone, your head would surely be chopped off on the spot." "Oh! There aren't many in the world who dare to speak so presumptuously. It seems this person is no ordinary individual. Could he be one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" "No." The pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion shook his head. "That's the Southern Region Martial Arts Alliance leader." A strange light flashed in the eyes of the Slaughter Soldier Master. "I long heard that this person is extraordinary. I heard you had the opportunity to meet him at the Wanbeilu gathering. But you were too scared, old man? It's understandable, after all, you're of delicate constitution. How could you possibly meet such a dangerous person? I had important matters to attend to at the time. Never mind, you wouldn't believe me anyway. You're just a muscle-bound brute. What could you possibly understand?" The pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion let out a deep breath. Besides the one who made the move, there was another important. He erased this thought of mine in the Valley of Abandoned Gods. He saw Emperor Xian Shangqiuyu. The Slaughter Soldier Master suddenly realized, then patted his round head. Wasn't there news a couple of days ago that the Southern Region Alliance leader went to the 10 Absolute Caves to cause trouble for those princes? How come he suddenly went to the Valley of Abandoned Gods? What exactly happened to Prince Tomb? There's been no news for days. You know the answer already. If everything were as before, or if he had performed a great service, even Prince Tomb wouldn't remain silent. The lack of news is the worst news. Prince Tomb and the others are probably in grave danger. My thought was focused on Lu Qingwan. Now that the thought has been erased, Lu Qingwan might be dead too. That useless piece of trash, all my effort in helping him come back to life was wasted. To die without accomplishing anything, and then vanishing without a trace. The pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion sighed softly. The situation is probably not good now. I have ordered the 6 Grand Masters to take the water drop poison to the Abandoned God Valley to kill Emperor Xian Shangqiuyu. As a result, Lu Qingwan died first. If it really was the Southern Region Alliance leader who went, the remaining few would likely also face certain death. Earth Butcher. I ask you, how long is the journey to Jutian Pass? A large army's march is naturally difficult. We are currently 5 days' journey from Xiangnan City, but to reach Jutian Pass, it will take at least half a month. The pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion frowned slightly. Half a month. Earth Butcher, I ask you again, if you were to lead these 50,000 men in a direct confrontation, could you possibly defeat the Southern Region Jianghu led by the 3rd Young Master? This? Earth Butcher hesitated for a moment. After all, Chu Qing's martial arts were not to be underestimated. Heaven Killer, leading so many disciples, fought against Chu Qing's Lingbei Jianghu at Xianyan Mountain, and suffered a crushing defeat. Not only did Heaven Killer die, but not a single remaining disciple of the Heavenly Evil sect survived. And this large-scale invasion. The Southern Region, taking advantage of Chu Qing's trip to the 10 Deadly Caves to rescue the Ghost Emperor, intended to catch him off guard. However, Chu Qing has now inexplicably gone to the Abandoned God Valley. No news has come from the 10 Deadly Caves, making the situation unclear and giving rise to a vague sense of unease. This makes the Slaughtering Soldier Lord's confident assertion of victory seem unfounded. He dares not make such a boastful claim. Seeing this, the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion knew he lacked confidence. After a moment's thought, he chuckled, "Fine, we never expected to win in a direct confrontation anyway. Let's gamble on luck now. Continue with the original plan. How are the monks at the Great Sumeru Zen Temple doing?" "It's almost all arranged." "That's good." The pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion stroked his beard and said, "Now that the sect leader has personally gone to the northern region, the remaining 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are barely able to protect themselves. The northern region is already in the hands of my Heavenly Evil sect. Send a letter to the 7 Killings Army Master, instructing him to also lead his army south. I want to ensure he can't attend to both ends. Once we take the southern region, we can launch a counterattack on the central continent from all directions, and the unification of the world will be within our grasp." "But hasn't he already found Emperor Xian Shangqiuyu?" "So what?" The pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion sneered. "In my eyes, Shangqiuyu is already a dead man." "3rd Young Master." Grand Alliance leader. Are you really going to make things difficult for us at this time? Do you know that Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, is poisoned by the drop of water poison, an incurable poison with no cure? Why are you blocking our way instead of saving him? Do you want to watch Shang Qiuyu die before your eyes? The headmaster, whose turning hands to clouds, turning hands to rain technique had been broken by Chu Qing in one breath, gritted his teeth and tried to persuade Chu Qing to abandon them and save Shang Qiuyu instead. Chu Qing shook his head. The drop of water poison is indeed an incurable poison. But precisely because of this, I cannot let you leave so easily today. On the one hand, I am not skilled in medicine. Even if I abandon you, I may not be able to save Shang Qiuyu. In any case, we have to take him to find a doctor in medicine. This temporary delay is not important. Moreover, given his martial arts skills, even if the poison in his drop of water is the most potent poison in the world, it would still take at least 10 days to half a month to kill him. It won't make a difference if he takes a little longer. In comparison, I'm more curious about your martial arts. The 6 heads of Wenxin Pavilion. What's the meaning of that move you just used, turning your hand to create clouds, turning it back to create rain? Why not bring it up, so we can all verify it? Verify my foot. The headmaster was furious. We're not exactly friends. Even if we were, you wouldn't reveal your secret techniques. Besides, we're enemies, understand? Verify with an enemy? Do you think I'm a fool? No need for further explanation. Since he doesn't want us to leave, let's fight him to the death today. A man in black robes said, pulling a flute from his robes. The remaining men exchanged glances, nodded, and took out their weapons. However, these weapons all looked strange. One man held double hooks, not normal hooks, but something that looked like they were for locking a prisoner's collarbone. Another man took out a wooden box. This thing was quite large, and he had always carried it on his back. What was inside the box remained a mystery. The last person didn't take out any weapons, but stood with the head of the First Academy. The two stood side by side, exuding an inexplicable sense of harmony. Although there was a hint of rivalry within this harmony, it seemed more like a complementary relationship. Chu Qing observed these people, then thoughtfully pointed and said, "Let me guess. The 6 academies of Wenxin Pavilion are actually the 6 ministries. The Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Works." He pointed to the one carrying the box. "You wouldn't happen to be from the Ministry of Works, would you?" The man's expression changed, and his grip on the box tightened. Chu Qing then looked at the man holding the flute. "Are you from the Ministry of Rights?" "How do you know?" The man holding the flute's face darkened. Chu Qing smiled, his gaze falling on the man holding the double hooks. "Then it goes without saying, you must be from the Ministry of Justice." Shang Qiuyu listened in surprise. "Chu, you pretty boy, how do you know all this?" Chu Qing didn't turn his head. "Previously, I captured the Mad Buddha Prince, and from him I learned that the origins of the heavenly evil sect can be traced back to the Great Qian dynasty. They are descendants of the Great Qian dynasty. And the heavenly evil sect is merely a name used in the martial arts world. How they refer to themselves internally is still unknown. The current structure within the heavenly evil sect matches the structure of the Great Qian dynasty back then. For example, the 12 holy kings are princes, relatives of the emperor. The 4 military masters are more like grand marshals than military masters. The Wenxin Pavilion is even simpler. It has 6 departments, the so-called 6 ministries. And their martial arts should be related to the 6 ministries themselves. That turning his hand to create clouds, turning it back to create rain move was quite interesting. His aura rose steadily, giving the impression of rising from a lowly official to a high-ranking official, reaching the pinnacle of power. That's why I spared his life. I just don't know if he's from the Ministry of Personnel or the Ministry of War. Judging from the harmonious aura of those two, one should be a civil official, and the other a military official, one a soldier, and the other a civil official. Alright, enough said. Everyone, I give you a chance. Leave behind what you learned, and I grant you a complete corpse. The 5 remaining heads of the departments exchanged glances, then the man holding the wooden box gritted his teeth and said, "Such a secret, and he knew it. Today, even if we risk our lives, we absolutely cannot let him leave this place alive. We must eradicate them completely, wipe out their entire clan. Kill!" 3 figures moved simultaneously. The one holding the shao, a type of vertical bamboo flute, brought it to his lips and began to play. The flute's resounding melody echoed in all directions. In an instant, it dragged everyone into a state of rigid obedience, as if a new law had been created in the world, and that violation of this law would inevitably result in harm. Is this using music to perform rituals, forcing me to act with respect? Chu Qing instantly grasped the mystery, feeling it was somewhat similar to the chess king's life and death chess formation, requiring adherence to specific rules. The one wielding the double hooks flicked his wrist, throwing them out. Beneath them were hidden chains. With a single strike, the chains crisscrossed, like a net stretching across the sky. The internal force permeating them, though still at a distance, gave one a painful sensation upon contact. Ministry of Justice, is this intended as torture? That seems rather biased. Chu Qing shook his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on the last person holding the wooden box. During this process, the man slapped the box, causing it to collapse inwards. The sound of the mechanism whirring filled the air as it extended on both sides, pulling on a strong string. Wooden planks flipped outwards, spreading outwards, transforming the wooden box into a strangely shaped crossbow in the blink of an eye. The crossbow bolt was long, lying quietly along the flipped-out planks. He reached out and fully drew the bolt, waiting for the mechanism to activate so the massive bolt would be launched. This seemingly complex operation actually took place in the blink of an eye. The three men acted almost simultaneously, yet their movements were perfectly coordinated. Chu Qing, with his eyes and ears everywhere, took in all three men's actions. The next moment, he suddenly stepped forward. The man holding the flute's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? I clearly use music to perform rituals. You shouldn't be able to move. Using music to perform rituals, a fine tactic. But do you know what it means for rituals to collapse? Before Chu Qing finished speaking, his palm struck first. The man flipped his flute in an attempt to block, but before the palm could reach him, the flute was suddenly severed in midair with a hiss. Even his hands were cut off by an invisible force. The palm struck his chest and abdomen without any resistance, but what shot out from behind was not palm force, but an invisible blade of light. His entire body remained standing for a mere instant before it was shattered. Chu Qing didn't even glance at the corpse, sweeping his hand across it. You dared to torture me? You're not worthy. With a flick of his sleeve, countless blades of light rose into the air, crisscrossing the heavens and earth, leaving no place for the man to hide. The man didn't even utter a sound before being annihilated along with this inescapable net of blades. Whoosh! The powerful crossbow bolt suddenly fired, its thick bolt even changing shape midair. The bolt's tip cracked and deformed, its form menacing. Its design even allowed it to accelerate a second time after firing. Therefore, the moment the trigger clicked, the bolt was already at Chu Qing's chest. Strange tricks and frivolous techniques are hardly worthy of serious consideration. Chu Qing sneered. Yulong suddenly turned, and somehow, the crossbow bolt reversed direction, its speed even surpassing its initial attack. The man wielding the strange crossbow's pupils constricted. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening explosion rang out. The crossbow bolt arrived, exploded, and he was blasted to pieces. His crossbow bolt contained hidden gunpowder, designed to detonate upon impact, but it had unexpectedly backfired. In the blink of an eye, 3 academy leaders had died tragically. Chu Qing turned to the remaining 2. These 3 have greatly disappointed me. What about you two? Chapter 519. The heads of the 6 departments of Wenxin Pavilion were no ordinary individuals. Whether it was the unique martial arts of the Ministry of Rites or the Ministry of Works, they were all extraordinary. Based on the different characteristics of the 6 departments, they had developed different martial arts techniques. The Ministry of Rites used music to express rights and govern the 8 directions. The Ministry of Justice upheld the law and punished the guilty. The Ministry of Works governed the heavens and the earth, creating order and structure. However, when it came to life or death combat, especially when facing Chu Qing, they could only demonstrate very little. As a result, they died on the spot in an instant. Ultimately, it was because Chu Qing was too strong, and they were too weak in comparison. Now, their gaze fell on the remaining 2, who exchanged a glance and understood that the situation was hopeless. The First Academy's headmaster stepped forward first. His aura, already surging, was no longer in a state of gradual ascent, it was already at its peak. Therefore, he simply uttered a soft shout. With pen in hand, one can bring peace to the world. As his words fell, Chu Qing felt a gigantic scroll suddenly unfurl before him. Inscribed upon it were the principles of governing the country and ensuring its stability, yet in an instant, they coalesced into 1,000 techniques, attacking Chu Qing. Chu Qing's eyes flashed, and with 2 buzzing sounds, sword energy piercing through the ages burst forth. With a single glance, life and death could be separated. With a loud crash, the move shattered, and blood trickled from the corner of the First Academy headmaster's mouth. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Governing a large country is like cooking a small fish." This move began with a finger technique, continuous and subtle, like a gentle rain nourishing all things. It started from the smallest details, and before it was fully unleashed, it created a monstrous wave, almost possessing the power to blot out the sky. Suddenly, a moon appeared in the sky. A figure walked past the headmaster of the First Academy, a severed head already subtly appearing in his palm. Looking up again, the figure was already far away. The figure moved like a galloping horse, its speed almost capable of covering 1,000 miles in an instant. Chu Qing chuckled wryly. "They're fleeing for their lives. What a pity." A gust of wind followed Chu Qing's inner breath, drawing a circle on the ground, with a faint dragon's roar rising from his bones. The next moment, he pointed his fingers like a sword buzz. Even Shang Qiuyu, who had been watching all this way, couldn't help but show a hint of amazement in her eyes. The sword energy unleashed by this finger strike was the most magnificent stroke in this surrounding deathly wasteland. Crisp, direct, beautiful, and unrestrained, like a dragon soaring, it covered 1,000 miles in an instant, stirring up a trail of dust in its wake. And the person running wildly sensed danger behind him. He turned around abruptly and felt a jolt in his heart. At that moment, he felt the pursuers behind him. What arrived wasn't sword energy, but two dragons coiled together. But in a fleeting moment, they transformed into a single point of sword light. This sword light flashed and vanished completely. Only a faint trace could be caught in the corner of his eye. Where did he go? He was slightly taken aback, until his vision uncontrollably spun, and he realized that his head was falling from his neck. His life force dissipated completely, his life extinguished on the spot. Chu Qing flicked his sleeve, glanced back at Shang Qiuyu, who slightly raised her head, about to speak, when Chu Qing's figure blurred and disappeared without a trace. This pretty boy Chu, is he planning to just leave me to die? Shang Qiuyu was somewhat flustered. After all, he had been the one to call the guy a pretty boy first. Although they hadn't known each other long, he could sense that this kid wasn't exactly magnanimous. He was more than capable of standing by and watching someone die. Just as he was thinking this, a figure flashed, and Chu Qing returned, carrying a headless corpse, which he casually tossed to the ground. Then he moved over the corpses of the other headmasters as well. The 6 headmasters of Wenxin Pavilion attacked together, trying to kill you, the current Xin Emperor. But they all died here. Chu Qing said softly, "Your Majesty, after we deal with these corpses, I take you to try your luck and see if anyone can cure the dripping poison in your body." "No." Shang Qiuyu shook his head. "I can't leave yet." "You want to wait here for the Ghost Emperor?" Chu Qing smiled. "You won't be able to wait. The Ghost Emperor is already dead." "What?" Shang Qiuyu was taken aback. "Who did this?" "Me." Chu Qing paused in his movements, his gaze shifting to Shang Qiuyu. Shang Qiuyu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why?" "There are many reasons. But in short, he deserved to die." Chu Qing continued his work, first searching the corpses. After all, they were all academy leaders. What if they had some valuables on them? He discovered that these people were quite professional. Coming to make a living by killing, they didn't carry any valuables, lest they benefit their opponents after death. Given that several of them had died rather tragically, Chu Qing found sorting the bodies quite difficult. After finally gathering a group together, they began to deal with the corpses using the fiery power of the flaming blade. Ever since the Ghost Emperor incident, Chu Qing had harbored a prejudice against corpses that hadn't turned to ash, always feeling they would inexplicably jump up and fight him for 300 rounds. While destroying the evidence, he briefly recounted what had happened inside the 10 deadly caves. The focus was on the Ghost Emperor. However, this also led to the Ghost Emperor's family affairs. Shang Qiuyu was quite calm at first, but as she listened, her face turned ashen. Only after Chu Qing finished speaking did he slap his thigh and angrily exclaim, "Outrageous. I thought he was deeply in love with his wife, which is why I considered her a confidant. But I never imagined it was all a lie. But that makes sense. If he were truly in love, why would he have 2 wives? I really misjudged him." Chu Qing coughed. Deeply in love doesn't stop him from finding another. Shang Qiuyu glanced at Chu Qing and sneered. "I forgot, you're also a heartless and fickle man, with 2 confidants, and you even seduced my daughter. It's hard to believe someone like you. Are what you said about the Ghost Emperor truly true?" When this happened, Mu Tonger was also present. "Oh right, this is the token she gave me, saying you believed me at a glance." Chu Qing took out a light blue handkerchief from his robes. He tossed it to Shang Qiuyu. Shang Qiuyu took it without thinking, her face darkening further. "She even gave you such a cherished item?" "No, Senior Shang, I think you misunderstood me. I didn't have time to explain earlier. I had no designs on your daughter. He only accidentally glanced at her body. But he couldn't entirely blame himself. After all, the shepherd girl had inexplicably run over. How was he supposed to know she wasn't wearing clothes? Better to avoid trouble, Chu Qing didn't bring it up. Otherwise, it would likely have caused trouble. I don't believe it, Shang Qiuyu said decisively. My daughter is a beauty of unparalleled grace, her looks no less than her mother's, and she even possesses my own best features. To call her the most beautiful woman in the martial world might be an understatement. But she is definitely the most beautiful woman in the world. How could anyone see her and not like her? Not be moved by her? This person definitely has something wrong with him. At first, he said the most beautiful woman in the martial world is an understatement, and I thought he had some self-awareness. But then, he went and said the most beautiful woman in the world. But it doesn't seem wrong for a father to think his daughter is beautiful. But the problem is, this topic has gone off topic. Chu Qing quickly said, your daughter is indeed beautiful, but there are plenty of beautiful people in the world. Do you think I fall in love with every single one I meet? Besides, the reason I gave you this is to prove what I said, and also to prove that your daughter accepts me. My daughter accepts you. A touch of sadness suddenly appeared on Shang Qiuyu's face. Alas, from the moment she was a helpless infant, I have cared for her single-handedly. Break her diapers, pat her to sleep. Teaching her to speak, helping her learn to walk. In the blink of an eye, that little bundle of flesh has grown into a graceful young woman, and yet, you brat actually say she approves of you. No, this emperor cannot accept this. Can you shut up? Chu Qing felt a throbbing pain in his head. He waved his hand. Can't we continue our normal conversation? I just ask you one question. Do you believe me? This emperor doesn't believe you, Shang Qiuyu said decisively. Chu Qing's face darkened, and he was about to turn and leave when he heard Shang Qiuyu's sorrowful voice say, but this emperor believes my little servant. So you still believe me? Don't be so smug. I don't believe you, I believe my precious daughter. Your precious daughter believes me. Then this emperor also believes. Alright. The corpse is almost burned. Since you believe me, you should know that waiting here is useless. Chu Qing interrupted him directly, feeling that it was impossible to have a serious conversation with this person. Before coming here, Mutonger had said that Shang Qiuyu was a henpecked husband, but now it seemed he was more of a daughter lover. However, that made sense. Men are burdened with the debts of children and half-lived as henpecked husbands. It didn't seem so wrong. The only problem was that this dignified Qian emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, standing at the pinnacle of the martial world, was not immune to this. And even more so than ordinary people, which was truly both laughable and pathetic. Chu Qing turned and came to Shang Qiuyu's side, grabbing his shoulder. You've been poisoned by the water droplet. Don't use your internal energy. Come with me. I tell you the rest on the way. Shang Qiuyu put the handkerchief back into his bosom. Then let's go. The ghost emperor was dead. There was truly no point in him staying. Chu Qing had gained the shepherd boy's trust, so Shang Qiuyu naturally trusted Chu Qing as well. With no disagreements between them, whatever Chu Qing said was law. As for the life or death danger, Shang Qiuyu wasn't particularly concerned. Of course, even though he wasn't concerned, Chu Qing couldn't leave him unexplained. Along the way, she explained everything from the origin of the poison in the drop of water to the possible cure, and then to the current state of the world. While Shang Qiuyu became an idiot when it came to his wife and daughter, once he stepped out of that trap, he still possessed the insight expected of a Qian emperor. Therefore, after Chu Qing finished speaking, he said, if this emperor cannot cure this poison, the southern region may indeed be in danger. The heavenly evil sect probably won't send everyone to their deaths. Although your martial arts are high, you are overwhelmed. You can hold off the west, but you can't hold off the east. Is that why you came to see me? That's right. Chu Qing nodded. Shang Qiuyu immediately frowned. You brat, you really are no good. You and Tonger. My relationship with your Tonger is completely innocent, clean as a feather, you know that? Chu Qing's face darkened. Can we stop dwelling on this? Alright then. Shang Qiuyu hesitated, seemingly somewhat unwilling. After thinking for a moment, he said, should I mention it one last time? Can't I not say it? You suffocate. Then tell me. Chu Qing used his unparalleled lightness skill to carry him across the void. He couldn't just abandon him now. His mouth was his own. How could he possibly cover it? As you know, I am a son-in-law. In my Shang family, this is my only child. And she's a girl. Actually, being a girl isn't a problem. The issue is that I spoiled her rotten. She doesn't care about martial arts at all. So much so that the 9 profound divine skill ended with her. Fortunately, I'm still in my prime, and Tonger is a beauty of unparalleled grace. She'd be married off in the future. If a talented young man is willing to marry into the family, Tonger can choose one child to be surnamed Shang, another to be surnamed Mu, and yet another to be surnamed her husband. Chu Qing couldn't stand it anymore. Do you think your daughter is a pig? Starting with 3, then why did you only have 1? 2 is fine too, Shang Qiuyu said. As long as her future husband is willing, they can have 2 children, one surnamed Shang and one surnamed Mu. As for me, I feel sorry for my wife, and don't want her to suffer the pain of childbirth again. Chu Qing pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing that this old man actually had a conscience. It's just that his conscience wasn't much. And it didn't seem to be entirely in the shepherd boy. It was mostly in his wife, so he asked, So, when I have a grandson, I can pass on the 9 profound divine skill to him. Shang Qiuyu said, I can hone and refine this child from a young age, making him outstanding and exceptional. I will definitely make him inherit the position of Xian Emperor. You're dreaming. Chu Qing's lips twitched. Shang Qiuyu smiled and said to Chu Qing, How about it? Forgo your 2 confidants and marry my daughter. Your child will be the next Xian Emperor. Wake up! A few peanuts and you're like this? We should go downstairs. Huh? Where to? Shang Qiuyu asked blankly. Suddenly, she felt herself plummeting. When her feet touched solid ground, she looked around in confusion and found herself standing before several thatched huts. Beside the medicinal herb field in the fenced yard, a person sat in a wheelchair, happily watering the plants. Perhaps hearing the noise, she turned around and was immediately speechless. Shang Qiuyu, what are you doing here? Chapter 520. Yu Zong? Why are you sitting in such a chair? Upon seeing the person in the wheelchair, Shang Qiuyu was overjoyed. Oh, your legs have finally been broken. I wonder which insightful person did this. I, the Emperor, will certainly reward them handsomely. Yu Zong's face immediately darkened. Chu Qing coughed. The heavenly evil sect did it. Shang Qiuyu's joy faded, becoming quite somber. I see. Although I cannot condone the heavenly evil sect's various actions, but to break your legs, they aren't all utterly heartless. I knew you, you bastard, had no conscience. Yu Zong roared. You went to the abandoned God Valley, and I was out there running around trying to save your dog's life. You're still gloating here? What are you busy doing all this time? Do I need to remind you? Coveting another man's wife, you deserve to be torn to pieces. Nonsense. Don't you have even a shred of trust in her? She shouldn't have married you back then. Bullshit. Of course I trust her, I don't trust you. Chu Qing's head throbbed from their bickering. He couldn't help but snap, enough already. You're both over 100 years old combined. Why are you still making such a racket? Where's the Yin-Yang hermit? This junior has come to pay a visit. His last sentence carried a hint of internal force. The door creaked open, and the Yin-Yang hermit, sporting dark circles under his eyes, emerged from the room, his face full of displeasure. You're here, so what's with the noise? Disturbing my peaceful sleep is outrageous. I just slept for less than half an hour. Chu Qing glanced at the sky. It was only a little past noon, still early for evening. At this hour, what kind of sleep are you getting, master? I haven't had a good night's sleep in almost 2 months. The Yin-Yang master yawned widely as he spoke, glancing at Chu Qing again, before suddenly pausing. Wait, it's you. How did you get in? He flew in, Shang Qiuyu answered for Chu Qing. The Yin-Yang master rolled his eyes at Shang Qiuyu. And who are you? What did you answer when I asked him? I am Emperor Shang Qiuyu. Shang Qiuyu introduced himself. The Yin-Yang master looked at him, then nodded. I knew no one dared disturb my sleep. It turns out it was just a dream. Oh no, why am I so sleepy even in my dreams? Never mind. So what if it's a dream? You can sleep in your dreams too. He turned and went back inside, intending to continue sleeping. A young boy emerged from another room, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Chu Qing. Young master. It's been so long. How have you been? I'm fine, I'm fine. Chu Qing nodded. What happened to your master? The boy glanced at the Yin-Yang hermit's room and gave a wry smile. Ever since you brought the drop of poison, young master, my master has been researching it day and night. Just an hour ago, he said he was confident he could cure it, and only then did he settle down to take a nap. His mind is still foggy right now. Please forgive any rudeness. Shang Qiuyu was somewhat surprised. He can actually cure this drop of poison? The Yin-Yang hermit's medical skills are superb. It's not surprising he can detoxify. But our timing is perfect. It seems the Xian Emperor truly wasn't destined to die. Chu Qing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the boy's words. When he met the shepherd boy earlier, the boy had said the Yin-Yang hermit hadn't yet found a solution. And now, just as he arrived, the Yin-Yang hermit had found one. It was truly perfect timing. The boy was taken aback. What do you mean, not destined to die? Could it be? Chu Qing nodded, pointing to Shang Qiuyu. This is the Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu. He was just injured by the heavenly evil sect using a drop of poison. Now that the poison is in his body, I brought him here to see if the hermit has a way to detoxify him. Upon hearing this, the boy immediately headed towards the Yin-Yang hermit's room. Chu Qing quickly said, Why don't we let the hermit rest for a while? We can detoxify him after he wakes up. Shang Qiuyu looked at Chu Qing. You're not the one poisoned, yet you're not worried at all. The disciple of the Yin-Yang hermit didn't even turn his head. It's so rare to find someone poisoned like this. Their flesh and bones are already rotting away. Why is he still sleeping? If such a powerful Xian emperor dies in this Yin-Yang forest after he wakes up, there won't be another one. Shang Qiuyu felt a complex mix of emotions. Something about these words seemed off. A moment later, a strange cry came from the room from the Yin-Yang hermit. After a while, the Yin-Yang hermit, his hair and robe soaked, emerged with bloodshot eyes. He first stood in front of Chu Qing, pinching his arm hard, as if to confirm if he was dreaming. After feeling the sharp pain, he clicked his tongue. I didn't expect it to really be a Xian emperor descending. I thought I was dreaming. Come, let me take your pulse. Shang Qiuyu felt a chill run down her spine for no apparent reason, but she still offered her hand. The Yin-Yang hermit held her wrist, and after a moment nodded, Indeed, it's a drop of water poison. The toxicity is currently hidden, entirely due to the Xian Emperor's unfathomable internal energy suppressing it. Is it possible to cure it? Chu Qing asked. If you had arrived a day earlier, this poison wouldn't have been curable, but now, it's just the right time. The Yin-Yang hermit beckoned to his disciple. Disciple, come here, prepare the 10,000 poison pool. Yes. The boy turned and left. Shang Qiuyu feigned composure. May I ask, what is the pool of 10,000 poisons? As the name suggests, I built another room behind this thatched hut, dug 7 feet deep, and filled it with various poisons. Mainly the 5 poisonous creatures, plus some strangely poisonous flowers and herbs, such as the heartbreak grass. Using poison to generate poison, using poison to nurture poison, ultimately creating the pool of 10,000 poisons. The Yin-Yang hermit answered solemnly. Shang Qiuyu nodded, seemingly enlightened, and then asked, but I wonder, what is the connection between the antidote for this drop of water poison and the pool of 10,000 poisons? The drop of water poison is the most deadly poison in the world, the ancestor of all poisons, the Yin-Yang hermit said. Therefore, finding an antidote is extremely difficult. I racked my brains, searched through medical books and classics, and finally came up with a method. That is to fight poison with poison. Therefore, once the pool of 10,000 poisons is ready, please invite Emperor Xian to enter the pool and suffer the torment of 10,000 poisons. Shang Qiuyu suddenly understood, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed. I suddenly remembered that I have important matters to attend to at home, so I will take my leave first. After saying that, he turned and left. Chu Qing grabbed him back. Stop fooling around. You're the one fooling around. Shang Qiuyu said with a dark face. Listen to this. It's supposed to be an antidote, but first you have to be bitten by all the poisonous insects and snakes in the 10,000 poisons pool. This is truly outrageous. This emperor, a dignified Xian emperor, how can I endure such suffering? Of course, it's not that I'm afraid of pain, but it's too dirty. What if I hurt my face again? My wife at home won't like it. What will I do then? As a Xian emperor, you should be able to endure even more hardship to rise above others. Chu Qing comforted him. Nonsense. Enduring hardship only means you can endure suffering. It doesn't make you a superior person. Shang Qiuyu slapped Chu Qing's hand away. Anyway, this emperor will never suffer such humiliation. Do you want the shepherd boy to be fatherless? Chu Qing launched a roundabout attack. Shang Qiuyu paused, then glanced back at Chu Qing. It's all right. Since you're so loyal and righteous, and you've known her for a while, he said, even if you two are truly innocent, what if she marries someone else and suffers misfortune, then comes to you crying? Can you just ignore her? What does that have to do with me? Chu Qing immediately replied, I certainly won't interfere. Then children and grandchildren have their own destinies. How can I, a dying man, concern myself with so much? Shang Qiuyu snorted. Chu Qing didn't understand why this mighty Emperor Xian would snort, but after glancing at Yuzong, he smiled again. Aren't you afraid that after you die, your wife will remarry? Let me tell you, while you're alive, no one will dare, but after you die, no one will care. Then, someone will raise your children and sleep with your wife. Even if your wife occasionally thinks of you, your daughter will still have to comfort her and tell her not to overthink it. After all, your spirit in heaven wouldn't want to see her sad. Shang Qiuyu suddenly turned around and glared at Yuzong. I kill him first. Yuzong? ? He was just sitting here watching the show, and suddenly he was in danger of being killed? Chu Qing quickly said, I'm not talking about him. Mu Tonger said that her mother is over 40 years old, but still a great beauty, and Yuzong isn't the only one who covets her. Shang Qiuyu stood there, gathering his strength for a long time, and finally dejected, Fine, I'll go to the 10,000 poison pool. Yes, that's right. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. Only by living can you protect what you want. Once you die, everything will be different. Chu Qing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The southern region still needed this old rascal to guard its gates. He couldn't be allowed to die. The boy quickly returned, saying the 10,000 poison pool was ready. Chu Qing went along, not just to watch the spectacle, but because he, a great expert, was needed to help during the process. Fighting poison with poison was one aspect, but throughout the process, not only was someone needed to protect the Xian Emperor's heart meridian, but also someone to help expel the poison. And that person's martial arts skills absolutely couldn't be weak. Chu Qing was the perfect candidate. Opening a wooden door, Chu Qing saw the 10,000 poison pool. Various colorful snakes, crawling spiders, rustling centipedes, scorpions with their tails raised, and toads hopping around everywhere. At the bottom of the pool was a layer of liquid of unknown composition, with a few brightly colored flowers scattered within. A thin layer of mist enveloped the entire pool. Shang Qiuyu subconsciously swallowed, asking the Yin-Yang hermit, Are you sure you can use the myriad poisons pool to cure the dripping water poison? Theoretically, it should be possible. The Yin-Yang hermit's answer was cautious, without any boasting. Shang Qiuyu was stunned. Theoretically? Should be possible? Of course, you're the first unlucky soul in the martial world to be poisoned by the dripping water poison, and also the first to manage to delay until the antidote is available. Whether it succeeds or not, you have to tell me. The Yin-Yang hermit stretched out his hand. So go down. But his hand reached for nothing. The Xian Emperor was, after all, the Xian Emperor. How could he be pushed down by the Yin-Yang hermit? Before Shang Qiuyu could even feel smug, a hand was already on his chest, and the next moment, he was pressed into the myriad poisons pool. He possessed the dripping water poison, an extraordinary poison that affected all poisons in the world. Now that he'd fallen into the pool, the venomous creature seemed to sense it, and began to struggle violently, as if the water were boiling. Little pretty boy Chu, I knew you had ulterior motives. Shang Qiuyu tried to struggle again, but then he heard a series of hissing sounds, as he was bitten by countless venomous snakes, centipedes, and scorpions. Looking down, he saw that all the snakes and centipedes that had bitten him had died instantly after being bitten. The Yin-Yang hermit's voice rang in, Draw the poison into the body, fight poison with poison. Your Majesty, you must take the initiative. Shang Qiuyu was speechless. He'd been bitten, and now he had to take the initiative. But now that he was on the wrong path, there was no getting off. He could only obey. Immediately, he channeled his inner energy, actively drawing in the deadly poison and circulating it through his blood. Chu Qing stood watching for a long time, observing wave after wave of poisonous creatures dying in the pool, from day to night, and then from night to day again. He repeatedly asked when he would make his move, but the Yin-Yang hermit always told him it wasn't the right time. Because Shang Qiuyu's internal energy was too profound, this amount of poison was far from enough for him, so more poison had to be added. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that he finally allowed Chu Qing to make his move. By then, all the poisonous creatures in the 10,000 poison pool were dead. Chu Qing struck Shang Qiuyu on the back with a palm strike, while the Yin-Yang hermit used acupuncture to lock down the meridians, guiding the two poisons to fight. Now it was a truly fierce battle. While Chu Qing and the Yin-Yang hermit were struggling to neutralize the poison dripping into Shang Qiuyu's body, hundreds of miles away, in a forest, a person was running at full speed. His chest and abdomen were caved in, his white robe stained with blood, and even the golden sword in his hand was broken. It was none other than Cao Qiupu, the white horse and golden sword. His face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As he ran, he muttered to himself, No, I can't die. Someone actually tried to harm my third brother. I must expose this to the world. But just then, a figure flashed into view, already behind him. Cao Qiupu sensed it, took a deep breath, and twirled his golden sword, producing different high and low sounds. like the clanging of metal and the thunder of horses, instantly creating a trail of galloping figures. However, his divine sound sword had been broken, and the broken sword could not unleash the full power of the 7 Laws heavenly sound sword technique. Clashing with the palm force, the sword tip immediately deflected, and his figure was forced to stagger backward. But the 7 Laws heavenly sound sword technique was no ordinary technique. A wisp of sword energy still swept past his opponent's shoulder. Chao Chiopu staggered back several steps, and just as he regained his footing, he looked up and couldn't help but shrink his pupils. His opponent hadn't been forced back by his sword strike, and the palm strike was already right in front of his face. Chapter 521. Inside the pool of 10,000 poisons, Chu Qing was now suspended in midair. Head down, feet up, one hand resting on Shang Qiuyu's head, the internal energy of the heavenly extreme formless divine power continuously flowing into Shang Qiuyu's body. A full 12 hours had passed since then. The yin-yang hermit's face was filled with solemnity, fearing that Chu Qing wouldn't be able to endure it. Occasionally glancing at his complexion, he couldn't help but marvel. A full 12 hours, that's a whole day and night. Ordinary people would be unable to withstand such internal energy infusion even for 3 to 5 hours. Let alone someone like Chu Qing. Even if someone could persist for such a long time, they would likely suffer severe damage to their vital energy after circulating their energy. But looking at Chu Qing, his complexion was rosy, his expression calm, showing no sign of suffering. How did someone so young acquire such martial arts skills? The yin-yang hermit's mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, he grabbed Shang Qiuyu's wrist and examined it, his eyes lighting up immediately. The time has come. With that, he drew a small knife from his waist and, with a swift motion, made a small cut on the tip of Shang Qiuyu's middle finger. The cut revealed no blood. The yin-yang hermit pressed down slightly on the finger, and thin strands of transparent liquid dripped from it. A full quarter of an hour passed before the transparent liquid stopped flowing. Then, a drop of pitch-black blood gushed from the wound. While the poisonous droplet of water usually emitted a pleasant fragrance, this drop of black blood was utterly repulsive. As soon as it landed, it corroded the ground, seeping deep into the earth. Seeing this, the yin-yang hermit finally spoke. "Third young master, that's enough." Mission accomplished. Chu Qing exerted a slight pressure with his palm, finished his exercise, and rolled down, landing behind Shang Qiuyu. Shang Qiuyu didn't even groan, immediately trying to lie down, but Chu Qing supported him with a hand. He glanced at the yin-yang hermit. "So the poison is cured?" "That's right." The yin-yang hermit's eyes were black with darkness. It had taken 4 days to cure the poison, and he hadn't slept for 4 days. Shang Qiuyu was definitely not going to die now that the poison was cured, but if he didn't sleep, the yin-yang hermit would probably truly die. However, he probably didn't fully understand his own condition at the moment, and said to Chu Qing, "Are you alright?" 12 consecutive hours, even with profound internal energy, it's hard to withstand. Alas, to my shame, although my method of fighting poison with poison was correct, the poison in the 10,000 poisons pool still can't compare to the poison in a drop of water. If it weren't for the third young master's extraordinary internal strength, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to save Shang Qiuyu's life. Chu Qing shook his head. If it weren't for the hermit's profound methods, even with my high martial arts skills, it would have been all for nothing. Only with the hermit's medical skills combined with my martial arts were we able to neutralize this drop of poison. It's truly a stroke of good fortune for the Xian Emperor. He then carried Shang Qiuyu on his back. Let's settle him in first. The yin-yang hermit nodded. He's currently severely depleted. He needs to rest. He should wake up in 2 days at most. The group left the 10,000 poisons cave, and saw Yuzong sitting in a chair, peering in their direction. Chu Qing was both amused and exasperated. "Are you checking if he's dead?" Yuzong grinned. "You're right, I'm checking if he's dead. If he's dead, once my leg heals, I can just carry Tonger's mother away. I doubt they'd be able to catch up." "Don't worry, he's not dead." Chu Qing ignored his insincere words, and gave a direct answer. Yuzong breathed a sigh of relief, but his words were still sharp. What a pity, a scourge lives on for 1,000 years. After saying this, he silently pushed the wheels of his wheelchair and drove away. Chu Qing settled Shang Qiuyu in the thatched hut, then went to the table, took out pen, ink, and paper, and wrote a letter. Since the yin-yang hermit was nowhere to be found, Chu Qing handed the letter to the young boy. "Give this letter to him after he wakes up. I have important matters to attend to now, so I won't linger here any longer." The boy took the letter. "Please rest assured, young master, I will definitely deliver this letter." "Good." Chu Qing nodded slightly, said nothing more, turned and went out the door. Just as he was about to take a step, and leap into the air, he heard a whoosh. He reached out and caught it. It was a palm-sized bronze acupuncture figure. Being able to neutralize the poison from a single drop of water is not an experience ordinary doctors possess. Thanks to this, my medical skills have improved significantly. I owe you a favor. If you have any difficult or complicated illnesses in the future, you can bring this to me. The yin-yang hermit said, while letting out a large yawn. Let's go, I'm going to sleep. Chu Qing carefully put away the acupuncture bronze figure. Thank you, layman, farewell. With that, he lightly touched the ground and was already in midair, seemingly accompanied by clouds. The next moment, his figure disappeared above the courtyard. With a thud, the yin-yang layman tumbled out of the window. After scrambling to his feet, he didn't bother brushing the dirt off himself, staring dumbfounded in the direction Chu Qing had gone. He couldn't help but look at his disciple. This really flew away? The Xian Emperor's words were true. The little boy couldn't help but rub his eyes. Master, has young master learned immortal magic? How can there be immortals in this world? Yin-yang Ju Si Hong brushed the dirt off his body and said mysteriously, but with a mortal body, one might not necessarily be unable to surpass immortals and Buddhas. Then can you? The little boy looked at Yin-yang Jusher with admiration. Yin-yang Jusher silently said, Go, catch 10 more sacks of 5 poisons. I need to take a short rest. After leaving the 10 deadly caves, Chu Qing rushed to the abandoned God Valley, and then from there to the Yin-yang Forest, wasting a considerable amount of time. Now, returning at breakneck speed. After all, they had been away for too long, and they didn't know if anything had happened there. Moreover, they didn't know exactly where they were. If they couldn't find them, it would be quite troublesome. However, after rushing for hundreds of miles, Chu Qing realized that his worries were somewhat unnecessary. His earlier decree, as the leader of the alliance, had spread throughout the martial world in recent days. Besides those who had previously attended the Tianyi-sec martial arts tournament, many other insightful individuals, summoned by the decree, were also rushing to join the alliance. Therefore, the closer one got, the more hurried the martial artists became. With these people as guides, following their directions, the main force was successfully located. However, after using his lightness skill to reach above the group, he looked down and sensed something was amiss. On the Nanling side, a group led by Tai Lingyun, Bai Tangzun, Lan Shui, and others was confronting Lu Xiaoyan, Ouyang Tianxiu, and their forces were on the verge of attack, seemingly ready to clash at any moment. What's going on? Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly landed between the two groups. The two groups, who had been on the verge of exchanging blows, froze upon seeing Chu Qing. Forgetting any further entanglement, they all knelt down. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Greetings, Alliance Leader. First came the leaders, followed by their disciples. This commotion had a wide reach, as the southern and northern factions, facing off, had divided those who had participated in the battle at the 10 deadly caves into 2 distinct groups. Those who came later gathered around to watch the spectacle. Those who had attended the Tianyi-sec martial arts tournament knew who Chu Qing was. Those who hadn't attended, seeing this young man suddenly appear out of nowhere, couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Who is this person?" Only when they shouted greetings, Alliance Leader, did they realize Chu Qing's identity, and a few scattered shouts of greetings, Alliance Leader, echoed through the valley. Chu Qing frowned, flicking his sleeve. Please rise, everyone. I only been here a few days. What's going on? Why the sudden commotion? Tai Lingyun, his face filled with sorrow, stepped forward and said, Alliance Leader, please understand. Chao Qiupu, the White Horse Golden Sword, the great hero Chao, he's been murdered. Chu Qing was stunned, thinking he misheard, and couldn't help but ask, who did you say? Chao Qiupu. Tai Lingyun gritted his teeth as he uttered those 3 words. Chu Qing took a deep breath. What exactly happened? Speak. Chu Qing and Chao Qiupu had known each other for a long time, having met by chance in Qingxi village after leaving Tianwu City. Although they hadn't spent a long time together, Chao Qiupu truly embodied the image of a chivalrous hero in Chu Qing's mind. Although there had been some misunderstandings, they were quickly resolved. He followed Chu Qing to the 10 deadly caves, participating in the battle between good and evil, fighting bravely and sustaining numerous injuries, though thankfully his life was not in danger. But unexpectedly, after only a few days away, upon his return, he was gone. Tai Lingyun sighed. We don't know the specifics, but we already sent people to investigate. However, this morning, his body was brought back by Brother Bai. His golden sword was broken, his chest and abdomen were caved in, he was shattered by a single palm strike, his skull. Chu Qing suppressed his anger, slowly closed his eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Can you discern which school or sect's martial arts it was?" The opponent's martial arts were likely far superior to Master Chao's. They only used some Jianghu techniques, not revealing their true abilities. Tai Lingyun said softly. "Or perhaps we are simply incompetent. Where is the body? Take me to see it." "Yes." Tai Lingyun agreed and led the way. The group followed behind, and after a short while, they arrived at a camp. Chu Qing stepped inside, and saw Ling Fei kneeling quietly on the ground. Her tears had long since dried, and her makeup was smudged, clearly indicating she had been crying bitterly. Wu Qianhuan and Winru stood on either side of her, offering soft words of comfort. However, judging from Ling Fei's expression, she was clearly not listening. Chao Qiupu's body lay quietly on the ground. He was still clutching half of the divine sound sword in his hand. He must have been fighting before he died, gripping it too tightly. "I can't get it off. Forcing it off might damage the body." Lu Xiaonian spoke softly from the side. Chu Qing silently approached the corpse, examining its injuries one by one. Many of the wounds on the corpse were inflicted by the heavenly evil sect, but the few remaining wounds were each more ruthless than the last. Especially the palm strike to the chest, which shattered half of his chest. When he lay flat, his chest looked as if it had been dented. However, the fatal blow was to his head. After silently reading through the text, Chu Qing looked up at Tai Lingyun and Lu Xiaonian. "Why did you cause such a commotion just now?" Tai Lingyun and Lu Xiaonian remained silent. Chu Qing frowned slightly, and Lu Xiaonian finally spoke. "Alliance leader, the Slaughterer of the Western region's heavenly evil sect is marching south, and will soon attack our southern region. Hall Master Tai and Hero Chao were close, and he wanted to stay here to investigate the cause of Hero Chao's death. But I believe we should prioritize the greater good. As a result, they think I don't respect the fellow martial artists of the Southern Ridge." Ultimately, the conflict was inexplicably sparked. Tai Lingyun also said, "Please forgive me, Alliance leader. Just now I acted impulsively. I certainly didn't intend to cause internal strife." Chu Qing waved his hand weakly. "Nanling and Lingbei are both in the southern region. We're all one family. Why speak like two different people? It's only natural for Hall Master Tai to want to avenge Hero Chao. And it's not wrong for Prefect Lu to prioritize the overall situation. This conflict is completely unfounded. Let's just drop it. However, our journey cannot be halted. Let's pack up and continue our journey." "Yes," Chu Qing replied, and neither Lu Xiaonian nor Tai Lingyun had any reason to disrespect him. Ling Fei looked at Chu Qing, Alliance leader. He died unjustly. You two have some connection, so please, don't let him die with a grievance." Chu Qing glanced at Ling Fei and said softly, "Rest assured, whoever did it, I will never let this matter rest. If I find the murderer, I will tear them to pieces to avenge Brother Chao." Ling Fei nodded, took out a book from her bosom, and handed it to Chu Qing. "All of Qiupu's skills are contained here. 5 elements returning to origin technique. 7-tone heavenly sound sword technique, he memorized them together. I have no use for it. If you can avenge him, Alliance leader, I will give this manual to you. Whether you cultivate it yourself, or find a successor for him." A prompt suddenly popped up in front of Chu Qing. Triggered request. Slay the true culprit. Accept? Chu Qing accepted without hesitation, then waved his hand and said, "Everyone, go out and prepare for departure." Tai Lingyun and Lu Xiaonian immediately got up and left. Wu Qianhuan and Winru, not bothering to catch up with Chu Qing, also went back to pack their belongings. Only Ling Fei remained, sitting there silently, seemingly lost and bewildered. Chu Qing's gaze fell on her, and he said softly, "Could you wait outside, miss?" "Alliance leader, what do you mean?" Ling Fei looked up at Chu Qing, her eyes filled with surprise. "Chao Qiupu is dead. Whether I stay here or go out, what difference does it make?" Chu Qing sighed softly, "Never mind. You and Brother Chao had a deep bond, so there's nothing I can hide from you. But please promise me, Miss Ling Fei, that no matter what you see later, you must keep it a secret after we leave." Miss Ling Fei suddenly looked up, a flicker of light flashing in her lifeless eyes. Chapter 522. Alas, what a pity! Master Chao was a good man. A lone white horse roams the martial world. A golden sword cuts down evil voices across 10,000 miles. How could someone like him die? I heard the Alliance leader and Master Chao were close friends. He guarded his body for a long time, and personally handled his funeral arrangements before rushing back to join everyone. That Miss Ling Fei and Master Chao were deeply in love. I heard she built a hut by his grave, and intends to spend the rest of her life there. Heaven is blind. Who do you think killed Master Chao? The Alliance leader has already ordered an investigation, but the results haven't been released yet. I believe that whoever did this, the Alliance leader will seek justice for Master Chao. Almost half a month has passed since Chao Qiupu's death. But the discussions haven't subsided, on the contrary, they intensified. Especially those newly joined to the group, intending to contribute to the martial arts world of the southern region, all heard of the death of Chao Qiupu, the White Horse Golden Sword. Immediately, some lamented, others sighed in despair. This fueled their heated discussion. Inside the tent, Chu Qing sat quietly at his desk. On either side stood Lu Xiaoyan, Tai Lingyun, and others. Ren Biming stood in the middle and spoke. In conclusion, that night, Master Chao was probably worried that his mount, Brother Bai, would cause trouble, so he went to search for him. During his search, he encountered a group of people. For reasons unknown, that group attacked Master Chao. At the time, Master Chao was already suffering from the 10 deadly caves wounds, and after several exchanges, he was no match for them. His divine sound sword was broken. Afterwards, he was pursued relentlessly for over 10 miles, eventually being apprehended by the assassin, Master Chao. My subordinates lingered at that location for several days, and determined that Master Chao was not without fighting ability. He had even managed to injure his opponent. Judging from the marks, the sword wound should have struck his shoulder. Furthermore, the footprints left by the assassin at the site of Master Chao's murder suggest this murderer came from the place where we gathered, and now, he's very likely right here among us. Tai Lingyun's face darkened. You mean, after killing Chao Qiupu, that person returned to us as if nothing had happened? Exactly. Ren Biming nodded. But half a month has passed. Finding the murderer now will be incredibly difficult. No, Chu Qing said softly. The divine sound sword is no ordinary weapon. It appears complete, but it actually has 7 orifices. Those wounded by this sword have wounds different from ordinary wounds. At first glance, they may look the same, but the longer they heal, the more different the scars become from ordinary wounds. Now, half a month has passed, and the Jutian Pass is right before us. To quell external threats, we must first secure internal stability. Before engaging the heavenly evil cult, we must root out this cancer and avenge Brother Chao. Tai Lingyun suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I didn't expect the divine sound sword to have such an effect. In that case, these past 2 weeks have provided us with evidence to identify the murderer. Lu Xiaoyan clasped his hands and said, in that case, tomorrow morning, have everyone gather together, divided into men and women, and regardless of age, everyone must expose their shoulders to check the situation. It's a clumsy method, but it will surely lead to the murderer. Chu Qing nodded. Let's do it this way. Although it's a lot of work, I've seen everyone discussing this matter for the past few days, clearly wanting to avenge Brother Chao and seek justice. The others nodded in agreement. Jiasha, standing to the side, clasped his hands together, saying, Amitabha. If we find the murderer and punish him, Brother Chao's spirit in heaven will find solace. Master is right. Chu Qing waved his hand gently. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should go and rest. The others clasped their hands in response and turned to leave. However, Lu Xiaoyan, Ouyang Tianqiu, Tai Lingyun, and the others paused for a moment, exchanged glances, and then pretended nothing had happened before continuing out. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Qing, Wu Qianhuan, and Winter remained in the tent. Wu Qianhuan reached out and smoothed Chu Qing's brow, saying softly, Don't always frown. You look so much older these days. Life is full of disappointments. Winter leaned against Chu Qing's other side, also offering soft comfort. If you're really feeling unwell, practice with Sister Wu. I cheer you on from the side. Wu Qianhuan blushed, reaching across Chu Qing to pinch her waist. Don't talk nonsense. Even if we really do practice, I drag you along. Winter replied seriously, that won't do. The Tianming sword technique is a secret technique passed down through Sister Wu's sect. How could I possibly covet it? After the battle at the 10 deadly caves, Wu Qianhuan became increasingly determined to practice martial arts with Chu Qing. For the past 2 weeks, although Chu Qing had been frequently troubled by Chao Qiupu's matter, she hadn't neglected her duties for a single day. Only once, when Wenru accidentally caught her in the act, did she frequently use it as a pretext for teasing. However, Wu Qianhuan wasn't one to be easily bullied. She glared at Wenru. Then I know, you don't want to cultivate with him, you only want to be with him. Wenru was no longer the naive girl she once was, and naturally understood the meaning behind her words. However, she showed no restraint whatsoever, and decisively nodded, yes, that's what I think. Wu Qianhuan gasped, asking Chu Qing, since she began cultivating that unchanging heavenly book, Why does she seem increasingly daring? As the saying goes, extremes meet, won't she develop some problems? Chu Qing sighed. She's been accumulating for too long, and now she's in a state of surging passion. She needs to improve her cultivation further before she can calm down. Surging passion. Wu Qianhuan's eyes were somewhat unfocused. Seeing the odd look in her eyes, Chu Qing coughed lightly. All right, not tonight. Why? Wu Qianhuan asked, somewhat surprised. Chu Qing said softly, because I have something to do tonight. But there's nothing important to do tonight. Wenru was also confused. Believe me, something's about to happen. Chu Qing tapped his finger lightly on the table. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru exchanged a glance and said, in that case, shall we stay here, or go back? Go back and get some rest. We have to set off early tomorrow morning. Okay. The two men agreed and turned to leave. This time, only Chu Qing remained in the tent. He silently opened the system interface. Since obtaining the nameless stele in the first martial emperor's tomb, the system had added a martial arts stele and many other notifications. However, Chu Qing hadn't paid attention to them recently. Mainly because there was one option that he had been hesitating over. Now, a thought struck him, and the option appeared before him. Current incomplete quest chain can be merged. Merge? This was a notification that had appeared in the first martial emperor's tomb, but it had been left aside for some time. Mainly because he wasn't sure what it would look like after merging. And his quest chain, currently, should only have one, unranked on the list. However, the experts on the demon-slaying list, whom he had previously thought insurmountable, were now no different from chickens and dogs in his eyes. The difficulty of the quest was utterly insignificant. Thinking this, Chu Qing hesitated for a moment, then chose merge. Merge successful. Trigger clue, the Mirror of Sin. Trigger request, nameless on the list, and accept? Chu Qing was stunned. This prompt was somewhat unexpected. After merging, the final mission form is directly derived? The clue has also changed to the Mirror of Sin. It seems I really can't miss this meeting on the 5th day of the 10th month. He slowly exhaled and chose to accept. Request, nameless on the list. Exterminate all those on the evil list. Current stage, end. Current progress, 0. Mission reward, 3 crimson treasure chests. Chu Qing blinked. 3? Is this to make up for the loss in the mission chain? Then why give me a chance to merge? This thing only appeared after the system's computing power was improved. So the system calculated that I was going to wipe out the entire mirror platform at the mirror platform gathering anyway. To avoid trouble, they created this quest chain fusion option? But if that's really the case, then I should consider this a win. After all, if Chu Qing had encountered all the masters on the mirror platform's demon-slaying ranking at the mirror platform gathering, given the system's nature, it would probably treat all of them as a single quest. This would have meant he only had one reward option, a treasure chest. Now, with 3 crimson treasure chests, and the ability to preset the desired martial arts category, it's already an extremely good result. This is fine too. Let's settle my grudge with the mirror platform on the 5th day of the 10th month. He glanced at the night outside the tent as he spoke, but judging by the time, those who should be here are probably all here by now. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps. Soon, a guard's voice came from outside the tent. Master, stop! The Alliance leader is resting. If you have urgent business, please come again tomorrow. Jiasha's voice rang out from outside the tent. This humble monk has urgent business to discuss with the Alliance leader. Please inform him. It concerns lives and cannot be delayed. The 2 guards were in a dilemma when Chu Qing's voice came. Please invite Master Jiasha in. Hearing this, the 2 guards immediately released their hands. Master, please come in. Jiasha clasped his hands together and entered the tent. He glanced at Chu Qing and then knelt down. Alliance leader, I just saw a message from my sect. It seems that a disciple of the great Sumeru Zen temple has escaped the western region's blockade and has now entered Tontian Ridge. Within Tontian Ridge, the compass is useless. However, if they were merely lost, they certainly wouldn't have rashly used a fire signal. Now that they resorted to such methods, the odds are against them. We beg the Alliance leader to have mercy and offer assistance. Our great Sumeru Zen temple will repay you with our lives. Chu Qing waited for him to finish speaking, then stood up and waved his sleeve. Get up. Saving lives is urgent. Master Jiasha, why such a grand gesture? I have no reason not to help. Please lead the way, Master. Thank you, Alliance leader. Jiasha's face was full of gratitude as he turned and left the tent. Chu Qing then spoke softly. Someone. 2 people immediately entered the tent. Greetings, Alliance leader. You too, come with me. Having said that, he left the tent, and the two men immediately followed behind him. Jiasha glanced back, especially at the two strangers, and felt a slight surprise. However, he didn't think much of it, and leaped up, heading deeper into the Tantian Ridge. The 4 regions, and 1 state of the world were all isolated by the Tantian Ridge. The Ghost Emperor's palace was only a small branch of the Tantian Ridge, the only branch that isolated the southern and northern parts of the ridge. But now, Chu Qing and the others were in a genuine branch of the Tantian Ridge. The complexity of the internal paths was far greater than before. Without a specially made compass, it would be impossible to find a path here, let alone head straight for the Ju Tian Pass. However, Jiasha seemed quite familiar with the surrounding paths, winding his way through mountain valleys and treacherous peaks, taking a full half-hour. Chu Qing suddenly spoke softly. Wait a moment. Jiasha abruptly turned to look at Chu Qing. Alliance leader, what's this? Chu Qing shook his head slightly. Nothing. I'm just curious about something. Jiasha looked even more surprised. Alliance leader, is now the time to talk about this? Now is the time to talk about this. Chu Qing said softly. After all, if we go any further, I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities to talk properly. What does the Alliance leader want to say to this humble monk? Just tell me, why exactly did you choose to join the Heavenly Evil sect? Chu Qing spoke calmly, his tone even, without a trace of accusation, as if it were merely simple curiosity. Jiasha's expression, however, became somewhat complicated at this moment. But after the initial confusion, a hint of bewilderment crept in. Alliance leader, what do you mean by that? This humble monk and the Heavenly Evil sect are sworn enemies. How could I possibly submit? Is that so? Chu Qing chuckled, then glanced at Jiasha's shoulder. With 2 sharp, tearing sounds, the clothes on his shoulder ripped open, revealing his arm beneath. On his arm was a strange-looking wound. It resembled a sword wound, but within the wound were wisps of fine, interwoven scars. Now, as the scars festered, its shape grew increasingly bizarre. Jiasha instinctively reached out to cover it, but was too late. He then sighed softly. This humble monk has never lied, yet now I become a liar myself. But I wonder when the Alliance leader discovered this. Half a month ago, Chu Qing replied casually. Impossible. Jiasha's expression changed drastically. How could it be from half a month ago? Nothing is impossible. Chu Qing clapped his hands lightly. Come, allow me to introduce you to a friend. The 2 guards Chu Qing brought stepped forward, one of them casually removing his human skin mask. The face revealed was none other than Cao Qiupu. Cao Qiupu said in a deep voice, Master Jiasha, you never thought that the ghost you personally exorcised could now stand before you so openly, did you? Chapter 523. How is this possible? Jiasha's bald head tilted slightly, the light in his pupils shifting from bewilderment to disbelief in an instant. The next moment, he suddenly looked at Chu Qing. That day you guarded the corpse for an hour. You revived him? If it weren't for the Alliance leader's extraordinary skills, I wouldn't have survived either. Cao Qiupu handed the human skin mask in his hand to Chu Qing. This was a mask Chu Qing had given him. Chu Qing used to use this to conceal his identity, but he no longer needed it. Of the 3 masks, one was given to Jiangli, the former owner of Wanbeilu. The other 2 were on Wu Qinhuan and Winter respectively. Chu Qing had obtained them from them, and given them to Cao Qiupu and Lingfei. At that time, the journey could not be stopped. For this reason, he sent the various martial arts masters of the southern region ahead of him. Afterwards, he used the heavenly ultimate formless divine power to revive Cao Qiupu. To be honest, this was quite dangerous. Although his heavenly ultimate formless divine power was powerful, there were still limitations to reviving a dead person. First, he had to be able to heal the other person's injuries. If they were poisoned, and the toxins weren't cleared, even if they came back to life, they would die again. Second, there was also a time limit for when the other person had died. Fortunately, Cao Qiupu had the accident that night, and Chu Qing returned the next day. That's why there was a chance of saving him. If it had been delayed for a few more days, even Chu Qing wouldn't have been able to save him, unless he obtained the Sacred Heart technique. By sheer luck, Cao Qiupu only narrowly escaped death, and woke up without any aftereffects. Afterwards, Chu Qing obtained the painted skin and disguised them. After a delay, they finally caught up again. Cao Qiupu and Miss Lingfei later returned, citing a summons from the Alliance leader. As for the various rumors, they were merely illusions created by Chu Qing. So, the Alliance leader knew it was this humble monk's doing half a month ago, but for the entire half month, he never made a move. What is the purpose of this? Jiasha took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Chu Qing smiled slightly. Brother Chow told me that Master Jiasha is plotting to eliminate me. This matter is to be decided before Jutian Pass. At the beginning of the great battle, we must first eliminate the Southern Region Alliance leader, then kill the heroes of the Southern Region. It's quite ironic. Brother Bai likes to steal people's undergarments, and Brother Chow was worried that he would cause trouble and ruin the code of brotherhood. That's why he went out to search for him. I overheard your conspiracy by accident, which led to this fatal disaster. Brother Chow, are you really not going to consider my suggestion of horse meat dumplings? Chow Chiopu was speechless for a moment. Third brother. We're talking about serious matters. Very well. Chu Qing sighed. I keep your wretched horse for a few more days. After hearing what Brother Chow said, I figured that if you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't be targeting ordinary people, just any average expert. Now, all the experts from the southern region have gathered here. A rough estimate suggests that those who have joined me in the past half-month, plus members from various sects and factions, while of varying quality, are numerous. Now there are no fewer than 100,000 people. Under these circumstances, you would never kill me in front of the heroes of the southern region. Thinking about it this way, I know when you're going to make your move, and I also know roughly how you do it. Naturally, I cooperate. After all, why not go with the flow, then, I lure out some experts to amuse myself. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I see. Jiasha clasped his hands together. The reason the Alliance leader wanted Ren Baiming to reveal the details of his investigation tonight is to force this humble monk to act tonight. Delay will only lead to unforeseen changes. To some extent, it's difficult for me to control your actions, but the timing of the attack must be precise. After all, we're almost at Jutian Pass. If we eliminate you before then, the outcome of this battle will be decided. Chu Qing smiled slightly. Master Jiasha, what do you think? The Alliance leader's martial arts are astonishing, and his wisdom is exceptional. This humble monk admires him. Jiasha sighed slightly, and clasped his hands together in a respectful bow. Now that I have answered your question, Master, why don't you tell me why you chose to join the Heavenly Evil sect? Chu Qing said, although we haven't known each other for long, you are a dignified holy monk, having reincarnated several times. How could you so easily submit to the Heavenly Evil sect? This truly baffles me. Nothing more than the wise man submits to the times, Jiasha said softly. Upon returning to the western regions, I encountered my fellow disciples. That's when I learned that the great Sumeru Zen temple had already submitted to the Heavenly Evil sect. And not just the great Sumeru Zen temple. Of the city, the temple, the pavilions, and the manors in the western regions, aside from the 3 families that were wiped out, the remaining city, the temple, the pavilions, and the manors have all submitted to the Heavenly Evil sect. This trend is difficult to reverse, especially with the Heavenly Evil sect's leader's power shaking the world. This humble monk is but a monk. How could I possibly contend with him? Is that all? Chu Qing shook his head slightly. I don't believe it. The earthly slaughtering soldier lord has stated beforehand that the Heavenly Evil sect desires the entire world. Conquering the world can be done ruthlessly, but governing it cannot be done through constant cruelty and exploitation. The Heavenly Evil sect is magnanimous. It's not that it can't accommodate other sections. As long as they ultimately submit, they can still survive. Jiasha said helplessly, the great Sumeru Zen temple has a history of hundreds of years. If we are willing, we can offer the position of national preceptor when the world is unified. It seems that 100 years of heritage doesn't necessarily equate to profound Buddhist teachings. Even through several reincarnations, one cannot escape the blinding influence of greed. As Chu Qing spoke, seeing a change in Jiasha's expression, he waved his hand. Master, rest assured, I am not insulting you, it is merely a statement. After all, who can truly achieve originally there is nothing, where can dust settle? The world is a whirlwind of activity, profit and loss are commonplace. But after saying this, Kasapa's face grew even more ashen. He nodded slightly. Now that things have come to this humble monk has nothing to say but my life. With that, he swung his palm straight at the top of his head. He had no intention of fighting Chu Qing. If Chu Qing had been lured into a trap, that would have been fine. With others intervening, he could have added fuel to the fire, bolstering the situation. But now, facing Chu Qing, even 100 Kasapas wouldn't dare contend with him. He had no intention of humiliating himself, he wanted to preserve his dignity. Just as his palm was about to strike the top of Chu Qing's head, he suddenly felt a suction force pull him involuntarily towards Chu Qing. Chu Qing seized his wrist, instantly draining all his strength. He looked at Chu Qing with despair. Does the Alliance leader not even grant this humble monk a modicum of dignity? Chu Qing smiled. Master, you jest. Death is death, how can there be dignity? However, you cannot die now. You must accompany me to lure out all those demons and monsters lurking in the shadows, so that I may wipe them all out in one fell swoop. You want to use this humble monk? Jiasha felt a little strange, thinking that Chu Qing's idea and action seemed somewhat unnecessary. If he really wanted to use him, why reveal the matter now? Wouldn't it be more logical to lure him into a trap? Unbeknownst to him, Chu Qing was also quite troubled by this. Even if Jiasha had ulterior motives, at least he had done one thing that satisfied Chu Qing. He had given Chu Qing a commission to kill the earthly slaughtering soldier lord. If Chu Qing had followed Jiasha directly into the trap, and things went wrong, what if Jiasha died in the process? Wouldn't that affect the Earth Slaughter Lord's mission? After all, if the client is gone, can the mission still exist? Therefore, the purpose of revealing the truth in advance was to control Jiasha, to make him suffer a difficult life, unable to die. If the Earth Slaughter Lord didn't come tonight, after killing all the hidden experts, he would still have to bring Jiasha back. If the Earth Slaughter Lord did come, then he would kill the Earth Slaughter Lord first, and then kill Jiasha. This way, Chu Qing could obtain two rewards. In short, as long as the Earth Slaughter Lord was alive, Jiasha must be under his control. This involved the treasure chest, which was a very serious matter. However, Jiasha was confused and couldn't understand Chu Qing's superfluous actions. Chu Qing didn't intend for him to understand. After giving Chao Qiupu and Ling Fei a look, the two nodded. Chao Qiupu began to undress, while Ling Fei started to strip Jiasha of his clothes. Jiasha, the entire monk, was dumbfounded. No, this is unacceptable. Miss, stop! This humble monk is a monk. Even Chao Qiupu, who had a good temper, couldn't help but get angry upon hearing this, his forehead veins bulging. He couldn't help but tap Jiasha's bald head with the hilt of his sword. If you say another word, I cut your bald head off. Jiasha immediately shut up. Soon, their clothes were exchanged. Chao Qiupu touched his hair, looking at Chu Qing with some difficulty. How about I shave it? Chu Qing asked tentatively. Our bodies and hair are gifts from our parents. Chao Qiupu was somewhat reluctant, but then sighed. However, my life was saved by my third brother. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him my second parent. If you think it's necessary, then I shave it. Don't shave it, it'd look awful. If I sleep with a big bald head at night, I feel incredibly guilty. Miss Ling Fei tried to stop him. Chu Qing rolled his eyes. Miss Ling Fei, don't you think it's like having a different husband, and a monk at that? More exciting, right? Miss Ling Fei thought for a moment. You know what, you really don't know. What are you two talking about? Master Chao was annoyed. How did things get so risque? Chu Qing chuckled. Brother Chao, don't worry, you don't need to shave your head. I have my own way. As they spoke, Chu Qing covered Jiasha's mouth with one hand, flicked his fingers, and unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his chest and abdomen. Then, with a single twist of his hand over Jiasha's chest and abdomen, he held a bloody human skin in his hand. Jiasha was immediately writhing in agony. Chu Qing casually pressed his pressure points and knocked him unconscious, then handed him to Ling Fei. Chu Qing used the newly acquired human skin to cover Chao Qiupu's face again, took out his tools, and began working. In no time, a face bearing a striking resemblance to Jiasha appeared before them. In the dark, with this face, it's enough to fool anyone, Ling Fei nodded, acknowledging Chu Qing's skill. Chao Qiupu looked at the bloody human skin Chu Qing had placed aside, his expression complex. Third brother, are you planning to use this to cover my hair? Should we wash it first? Of course. Chu Qing took out some more tools and began to process the human skin. Then, with practiced ease, he secured Chao Qiupu's hair and covered it with a human skin. Upon closer inspection, clues would naturally appear. Fortunately, no one would look closely tonight. Chu Qing even added a few special scars to make the scalp more realistic. Once everything was in place, Chu Qing said to Ling Fei, you have a compass. Go back the way you came, and you soon encounter Tai Lingyun and the others. After you meet them, have them take good care of Jiasha. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed. I don't need him alive, just that he doesn't die, understand? Upon hearing this, Ling Fei's spirits lifted immediately. Understood. With that, she twisted and broke Jiasha's limbs. Chu Qing's attack might have been a bit too heavy-handed. The pain of his broken limbs didn't even bring Jiasha back to consciousness. This left Ling Fei feeling somewhat regretful. She hadn't heard a scream. But it was for the best. When Chao Qiupu died, Ling Fei felt as if the entire world had been torn to shreds before her eyes. She couldn't imagine the despair and pain Chao Qiupu must have felt before his death. Now, she only wanted to repay that pain 100-fold to Jiasha. Previously, she had worried that Chu Qing might use him for other purposes, so she hadn't dared to act rashly. Now, with Chu Qing's prompting, she felt free to act. Chu Qing glanced at her and said, "Not safe enough. Remember to sever his tendons and cripple his dantian." "Okay." Ling Fei secretly glanced at Chu Qing, thinking to herself, how could she have been so audacious back then, daring to kill him? If it weren't for Cao Qiupu, she would have lost 800 lives. After instructing Ling Fei and watching her leave, Chu Qing gently patted Cao Qiupu's shoulder. "Brother Cao, this is a dangerous place. I might not be able to protect you in a fight. You must be extremely careful." "Don't worry, third brother." "That's good." Chu Qing's voice directly reached Cao Qiupu's ears. "Listen to my command. Let's go." Although Jiasha hadn't yet led Chu Qing and the others into the trap, Chu Qing already knew its location. When they first arrived here, he had already sensed the ambush around them. However, his martial arts were too strong. He could detect others, but others couldn't detect him. Now, using his telepathic communication, the two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived at a certain location after a short while. The moment they stopped, a crane's cry echoed through the heavens. In the blink of an eye, a figure enveloped in invisible energy was already upon them. Another voice roared, "Three elements transformation finger." Chapter 524. 5 people made their moves in that instant. One used the cry of a crane to seize the initiative, his movements as swift as a fleeting shadow, 1,000-fold in an instant. Another used a superb finger technique, a single move that produced 3 flowing lights that swirled around the finger shadow, enhancing its power. The remaining 3 also possessed unique skills. One pushed forward with both palms, like a tidal wave, the surging energy covering all directions. Another's eyes were like stars, his attacks targeting vital points, seemingly able to see through the workings of fate. A third, though standing at a distance, was connected to the entire universe. His moves were restrained, yet they exuded a sense of thunderous fury. He seemed to be waiting for others to fail, so he could strike decisively and decide the fate of the world. Cao Qiupu had anticipated this, so his expression remained largely unchanged. However, seeing the attacks coming from all around, he couldn't help but feel a momentary jolt. The newcomer's martial arts were likely all superior to his own. If he had the divine sound sword, he might be confident he could contend with any one of them, but facing a simultaneous attack from all 5, he would surely die instantly. However, he also knew that at this moment, they weren't after him. They wanted to kill Chu Qing behind him. But Chu Qing, could they kill him so easily? In a flash, Chu Qing suddenly moved him behind him, then casually grabbed him. His grab was aimed at empty space, but the instant his fingers tightened, they landed squarely on someone's back. The grip was incredibly fierce, his fingers digging deep into the spine, like a palm reaching to seize a dragon. The man, in pain, recoiled backward, about to scream, but found himself powerless. Chu Qing casually tossed him aside, and he was struck head-on by the 3 elements transformation finger. Forgetting his screams, he frantically tried to escape the perilous situation. But in that instant, a surge of powerful true energy flooded his body, making his legs as straight as wooden stakes. A force followed, pinning him to the ground. The good news was that Chu Qing released him. The bad news was, he couldn't move, couldn't walk, and could only watch helplessly as the 3 elements transformation finger approached. Fortunately, although the attacker had been preparing for a long time, he had ultimately cultivated martial arts his entire life, and at the crucial moment, he was able to slightly deflect the attack. At this height, the finger would normally have pierced the man's head. Now, with a forced twist, it left a deep wound on his face, tearing flesh and exposing muscle, along with his entire ear and half of his scalp, all taken away by the finger. Chu Qing seemed to have anticipated this. With a single sweep of his hand behind the unfortunate man's head, he captured the remaining force between his fingers. With a casual flick of his wrist, he struck the man whose palms were wreathed in surging waves. The 2 forces collided with a deafening roar. The man's arms trembled, and he was sent flying backward, the surging waves obscuring all directions, vanishing without a trace. Having done this, Chu Qing reached down, only to grasp at empty air. He uttered a sound of surprise, and his casual grab also missed. The man opposite him had eyes that sparkled like stars, as if they could see through the secrets of the heavens. Chu Qing suddenly understood. With a surge of internal energy from his heavenly ultimate formless divine power, he sent the man who was still trying to leap forward flying backward, the starlight in his eyes dimming considerably. Only one person remained, and Chu Qing looked up to meet his gaze. The color in that person's pupils had changed from full of confidence to utter horror. This whole scene, though long to recount, happened in a mere instant. While others didn't know, the one standing there knew very well who these people were. Of the original 9 families in the western regions, 1 city, 1 academy, 3 pavilions, and 4 manors, only 6 remained. The 5 people present today were the leaders of 5 of those remaining families. The one whose palms unleashed a torrent of energy was Chi Liantian, the city lord of the western region's mountain and sea city. The one whose movements were as swift as a ghost, as sharp as a crane's cry, was Bai Shuzong, the pavilion master of the flying immortal pavilion. The one wielding the 3 elements transformation finger was Song Qinghe, the manor master of the 3 elements manor, known as one finger to sever rivers. As for the one with eyes like stars, specializing in close quarters combat, was Duan Qingchen, the manor master of the Little Star Manor. He himself was Meng Qianfan, the master of Liyun Pavilion, known in the martial arts world as Liyun Qianqi, flowing cloud 1,000 feet. Meng Qianfan believed his martial arts skills ranked among the top 3 in the western regions. He thought he could easily defeat the other 4 of the 5 people attacking him. However, facing 4 opponents simultaneously, he absolutely could not defeat them all in an instant. Especially not like the person before him. Although the exchange was brief, this person's actions were less about defeating them and more about toying with them. Every move he made manipulated his opponents as if they were children. Although Duan Qingchen, the master of Xiaoxing Manor, managed to entangle with Chu Qing for a while using Guanqing Wangwe, star-gazing and moon-watching, he still couldn't withstand the opponent's powerful internal energy. Even Guanqing Wangwe was nearly shattered. Who exactly is this leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance? How could such a master appear in the Southern Martial Arts world? Meng Qianfan originally thought that with the help of the other 4, even if they were no match for the newcomer, they could still throw him into a corner, allowing him to seize the opportunity to strike. But now it seems he was too naive. The earth-slaughtering soldier lord went to great lengths, scheming and setting up today's trap. Surely, he wasn't targeting an insignificant person. This person's martial arts are so high that even the earth-slaughtering soldier lord probably wouldn't dare to easily oppose him. Just as he was thinking this, before Chu Qing could even utter a word, they heard the sound of figures cutting through the air. It was a group of bald monks, arriving through the forest. Junior brother Jiasha, we are here. The sects of the western regions have already betrayed the martial world, and become lackeys of the heavenly evil sect. They can be directly released from their treachery. There's no need to worry about them. May I ask if this is the leader of the Southern Region Martial Arts Alliance? Our great Sumeru Zen temple was defeated by the heavenly evil sect. We have brought our remaining disciples, and traveled thousands of miles, to the Southern region to pledge our allegiance to the Alliance leader. We humbly request that the Alliance leader accept us. The monks spoke in unison, and in the blink of an eye, they were beside Chu Qing and Chao Qiupu. Some of them grabbed Chao Qiupu and pulled him away. The rest of them stood around Chu Qing, facing the remaining 5 experts, their eyes full of vigilance. An old monk stood before Chu Qing, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, yet he knelt on the ground as if a mountain had been overturned, clasping his hands in a fist salute. The great Sumeru Zen temple has suffered its greatest calamity in hundreds of years. Now, less than 1/10 of its disciples remain. I have long heard that the Southern region's martial arts world has been unified by the Alliance leader. The heavenly evil cult is now powerful, and only the Southern region's martial arts sect, led by the Alliance leader, can temporarily stand against it. Therefore, this humble monk, accompanied by his disciples, has come here to meet the Alliance leader, willing to serve as his vanguard and die for him. Chu Qing's eyes flashed, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Was this some kind of theatrical performance, a plan to ambush him? Did he think he was Zhang Zhenren? Then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With these thoughts in mind, he hurriedly reached out to help him up. Senior, you mustn't do this. I was merely fortunate to become the Alliance leader of the Southern region. The heavenly evil sect's perverse actions are intolerable to heaven's principles. It is truly fortunate that you all escaped this calamity and survived. Please rise quickly. As he spoke, he exerted force in his palm to help him up. But then, as the old monk looked up and down, his palms flipped, and a Buddha-like image suddenly appeared behind him. Golden light enveloped his palms, revealing the ultimate technique of the Great Sumeru Zen Temple, the Great Sumeru Vajra Palm. 2 powerful palms slammed into Chu Qing's chest and abdomen. The old monk roared, his power surging. The heavenly evil sect is driven by the will of the world. The Southern region's martial arts world is defying heaven's will. This is unacceptable. Today, this humble monk acts on behalf of heaven. Benefactor, please accept your death and be spared this calamity. He used all his strength, his feet stomping out in rapid succession, each step causing the ground to explode with a deafening roar, propelling. Chu Qing retreated continuously. The monks who had initially been confronting the 5 families also switched sides, launching a barrage of attacks at Chu Qing. Their palms moved in rapid succession, each strike accompanied by a deafening explosion. In a mere instant, the sounds of battle echoed, shattering the surrounding ground. Chu Qing was pushed back more than 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, before finally regaining his footing. The old monk's expression changed. He sensed that the situation unfolding between the 2 palm strikes was not what he had expected. Logically speaking, if the opponent were completely unprepared, the Great Sumeru Vajra Palm, a powerful divine ability of the Great Sumeru Zen Temple, should have shattered bones and severely injured internal organs. However, having used all his internal energy to push the opponent here in one go, and then being attacked with all his might by so many disciples of the Great Sumeru Zen Temple, the opponent's body should be limp and muscular, and his chest and abdomen muscles should not be in such a state as they are now. He seems completely unharmed. Looking up at Chu Qing's face, he saw that Chu Qing's face was pale, truly as if he were seriously injured. For a moment, he didn't understand whether he had succeeded or not. While he was still in shock, Chu Qing had already struck with a palm. This palm strike was swift and rapid, rising like a trapped dragon ascending to heaven, and falling like 1,000 pounds crashing to the ground. The palm struck the old monk directly on the head. The old monk wasn't unwilling to escape. He had ambushed Chu Qing, intending to strike once, and then flee 1,000 miles away. But now that his 2 palms had landed on Chu Qing, how could he just leave as he pleased? His palms seemed glued to the ground, completely immobilized, and he hadn't had any more time to move. A surge of intense fear washed over him, and one palm struck. With a bang, the entire head was instantly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Chu Qing followed up with a kick, sending the old monk's mangled corpse flying. He himself staggered back 2 steps, and to make it more realistic, he even circulated his inner energy, forcing out a mouthful of blood. He pointed at Chu Qing. You plotted against me? Abbot! Master! The disciples of the Great Sumeru Zen Temple, seeing the old monk beheaded in a single move and then kicked away like mangled pieces by Chu Qing, couldn't help but cry out in shock. Then, enraged, he shouted, "Kill him!" The crowd leaped into the air, fists and palms flying in rapid succession. A flash of Buddhist light appeared, followed by a continuous barrage of powerful and relentless attacks. Chu Qing, remembering the appearance of a severely wounded person, weaved through the crowd, occasionally killing 2 in the process, but also being struck twice unintentionally to avoid looking too convincing. Judging from the current situation, the enemy had set up an ambush here, using various experts as bait. On one hand, this was to give the old monks of the Great Sumeru Temple an excuse, making their plight even more tragic, thus arousing Chu Qing's sympathy. This way, they could lower their guard and give the old monks an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. On the other hand, it was also a deliberate test. They wanted to use this opportunity to ascertain Chu Qing's true strength. Now, with the old monk dead, and the 5 experts not joining forces with the monks of the Great Sumeru Temple to kill, they were clearly also assessing their own situation. The Earth Slaughter Master and his men behind him probably had the same plan. If he were completely unharmed and could easily kill these people without paying any price, the Earth Slaughter Master and his men hiding behind them might not dare to show themselves. At least they needed to see the hope that they could kill him. It just so happened that Lu Xiaoyan, Tai Lingyun, and the others would need some time to arrive. Then he might as well go all the way. Chu Qing's performance was quite realistic. After taking several blows from the disciples of the Great Sumeru Zen Temple, he finally roared, stomped his foot on the ground, and pointed his fingers like a sword. Suddenly, a sword strike was unleashed, startling 1,000 miles of strange light. The remaining monks of the Great Sumeru Zen Temple were instantly and completely wiped out. It was a sword strike that severed worlds. This attack seemed to aggravate Chu Qing's injuries, causing him to cough up another mouthful of blood. He swayed slightly before abruptly looking up at the other 5 experts and Chao Chiopu standing in the corner. His expression was icy, and he spoke in a deep voice, Who will come to die first? Today, none of them will die. An aged voice rang out. Chu Qing suddenly looked up. It's you. You, Junior. Do you still remember my voice? The pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion emerged from the shadows and slowly approached Meng Qianfan and the others. He glanced at Jiasha beside him. You did well. Chao Chiopu was speechless. How should he answer? He couldn't bring himself to be so obsequious. In a daze, he remembered he was currently playing the role of a monk, so he clasped his hands together, Amitabha. His voice wasn't loud, enough for someone to understand him, but not quite clear, to avoid giving himself away because of his voice. But judging from Chu Qing's plans, he should have already succeeded. Even if he were exposed, he probably wouldn't be afraid, right? Chu Qing grinned. The conversation between Wan Beilu and others is still fresh in my memory. You think highly of me, actually using Jiasha to set up such a killing formation. But I wonder, how much benefit did you bald thief, receive from the heavenly evil sect? You're actually colluding with them. Cao Qiupu was an honest man, and sweat was almost dripping down his forehead. He wondered if Chu Qing was possessed by a theatrical genius. He even had lines to say. How should he answer to fit Jiasha's persona? Should he say Amitabha again? Just as he was struggling with this, a long laugh rang out. It said that a true dragon has emerged in the southern Jianghu, unifying the Jianghu, intimidating all heroes. Even my heavenly evil sect has repeatedly suffered defeats at your hands. Looking at it today, it seems quite exaggerated. And who are you? Chu Qing looked at the imposing giant, raising an eyebrow slightly. The man could only sneer. When you get to the underworld, remember to tell King Yama that the one who killed you is the Earth Butcher of the Heavenly Evil Cult. Chapter 525. It's done! Chu Qing was overjoyed. Ever since Cao Qiupu told him about Jiasha and the others' plan, he had been looking forward to seeing the Slaughter Lord today. After all, Jiasha had personally entered the game, and this commission he had given him couldn't be wasted easily. Now that he had finally met this person, it wasn't for nothing that he had spat out so much blood. Cao Qiupu's gaze also fell on the Slaughter Lord. But what attracted the most attention was the armor worn by the Slaughter Lord. The armor was thick and had a completely different structure from normal armor, especially its color, which gave off a rather dangerous feeling. Cao Qiupu had never seen the Heavenly Slaughter Lord, and had only heard of the Slaughter Lord. But from this glimpse, he knew that this person was no ordinary opponent. His martial arts skills were perhaps second only to masters, like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, if he wanted to kill Chu Qing, it would be a one-way trip. Looks like tonight's all set, Cao Qiupu thought to himself. Chu Qing's voice rang out at that moment. So you're the Slaughter Soldier Master. However, the Heavenly Slaughter Soldier Master is already dead at my hands. Do you think you can kill me? Not to mention, when you killed the Heavenly Slaughter Soldier Master, did you use any underhanded methods or tricks? Even if you truly had the ability to kill that idiot, now, with your severely injured body, do you still think you can kill me? The Slaughter Soldier Master chuckled and shook his head. However, I'm a meticulous person. I don't act lightly, and once I do, it's always with a single fatal blow. Therefore, just in case, those who came to kill you today aren't just the old master of the Wenqin Pavilion. There's one more person arriving soon. Oh! Chu Qing was somewhat surprised. But who is this person coming to their death? The pavilion master of Wenqin Pavilion frowned slightly, looking at the Slaughter Soldier Lord. Should we attack directly? Delay might cause complications. It's all right. The Slaughter Soldier Lord waved his hand. You're good at intrigue and trickery, but you lack experience in direct confrontation. He's fighting like a cornered beast, trying to buy time to recover his strength. If we attack now, we can indeed win, but his final counterattack will undoubtedly be extremely fierce. But there's a saying, once, twice, thrice, then exhausted. It means that when doing something, you have to go all out. You can't do it intermittently, otherwise you run out of energy, and be completely exhausted. If we wait a little longer, he won't recover much strength. But we can await a powerful ally. With the 3 of us joining forces, plus these fallen heroes from the western regions, and the elite heavenly evil cult we brought tonight, he is doomed. As if in response to the Slaughter Lord's words, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed through the forest, and figures appeared at the boundary between light and shadow, disciples of the heavenly evil cult in their attire. Their numbers were numerous, and difficult to count easily. Chu Qing estimated that there were at least 1,000 elite heavenly evil cult members. As for the fallen heroes the Slaughter Lord had mentioned, Chu Qing glanced at them. These people were utterly insignificant. He was simply curious about the expert the Slaughter Lord had spoken of. When will the Slaughter Lord's powerful ally arrive? You'd be disappointed. He'd be here in an instant. The Slaughter Soldier Lord chuckled. All right, then I give you a little longer. After speaking, Chu Qing slowly closed his eyes. The 5 top experts from the western regions exchanged glances, while Meng Qianfan looked at the Slaughter Soldier Lord. The Slaughter Soldier Lord appeared indifferent, yet he was also assessing the situation. The pavilion master of Wenqin Pavilion felt a growing unease, and slowly raised a hand, about to give an order. A voice drifted from afar. Only when awake do I realize how drunk I was. Only when descending do I realize how high the mountain is. Looking back on half a lifetime of martial arts, when will I finally attain true mastery? The person was still far away when the first sentence was uttered, but by the time the last word was finished, he was already standing opposite Chu Qing. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, listening to these 4 lines, and was momentarily speechless with amusement. He found it utterly arrogant. Drinking can lead to intoxication, but one doesn't realize it until it's too late. Only after sobering up do you realize how thoroughly you've been drunk. Climbing a 1,000-foot peak, looking down at all the other mountains, seeing the sea of clouds and waves, you still don't realize how high the mountain is. Only by descending that 1,000-foot peak step by step do you realize that this mountain is so high. What this person truly meant was that he had practiced martial arts for half his life, never believing he had attained any divine skill or secret technique. Looking back on his journey, he realized that, without knowing when, he had actually grasped the true essence of martial arts. However, the world is full of masters, as numerous as the fish in a river. Whether it be the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, or the leader of the heavenly evil cult, who would dare to say such things so openly? Who would dare to claim they had truly obtained the true secrets? They are merely seeking higher and lower levels, trying to reach the next level. Chu Qing gazed at the person before him. He saw that the man wore a coarse white linen robe, his gray hair was disheveled and unkempt, and he appeared unkempt. His appearance was rather ordinary. Due to his age, his eyes were puffy, making them appear small and narrow. Now, this man was scrutinizing Chu Qing with those same eyes. Then he frowned. Slaughter, do you know your crime? The Slaughter soldier lord perhaps secretly rolled his eyes, paused for a moment, and then spoke. This subordinate knows his crime. What crime? The old man shook his head, seemingly disregarding the Slaughter soldier lord even in front of so many members of the heretical cult. The Slaughter soldier lord, however, understood him deeply, immediately clasping his hands and saying, this subordinate shouldn't have injured him. Since you clearly knew you shouldn't have injured him, why did you injure him first? In that case, wouldn't it be unfair for me to fight him? The old man frowned, shouting sharply, you are truly outrageous. Your Highness, please forgive me. The slaughtering soldier kneeled on one knee, clasped his hands, and said, it was not my intention, but this person's martial arts are simply too high. If I don't use some methods, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat him. Oh! The old man turned to look at Chu Qing, his brows furrowing slightly. So young, what skills could he possibly have? I have cultivated diligently for 50 years, and my martial arts have now reached an unfathomable level. Under heaven, in the 4 regions in one state, besides the sect leader, who can surpass me? Chu Qing was somewhat surprised by his arrogant words, and couldn't help but ask, judging from your self-proclaimed title. I suppose you are one of the 12 holy kings of the heavenly evil sect. May I ask your name? You may address me. The Martial King. A king by martial prowess? Chu Qing's brows furrowed slightly, recalling the information he had obtained about the 12 holy kings from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Indeed, the Martial King was among them. However, according to the information provided by Wan Bailu, the most skilled martial artists among the 12 holy kings, besides one whose name was unknown, were the Tomb King, the Buddha King, and the Evil King. Although the Martial King was also within the intelligence's scope, he didn't seem to possess any special abilities. Since his appearance, the Martial King's words and actions have clearly demonstrated his arrogance. He even seems to think that, apart from the leader of the heavenly evil sect, no one in the world is worthy of his attention. Why didn't Wan Bailu mention this? Or, is Wan Bailu's intelligence incorrect? Exactly. The Martial King stood with his hands behind his back. I have been obsessed with martial arts all my life, and now my cultivation is earth-shattering. I must show myself to test my skills. I heard from D2 that there is a master here who has unified the martial arts world of the southern region and arrogantly claims to be supreme. I came here to learn a thing or two, said the king. But I never expected to find only a mere youth. And injured at that. I am truly disappointed. Come, I won't take advantage of your youth. I stand right here and let you strike me 3 times. Let's see what you got. Your Highness, you mustn't. The Slaughter soldier master and the Winqing pavilion master spoke simultaneously. The Martial King waved his hand. My mind is made up. Say no more. The Slaughter soldier master and the Winqing pavilion master exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. This Martial King was indeed, as he said, obsessed with martial arts. He was single-mindedly focused on cultivating his martial arts, and therefore knew nothing of the outside world. He had no idea just how formidable Chu Qing was. If this person's achievements weren't so brilliant, if the leader of the heavenly evil sect weren't now focusing on the northern region and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they wouldn't have attacked Chu Qing themselves. It would have been safer for the sect leader to intervene directly. They had planned that after Prince Wu emerged from seclusion, he would seek someone to test his martial arts skills, making him a valuable ally. With Chu Qing severely injured, the 3 of them, along with over 1,000 elite members of the evil cult, could wear down Chu Qing, even at the cost of lives. But what happened? Before they even used up their manpower, before they could even exert their full strength, Prince Wu eagerly challenged them to a one-on-one duel, and even demanded 3 blows first. Wasn't that incredibly unlucky? Even with Chu Qing's severe injuries, they didn't think Prince Wu could win in such a fight. After all, although Prince Wu claimed to be almost invincible, who knew if it was true? He had always been in seclusion, completely isolated from the outside world. No one knew the true extent of his martial arts prowess. If it were someone else, whether it was the earth-slaughtering soldier lord or the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion, they wouldn't waste words with him, they would simply order him around. But he happened to be one of the 12 holy kings. Prince Wu. His power might not be immense, but his position was undeniably high. Even though the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion controlled 6 academies, and the Earth Slaughter soldier had tens of thousands of heavenly evil cult members under his command, they dared not disobey the prince's orders. Finally, the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion nodded slightly, and secretly transmitted his voice. Very well, let Prince Wu have a match first, to verify their abilities. Right. The Earth Slaughter soldier secretly exhaled, then transmitted his voice. What if Prince Wu were also killed by this brat? And later the cult leader investigated, saying it was me who instigated Prince Wu to come here. Wouldn't the cult leader? Heaven's will is unpredictable, how would I know? The pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion rolled his eyes at the Earth Slaughter soldier. The Earth Slaughter soldier master sneered, "It's all right. If your highness is truly at a disadvantage, the 2 of us will act directly, without worrying about who the prince is. It's these 3 blows. If things don't go smoothly, act immediately." The pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion also gave a definite answer. While the 2 of them were secretly plotting, Chu Qing was also somewhat confused. Wasn't tonight supposed to be a conspiracy, a trap, an assassination attempt? How did it inexplicably turn into a fair and square challenge? Seeing Prince Wu standing here, exuding the aura of a grandmaster, even Chu Qing, without knowing the man's background, dared not underestimate him. After all, according to this old man, this guy actually dared to compare himself to the leader of the heavenly evil sect. He immediately smiled and said, "Very well, anyway, the southern region's martial arts world and your heavenly evil sect are mortal enemies. You, one of the 12 holy kings of the heavenly evil sect, dare to ask me to strike you 3 times first. How could I possibly refuse your request?" Ha ha ha. Prince Wu suddenly burst into wild laughter. "You have quite the nerve, Junior, but don't blame me for not warning you. I have cultivated the martial god mirror for a full 50 years, my divine power naturally protects me, and all techniques are naturally mastered. If your martial arts are insufficient, the stronger you exert, the more you will injure yourself. You might end up beating yourself to death by going all out. You only have 1 life, and it wasn't easy to cultivate to this level. I advise you to be careful." "So, your highness is afraid?" Chu Qing's lips curled slightly. Outrageous. Prince Wu immediately flew into a rage. "How could I be afraid of you? Come on." He stood perfectly poised, his aura perfectly natural. Even to Chu Qing, there seemed to be few flaws in his movements. Duan Qingchen, who had been sent flying by Chu Qing's internal force not far away, stared intently at the martial prince, seemingly gaining insight. Chu Qing pondered for a moment, then flipped and raised his palm. Yin and yang energies, wind and cloud energies, instantly circulated within his palm. In recent days, he had used the martial arts monument to deduce what he had learned. He had thoroughly reviewed all the martial arts techniques. The palm strike he used now was neither the 18 subduing dragon palms, nor simply the cloud-dispelling palm. A dragon's roar resounded from his palm. Following a flip of his hand, the palm strike was launched, yin and yang transforming into a dragon, accompanied by wind and cloud. A resounding dragon's roar shook the entire universe. In an instant, the palm strike landed on the martial prince's chest. Prince Wu's pupils contracted slightly. A muffled thud resounded from his chest, sending him flying backward, his feet plunging across the ground. He traveled several dozen feet before regaining his footing. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Prince Wu slowly exhaled and nodded slightly. "Excellent palm technique. Young fellow, you're so young, I underestimated you. You used all your strength in this palm strike, yet you managed to send me flying 3 to 5 zhang. That's quite remarkable. I'm considering taking you as my disciple. Are you willing? Chu Qing's expression was strange. Who told you? This palm strike was my full strength? Isn't it? Prince Wu paused for a moment. Then how much strength did you use? Chu Qing hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth, even though it might hurt Prince Wu's pride. But since they were enemies, it seemed unnecessary to consider the other's mental health. He silently extended one finger. Prince Wu was first stunned, then his expression changed drastically. 1/10 of your strength. Chapter 526. Prince Wu's face turned ashen. Chu Qing's palm strike just now was incredibly powerful. Even his martial god mirror, honed over 50 years, was shaken to its core. How could such power be reduced to mere fraction of its original strength? No! This is impossible. Before Chu Qing could answer, Prince Wu spoke first. Yes, I understand. It was an underhanded tactic. An underhanded tactic? Chu Qing was stunned. Judging from that palm strike, it seemed Prince Wu wasn't even worth using underhanded tactics against. He was pondering whether to explain with words or strike again to make Prince Wu face reality. Then Prince Wu snorted, his face regaining its composure and confidence. He stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "You brat, I underestimated you. I didn't expect your martial arts to be so low, yet your methods are so extraordinary. First, you went all out, astonishing me with your cultivation at such a young age. Then you said I only used a fraction of my strength. I wanted to undermine my confidence, so that I would hold back when I attacked, leaving you with limited options, allowing you to find a way to win through this predicament. Unfortunately, I saw through your scheme. Your underhanded tactic failed." Chu Qing clicked his tongue, his gaze falling on the Slaughter Soldier Lord, but after a moment, it settled on the Pavilion Master of the Literary Heart Pavilion. The Slaughter Soldier Lord felt uncomfortable under Chu Qing's gaze, as if he had been offended. Then Chu Qing said, "Old Pavilion Master, your martial king seems to be quite intelligent." The Slaughter Soldier Lord himself didn't know him, but since he had managed to bring in such a person and rely on him as a powerful ally, so he's nothing special after all. It seems your efforts have come to an end. The Slaughter Soldier Master suddenly realized that glance wasn't a hallucination. The Southern Region Alliance leader simply hadn't taken a liking to him. This is truly outrageous. The Pavilion Master of Wenxin Pavilion's expression changed, and he immediately waved his hand. "Attack! Kill him!" The surrounding Heavenly Evil Cult disciples were about to obey the order. But then a sharp shout rang out. "Stop!" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and had no choice but to seize their attack. It was none other than Prince Wu. The Pavilion Master of Wenxin Pavilion was practically sweating profusely. "Your Highness, please don't act rashly." Prince Wu glanced back at the Pavilion Master of Wenxin Pavilion. "You dare question me?" This subordinate wouldn't dare. The Pavilion Master of Wenxin Pavilion gritted his teeth and said, "But if your Highness insists on going your own way, then don't blame this subordinate for disobeying orders." Outrageous. Prince Wu was instantly enraged. "What do you intend to do? How do you plan to disobey my royal command? How dare you speak to me like this? Has Chao Huichen been the Pavilion Master of Wenxin Pavilion for too long? Have you stopped respecting me? And what about the sect leader? In your eyes? Do you still take my heavenly evil sect seriously? You, how dare you?" Chao Huichen, the Pavilion Master of Wenxin Pavilion, stared wide-eyed at the enraged Prince Wu, and couldn't help but glance at the Slaughter Soldier Master with a reproachful look. Everything was normal tonight. But ever since Prince Wu arrived, everything has become completely abnormal. They went to great lengths, using the people of Jiasha and the Great Sumeru Zen Temple, to finally lure Chu Qing here, only to injure him. Their plan was to use the disciples of the Heavenly Evil Sect, using lives to continuously worsen his injuries and deplete his internal energy. Of course, the Pavilion Master of Wenxin Pavilion wasn't particularly optimistic about this step. His understanding of Chu Qing's martial arts was far too limited. He didn't know the characteristics of the internal energy accumulated by this technique, nor whether it could be completely depleted through human lives. But now, he had no choice but to try. After all, if they didn't try now, would they wait until the Jutian Pass? If it succeeded, once Chu Qing's internal energy was depleted to a certain extent, they could join forces with the Slaughter Soldier Master to kill this fiend. Bringing Prince Wu along was originally intended as a safety net. A 3-on-1 battle was far more reliable than a 2-on-1 fight. But who would have thought it would turn out like this? Time and again, it wasn't Chu Qing who hindered them, but Prince Wu. This was utterly inexplicable. The 12 holy kings held exceptional positions, and even as the pavilion master of Winqing Pavilion, he dared not easily disobey them. Now, with things having come to this point, Chao Huichen was also in a dilemma. After glancing at the situation, he took a deep breath and made a decision. Your Highness, forgive me. He abruptly looked up at Prince Wu, but the next moment, his body froze on the spot. His eyes were unfocused, and he knelt there like a wooden doll. He looked as if he had lost his soul. His body was still there, but his mind had wandered elsewhere. Old master. Sweat poured down the leader of the Slaughter army. Who was this powerful ally he had called for? He couldn't help but look at Prince Wu. Your Highness, what is this? When did it become your place to interfere in my affairs? Prince Wu remained as imposing as ever, then waved his sleeve. Don't worry, he was injured by his own 6 scriptures. But, he's the head of the Winqing Pavilion, Your Highness, aren't you? Prince Wu was even more furious upon hearing the words of the Slaughter Soldier Lord. If he hadn't attacked me first, how could I have fallen under the 6 scriptures? This is merely a small punishment to serve as a warning. Once I dealt with this reasonably capable junior, I settle things properly with you all. The Slaughter Soldier Lord felt a deep sense of despair. His mind was filled with thoughts, like a general's incompetence can ruin an entire army, and a higher rank can crush a lower one. He glanced at Chu Qing not far away, his anxiety growing. What do you mean, deal with this junior first, then settle things properly? But although this person is injured, he's no ordinary person. If this continues, what future will there be? Damn it, I thought Prince Wu could be a powerful ally, but unexpectedly, he's ruined the entire plan. I can't just sit here and wait to die. If the Southern Alliance leader kills Prince Wu again, I alone will have no chance against him. Thinking this, the thought of retiring began to take hold. Although this would mean the plan had completely failed, a failed plan is better than losing one's life. As long as he's alive, he can retreat another 3,000 miles and wait for news from the eastern region. If the southern region can't handle the aftermath, he might have a chance to rise again. There's no reason to lose his life because of Prince Wu's reckless actions. Prince Wu didn't know what plans the Slaughtering Soldier Lord was making or what his ulterior motives were. He used the martial god mirror to trap Chao Huichen in the 6 scriptures, making him unable to control himself. Looking at Chu Qing, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. What do you think of my martial arts? Your Highness's martial arts are truly formidable. Chu Qing pondered. This wasn't exactly flattery. After all, the martial prince's methods were indeed extraordinary, managing to trap the Winqing Pavilion master in his own web of intrigue. This was not something an ordinary person could perform. Good to know. The martial prince said smugly, you lad, so young, yet your cultivation is impressive, and you're quite clever. You're practically a carbon copy of me. Here's what I give you. Kneel down and acknowledge me as your master. I'm willing to impart all my knowledge to you. When I pass away, even the title of martial prince can be passed on to you. You've seen it yourself. I hold a high position and great power within the heavenly evil sect. Whether it's the 4 great military masters or the Winqing Pavilion, they all have to kneel obediently before me. While they might not obey obediently, at least outwardly they won't disrespect me. What do you think? Chu Qing tilted her head, glancing behind Prince Wu. If I'm not mistaken, that Slaughter Lord, who's been kneeling obediently, is about to run away. Prince Wu whirled around and saw that the Slaughter Lord had already hoisted Chao Huichen, the pavilion master of Winqing Pavilion, onto his back, tiptoeing away while directing the surrounding heavenly evil cult members to retreat. Upon being discovered by Prince Wu, the Slaughter Lord froze, then flew into a rage. What nonsense are you spouting? Which I saw me run away. Then what are you doing? This wasn't Chu Qing's question, but Prince Wu's. The Slaughter Lord immediately put on a smiling face. This brat doesn't want to become your Highness's disciple, so your Highness naturally has to use ruthless methods to teach him a lesson. But your Highness's martial arts are unparalleled. Once you truly unleash your power, it will affect all directions. Our martial arts are shallow. What if we are accidentally injured by your Highness's outward power? We might as well give up our positions to avoid being caught in the crossfire. I see. Prince Wu immediately laughed heartily. You hit the nail on the head. That's right, that's right. My martial arts are unparalleled. If I wanted you to get hurt, that wouldn't be good. Then you should. Your Highness, please wait. Chu Qing suddenly interrupted. The Slaughtering Soldier Lord was furious. Prince Wu was like a mule that needed to be stroked. You had to go along with his train of thought. As long as it was reasonable, Prince Wu was quite easy to talk to. Just now, he had clearly found a suitable excuse. If he just distanced himself a little further and then ran, would he really need to worry about Prince Wu chasing after him? He himself would most likely be beaten to death by this Southern Region Alliance leader. He was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, barely able to save himself. Therefore, once he ran away, he would be safe. Then, why was he interrupted all of a sudden? The Earthslaughter Soldier Lord was baffled. If Prince Wu was blind to the situation, but Chu Qing wasn't. Even though he was injured, he could still see what he was trying to do. Once he left, Prince Wu would be safe tonight, and this scheme against him would collapse on its own. He could even take Prince Wu's life. Why not? Why was he suddenly undermining him? Just then, Chu Qing said, "Your Highness, I think this Earthslaughter Soldier Lord is mistaken. A master naturally has meticulous control, able to control everything at will. Even if they release their inner force, it should be as easy as using their own limbs, especially if it might implicate them. At least, I can do that. Or, am I overestimating Prince Wu? Is Prince Wu's so-called unparalleled skill just a bluff? What a scoundrel." The Earthslaughter Soldier Lord was filled with hatred. Chu Qing's words at this moment showed he wasn't going to let them go. And Prince Wu would definitely be persuaded by Chu Qing. Sure enough, Prince Wu nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. A true master should naturally be able to control his power at will, as if it were an extension of his own arm. I am a master among masters, and I have already achieved this long ago. So Earthslaughter, you don't need to leave, just stay here and watch. Damn it! The Earthslaughter Soldier Lord was no longer willing to feign politeness with Prince Wu. This old was either a traitor to the heavenly evil cult or a complete idiot. Anyone could tell that the Southern Region Alliance leader was deliberately trying to trick him, yet he believed him blindly. Of course, that kid was no better. He was incredibly cunning and treacherous. This was a dangerous place. If they stayed any longer, they might really die here tonight. He immediately leaped up, cursing, "If you want to stay here, then your highness, please stay. I have military duties to attend to, so I cannot keep you company. Let's retreat." Just then, another voice came from the forest. "Friends of the heavenly evil cult, since you come, why leave? Why not stay? Our alliance leader has prepared some simple porridge and side dishes to entertain our distinguished guests." That voice belongs to Lu Xiaoyan. Tianyin Mansion is renowned for its music, and when Lu Xiaoyan speaks, his voice is ethereal and difficult to pinpoint. There was no need to search. The rustling footsteps had already echoed from all directions. The Earthslaughter Soldier Lord looked up and saw countless figures hidden among the trees. The air was thick with killing intent. At the slightest command, a battle would erupt. The Earthslaughter Soldier Lord didn't care about the fighting, but when he saw these people, his face turned extremely ugly. His eyes fell on Chu Qing, and he gritted his teeth. If you hadn't prepared beforehand, they would never have been able to catch up. Southern Region brat, you planned this all along? Chu Qing smiled, straightened up slightly, and casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The martial prince was immediately pleased. "You're not injured?" Chu Qing nodded. "Thank you for your concern, your highness. Tonight, someone plotted to ambush me here. I always been hospitable, and I always respected those who offer their lives. That's why I treated them to a good show." Prince Wu listened, bewildered, unsure if he understood. The Earthslaughter Soldier Master, on the other hand, felt somewhat dejected. He thought it was a trap to kill, but unexpectedly, he had fallen into the trap himself. He gritted his teeth. "Southern Alliance leader, what a cunning scheme. All right, you two, stop talking nonsense." Prince Wu remained fearless. After all, his skill bred his daring. He stretched out his hand to Chu Qing and said, "How about this? I still owe you 2 blows. Send them out. If 3 blows aren't enough to kill me, you become my disciple. But you just said you contributed a fraction of your strength. This time, I'd like to see just how much strength you have left." Chu Qing glanced at him helplessly. "Who said I contributed a fraction of my strength just now? I held up one finger to tell you that I only used a tiny bit of strength." Prince Wu, huh? Chapter 527. Prince Wu was a little confused. Dividing one's strength into 10 parts and using only 1. That sounds easy to understand. But a little bit of strength. What is that? And just looking at Chu Qing's palm strike just now, how could it be only a little bit of strength? Prince Wu frowned, feeling that he had sorted out the key points and clues from his chaotic state. Then he became a little angry. Young people who have achieved something are naturally arrogant, and a little pride is understandable. But someone like you, who doesn't recognize his own limitations and blindly boasts about himself, is going too far. It seems I have to teach you a lesson eventually. With that, he slowly extended a hand. Looking up at Chu Qing, strike. Chu Qing couldn't help but laugh again. To be honest, if they weren't enemies, Chu Qing quite liked Prince Wu's personality. He had a kind of foolish shrewdness. He clearly hadn't figured anything out, yet he acted with an uncanny confidence, as if he possessed the truth of the world. He seemed cunning and calculating, yet he couldn't figure anything out at all. But as Chu Qing thought this, a strange feeling inexplicably arose in his heart. His smile remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on Prince Wu, but a thought instantly surged within him. Something was wrong. Prince Wu's martial art was called Martial God Mirror. He could make Chao Huichen suffer the same injury as his own 6 scriptures, so it must be related to this martial art. What kind of skill was it? He had already seen most of the 12 holy kings, and almost all of them were dead. These people had diverse personalities. Some were like the Blood King, both weak and playful, while others were like the Tomb King, a seasoned old fox. Regardless of their personalities, these 12 holy kings were no ordinary figures. Then why was Prince Wu an anomaly, so naive and foolish? Is this reasonable? Although the heavenly evil sect had transformed the official positions from the former Great Qian dynasty court into its various branches, ultimately, the heavenly evil sect still operated within the martial world. As a martial arts organization, would they really allow a fool to become one of the 12 holy kings based solely on blood ties? Chu Qing thought carefully and felt that Prince Mei alone was enough to refute the heavenly evil sect's bloodline theory. Otherwise, how could someone of royal blood be so audacious? This old man, could he be up to something? A thought crossed Chu Qing's mind, but his actions didn't stop. Instead, gusts of wind swirled around him, swirling up fallen leaves from the forest and coalescing into a shape. Its form resembled a dragon, rising around Chu Qing. The energy flowed freely within the surrounding area, following the changes in Chu Qing's palm strikes. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens. A red and white dragon broke free from the constraints of the falling leaves, revealing its true form. The wind and cloud shifted, and the palm strikes changed accordingly. Every detail on the dragon's body was clearly visible, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that what clung to its body was nothing but densely packed sword energy. This was a palm strike, and a sword strike. It was Chu Qing's creation, drawing upon the 18 subduing dragon palms, the heavenly ultimate formless divine power, and the innate body-breaking formless sword energy, among other supreme techniques, further enhanced by the martial arts monument. As the dragon-shaped energy was unleashed, the ground cracked open with a deafening roar, all the vegetation vanished instantly, and a great wind arose, whipping through the air. Wherever it passed, screams erupted. The innate, formless sword energy contained within the palm strike merged into the wind. What appeared to be wind was in reality a sword. Sword and energy merged, energy and palm merged, palm and sword merged. Such a convergence of 3 ultimate techniques created an aura of near invincibility. In that instant, even the martial king could not maintain his composure. His expression drastically changed, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. Behind him, the Earth-Slaughter soldier lord cursed under his breath, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed Chao Huichen, still immersed in his mental world, behind him. He was actually using himself as a shield to block the old pavilion master. Retreat! Ming Qianfan, the pavilion master of Flowing Cloud Pavilion, let out a terrified scream. With a wave of his hand, seemingly without any explanation, he pulled all 4 pavilion masters and manor lords beside him into a frantic retreat. His heart was filled with utter horror. They all knew the Southern Region Alliance leader was highly skilled in martial arts. After all, this was to be expected. If his martial arts weren't high enough, how could he unify the Southern Region? Did they really think the experts of the Southern Region were just for show? Although some said that this Southern Region Alliance leader was young and probably didn't live up to his reputation. He was just a shield pushed out by those cunning old fogies of the Southern Region. Ming Qianfan hadn't believed those words at the time, and now, thinking about it, he wanted nothing more than to break the teeth of the person who said them. Who in the Southern Region would dare to use such a person as a shield? They didn't have the qualifications, nor the guts. Compared to them, his own comrades were truly audacious, daring to come here to assassinate this Southern Region Alliance leader. This was as if he feared life would be too smooth, so he deliberately arranged a fatal calamity for himself. His only consolation now was that Chu Qing didn't even consider them a threat. Otherwise, they would be dead long ago. Chu Qing's palm strike was truly astonishing, its power like a divine dragon descending upon the world, a cataclysmic event. As Chu Qing's opponent, Prince Wu was the one who truly felt its true meaning first. However, aside from a drastic change in expression at the beginning, the old man remained surprisingly calm. The dragon-shaped true energy unleashed by Chu Qing's palm strike approached him step by step, at great speed, But Prince Wu's speed was no less. In a daze, as Prince Wu's inner energy circulated, a light suddenly formed behind his head. Like a bright mirror. The light in the mirror shone on Prince Wu, and around him, fallen leaves swirled, their shapes like dragons, coiling upwards. The next moment, Prince Wu's palm technique changed, and the dragon formed from the fallen leaves instantly broke free, transforming into a finely detailed dragon-shaped true energy. As Prince Wu's movements progressed to this point, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Clearly, achieving this was extremely difficult for him. The martial art he cultivated was called Martial God Mirror. As the name suggests, it was the mirror of the martial god, reflecting all things, recording their forms, receiving the light of heaven and earth, and then returning to heaven and earth. This method was difficult to cultivate and master. Prince Wu had spent 50 years cultivating it to his current level, which was already quite remarkable. And after mastering it, his eyes were like mirrors. He could use any martial art in the world with just a glance. The mirror of martial gods, derived from the mirror of martial arts, can reflect all martial arts techniques. When Chao Huichen used the 6 scriptures on him, it was reflected back by the mirror of martial arts, causing him to fall victim to his own methods and become immersed in his spiritual world. Now, observing what Chu Qing had learned with his eyes, he used all his strength to imitate Chu Qing's move, finally reproducing it. 2 dragon-shaped true energies surged towards each other, digging several feet into the ground wherever they passed. As these 2 dragon-shaped true energies collided, a deafening roar resounded. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the 2 forces dissipated, the sword energy contained within surged in all directions. Waves of sword energy surged one after another, magnificent in momentum, and incredibly powerful. And the palm force within, in an instant, shattered the surroundings. A muffled groan escaped the lips of the martial prince, his eyes now filled with undisguised killing intent as he looked at Chu Qing. The martial prince was right. He was indeed a martial arts fanatic. He had truly spent 50 years in seclusion. However, he was not as pure as he appeared. His outward demeanor was entirely deliberate. The martial god mirror uses itself as a mirror, but it can also reflect all people under heaven, even all things in the world. Reflections within the mirror are crystal clear. Therefore, when he first appeared, he knew that Chu Qing's injuries were all fake. But at that time, the earth-slaughtering soldier lord in Chao Huichen, the pavilion master of the literary heart pavilion, had already emerged, and the 1,000-plus elites gathered by the heavenly evil sect had also appeared. The earth-slaughtering soldier lord had gone to such great lengths, yet he had accomplished nothing. At this point, even if they wanted to leave, whether it was the earth-slaughtering soldier lord, the pavilion master of Wenqing Pavilion, or even himself, they would have to leave 2 of them behind. Rather than openly confronting Chu Qing then, it was better to fight to the death. That's why he feigned madness and proposed the 3-strike agreement. His aim was to lure Chu Qing into unleashing his ultimate technique, so he could use the martial god mirror to fight him to the death. He didn't want the earth-slaughtering soldier lord to escape, nor did he want Chao Huichen of Wenqing Pavilion to cause trouble, precisely because at this moment, he still needed these 2 people to help him. Otherwise, even if the martial god mirror could make him invincible, he probably wouldn't have the strength to kill anyone. Now, with the 2 of them at the core, the surrounding land was engulfed in flames, hills were leveled, and trees large enough for several people to encircle were shattered by the dense, seemingly endless sword energy, ultimately reduced to dust by the gale. With just this one strike, countless disciples of the heavenly evil cult perished. Chu Qing, however, had already used the heavenly sound transmission technique to notify Lu Xiaoyan, instructing him to retreat with his men. This saved Chu Qing's side from disaster, preventing them from being caught in the crossfire. As the 2 dragon-shaped true energies clashed and weakened each other, the 2 men's palms, facing each other across the void, gradually drew closer. At this moment, Prince Wu was truly anxious. He stomped his foot on the ground, first breaking the 6 scriptures on Chao Huichen's body, and then shouted, "Attack simultaneously, and kill this traitor." Chu Qing almost laughed in anger. "I think you're just a thief crying stop thief." Chao Huichen, only now waking from a daze, was momentarily confused by the situation. But Prince Wu's words had already reached his ears, and his confusion vanished in an instant. Without thinking, he said, "Your Highness, I'm here to help you." "Me too." The earth-slaughtering soldier lord, like a passionate young man, shouted, and took a stride forward. Thunderous boom. His footsteps shook the earth. With each step, his aura intensified, though his pace slowed towards the end. It was as if a mountain was imposing upon him. He appeared majestic and powerful, possessing immense strength. Seeing that he was close enough, the earth-slaughtering soldier lord roared, landing one palm on the ground while his other hand slammed down heavily. Boom! Thunderous sounds echoed in the air. Chu Qing glanced up and saw an enormous handprint appear in midair. This sight made Chu Qing feel that this hand resembled the hand of a god. Behind it was a mountain god. The mountain god, as tall as a mountain itself, was immense and majestic. Upon discovering him, it lowered its head and reached out, as if to crush this tiny ant in its palm. However, this was all a fleeting illusion. Once things were clear, the mountain god was nowhere to be seen. The power of that palm strike was truly extraordinary. At the same time, Chao Huichen appeared behind Prince Wu, his head peeking out as he looked at Chu Qing. The look in Chao Huichen's eyes at that moment was indescribable. His eyes were still the same eyes, but for some reason, they seemed to hold a multitude of emotions. Was it the rise and fall of dynasties over thousands of years? The endless, turbulent battles, and the clash of swords in the martial world? Or perhaps the golden age of unification, the unification of the four regions? Chu Qing found it difficult to discern the meaning in those eyes. But he knew very well what Chao Huichen intended to do. Therefore, a blue glint instantly appeared in his eyes. Chao Huichen, who had already prepared his moves and was about to unleash them, suddenly froze. What move was I thinking of using? Black tiger steals the heart? Monkey steals the peach? No, none of that is right. What kind of nonsense is that? I am the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion. I can do what? Chao Huichen shook his head violently, jerking it around. But his mind was a complete mess. He couldn't remember anything. The more anxious he became, the more distressed he felt, and the more distressed he felt, the more uncomfortable he became. It was as if there was a lump in his chest that he had to vent, and then he vomited. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew backward. This scene, though described in detail, happened in the blink of an eye. The two men's eyes met in an instant, and Chao Huichen was sent flying, vomiting blood. Chu Qing didn't glance at Chao Huichen again. His dragon-shaped true energy was nearly depleted, and he was about to clash with Prince Wu's palm. But another palm remained suspended above his head. Therefore, his free right hand suddenly slashed. Moonlight! Everyone saw a glimmer of light. Even though they were far from Chu Qing at this moment, the force of the clash between Chu Qing and Prince Wu's palms had swept away all the surrounding trees. So they were fortunate enough to see it too. It was a full moon. The full moon set, a blade of light rose, traversing 10,000 miles of land. The blade of light was as cold as snow. Where can one hear the spring rain? The palm that had been slowly descending in midair stopped, dissipating without warning. The Earthslaughter soldier, who had been supporting himself on the ground, suddenly stopped moving. And at this moment, the dragon-shaped energy was completely exhausted, and Chu Qing and Prince Wu's palms had finally collided. Chapter 528. Crushing dry branches and rotting leaves is insufficient to describe its sharpness. Unstoppable momentum is insufficient to depict its edge. The martial prince's martial god mirror truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme technique, yet to be able to fight Chu Qing to this extent is already an extraordinary performance. Now, with their palms facing each other, he has no strength left. The moment their palms collided, Chu Qing's internal force launched a relentless assault, starting from the Shenmen acupoint on the edge of his palm, producing a series of explosive sounds. He was sent flying backward like a tattered sack. He flew dozens of feet, his figure crashing to the ground, rolling more than a dozen times. Only then, barely managing to support himself, he looked up at Chu Qing, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You, this time, how much, strength? Chu Qing looked at the martial prince, and shook his head slightly. It must be said that this man truly lives up to his reputation as a martial arts fanatic. Even at this moment, he is still concerned about how much skill his opponent has used. That's quite the obsession. However, this old man had ulterior motives. He'd been putting on an act from the beginning until now. If he hadn't been cautious, while he might not have actually been injured, he would have certainly had to put in a lot more effort. Therefore, he didn't intend to grant Prince Wu's final wish, and said with a smile, "To avoid you dying with your eyes wide open, I won't tell you how much power I used just now." Prince Wu couldn't help but widen his eyes, coughing up another mouthful of blood, his body collapsing to the ground, dead. Chao Huichen felt his mind reeling. Not only because Prince Wu had been beaten to death by Chu Qing with a single palm strike right before his eyes. It was also because Chu Qing's previous ingenious technique had clashed with his 6 scriptures. The 6 classics encompasses the knowledge of the 6 academies, containing countless techniques. Chao Huichen innovated upon it, using mental martial arts as the main branch and various other methods as sub-branches. Therefore, the strongest branch is mental attack. If Chu Qing only possessed the art of absolute wisdom, it would be extremely difficult to win so easily. However, he possessed the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering great technique, which enhanced his art of absolute wisdom. As a result, in the clash, Chao Huichen was instantly defeated, this technique damaging his mind and spirit. Although, due to the 6 classics, after spitting out blood, he regained his memories of what he had learned, his mind was now like a boiling pot, completely out of control. Now, with the martial prince killed by Chu Qing with a single palm strike, he felt even more dazed and confused. At this point, it could be said that he had completely lost this round. Chu Qing stood with his hands behind his back. Pavilion Master of Wenqin Pavilion, I am not a bloodthirsty person. If you are willing to serve me, I am willing to give you a chance. Ha ha ha. Chao Huichen laughed loudly upon hearing this. You, a mere outlaw of the martial world, dare to presume to have me serve you. Even if your words were true, it would only make you a laughingstock, and a great humiliation to me. However, don't think you won. Today, I have indeed lost this round, but now that you are here, do you know that the eastern gateway to the southern region has likely been opened wide? Whether it's the martial world of the southern region or its common people, countless people will die because of you. From now on, the world will be in chaos, and you will not be able to control it. Eastern gateway? Chu Qing frowned slightly. Logically speaking, you already know that I have been to the Valley of Abandoned Gods, so why would you utter such nonsense? Even if you've been to the Valley of Abandoned Gods, so what? You can't cure the poison of a single drop of water. Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, has probably been dead for over half a month now. Even if he's not dead, he's already a cripple. What do you have to resist the army of my heavenly evil cult? Seeing Chao Huichen gradually descend into madness, Chu Qing sighed. I really can't bear to deceive a fool. To tell you the truth, Shang Qiuyu should be at the eastern gate right now. You think you can make me unable to attend to both ends? Then I sever your ends completely. Shang Qiuyu? Still alive? Chao Huichen exclaimed instinctively, but quickly shook his head. No, impossible. The poison of a single drop of water is the most deadly poison in the world. Whether you're the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, or some random nobody. If you're poisoned by this, you surely die. You're trying to deceive me. You're exaggerating. I don't argue with the dead, nor do I deceive a dead man. Although Shang Qiuyu is unreliable, guarding the eastern gateway of the southern region shouldn't be difficult for him. Instead of worrying about these things, you should consider your own fate, or how long the 7 Killings Lord can withstand the Xian Emperor. The border of Tontian Ridge in the northeast of the southern region. This place was currently filled with a chilling atmosphere. Countless disciples of the heavenly evil cult scattered throughout the forest, but their eyes were filled with fear. Their fear was all focused on one person. That person was dressed in white, with graying temples, appearing to be around 30 years old, handsome and extraordinary. He walked through the forest without a single leaf touching him. Despite being surrounded, there wasn't a trace of tension. Except for a sudden, inexplicable sneeze. Shang Qiuyu subconsciously rubbed his nose, which secretly cursed me. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of blood appeared, and 4 figures appeared directly in front of and behind him, attacking simultaneously. But before the attacks could reach him, the hands that were striking suddenly began to twist inexplicably. Like a reflection in water, stirred by ripples, the ripples spread from his hands to his entire body. He had no time to do anything, and felt nothing amiss. The 4 figures vanished into thin air, leaving only sets of clothes behind. Not a single drop of blood was shed. This scene intensified the fear in the eyes of the heavenly evil sect disciples. The fear began the night after they were ordered by the 7 Slaughter Lord to invade the southern region and encounter the current Xian Emperor. The 7 Slaughter Lord led fewer disciples than the Slaughter Lord. As their departure was impromptu, they mustered only about 20,000 men. Even so, they were a terrifying force capable of sweeping through any region. But when they encountered Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu, this formidable force suddenly became insignificant. Shang Qiuyu's 9 profound divine art was unpredictable. With a flick of his sleeve, a person died inexplicably. He was flawless. No matter what weapon or other mysterious technique was used, it was difficult to land a blow on him. Within 3 inches of his body, a person seemed to become a shadow, ultimately twisting and disappearing without a trace. Only a set of clothes remained on the spot. His methods, seemingly supernatural, allowed him to kill thousands along the way, yet not a single corpse remained on the ground. Although the remaining force still numbered over 10,000, they couldn't even cross the Tontian Ridge. Instead, they retreated continuously, now almost back to the eastern region. This emperor asks you, Shang Qiuyu's somewhat languid voice rang out. Where is the 7 executioners? Tell him to come and die. After killing him, this emperor will have repaid his debt, and will go find my daughter. Since waking up in the Yin-Yang forest, and seeing Chu Qing's letter, Shang Qiuyu had come straight here. At that time, before the 7 executioners' men arrived, he sat here lost in thought. When he was poisoned by the drop of water, and on the verge of death, he had shared many of his schemes and ideas with Chu Qing. But now that he was alive again, he felt he had acted rashly. He shouldn't have so easily revealed his secrets to Chu Qing, and this kid really wasn't a good match. Unfortunately, her daughter was playful and always hung around that pretty boy. This guy was handsome, skilled in martial arts, and currently the leader of the Southern Region's Martial Arts Alliance. His status, his strength, and his martial arts prowess, probably surpassing even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, all made Shang Qiuyu feel that this guy was too dangerous, too incredibly attractive to girls. What if one day her daughter couldn't resist and forced herself on him, and this guy didn't seem to have any strong principles? If he half-heartedly agreed, wouldn't she be a grandfather? That wouldn't do. She couldn't be without a proper title. Therefore, after dealing with this cult mess, she had to hurry back and take her daughter away. He couldn't let her stay with such a dangerous person. But how could others know his thoughts? Asking about the 7 executioners' whereabouts now was like asking a blind man. Although the heavenly evil cult disciples feared the Xian Emperor's martial arts, they wouldn't easily betray the 7 executioners' leader. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously shouted, "Kill! Stubborn fools! Delaying my daughter's arrival. If anything happens to that girl, if someone dies, you will all be punished with 10,000 deaths." Shang Qiuyu coldly snorted, pressing down with both palms. Behind her, light and shadow flickered and twisted, as if 9 vortexes had instantly formed. With a light step, her figure vanished instantly, only to reappear in quick succession. Wherever she passed, heavenly evil cult disciples perished, yet not a single scream escaped. The 2 regions of the southern domain were too far apart, so Chu Qing and the others naturally didn't know that the 7 executioners' leader had chosen the same day to launch his attack. Naturally, they also didn't know that Shang Qiuyu was currently wreaking havoc. Upon hearing Chu Qing's words, Chao Huichen's expression changed drastically, yet he couldn't help but shake his head. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The poison of a single drop of water is the most potent poison in the world. No one in the world can cure it. Why is Shang Qiuyu still alive? You think it's impossible just because you can't do it? Chu Qing shook his head. Enough, there's no point in saying more. Now that you're here, you remain here forever. With that, he took a step forward. But at that moment, he suddenly turned around. He casually threw a punch, and a deafening roar resounded. The earth-slaughtering soldier lord had vanished from his spot, appearing directly behind Chu Qing, and punched him in the back. Chu Qing's punch collided precisely with his own. The earth-slaughter soldier was physically imposing, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, his fist a size larger than Chu Qing's. However, upon impact, his flesh and blood flew everywhere. His fist, which had collided with Chu Qing's, was instantly shattered. The force traveled upwards along the fist, a chaotic interplay of yin and yang energies, and the surging power of wind and cloud, causing his entire arm to be torn apart. He staggered backward, his arm hanging limply, blood and flesh mixed together, spilling down from his armor sleeve. The scene was extremely gruesome. Chu Qing showed no surprise. Not playing dead anymore? The earth-slaughter soldier's face contorted in pain. How did you know I was playing dead? Nonsense. I clearly severed you in 2, but the system didn't indicate the mission was complete. How could he not know that the earth-slaughtering soldier lord was feigning death? It's just that at the time, he didn't understand what was going on. Why was resurrection so worthless now? If the Ghost Emperor was immortal because his path of ghosts and gods had incorporated the true meaning of immortal reincarnation, immortal ghosts and gods, achieving an inconceivable state of immortality, that would be somewhat plausible. But what about the earth-slaughtering soldier lord? Although they only exchanged 2 blows, each time he won with a single move. But in Chu Qing's opinion, the earth-slaughtering soldier lord's martial arts were probably even inferior to the heavenly slaughtering soldier lord. And he didn't seem to have any special methods. How did this guy manage to come back to life? However, Chu Qing now had some guesses. What's the name of this armor you're wearing? Telling you won't hurt. The earth-slaughtering soldier lord took a deep breath. This armor is called the Earth Soul Armor, one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. Wearing this armor, I am immortal. Southern Alliance leader, your martial arts are indeed formidable. But if I am immortal, what can you do to me? How come these nonsensical things have appeared among the 9 treasures of heaven and earth? Chu Qing sighed. Then tell me, if I stripped you of this armor, would you still be immortal? What a joke. The Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord sighed softly. Once this armor is worn, unless one dies of old age, no one can remove it. So you never change your clothes? Chu Qing asked. That's right. Then how do you take a bath? Chu Qing asked again. The Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord was taken aback, then his face darkened. I don't bathe. No wonder I always felt you smelled. Chu Qing looked at the Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord with a hint of disgust. The Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord was furious. Was that even the point? Just as they were talking, a sound of bones grinding rang out, and the Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord's arm, which he had supposedly lost, had miraculously grown back. The Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord roared, suddenly collapsing to the ground, supporting himself with his hands, his eyes fixed on Chu Qing. Chu Qing was stunned. You're not a toad, are you? Is this enough? A flash of anger crossed the Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord's eyes. This was inhuman. How dare he insult him? He grabbed with both hands, slowly lifting them from the ground. At the same time, a terrifying force, like a mountain, gathered around him. As the Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord pulled with his hands, the force grew stronger with each passing moment. Finally, the Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord lifted himself up, and the ground beneath his feet gradually collapsed, as if a mountain truly existed on his hands. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high, reaching into the clouds, and supporting the sky. Its magnificent aura gathered power from all directions, towering and awe-inspiring, invincible. Suddenly, the Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord changed his footwork and roared, mountain moving. Chapter 529. The 4 great warriors each have their own strengths. Although their roots are the same, they all practice the killing manual. Heavenly Slaughter excels in swordsmanship, 7 Slaughter in spear, Earthly Slaughter in palm strikes, and 9 Annihilation in leg techniques. Earthly Slaughter currently uses his unique skill, Mountain Moving Palm. Unlike many impressive-sounding martial arts names, Earthly Slaughter's martial art sounds quite ordinary. But that's not the case at all. Although the Mountain Moving Palm is not even among the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound sects, this martial art is based on the Earth Soul Armor. Back then, the Great Qian dynasty collected the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. Although 300 years ago, due to the dynasty's collapse, the 9 treasures were scattered. Some were obtained by martial artists, and some were hidden. For example, the gold fragments Chu Qing obtained in Tianyin Mansion and Taiheng sect pointed to the location of one of the 9 treasures. That was something the people of the Great Qian dynasty carried out, hid, and left clues behind. These clues existed in 2 separate locations, Tianyin Mansion and Taiheng Gate. This is why the heavenly evil cult was so aware of the details. If it weren't for the fact that the true nature of the matter hadn't been revealed, preventing the heavenly evil cult from directly showing themselves to retrieve the treasures, there would have been no need for the Blood King's roundabout approach. Ultimately, both clues ended up in Chu Qing's hands. All of this demonstrates that the Great Qian dynasty's understanding of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth was far beyond that of ordinary people. The mountain-moving palm was created by the people of the Great Qian dynasty using the Earth Soul Armor. This technique uses the earth to rise, uprooting mountains thousands of feet high. By moving the mountain further, its power can be as devastating as shattering the heavens. In a flash, a 10,000-foot mountain collapsed, an immense force enveloped everything, and before it even landed, the ground was already filled with flying sand and stones. Such power was truly extraordinary. Chu Qing stood with his hands behind his back, slightly raising his eyes, to watch the Earth Slaughter Soldier Master unleash his power, but his brow and eyes remained completely still. He simply raised his hand slowly, and flicked his finger. Chu Qing had used this move before in the Valley of Abandoned Gods. His finger was like a sword, a surging dragon. It possessed the sharpness to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. However, the one he used now was different from that time. Because he used 3 fingers. Even a single finger already embodied the rotation of yin and yang energies, with wind and clouds flowing together. Its sharpness and ruthlessness were beyond words. Let alone now, with all 3 fingers extended simultaneously. The flick of the finger caused wind and clouds to surge. The attack was the wind, but the force unleashed was sword energy. The 3 sword energies intersected, their sharpness converging at one point. In an instant, a 10,000-foot mountain was pierced through by a single finger, its sharpness dissipating without the Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord even noticing the hole left in his head. Mountain Moving Palm is a unique technique combining internal energy and palm strikes. The so-called 10,000-foot mountain is merely a manifestation of true energy. Chu Qing's finger pierced through the Slaughter Soldier Lord's brow, and the true energy generated by him naturally dissipated completely. The next moment, Chu Qing hooked his 5 fingers, about to pull the Slaughter Soldier Lord's corpse, but a dim, bloody light flashed, and the Slaughter Soldier Lord's body vanished. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, abruptly turning around, only to see that the Wenqing Pavilion Master, who had just been sitting there slumped, had half his body disappeared from the ground. In that instant, he sank completely into the ground and vanished. So he had such abilities. Chu Qing suddenly realized, and at the same time understood that the Slaughter Soldier Lord had never intended to win with just this mountain-moving palm move. From the moment the 3 of them joined forces, and were still defeated by Chu Qing in one move, he had already wanted to escape. But Chu Qing would certainly not be willing to fight openly. He displayed the power of the Soul Armor, and used the mountain-moving palm as if he were fighting desperately. His aim was simply to make Chu Qing believe that he intended to use the Soul Armor's ability to resurrect him infinitely, to wear Chu Qing down. He wanted to draw Chu Qing's attention to the fight, and then, under the guise of escaping underground, take away the Pavilion Master of Wenqing Pavilion. He was confident that he could escape 1,000 miles in an instant. But he ultimately underestimated Chu Qing. His right foot slightly lifted, taking only a small half-step, before crashing down. Everyone around felt the entire Tongtian Ridge shake under that single kick. Thump! Thump! 2 muffled sounds, and 2 figures were forced out of the ground by Chu Qing. Chao Huichen coughed up blood. His injuries were already primarily to his spirit, but now his body was also severely damaged. Even worse, back at Wan Bailu, Chu Qing had exchanged a blow with him from a distance. Even though he had lost then, Chu Qing couldn't find his body or kill him. But this time was different. He came in his true form, going all out. The result was that he was destined for death. As for the Slaughter Soldier Lord, he didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood, he was instantly killed by the shockwave. However, the effects of the Soul Armor were astonishing. The Slaughter Soldier Lord had barely landed, when he had already regained his life. A rare hint of fear even flickered in his usually bright eyes. People may not fear those stronger than themselves, but they cannot be without fear of those who can treat them like ants, those who can annihilate them with a flick of the wrist. 1 slash, 1 finger, 1 kick, he had died 3 times in a row. While the Soul Armor possessed the power to resurrect, it wasn't without its price. After dying 3 times in a row, the cost was becoming unbearable. He had to run, and he was already regretting bringing Chao Huichen with him. If he were alone, perhaps he could have escaped, but now it seemed too late, because Chu Qing wouldn't give him the chance. Sure enough, a heavy weight pressed down on his head. Without even looking up, he knew Chu Qing had arrived. The next moment, a surge of violent internal energy entered his body, and he died instantly, bleeding profusely. A deep red light flashed, and his flesh began to regenerate. The Slaughtering Soldier Master suddenly swung a palm upwards, but Chu Qing casually caught it with a single palm strike, pressing him to the ground with the force. The Slaughter Soldier Lord was overjoyed. Had Chu Qing made a foolish move in desperation? Knowing he possessed the Soul Armor, yet still trying to force him underground? He immediately spun around, using his internal energy to activate the Soul Armor. The surrounding soil instantly softened, and his feet slipped, about to fall. But the next moment, immense pressure suddenly came from all directions. The previously loose soil became incredibly hard, firmly locking his body within that small space. His expression changed drastically. The Slaughter Soldier Lord is actually a Pandalin. Perhaps, to achieve this, ultimately, it's because of these 9 treasures of heaven and earth, possessing special abilities beyond human comprehension. But no matter how wondrous this ability may be, it still boils down to internal energy. You can use the Soul Armor to travel underground, so why can't I use my internal energy to reinforce the soil, making the surroundings as solid as a rock? You can't break through that barrier anyway. After all, your internal energy is utterly insignificant compared to mine. As Chu Qing spoke, he poked the Slaughter Soldier Lord's forehead with his finger. The Slaughter Soldier Lord screamed and died on the spot. A moment later, he came back to life. Then he poked him again. Perhaps there are treasures in this world that can bring the dead back to life. After all, Chu Qing himself could bring Chao Qiupu back from the dead. How could he possibly stop the miracles that exist in this world? But Chu Qing also believed that nothing in this world is truly immortal. Even the Ghost Emperor, though immortal, was still killed by Chu Qing. Even if the Slaughter Soldier Lord could die and come back to life thanks to the Soul Armor, Chu Qing believed that this would definitely come at a price. Given the Earth Soul Armor's miraculous effects, the price couldn't be as simple as being unable to remove it for life. Therefore, Chu Qing planned to keep killing him, until the Earth Slaughter Soldier Lord was powerless to save himself, until he could no longer pay the price. At that time, he would truly be dead. He poked the ground with his finger at the slaughtering soldier master, then waved his hand slightly. Gentlemen, what I'm about to do is tedious and boring. No need to watch. Eradicate evil completely. Slaughtering the heavenly evil cult disciples is the only righteous path. These words jolted the people of Nanling awake. Immediately, led by Tai Ling Yun and others, they began to attack the 1,000-odd heavenly evil cult disciples. This battle was still a battle of numbers against fewer. Since Chu Qing had prepared in advance, he wouldn't allow the ratio to become 2 to 1 or 3 to 1. He needed to ensure that every member of the heavenly evil cult was surrounded and attacked by 5 or more experts from the southern region to be considered safe. The entire forest erupted into chaos. Chao Qiupu, sporting a shaved head, had bound the Wenqing Pavilion master and tossed him at Chu Qing's feet. Looking at the surrounding turmoil and the incessant shouts of battle, he glanced at Chu Qing, engrossed in killing, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. You certainly know how to find peace amidst chaos. Find peace amidst chaos, and you use that phrase like that. Chu Qing was speechless for a moment, then glanced around. Those 5 people, have they switched sides? Chao Qiupu followed his gaze, and saw Ming Qianfan leading the 5 top experts of the western regions. They weren't fighting the southern region people. Instead, they were battling the heavenly evil sect. Are they abandoning darkness for light? Chao Qiupu's face showed some relief. Excellent. To err is human, to forgive divine. Brother Chao, did Miss Ling Fei have any other predestined relationships before you? Of course not. Chao Qiupu shook his head decisively. That's strange. If not, why would they choose someone as honest as you to take over? Chu Qing rolled her eyes. Don't you think they didn't abandon the darkness for the light, but rather knew that opposing us would mean death? Faced with life and death, they chose submission. When the heavenly evil sect attacked the western regions, they submitted to the heavenly evil sect to avoid being killed by them. The same is true now. Chao Qiupu paused, then sighed. Just to survive, nothing shameful. Nothing shameful. It's just a pity that, going back and forth like this, they end up with no one believing them. But they have no choice, Chao Qiupu said. In chaotic times, who can truly be their own master? Chu Qing clicked his tongue in admiration. The Great Holy Mother. Who? Chao Qiupu immediately looked around, curious about where the so-called Great Holy Mother was. But after searching, he couldn't find anyone matching the description. Chu Qing ignored him, glancing down at the Slaughtering Soldier Lord. He noticed that although the man was still alive, he was barely clinging to life. Not from his appearance, but from his physical form. The Slaughtering Soldier Lord was a very burly man, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a powerful gait. But now, he was emaciated. His appearance had changed from youthful to old age. Most of his hair had fallen out, his eyes were sunken, and his gaze was lifeless. He looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s, nearing the end of his life. Chu Qing glanced at him, not continuing to kill him, but instead tried to peel the soul armor off his body. However, he failed. It was as if the armor was ingrained in his body. Chu Qing could tear this treasure of heaven and earth apart, but removing it intact was impossible. Interesting. It seems the soul armor isn't as he claimed, that once worn it's impossible to remove. Chu Qing stroked his chin. If one didn't care about the wearer's life, one could peel it off alive, but the feeling would be like skinning a person alive. Truly a treasure of heaven and earth, this alone is enough to shock the world. Chao Qiupu frowned. But why did he become like this? There's no such thing as a sudden resurrection, nor is there such a thing as limbs regenerating for no reason. Chu Qing said softly, these all come at a price. But compared to that, the price of the soul armor itself isn't high. He then pointed a finger at the Slaughter Soldier Lord. Quest completed. Successfully killed the Slaughter Soldier Lord. Attained a random martial arts treasure chest. Chu Qing's lips twitched. Sure enough, as his martial arts improved, the rewards decreased. Killing the Heavenly Slaughter Soldier Lord had yielded a crimson treasure chest. Now, killing the Slaughter Soldier Lord only gave him a regular random martial arts treasure chest. Luckily, he still had a treasure chest waiting for him, otherwise, all this effort until now would have been for nothing. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly sensed something was wrong with the Slaughter Soldier Lord. Looking down, he saw his flesh and blood disintegrating at a visible speed, instantly turning into a mass of black blood, which flowed into the soul armor. Ultimately, nothing remained. The color of the Earth Soul armor deepened even further. Chu Qing pulled the Earth Soul armor from the ground and tossed it to Chao Qiupu. Hold this for me, I'm free now. Might as well help everyone. So many people. Even if you help, it'd be a drop in the ocean, won't it? You underestimate me, don't you? Chu Qing smiled, and suddenly a dragon's roar rose from his body, followed by a sharp sword cry and blade light soaring into the sky. Buzzing, buzzing! Everyone in the arena, regardless of whether they were righteous or evil, whoever wielded a sword or blade found their weapons becoming uncontrollable. Just as they were about to forcefully suppress them with their inner force, they felt the sky change. A speck of grayish-white light, like ink dripped into water, instantly spread, covering the sky, the earth, and all living beings. The world turned grayish-white, fallen leaves froze, weapons stood still. Everything froze in that instant. Chapter 530. The world lost its color, all things fell silent. In this frozen world, wherever internal energy covered, no one could move. They were all suppressed by Chu Qing's overwhelming internal energy. What's going on? Ming Qianfan stared incredulously at his surroundings, waves of despair washing over him. Even Duan Qingchen's eyes couldn't see through the flaws in the world at that moment. They thought they understood Chu Qing's power enough, but at this moment, they realized once again the terrifying gap in their strength. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk swords and blades flew from his hands, gathering behind Chu Qing. Densely packed, at first glance, it was impossible to tell how many there were. With a sweep of his arm, a torrent of energy cascaded down like the Yangtze River, yet not a single scream escaped his grasp. Because they couldn't move. Only after this attack landed did the colors of the world return. The remaining dewdrops fell to the ground, and the about-to-falling blade vanished without a trace. Only blood gushed from the bodies of the heavenly evil cult disciples. Some were decapitated, others sliced open. At the very least, several transparent holes remained in their bodies. Corpses were thus presented before everyone. Even the fearless heavenly evil cult disciples couldn't help but feel fear at this moment. It was impossible to count how many people Chu Qing killed with this attack. After this single strike, the 1,000-odd members of the heavenly evil cult were immediately routed. Surrounded and slaughtered by the experts of the southern region, not a single one escaped. After the battle, the experts from various factions of the southern region, under Chu Qing's orders, began to clean up the battlefield. Actually, they didn't want to get involved. After all, this was a branch of Tontian Ridge, a place ordinary people never came to. Letting the corpses remain was a gift from nature, allowing the wild beasts of the mountains to enjoy a buffet. But Chu Qing considered it, and decided he had to clean it up. Too many corpses could easily lead to disease outbreaks. The wild beasts of the mountains might be infected, or even carry the disease. If they left Tontian Ridge and were eaten by ordinary people, that could very likely cause dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of deaths. So they had to clean it up to avoid future troubles. The experts from the southern region naturally obeyed respectfully. Chu Qing sat on a large rock that someone had carried there, looking at Chao Huichen, the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion, and the 5 experts from the western region kneeling before him. At this point, they had introduced themselves. Chu Qing had a general understanding of them, and the reason they knelt here was simple. They wanted to pledge allegiance to Chu Qing, to abandon their evil ways and embrace the light. Chu Qing ignored them for the moment, instead turning to Chao Huichen. Does the pavilion master have anything to say now? Chao Huichen's face fell. I have nothing to say. I've fallen into your hands. Kill me or do with me, it's all up to you. Chu Qing sighed softly. The pavilion master is no ordinary person. Now that I've finally captured you alive, I naturally have to find a way to pry your mouth open. At least I should ask where your heavenly evil sect's headquarters is, shouldn't I? However, compared to my methods, I rather you speak voluntarily. You're wishful thinking. Chao Huichen sneered. I will never speak voluntarily. Use whatever methods you have. Chu Qing sighed. Why be so persistent? 300 years ago, the great Qian dynasty collapsed, and the martial world was thrown into chaos. Martial arts heroes established their own strongholds, each governing their own territory. This has led to constant turmoil in the martial world for the past 300 years. Some places have enjoyed relatively peaceful times, while others, despite the absence of natural disasters or man-made calamities, are plagued by widespread famine, with 9 out of 10 houses empty. Ultimately, it's because the world is fragmented, and the leaders in various regions are of mixed quality. Some lack both the means to save the world and the capacity for peace, and are also insatiably greedy, leading to repeated tragedies. Chu Qing said softly, the heavenly evil cult actually has great ambitions. For regions, one state, and the whole world unified. If such a day truly comes, and a wise ruler diligently governs, bringing peace and prosperity to the people, even I would gladly see it happen. But, is your heavenly evil sect the kind of person who diligently governs and brings peace to the world? Chao Huichen, who had initially agreed with the earlier points, flew into a rage upon hearing the last sentence. If we are not, then who are you? Chu Qing didn't refute him, but instead said, as far as I know, the current leader of the heavenly evil sect is quite peculiar. His temperament is unpredictable, his methods cruel, and he treats life like a plaything. If you were to truly place such a person on the throne, do you really think he would be a wise and diligent ruler? Wouldn't he be more like a tyrant who, upon seeing a pregnant woman on the street, would order her to be cut open simply to see if the child was a boy or a girl? You? Chao Huichen frowned. How do you know the leader's personality? Xingshan told me. Chu Qing waved his hand. But these are minor details, not important. What's important is, with your abilities and position, Chao Huichen, do you really think your cult leader can become a wise ruler? Chao Huichen remained silent. A cult leader with an eccentric and tyrannical personality could naturally not become a wise ruler. But at this moment, should he tell Chu Qing the truth? Should he agree with Chu Qing's ideas? Would he still care about his stance? Chao Huichen snorted and simply said, in chaotic times, harsh measures are necessary. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are required. The world has been in chaos for 300 years. Only our leader can lead us to unify the world and restore peace. His personality, before this, is insignificant. Yes, you also know the world has been in chaos for 300 years. Chu Qing slowly stood up. These 300 years of trials and tribulations have already left the world scarred and devastated. Aren't you afraid that your so-called harsh measures in chaotic times will go too far? Will they plunge this already wounded world into complete darkness? Given your leader's personality, once he stands in that high position, the world might fall into another, even deeper darkness. Chao Huichen, if I were you, I would pull back from the brink. Even if the past cannot be undone, at least we should plan for the rest of our lives, instead of blindly following a dark path. With that, Chu Qing flicked a finger, striking Chao Huichen. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, he said, take him away. Immediately, two martial artists from the southern region seized Chao Huichen and carried him away. Lu Xiaoyan glanced at Chu Qing and asked in a low voice, do you really want to subdue this man? Chu Qing shook his head but remained silent. He certainly didn't want to subdue Chao Huichen. The hands of the heavenly evil cult members were stained with blood, the blood of countless innocent people. Chu Qing had always wanted nothing more than to kill them. But Chao Huichen was different. This man held a high position, different from the 12 holy kings. If compared to the court of the previous dynasty, he would be the highest-ranking official, the head of all officials. He might know things the 12 holy kings didn't. He could probably extract a lot of information from him. Chu Qing possessed extraordinary techniques, like the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique and torture methods, already far beyond the ordinary. But Chao Huichen excelled in mental martial arts. Using them rashly would only worsen Chao Huichen's injuries, potentially driving him insane or killing him, making it difficult to find what he wanted. To break through his heart, he first had to shake him. If one's thoughts are wavering, they will eventually be exploited, and the secret Chu Qing seeks will be uncovered. However, these matters are difficult to discuss with others. Lu Xiaoyan, knowing the situation, refrained from further questioning and quietly stepped aside. Chu Qing then turned his gaze to Meng Qianfan and the others. Gentlemen, I heard you intend to abandon darkness and join my southern region's martial arts world. Meng Qianfan nodded repeatedly. Our leader's divine skills are unparalleled. We are willing to submit. But you recently submitted to the heavenly evil sect, Chu Qing said somberly. The reincarnated living Buddha of the great Sumeru Zen temple was blinded by fame and fortune. I treated him with the utmost respect, yet he killed my friend and tricked me into committing suicide. You are all from the western region's martial arts world, yet you have served the heavenly evil sect wholeheartedly, willingly becoming its pawns. Under these circumstances, how can I believe you are truly willing to submit? Or are you planning a scheme within a scheme, feigning submission while secretly passing messages to the heavenly evil sect to wipe us all out? Meng Qianfan and the others exchanged bewildered glances, genuinely unable to prove their loyalty. Faced with someone like Chu Qing, if he was convinced of their loyalty, even pleading would be pointless, and despair inevitably appeared on their faces. Chu Qing suddenly smiled. If I agree to your submission, what will I gain? Meng Qianfan abruptly looked up. If the alliance leader grants your permission, all the cities, courtyards, pavilions, and manors in the western regions will belong to you. Is that what you mean too? Chu Qing glanced at the others. Everyone nodded. Then Duan Qingchen said, Alliance leader, you are unaware. Our submission to the heavenly evil sect is out of necessity. Our foundation lies in the western regions. If we do not submit, our years of accumulated power will be destroyed in an instant. In truth, we also deeply abhor the heavenly evil sect. In the past, we had no other choice, but now that the Alliance leader has appeared, we have finally seen a glimmer of hope. We beg the Alliance leader's mercy. Since you have such sincerity. Chu Qing glanced at Lu Xiaoyan, Tai Lingyun, and the others, then nodded. If I were to refuse, it would seem rather heartless. However, while it is good that you have once betrayed the path of chivalry, and now wish to abandon darkness for light, if you were to make me believe you unscathed and without any conditions, wouldn't others think that the distinction between good and evil is so easily swayed by a single word? Alliance leader, if you would grant us your allegiance, we are willing to endure 3 cuts and 6 holes to show our resolve, Meng Qianfan said solemnly, raising his eyes. Chu Qing shook his head. Now that chaos has begun, I fear there will be a series of great battles. Not to mention the distant future, although the outcome of the battle at Jutian Pass is already decided, it hasn't truly begun yet. Those 50,000 disciples of the heavenly evil cult are eagerly awaiting our slaughter. Therefore, I am in dire need of manpower now. How can I possibly fight if you resort to 3 cuts and 6 holes? How about this? I have a method called the Life and Death Talisman. Once this Life and Death Talisman activates, it intensifies day by day, the intense itching and pain increasing for 81 days, then gradually diminishing. After 81 days, it intensifies again, repeating this cycle endlessly. If I were to find out that you were to outwardly comply but inwardly defy me in the future, you would have to experience this agony of being unable to live or die. Of course, if you truly repent, after the war with the heavenly evil sect is completely over, I can remove the Life and Death Talisman from you. You be free. This. Meng Qianfan was momentarily stunned, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. 3 cuts and 6 holes were actually manageable. 3 stabs to the body, while severe, wouldn't be fatal for them, given their martial arts skills. They wouldn't even need a few days to be back in action. But the Life and Death Talisman Chu Qing spoke of was clearly a method that truly made them vulnerable. He's making it sound good now, promising to remove it after the war, but what if it's just empty talk? If he doesn't remove it then, with his martial arts skills and prestige, who would dare question him? Or perhaps, something unexpected happened to him during this battle, and he died? Wouldn't that mean they would be forever without hope? But seeing Chu Qing's expression, they knew that if they didn't do as he said, Chu Qing would absolutely not believe them. Death would be their only fate. Finally, Meng Qianfan clasped his hands and spoke, Please, Alliance leader, bestow upon your subordinates the Life and Death Talisman. Seeing this, the other 4 understood that things had come to this point, and they had no other choice. They immediately chimed in, Please, Alliance leader, bestow upon your subordinates the Life and Death Talisman. Very well. Chu Qing extended his 5 fingers, and instantly, clouds condensed in the void. The clouds turned into water, forming 5 crystal-clear pieces of thin ice, which swirled in the air between his palms, a truly beautiful sight. Meng Qianfan and the others stared at the object in Chu Qing's hand, momentarily astonished. This was the Life and Death Talisman? This thin piece could make life worse than death? Just as they were thinking this, Chu Qing waved his hand, and 5 thin ice shards were injected into their bodies, each in a different location. The group felt a jolt throughout their bodies, an excruciating itch rising from their very bones. They couldn't help but scream, reaching out to scratch, but they couldn't reach the spot, and for a moment, they wished they could roll on the ground. But just then, the intense itch vanished abruptly. Chu Qing spoke, I just wanted you to experience the power of this thing. Once it erupts, it will make you wish you were dead. The experience, though brief, had left them with lingering fear. The group knelt down. Yes, we understand. All right. Chu Qing stood up. This matter is settled. Let's return home. I killed the Earth Slaughterer tonight, and got a martial arts treasure chest. After I get back, I kill Jiasha. That be 2 treasure chests, eagerly waiting for me. Chu Qing was naturally eager to return home and open the chests.